This is the first work of this channel and it was made up to part 10 with an artificial voice. After that, the other parts will be with my voice. If you've already seen some part, just look in the description and skip to the part where you left off.
One day Kangwoo went to hell, where only the strongest survive. He stayed in hell for 10,000 years, and became the Lord of Hell. Balzard, his servant, was sweating in the presence of the Supreme Lord, because he knows he is extremely evil. The protagonist demands silence and everyone falls silent. Everyone knelt before Kangwoo. Kangwoo, the Supreme Lord of Demons, exuding his evil aura, makes all the demons tremble with fear. Balzard, on his knees, says, "Welcome back, my lord." And the protagonist orders them to be quiet, as he wants absolute silence and further amplifies his dreadful aura. All the demons tremble with fear in the presence of the protagonist, and are paralyzed with terror. The protagonist jokingly says, "Authority of predation." And Balzard even chokes, as the power of the predation skill is so absurd that it absorbs any demon body it touches. It was with this skill that Kangwoo managed to annihilate all 7 demon archdukes. Everyone is scared stiff, thinking that the demon lord is angry. Balzard froze and couldn't even move a muscle. Balzard feels that he will finally be devoured. The protagonist says he lost 10,000 years in that place. In that hell, each day is just slaughter and more death, where only the strong survive. Then Kangwoo, removing his legendary helmet, shouts saying that place has nothing. Balzard thought his master was hungry and said, "We have a meal prepared for our lord." Suddenly, 2 demons appear carrying a huge tray. Inside it was Folklore, who was one of the leaders of the 7 demon archduke factions. "This octopus looks tasty, don't you think?" "Yuck." Immediately, the protagonist grabs the octopus and throws it at Balzard's forehead. The protagonist says he doesn't want to eat octopus, he wants to eat, and he makes a dramatic pause, leading Balzard to think he would be the main course. The protagonist continues and says, "I want to eat Quinta stew." Everyone starts to wonder what Quinta stew could be, and each demon imagines something different. Some think it must be the ultimate food, filled with meat, slime, and blood. Balzard, very excited, says, "Sir, what is the creature whose head or entrails we should bring for you to eat?" The protagonist lets out a big sigh and says that Quint is not that, leaving the demons even more confused, as they definitely don't know what this Quinta stew could be. The demons keep trying to guess what this dish could be. The protagonist, like many otakus, says he also wants to read comics and watch soap operas. And Balzard, on his knees, exclaims that his servants cannot satisfy the Supreme Lord of Hell, as they lack knowledge. After that, Balzard asks to be killed, as he is an incompetent and weak servant. The protagonist says he also wanted love in that place. Immediately, everyone stops upon hearing a delightful voice, and Lilith enters saying, "And don't you have me?" With her perfect curves, Lilith approaches the protagonist. Lilith is the succubus queen and all the demons are enchanted and in love with her beauty. The demon queen is the personification of demonic beauty. Lilith says that the protagonist already has her heart, but for Lilith, that's not enough. She wants to give herself completely to him in that delightful way. The protagonist freezes just at the thought. The succubus began to go into heat, and the protagonist, seeing that, orders her not to approach him. Lilith says that since she is the queen and he is the king, then they have to stick together and indulge. She jumps on the protagonist with her sticky tentacles. At that moment, one demon feels jealous, another envious, and yet another embarrassed by the spicy scene between the two. Now that you've seen Queen Lilith, what did you think? Isn't it truly the most beautiful thing? With her 10 eyes and sticky tentacles, she tells the protagonist, "Come drink, my eye is wide open for you." I'm even winking. The protagonist turns his face away to avoid seeing her winking. The protagonist clenches his fist and says, "Look at this." The protagonist was thinking about punching her in the head. Lilith, however, misunderstands and thinks the protagonist is interested in her winking. The protagonist tells Balzard and Lilith to come closer because he wants to talk about another matter. The protagonist asks if the preparations are finally ready. Balzard and Lilith said yes. The protagonist says goodbye and mentions that he will have to leave immediately, and gives a warning, "Don't even think about coming after me." This is an order, not a warning. And whoever comes after me, I'll gut them. The protagonist, seeing that they were sad, tells them not to be sad because he will return. Just kidding. Sometime later, we see a bizarre demon, the wizard Amon, performing the ritual to open the spatial fissure. That is in the middle of the demon god statues. Amon says the portal is stabilized. The preparations are complete. Lilith cries over the departure of her beloved lord. Balzard and Lilith are crying, while their master removes all his armor. With determined steps, the protagonist heads towards the spatial fissure. Soon after, Amon explains that, to pass through the portal without issues, the Lord must rid himself of the power he gained by killing the 7 demon archdukes. Thinking that he will finally go home, after spending 10,000 years in hell, Kangwoo begins to shed his demonic power. So much mana left the protagonist, that it quickly filled the heart core of 10,000 demons. Amon was astonished by the absurd amount of mana his master had. The statue of Baal and the other false gods began to shine splendidly. The dimensional fabric started to crack, and the protagonist began to think that even if he returned home, everyone and everything he knew had already disappeared millennia ago. But no place will be as horrible as here, in the 9th hell. Although Lilith was desolate and crying, the protagonist was already inside the portal, and with a mischievous look, he glanced back and saw Balzard and Lilith melting into tears. "Don't cry," said the protagonist, slowly moving closer to the fissure. And Lilith said that her heart was bursting with so much love. Bubbles of love, sticky and viscous. Lilith asks to go with the king, and he already looks disgusted, says screw it and jumps into the portal. She says she will follow the protagonist, and he, as he was already at a point where he could no longer return or be followed, says, "What the heck?" He starts to smile, and, looking back, gives a wave and says he hated meeting them, as he knows they will never meet again. He heads towards the core of the dimensions. Upon reaching the core, everything seemed normal. The protagonist starts to smile. However, the core began to act strangely with lightning bolts coming out of it. Then a message appeared saying that a fissure in the core was detected and the dimensional defense mechanism, Gaia, was activated. The core changes color, from blue to red. The core reached the limit of the power it could accumulate, and the defense mechanism of all dimensions was activated. The protagonist knows something is wrong. Shortly after, the Gaia system becomes overloaded with energy and shocks the protagonist, trying to kill him. But the protagonist is very tough, as he has a lot of power and defense. Thus, Gaia failed in the assassination attempt and soon concluded that it's impossible to kill the protagonist. But the Gaia system didn't give up, since it can't kill him. It will try to seal his power. Very wicked, this Gaia. The protagonist gets angry and heads towards Gaia's core, and says to the core, "I'm going to finish you off, screw you." Suddenly he feels something strange and says, "Whoa. Who's turning off the light? Who turned off the light? Pooh, screw you all," and he faints. Moments later, he wakes up with the sunlight in his eyes, looks around, and starts to feel the breeze, the sun, and the wind. The protagonist also sees, after millennia, a lot of greenery. The protagonist wakes up full of pain and checks his body, thinking he had broken something. Kangwoo notices that a status window is appearing for him, and wonders what it is. He checks his attributes in that window and sees that he still has skill in predation. However, most of the power has been diminished by sealing. The protagonist also noticed that he is at level 1. The protagonist notes that at level 10 he will gain a new skill. However, this new skill can only be known when he reaches level 10. The protagonist was very angry, because Gaia sealed his powers. He hears a noise and immediately looks back, to see some creatures coming towards him. These creatures charge at the protagonist with great fury, intending to kill him. Moments later, the creatures were already upon Kangwoo. The protagonist knows that these little creatures didn't exist on Earth, and quickly concludes that he's not on Earth. He prepares an evil Kamehameha, and fails miserably, because he forgot his powers were sealed. But the protagonist is quick and thinks fast. Kangwoo says, "Since I don't have magic, I'll go melee." The protagonist was left with a single power, but this power is a multi-rack, as it divides into several others. it was with this single power, authority, that he dominated the entire hell. Then he invoked the authority of the blade and immediately sliced 2 goblins, thus gaining 2 experience points and leveling up to level 2. However, there are still 2 goblins left to kill, and the protagonist slashes them both, leveling up to level 4. It took him just a second to kill the 4 goblins. The protagonist wonders what these monsters are and realizes something good, as they bleed and die just by being cut. Immediately after, the protagonist tests the predation skill, completely consuming the bodies of the monsters. The protagonist notices that the demonic energy has increased. The protagonist is puzzled, because he was no longer in hell. So, how is there demonic energy here? After the predation feasted, only the bones were left. The protagonist, thinking he was no longer on Earth, became very angry, because he had made all the preparations without any mistakes. But suddenly, he hears a scream and immediately thinks it's his imagination, believing he was hearing things. Moments later, Kangwoo hears another cry for help. But this time, it was louder and clearer. Realizing the direction the sound was coming from, he used his hack, Speed Authority, and took off at an extremely high speed. The protagonist hadn't heard a human voice in 10,000 years, and the only female voice he had heard in 10,000 years was Lilith's. Arriving at the location, he saw a dozen goblins surrounding someone. The person was saying, "Please, someone help me." When he saw her, he couldn't believe it. There were 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and big breasts. The protagonist exclaimed, "I can't believe there are no tentacles." The protagonist cried with joy, and immediately noticed that the goblins were furiously advancing towards the girl. The beautiful girl, already without hope, closes her eyes so she won't see anything anymore. After a while, with her eyes closed, she hears the sound of flesh being torn, screams, and then silence. Not understanding anything that was happening, she opens her eyes and sees the protagonist finishing off the last goblin. It took the protagonist half a second to kill all 10 goblins. Approaching the beautiful girl, he extends his hand to help her up. The beautiful, cute, and busty girl thanked her savior the moment the protagonist touched her hand and felt its softness. She thought she was in heaven after so many millennia in hell. The protagonist fell in love and looked like a fool. The protagonist felt as light as a feather, floating in the clouds. The girl gently thanks him again, saying, "Thank you so much." A while later, she asks if there's any other reason for him not to let go of her hand. The protagonist, who isn't foolish, after 10,000 years without seeing anyone, pulls the girl towards him. Out of nowhere, the protagonist asks if she wants to marry him. This is part 2 of Kangwoo's story. Our video will start with a romance and then with him demonstrating his powers, and finally an excellent fight where he shows his superiority. We stopped at the part where he's looking like a fool asking her to marry him. She looks shocked, and he realizes he's too excited. So, he apologizes and lets go of her hand. Right after, he asks about her injury, and she says it's nothing and almost falls with her wobbly legs. The protagonist is quick and catches her in his arms, and she drops her phone. The protagonist is startled, because he recognizes that shape. He looks closely and thinks, a cell phone. And the damsel already says ouch, ouch. He says he's going to administer first aid. Tearing a piece of his cape, he bandages her injured leg and realizes he's speaking Portuguese and she's understanding. She thanks him for paying attention to her, and he can't take his eyes off her. Since he already has a profession as a pickpocket, her cell phone is already in his hand. But, not wanting to take anything from a beautiful lady, he returns the cell phone to her. With a quick glance, he already looks at the date on the phone. She says it's going to be difficult to walk, and he, without much information about this world, asks her, "What are you doing in a place like this?" The beautiful lady responds that she awakened as a player yesterday and was hunting alone in the E-rank portal. And he starts to think, awakened? As a player? And he asks her, "So, what level are you?" She replies that she's at level 6. and asks what level he is. And the protagonist responds that it's probably lower than hers. She says she has her reasons for being there alone, and he says he also has his reasons. And then she realizes she's in a forest, sitting on the ground, right next to the protagonist. She quickly stands up, suggesting they leave. He, like a gentleman, asks again if she's okay, and says, "Let me give you a hand." And he says, "So, where are we going?" The protagonist is happy because after 10,000 years, he talked to someone. Arriving at the entrance, he is amazed by the size of the portal. She looks at him, smiles, and says, "Let's go now." And he notices that the portal is a spatial rift and that there is no mechanism supporting that rift. And passing through this type of portal for the first time, he is astonished by what he is seeing. Soon he starts seeing people asking for members for random groups. Tank, mage. However, they just don't want rogues. The protagonist only sees people with a mouth, a nose, and no tentacles. The protagonist thinks it's full of humans. Trembling with happiness, the protagonist starts to cry because he really managed to return. And the little cat had an idea of how to thank him for being rescued. She leans in and asks the protagonist to go home with her. And since he's been without anything for 10,000 years, he gets scared and starts thinking silly things, and she is really very grateful for being saved by him. And the protagonist can't stop dreaming nonsense. Suddenly, two soldiers say, "You two, wait a moment. Come here." And they say they need to confirm their identities. The little cat says, "Just a moment, let me get my ID." And the protagonist thinks, there's no other way, I'll have to use that. And he uses another stolen power. Authority of the Blind from the demon Dantalion. This ability manipulates the target's perception and vision. And so the soldier confirmed their identities and then let them pass. Arriving at the apartment where she lives, she already informs the protagonist that they don't have an elevator and will have to take the stairs. And the protagonist is very happy doing the initial reconnaissance of the old building, and notices the smell of an old building, narrow stairs, cold handrail, and dusty window. And he was even happier because it was Seola's house. Seola is the name of the beautiful girl. At her house, the protagonist starts thinking a bunch of nonsense. And his unhappy expression is really funny when she says, "Mom." The girl doesn't live alone, she lives with her mother. The mother asks if her daughter did what she was told, going there with the group. The daughter lies and says yes. Then, the daughter shows the protagonist, saying he helped in a very difficult situation. Look at his smug face, thinking he was going to get something else. The mother thanks him for saving her daughter and says she doesn't know how to repay him, inviting the protagonist to come in. Still with a smug face, he thanks her. The mother goes to the kitchen and asks for her daughter's help, and only then does she notice that there were many messages from her mother. Then the protagonist remembers the cell phone and that he needs more information about this world. Then he blatantly lies, saying he lost his cell phone and asks if he can borrow hers. She lends it to him and says the food will be ready soon. Returning after 10,000 years, everything seemed very interesting to him. I bet he's going to check the final chapter of One Piece. But he's focused and goes after information instead of typing gossip. He disappeared in 2018 and has already returned in the year 2023. He stayed in hell for 10,000 years. He returned in time 5 years after his disappearance. He read a message about February 22, 2018, the day of the calamity. Several portals opened worldwide, and firearms were useless against them, and humanity united against the monsters. After that, the first player appeared in the United States, and countless players appeared all over the world. He, seeing the date, remembers that this was the day he was taken to hell. And he wonders if he was sucked in by a portal that day, but realizes that it's all speculation. Seola says, "The food is ready." The protagonist couldn't believe what he was seeing. The girl didn't know, but she made the dish he had been wanting to eat for 10,000 years. Kimchi stew. Shall we eat? He grabs the spoon, dips it into the soup, and kimchi. Upon eating the first spoonful, he can't say anything else. And they look astonished at the sounds he was making. And the protagonist starts eating non-stop, without saying anything else. Devouring the food. The protagonist had spent 10,000 years in hell. The only thing he ate during that time was demon meat, and he had to eat many demons to survive. Demon meat doesn't satisfy and tastes horribly like garbage. He ate and ate, and the only thing that kept him sane was the desire to return home. And he did everything he could to return to Earth. Crying with joy, he couldn't believe he had returned and was eating what he had longed for. His mother and the girl look at him astonished as he was crying, and says, "Seola, truly, your food was delicious." And she, embarrassed, says, "Thank you." And she apologizes for that being the only food she could offer him, and asks if it was good. He said yes and asks, "Can I have seconds?" And devours another bowl. And since he was eating non-stop, she decided to bring the pot closer to him. Now he looks like Luffy eating. But suddenly the apartment door is destroyed and mother and daughter look astonished, as someone very angry has just entered. And a strong guy appears at the door shouting for Seola, and the hothead comes in yelling at Seola, saying she can't enter the portal on her own. She gets really angry and tells him to get lost. He can't even believe she had the nerve to say that to him. Then she shouts, "I already told you to get lost, Tae-young." And he starts thinking, this crazy girl is messing with me. Does she think she's something just because she became a player? And he mocks her. He gets angry and punches the wall, saying his level is much higher than hers. She yells at him not to come any closer. "You all must be missing the protagonist." "Me too. What could he be doing?" Returning to our story, the blonde guy gives her mother a stare, which makes her tremble with fear, and he starts humiliating her family, saying her father died early, and her mother earns pennies. And Seola yells that her family is like this because of him. And Tae-young says, "Forget about it." He grabs her by the arm, drags her to the door, and tells him to let her go because she will never join the trashy guild. And laughing in her face, he says he's going to put her in a very good team. Then, she shows how to fight when you don't have much strength and bites him. He slaps her in the face. The girl's mother becomes desperate and runs to help her. And he calls her a bitch. He asks if she thinks she will survive by only doing good deeds. And he adds, "You should have come quietly, as my tribute." Do you think you're a player? Then let's face each other for real. And her mother stands between the two. I was left wondering if this guy is the son of that lady and Seola's brother. Seola's mother, holding his hand, pleads with him to stop. The bratty blonde says, "Let go of me, old lady." And then he slaps the old lady in the face. Seola becomes desperate and goes to help her mother. The blonde yells that annoying people like them are always like this. And Seola stares at the blonde. And he says, "What are you going to do by staring at me like that, you weakling? You're weak and I'm a second stage awakened. Do you think you stand a chance? Then come at me. You're not strong, and the only thing you have is a pretty face." And the blonde says, "I'm giving you an order. You're going to join my guild. But suddenly, the blonde starts to notice the surroundings and sees our hero eating as if there's no tomorrow. And the blonde says, "What the hell is this? All hell is breaking loose inside the house and Luffy is just eating?" Then the blonde lets go of her face and approaches our hero, saying, "Do you think this is some famous restaurant? And Kangwoo is just eating?" And the blonde exclaims, "Bastard can't even read the room." The blonde starts trying to get our hero's attention, but is completely ignored. Let's Luffy eat." The blonde scratches his head and kicks the table hard, shouting loudly, "You!" And Kangwoo is paralyzed watching everything fly. Imagine what would happen after 10,000 years without eating a decent meal. Someone comes and kicks your food. The hero is in despair seeing all his food on the floor. The blonde looking down asks, "What's up with this jerk?" The blonde asks the girl where she found this bum. The hero starts crying seeing his food on the floor, and soon the blonde approaches to kick him in the ribs. Kangwoo, Lord Supreme of the 9 Hells, looks at the blonde already exuding a demonic aura. The blonde is startled to see that. "How dare you!" exclaims Kangwoo. And the blonde sees the moment of our hero in demon form. Kangwoo says, "How dare you spill my kimchi soup?" The fear the blonde had felt passes, and he starts to get angry. And he prepares a serious punch full of mana. And with little flames coming out of his hand, he thinks he must have seen something wrong, that he must be imagining things. Suddenly someone hits his hand with magic. And he immediately looks around asking, "Who did this crap?" And we see it was Ciole, shouting for our hero to run away. But she has no idea that the protagonist is so brave. The protagonist gets up and charges at the blonde. And she stands there with a blank expression, not understanding what's happening. The blonde is surprised by Kangwoo's speed and quickly realizes he's going to be hit on the left side. And the blonde is surprised because Kangwoo fainted and then kneed him. The blonde recovers and tries to counterattack Kangwoo. And Kangwoo lands a punch right in his face and follows up with a kick, breaking 2 of the blonde's ribs. The blonde grabs Kangwoo's leg, saying it didn't even hurt, and tries to punch the protagonist again. But once again, he was counterattacked by the hero. The blonde's nose is full of blood, but he hasn't given up and tries once more to land a serious punch on Kangwoo's head. But he takes another rib-breaking punch and falls on all fours, full of pain, with several broken ribs. And he asks himself, who is this guy? But Kangwoo has just begun his massacre, and already stomps hard on the arrogant blonde's head. However, the blonde still hasn't given up, nor has the protagonist, who drives the blade of authority into the blonde's arm and whispers close to his ear, "Stop the drama, you little punk. I'm not done yet. This is all because you ruined the kimchi soup." The blonde is surprised and asks why he's doing all that just for a kimchi soup. He lifts him by the hair and says, "Just? Did you say just a kimchi soup?" The blonde is already scared stiff, knowing things are going to go bad. And once again, Kangwoo slams his face into the ground with all his might and bangs his head on the ground 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times. Seething with anger, Kangwoo says, "Hey Blondie, when I say 1, you will say kimchi soup is. And when I say 2, you will say, a sacred food. And you're supposed to shout. 1 kicks A." However, the blonde guy forgot to shout and Kangwoo drove the blade all the way down into his arm. 2. A sacred food. No, you're doing everything wrong. You need to shout. Like you're praying to God. Like you're trying to win a girl's heart. And the protagonist shouts at the blonde guy, "Shout with all the strength you can and with great pride." "Kimchi soup is a sacred food," shouted the blonde guy. And the protagonist, like a good torturer, says it's terrible and, "Let's do it again." And the blonde guy, with a broken rib, arm hemorrhaging, broken tooth, and bleeding nose, gathers all his strength and shouts, "Kimchi soup is a sacred food." The protagonist is satisfied and removes the blade from the blonde guy's arm. Now the scene from the beginning is reversed. It's the protagonist who is standing and the blonde guy is on the ground, and the protagonist says, "Never underestimate a kimchi soup in your life again." The blonde guy, crying, mutters, "What's with this guy, psychopath?" If you liked it, leave your like, enjoy, and share. Write part 3 in the comments and I'll bring part 3. And if you can subscribe, please do, because it takes a lot of work to make these videos. See you in the next video. This is already the third part of our videos that tells the story of the protagonist who was sucked into hell and spent 10,000 years there, becoming the Lord of Hell. Continuing the story, I'm going to have to come up with a different name for this girl. Alice will be her name. Her house is all wrecked from the previous fight. Someone has already cleaned up the mess and put it in the corner, and Alice is there, as beautiful as ever, taking care of her mom. And we're also seeing someone finishing washing the dishes and grumbling with a cut lip, upset, and nose still bleeding, thinking, "Why did I have to meet someone like him? I got beaten up a lot and he even stole my clothes. That bastard with the kimchi stew, still very angry. Why did I get beaten up just because of a stew?" Looking back, he wonders why he's being treated like this. And the protagonist says, "What is it?" And the blonde guy immediately trembles with fear. The protagonist even mocks him, asking if he's upset just because he got beaten up over the kimchi stew. And crying, the blonde guy responds, "No, sir." The protagonist thinks, wearing expensive clothes, going to sleep on time, being able to eat every day, and living comfortably. He will never know what I went through in hell. And the protagonist continues talking to the blonde guy, "You're blessed and don't know it? Treat your life with care." The protagonist realizes that the blonde guy is just putting on an act and is planning something. The protagonist says to him, "If you're done washing the dishes, come here. I've been thinking. I have no reason to keep you alive," and the blonde guy almost faints, thinking he was going to die. The protagonist tells the blonde guy not to worry because he won't kill him. "But you would probably prefer to die," and the blonde guy turns pale. Authority of fear, demon Orobas. And the blonde guy starts to feel the power of the skill and screams for Orobas not to come closer. He starts to wet himself out of fear. On the ground and soaked, the blonde guy begins to feel the full pressure of the skill. The skill imprints an impregnable mark of fear on the target's soul and turns him into a puppet. And the protagonist finishes by telling him to never reveal what happened there and orders him to leave. Now the beating is complete. The blonde guy is destroyed in body and soul. Alice, seeing the blonde guy leaving, thanks the protagonist for saving her once again. And the protagonist starts thinking about something that's bothering him a lot, that he's poor and has no money. When suddenly he starts reading about magical power stones that drop from creatures and asks Alice if she has any magic stones, to which she replies yes. She searches in her bag and finds the only stone she got from hunting goblins. And here's the explanation that the darker the stone, the higher its rank. The protagonist, taking the stone, tries to feel demonic power inside it and senses that there is power within the stone. However, it is not demonic. And he remembers that he felt a bit of demonic energy when he used the predation skill. This led the protagonist to conclude that the demonic energy was inside the magic stones. However, when holding it in his hand, he felt that the power was not in the stone and that there was only magical power inside the stone. The protagonist knows there is a difference between magical power and demonic energy, and was thoughtful about where the demonic energy he felt at that time came from. and Alice said she needs to sell that stone to get money. The protagonist already knows how to make money and asks Alice where the nearest player management office is. Alice says it's in Seoul and that she was already planning to go there, and that her family's situation is not very good, so she needs to sell the stone quickly. She thanks the protagonist again for the help, and he says it was a pleasure to help someone like her. And the protagonist thinks, after looking at demons for 10,000 years, it's really nice to see a pretty face without tentacles. And she states that she will take all the basic lessons seriously, because she wants to awaken the second stage. The protagonist asserts that she will do well, and in his thoughts, he knows he can't take her with him, because she is too weak and will only get in the way, and his hunting efficiency will decrease significantly. It's a bit cold and calculating, but in reality, he has to avoid as many losses as possible, and the protagonist's priority is to regain his power, because he needs to become stronger if he wants to survive. It's going to be just like in Hell, a fight to be the strongest. And Alice asks, "Chang-ho, do you have your identification card?" He remembers that he doesn't, and asks to stop by the public security office before going to the player management office. At the public security office, the protagonist quickly picked up his ID and then, taking a train, headed to the player management office. The protagonist was surprised that at the public security office he only needed to request to reissue his identification card. He was surprised because no one noticed he was missing, and he wasn't on the list of missing persons either. With a sad look, he thinks about how no one noticed he disappeared. That's what happens. The otaku just stays inside the house, doesn't talk to the neighbors, doesn't go out for anything. So when he needs it, no one will notice he's missing. And Alice, all formal, says, "Mr. Chang-ho," and asks him to look out the window. She said they are almost there and admires the view, saying it's really nice there. Putting his card in his pocket. The protagonist says that from now on everything will be different, and also agrees that the view is really nice. They arrived at the Seoul Player Management Office. The office is a giant headquarters, much larger than the airport. Then Alice gives her old cell phone to the protagonist as a gift, and he gets very emotional. They say goodbye, and each goes to a different place in the headquarters, and she already schedules a dinner with him for later. The protagonist is amazed by the size of the place and sees that the players have become important figures in society. He goes to the good old line and gets number 18. Number 18? Could this be a reference to player number 18 from Dragon Ball Z? The card literally tells him to go to the waiting room, and he follows the little lights on the floor, and starts hearing two extras bragging about how they got good positions in the previous stages. And the extras talk about the 5 S-rank people, who are the leaders of the 5 largest guilds. And the protagonist thinks he doesn't want to stand out right from the start. The first S-rank is Kim Jae-yoon. Then comes... Wow, what a difficult name. The second is... You know what? I'm going to have this reader read it directly, because I can't pronounce these difficult names. Second, Cheon Jojo of the Red Rose. Third, Baek Kon Young of Nu. Fourth, Young Yunjo of Sonale. And the fifth, Chai Min Hel of One Yuri. The good thing is that you understood all the names. And the protagonist is already thinking about meeting them after he regains his power. And for that, he needs to recover his power as quickly as possible. And he wonders if there's a possibility for him to become even stronger than before? If he received the title of player. The door opens and number 18 is called, and our protagonist enters with firm steps. The receptionist indicates the location, and the test girl doesn't even introduce herself and already says, "You have to place your hand on this ball." Now there's something very important that you need to know. The darker the color that comes out of the ball, the stronger the person is. And the protagonist knows it's going to be a mess, because he's very strong. And when he places his hand on the ball, a blinding, very strong light starts to come out, and the protagonist starts to think it seems like it's going to be very strong. And the light even blinds the girl administering the test. But, no. It was all imagination. In the protagonist's head. "You are in F rank," said the girl. "You can take your hand off the ball and leave." F rank, and the protagonist stands there, static, frozen, with a dumbfounded look. But before that, the girl says she will guide him through the precautions. And the protagonist just keeps thinking, F rank is worse than D. And she explains that he will receive an E rank player card, because there aren't even F rank dungeons and he can only enter dungeons of his rank. F rank is like the squashed poop of a bandit's horse. The test administrator explains, if he wants to enter higher rank portals, he will need a guardian. And the protagonist is already imagining Balzard freaking out upon hearing this. Imagine Balzard saying that the Demon King doesn't need someone to protect him. Then the protagonist gets a bit depressed, as he recalls the trauma of 10,000 years in hell, where he had to keep climbing the ranks every day. There are 2 ways to rank up. The first is to take the basic education course and go straight to D rank. The second is by killing a monster and absorbing their magic power stone. Which one will the protagonist choose? B squared minus 4ac, pi equals 3.14. Ultra scanning all the monster spots. I remembered when I used to play for 3 days straight in one spot. I wouldn't even stop to eat, and my wife wouldn't get mad at me and would even put food in front of my keyboard. I really found an angel. Well, let's get back to our protagonist's story. The protagonist gets up to leave, and the girl explains that she will hand over his player card and asks if he wants to take the education course. And Chang-ho doesn't even wait for her to finish speaking and says he doesn't want to take the educational course. Thank you. And she thinks he's desperate because he's ranked F, which is the state that leads people to die in the portal. The protagonist leaves, and the girl is left pondering, when suddenly the ball starts to change color, and the girl is surprised because the ball starts to darken, and darken, until it becomes completely black. The girl thinks the ball is defective, and when she tried to pick it up, it broke, and she starts wondering if the person who just left is really an F rank. And she thinks, not even the strongest guy, Baek Kang-hyun, who is an S rank, managed to get anything more than a dark green. Remember when I said that the darker it is, the stronger the person is? The receptionist thinks, there's no way he reached black. And the protagonist has already gone straight to the E rank portal. And the rogue continues looking for a group. This looks like a fair. Looking for a healer. Looking for people above D rank. Looking for a tank. Just don't want a rogue. Explain to me, why does nobody like rogues? I, for example, have seen rogues with a passive ability to take the item from the creature before it hits the ground, and the item goes straight into the rogue's inventory without anyone knowing. And you, what's your opinion on this? The protagonist hands over the player card, and the guard lets him enter the portal. Entering through the portal, the protagonist comes out on the other side, startled, thinking he was going to enter a portal again and end up in hell. The protagonist starts to prepare to look for creatures, when suddenly he hears a voice shouting, "Hey, you!" Our protagonist looks up and there was a gigantic and intimidating guy behind him. And the guy starts asking, "Did you come alone to a hunting portal? Are you in your second awakening stage?" The mage calls the giant by the name of Mr. Taisu and says they are ready to go hunting. The group is shocked when they hear that our protagonist isn't even in the second stage. And Taisu says that he apparently hasn't even had basic education and that for any rank, it's better to hunt in a group than alone. And Taisu is concerned about the protagonist and asks if he wants to join their group of 3. The other 2 are already one surprised and the other angry, because the protagonist won't be able to help with anything and Taisu made the decision to invite him to the group on his own. And the big guy looks back with an angry face and says, "You milk animals." This guy must be in a really tough situation to come here alone, and you all are just thinking about yourselves. Taisu asserts that he is saving a life by inviting the protagonist to their group. Taisu makes a proposal to the two of them. He says he won't keep his magic stones that drop from the monsters if they accept the protagonist. They can keep Taisu's share. The protagonist realizes that the big guy is really nice and thanks him for his kindness, but prefers to stay alone. Then the big guy introduces himself formally and says he is Kang Taisu and asks for the protagonist's name. He says Kangwoo. The giant said that he looks old, but actually, he's young and only 24 years old. Thus, the protagonist thanks him for the offer for the third time and says he will hunt alone, mentioning that he didn't come there without thinking and that he has a plan. Then the big guy gives him another tip, saying that this is the goblins area and if he sees a giant goblin called Hobgoblin, he should run away, because that's the boss of that portal, a C-rank monster. And the protagonist realizes that Taisu is a good person and thanks him for the fourth time. The protagonist thinks, if he were really a novice with an F rank, he would join this group. It would be great to go with them, but being alone is better for me. Let's go, Genos. He activated his stolen speed ability and took off at an extremely high speed. Just ahead, he found the goblin's trail, and also discovered the goblin village. The protagonist activated all the hacks and jumped into the middle of the goblins, immediately slicing the first goblin. And slices here, slices there. There's blood and guts flying everywhere. And the protagonist says this was way too easy. So let's start the carnage. The Tramontina in the protagonist's hand starts slicing everyone. There's a goblin sliced in half, a goblin that lost an arm, a goblin that lost its head. 1, 2, 50, and 10, 455,000, 27, 229 and a half. And only reliable Tramontina. Knife in the gut, gut on the knife. The protagonist of the hack activated the speed hack, along with the blade hack. Who said the protagonist likes difficult things? Let's slice. I think this spot will be cleared quickly. Let's raid. And the goblins go into a frenzy mode. They all come at once. The protagonist doesn't even think anymore. He hits whoever is hitting, hits whoever is watching, hits whoever is getting hit, and keeps slicing. Thinking it was over, he looked to the side and there were still a few goblins trembling, with his blade dripping blood and evil eyes. The protagonist just dives in and slices the rest. Tired from slicing goblins, he then looks at the mutilated bodies on the ground. Suddenly, a system message appears congratulating him for killing E-rank goblins. The protagonist notices that he has leveled up 4 times and his demonic energy has increased once. Now only 2 levels away from entering the second stage. And the protagonist confirms that there is no demonic energy inside the magic stones. However, he is sensing demonic energy within the dead bodies. So, let's have a little snack. Authority of predation. And devouring all the bodies. He begins to feel the demonic energy inside him increasing, and concludes that the demonic energy is in the bodies and that each body has a different amount of energy, thus raising his demonic energy by 2 more levels. Since he doesn't need the magic stones to level up, he will be able to sell them and make money. Everything is perfect. Now he just needs to gather the magic power stones and leave. He observes that the predation authority skill strips all the flesh from the bodies, leaving only the bones, as if they were chicken. The protagonist starts dreaming about chicken and taking Alice out for dinner. He activates speed and begins collecting the stones at high speed. Suddenly, He starts hearing a noise and a crash coming from the middle of the trees and spots the robin goblin that Taisu had mentioned. A giant goblin appears, drooling with vengeance. Will the protagonist run away as suggested? The robin goblin starts channeling mana into the machete. And the protagonist is impressed that a robin goblin can control mana. Of course, the protagonist is not going to run away and prepares for the fight. He quickly compares the demonic energy and the mana inside the robin goblin, realizing that his demonic energy is far superior to the mana inside the robin goblin. And the big guy doesn't even think twice and delivers a mountain-shattering blow to the protagonist. The protagonist easily dodges due to his speed, but realizes he can't be hit by that ability. Otherwise, it's game over for sure. The protagonist quickly draws both Tramontinas and starts dodging the giant's relentless attacks. It's a swing from here, a swing from there, dodge from here, dodge from there. Holding the giant sword of the goblin, he realizes that the goblin isn't just big. He's also very strong. The giant is already foaming with rage because he can't land a single hit on the protagonist. The protagonist tries to counterattack the giant, but can only scratch the armor due to his low stats. The giant swings his sword here and there, and the goblin even kicks sand into the protagonist's eyes to see if he can get anything. And after a while, the protagonist had an idea. You know how it is, right? Caught off guard, we throw a rock. He grabbed a goblin skull and threw it at the hobgoblin. The enemy was caught off guard in front of him, and he looked back. And the protagonist activated another rack, the authority of the demon Crossel's fury. And he directs this power not at the protagonist but at the boss. And the boss went into a rage state, with his strength increased many times over, and starts slicing with much more force and power. Did the protagonist go crazy? But the protagonist knows that the ability is more of a curse than a power, as it increases the target's strength but decreases its attack speed and makes the boss completely irrational and attacking erratically, leaving the boss with much more openings. You know what happens next. Openings here, slashes there. And there go the knee tendons. The boss falls to its knees on the ground, but hasn't given up fighting. And them. And you just see blood spurting up, and then it's the protagonist's knife going through the boss's skull. The boss is there, lying on the ground, and the protagonist looks frustrated. I don't know why he's frustrated. He turns on all the hacks and wants it to be a tough fight. And he receives another message from the system, saying he completed the monster's hideout alone and gets a 150% experience bonus, thus leveling up 3 times, and, as a bonus, advancing to the second stage. Second awakening skill. Insatiable hunger. Rank C. And since the protagonist is the protagonist, he gained a skill that enhances his predation ability, making it even more effective. And the protagonist is happy, because, being a player, he can become strong much faster than in hell. So let's let the skill eat. Predation. And he devours the entire body of the boss, noticing that the smoke is much thicker and absorbs much more demonic energy than before. And it increased his demonic energy by 3 more points, totaling 19 points. And the protagonist realizes that killing stronger monsters further increases his demonic energy. The protagonist does that old and familiar energy elevation to see how much energy he has and is surprised, because he thought the energy had doubled, but it had actually tripled. And he has a deja vu of the core of the 10,000 demons that was sealed by Gaia and realizes that each time he levels up, the sealing of the core becomes weaker. So, he just needs to level up to regain his original power. The protagonist sees a magic stone, of a much higher grade, which dropped from the boss, and already has the next goal, of reaching the 3rd stage of awakening. The name of the manhwa will be pinned in the comments. If you liked it and want part 4, just ask for part 4 in the comments. If you enjoyed it, subscribe to motivate me, because it takes a lot of work to make these videos. You asked for it, and here is part 4. We'll start with the protagonist and Alice having dinner. Then we'll see the protagonist using 2 other skills and leveling up non-stop. We'll also see the protagonist using malice against malice and revenge against revenge. And 5 more skills stolen from the authority skill. The name of the manhwa will be in the comments. So, let's continue the story. After an intense day of work, Kangwoo and Alice go to the restaurant to eat chicken. I immediately looked at that strange little glove on his hand and thought, he's not going to eat with that little glove. I was surprised to see the protagonist eating with a fork and with his hand at the same time. Given how strong he is, he might even drink, but I doubt he'll get drunk. He's eating a lot and savoring the food. Alice asks if he's enjoying the food, and he confirms that it's amazing. And the girl asks, better than my kimchi soup? He creates a little suspense and says he much prefers her kimchi soup. Alice says that the protagonist is very funny and that he can stay with her. Oops, that he can have her chicken. Mentally, she thanks for the food and then asks, do you have any friends or family? He said no, that he has no friends, no family, and no home. Alice asks, where are you going to spend the night? He said he doesn't know, but that it's all right for now. And she says, if it's that bad, you can sleep at my place. I mean, stay at my place for a while. The protagonist is surprised and asks if she's sure. She says yes, because in the short time she's been with him, she's already received a lot of help from him and wants to return the favor. He thanks her and says he owes her one. The protagonist says that from this moment on, he will be under Alice's care, and she says she will be under his care. Do you know what that means? It sounds a lot like marriage. One promising to take care of the other, and she is very happy to provide comfort for the protagonist. Shortly after, the protagonist remembers he has something to give her. He puts his hand in his pocket and takes out a wad of cash, 3 million won. And of course, I converted that to reis, and it's more than 11,000 reis. He told her to accept it as rent. She said she can't accept it, because she's already received a lot of help from him. He insists, because he knows she has already spent a lot, and is almost out of money. Taking his hand off the money, he told her to accept it then as payment for the ingredients of the meals he will eat. Yeah, the protagonist really knows how to make money. He earned 11,000 reis in one day of work, and by accepting the money, she was overjoyed, because most of her problems were solved thanks to the protagonist. She claims she will make a stew better than the one from the other day, and the protagonist is already thinking about eating kimchi stew every day and selling many more magic stones. Then, Kangwoo asks if Alice knows any D-rank portals. She said there is one, but she has never been there. But they say a reptilian has already come out of there, and the protagonist plans to go there the next day to kill higher-level monsters. Ironically, he thinks, is cooked lizard tasty? And Alice gives her brother's room to the protagonist. Didn't I say that Blondie seemed to be her brother? A miserable son who hits his mother, and the protagonist says he's going to sleep very well, thanks to Alice. Alice says goodnight, turns off the room lights, and leaves, and the protagonist stays there with his thoughts, trying to remember the last time he slept on something so soft. Almost asleep, the former lord of the underworld thinks it was a great choice to return. Early in the morning, the protagonist was already wanting to enter that rank D portal. And there was that fair again. Everyone wanting to recruit everyone, except for the rogue. Speaking of which, I don't see the rogue here. Do you guys see him? I know this is a rank D portal, but the rogue is already part of our history. I had to leave that one for you to read. The rich guy is recruiting a team to safely carry him until he achieves the third awakening. Found him. Look, there's our rogue. But, if you noticed, the rogue has already leveled up. He's already in the rank D portal. The protagonist proceeds, hands his card to the guard, and enters the rank D portal. And he wasn't even scared this time. There's the protagonist's secret. He always warms up before starting another day of hunting. And you, who go to the gym and skip part of the warm-up. Warming up is always good to avoid injuries. So the protagonist activates another silence authority rack, where he can walk, talk, without making any noise, then jumps into the trees. That's why Alice is an angel. She relays the entire portal call to him. Before the protagonist enters the portal, Alice had already informed him that the lizards are practically blind and navigate by sound. Then it became easy for the protagonist. He can move around freely without being detected. The protagonist, with determination in his eyes, spots 3 lizards, and remembers another tip Alice gave him, that the lizards are weak against fire. The protagonist activates the Infernal Authority skill. Pay close attention to the demon who owns the skill, Demon Andres. Immediately after, the protagonist throws a fireball at the monsters. Now you will hear my beautiful voice. It's because I don't usually narrate.
Fireball that kills everyone. Bam, boom, goodbye.
There are 3 lizards being incinerated by the infernal fire. Infernal fire is not ordinary fire. It can't be extinguished by common methods. It can only be put out with demonic energy or mana. Infernal fire is even more overpowered because it doesn't burn the body. It burns the vital essence.
Damn.
Leaving an entire body behind, which the protagonist can use, with his predation ability. The protagonist starts thinking about the name of the ability he just used and remembers that the blonde guy mentioned this Andres guild. Suddenly, the protagonist senses a presence behind him. Turning around, he spots 3 more lizard men. The lizards full of fury and the protagonist ready to play a little more. You know what happens next. Fireball. That kills everyone. Help! Boom! Goodbye. Later, you can comment on whether you like my voice or the reader saying, Fireball, more. The protagonist, still cautious, amplifies the power of the authority of silence, bringing silence to the entire surrounding area. And leveled up. However, the protagonist is not happy, because he's leveling up very slowly. The protagonist killed 6 lizards and already leveled up. I personally think it's a lot, to kill just 6 lizards and level up. Suddenly, some people appear behind the protagonist saying that his equipment is for beginners, not knowing that the protagonist uses the legendary Hell Rack. They ask the protagonist if he's interested in joining their guild. And the protagonist asks what the name of their guild is. With a mischievous smile, the leader of that group says they are from the Andres Guild. The protagonist responds like Saitama, saying he's not interested, no. And he turns his back and walks away. The guy gets irritated because he found our protagonist very arrogant. The attractive woman next to him says he can't just leave like that, or the guild master will punish them. So we'll have to use plan B, bring him by force. And everyone with a sadistic look wants to use the protagonist to relieve their stress. Wanting to teach the protagonist a lesson, the leader starts making a lot of noise with his armor. The protagonist was already far away, hunting more lizards and doing the basics, killing and consuming. The protagonist realizes he has killed all the lizards that were nearby. He knows he's going slowly and plans to take a risk by attracting many more monsters. After consuming the last monster, he is undecided whether to attract more lizards in greater numbers. But suddenly, he hears a familiar voice speaking to him. The guy spoke to the protagonist, saying he was curious to see how a newbie hunted, and came to take a look. The protagonist had already noticed that this group likes to bully the weaker ones. And since they said they were worried, the protagonist responds that they worried for no reason. And the protagonist says, as you can see, I am hunting very well. And the leader of the group exclaims, can you see? What do you mean, can you see? I don't see any corpses. The protagonist says he's taking a little break, and the guy asks the protagonist why he's acting like this with his senior. The protagonist says he got very annoyed with his seniors for being too nosy. And the guy loses his temper and calls the protagonist a piece of shit. Our protagonist is bold and gives him a stare, asking if he's looking to fight or something like that. The lancer behind gets irritated and prepares for combat. However, the group leader tells him to stop, because he already has another plan to teach this son of a b. The group leader thought the protagonist had a B rank attribute at most, to act so arrogantly like that, and says he will make sure the protagonist deeply regrets it. The protagonist, being a good provocateur, says he's looking forward to it. Drawing his sword, the leader of that group starts banging on his armor, making a lot of noise, and says he wants to see how long the protagonist will stay so relaxed. And all the group members look at the protagonist with sadistic and malicious intent. And the big guy asks if the protagonist knows that the lizard men are extremely sensitive to sound. The protagonist, with a Saitama-like look or dead fish eyes, lowers his head and lets out a slight sadistic smile. Meanwhile, the leader of that group continues to provoke the monsters and exclaims, "They're coming! Prepare the defensive spell!" And he shouts at the protagonist, asking, what is he going to do now? Because from the sound, there must be a dozen of them coming. Someone said it's too little just to teach an arrogant rookie a lesson. And they say, if the protagonist kneels and begs, they might help him before he becomes disabled. And they ask, is the protagonist so scared that he can't even speak? The protagonist starts laughing and says he was wondering what they were going to do. Then Kangwoo asks, but is that all you can do? And the leader of the group, whose name I still don't know, asked, what the hell are you doing with your hand? And Kangwoo, with a demonic look, smiles and says, if you're going to do something, it has to be at least like this. Authority of the deafening roar. And he uses more power from the demonic hack and makes a noise that sends a sound wave for dozens of kilometers. The group is in shock upon hearing such a loud noise, not believing he could agitate so many monsters like that. And the protagonist continues making a lot of noise with his feet. The guy from the other group gets tilted and calls him crazy, telling him to stop making so much noise. Malice is paid with malice. And Kangwoo stays there, watching them from inside the little protective shield. The face the protagonist is making here is indescribable. And the guy stays inside the shield saying he's a freaking lunatic. And everyone inside is so scared, they couldn't even pass a Wi-Fi signal. And you can only see lizard shadows everywhere. Red eyes in the darkness. The terror is approaching, but 100 lizard men were already there and many more were coming. The group said this is madness and that everyone is going to die. The mage saw that things are going to go bad, and said she has never seen so many lizard men in her life. Since their survival depends on the mage and her shield, the group leader tells her to focus and make an even bigger barrier. The group leader starts shouting from inside the barrier asking if the protagonist is crazy. The protagonist doesn't even respond and jumps up into the trees. Not understanding, the group leader looks up and the protagonist tells him that he thought he said the lizard men are sensitive to sound. Then, the protagonist replied to him, saying that he knows that very well. And you can only see the lizards approaching at high speed with great fury. Dozens of lizard men are surrounding, hitting the barrier with all their might. And how's the group's morale? And the frightened one kept shouting, are you trying to get everyone killed here? The protagonist asks, what are you talking about? I don't intend to die here. And Kangwoo says, the only ones who will die here are you. With the authority of active silence, Kangwoo can speak calmly without being heard. However, that's not the case with the group, because when they speak, they make noise and attract the monsters. He's standing there, right next to the lizard, and the lizard doesn't even sense his presence and jumps onto the shield. And only now did the group leader realize that Kangwoo has a sound controlling ability. And when he looked back, he saw his tank being torn apart and swallowed by the lizards. Then he looks to the other side and asks the mage to create another barrier. However, it's already too late. She had already been impaled by the creature's tail and was about to have her head swallowed by the monster. She looks back, crying and in agony, and the group leader stood there in shock, watching his friend being devoured by the creature. Horrified and very scared, he puts his hand over his mouth to avoid making any sound, and beside him appears another group member, the Lancer, who was also being devoured. The spear fell in front of him making noise, and as he removed his hand from his mouth, he made a small sound, drawing the attention of the lizards, and he began to ask the protagonist to save him, pleading for help. The protagonist just watches him being killed by the lizards, and with a smirk on his face, wishes him good luck. Then, the nearly deceased group leader shouts at the top of his lungs, "You son of a BBB!" And he died in agony. The protagonist then looks at the lizards having a snack, and says that malice is repaid with malice and murderous intent with an even greater murderous intent. Then the protagonist goes back to doing what he was doing before being interrupted. fireball that kills everyone, bam, boom, goodbye. And he easily eliminates all the lizards. Activating predation, he begins to devour all the bodies on the ground, gaining another level of demonic energy. Soon after, he receives a system notification saying that the predation skill cannot be used on targets protected by Gaia, and he starts to think that he's heard that name before, and remembers what happened to him in the Gaia core, and thus devours all the monster bodies, leaving only the humans. The protagonist, who already has a hack, wonders if predation can absorb the player's abilities. Soon after, reaching level 30 of demonic energy, Kangwoo is surprised by how much his demonic energy has already increased. But not just the quantity, also the quality of the energy. So, let's go raid. The protagonist can't wait for his third awakening, as he had already hunted many lizard men that day. So the protagonist went hunting until he leveled up to 20. 3 days later, he was eating kimchi soup straight from the pot and says that Alice's cooking is delicious as always. Alice asks if he's going to hunt in the portal today. The protagonist says he's going to pull an all-nighter. This protagonist is my kind of guy, staying up all night on the raid. Resting doesn't give XP, sleeping doesn't give XP. The only thing that increases is experience. Outside of a spot or a raid, it's work, because if you work, you take XP straight from the credit card. Alice finishes making the protagonist's tea and says that in a few days her class will end and she'll start hunting goblins to level up, as she's aiming to get good attributes, but the important thing is to achieve the second awakening soon. How's the protagonist doing? He's just like me, says goodnight to his buddies, and when they go to sleep, he spends the whole night leveling up. The protagonist says that Alice will succeed soon, and she beams with joy. Then Alice changes the subject and mentions that she heard rumors about the portals, that there are chaotic players, who kill lower-level players. And the protagonist says it must be baseless rumors. But he decides to be careful and wonders if he himself is the chaotic player. And in the midst of another hunt, he becomes thoughtful about what might be happening, as there were no witnesses in that area and the bodies had marks indicating they were killed by the lizard men. The protagonist thinks, if he is the chaotic player, he doesn't even need to be careful. And leveling up non-stop, the protagonist finally reaches level 20, achieving his third awakening, and immediately opens the status window to see what third ability he gained. He tests the Hellfire ability, and sees that the flames are even larger, as Gaia's seal on him has weakened even more. His face looks like mine, when I get a legendary item in a raid. Soon after, the little mouth of the evil ability brings him a magic stone, and he immediately tests the new ability, which completely absorbs the magic stone, thus gaining double the experience from a single monster. Now Kangwoo gains an A-rank attribute, Mana-Thirsty Demon, where after absorbing a magic stone, he converts magical power into demonic energy. Although the protagonist has to give up the money from selling the stones, he can level up even faster, because he knows that only the strong survive. What happens when you just leveled up? You keep leveling up. I remembered a cousin who took a month to reach level 16 in Ragnarok. And I, after playing straight for 24 hours, was already level 16. The longest I've ever managed to play a game straight was 3 days in a row, and I had to stop because I was getting a really strong headache. And the protagonist went crazy, jumping in the air, using another hack, and went to level up, Sky Authority. It creates little wings on the protagonist's butt, and he starts flying. Thinking about it, he still hasn't found the boss of that portal. The forest is very dense, and he still doesn't have much energy to use the Observation Authority skill. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying, "What are you doing?" The protagonist immediately recognizes that voice, which sounds like Taisu. Taisu was bleeding, and a guy was calling him a muscular and stupidly resilient pig. The protagonist quietly approaches from behind, observing and trying to figure out what's going on. Answer in 2 seconds. Who is that lying on the ground? 1, 2. Of course, it's our rogue. He managed to get a group. The protagonist also quickly recognizes that it's the same rogue who was looking for a group to level up. Taisu asks the two in front of him why they are attacking members of their own group. And the green-haired one says that his voice is annoying and too loud, and tells him to be careful not to attract the attention of the lizard men. It's the classic, take it quietly, Seeing the whole situation, Kangwoo figured out who the chaotic players are. And the red-haired one readies his weapon and charges at Taisu, delivering a blow so strong to the shield that Taisu is knocked back. But Taisu is a tank and won't give up so easily. The duo thinks Taisu is in the second stage, because he is very resilient. Taisu gathers his strength and says he won't lose, that it won't be so easy to defeat him, and uses a block skill. Have you ever played as a tank with a lot of block? Once I played a game called Granada Espada, where my tank, with all buffs activated, had an 87% chance to block. I was there, in Gina, on the 3rd floor of Hell, facing Guerrero. Oops, I got sidetracked again. Let's get back to our story. Red-haired guy wants to attack Taisu and kill him. However, the green-haired guy back there warns that they can't kill the group, only injure them. The protagonist, hearing the duo's conversation about not being able to kill them, is left confused about what's really happening. The protagonist ended up there, in that place, purely out of curiosity. So he's unsure whether to help the group or not. But then the red-haired guy starts emanating an energy that the protagonist knows very well. Kangwoo becomes curious and comes out of his hiding spot, because the red-haired guy is emanating demonic energy. The protagonist starts wondering who these guys are. The red-haired guy asks the protagonist, who is he? And Kangwoo says he was just passing by. The green-haired guy says that the protagonist is very unlucky, because he saw what they were doing and now they have to eliminate him. Taisu recognizes the protagonist and calls Kangwoo by name. However, the duo knows they can kill the protagonist, who won't cause any trouble for them. With a smirk on his face, the red-haired guy prepares to attack, and the protagonist thinks that it's the first time in a long time he's felt this kind of energy from a person. Taisu yells for the protagonist to get out of there, but it's too late, because the red-haired guy is already on top of the protagonist delivering his blow, and the protagonist just gives a light slap to the red-haired guy's face. The green-haired guy is in shock at the size of the slap. And there it is, a body lying on the ground. The red-haired guy is confused about what happened, and the green-haired guy didn't even see what happened. Again, the same thing happening, the enemy in front and the guy looking back. When the red-haired guy went to say that something was wrong, he already gets a, "Get out of the way, Satan."
And also, "Get out of the way, Satan."
And Taisu is left not understanding the protagonist's monstrous strength, and Kangwoo starts channeling a spell. The green-haired guy saw that things are going to go wrong and runs forward, trying to help his companion. And the protagonist, with a Saitama-like look, turns and uses the authority of destructive void on the green-haired guy. What kind of magic was that? Sent the green-haired guy so far that he hit a tree. If you notice, the green-haired guy changed to blue-haired. He took such a hard hit that even his hair color changed. The red-haired guy was already bleeding from the nose, with just 2 taps. The protagonist lifts him by the hair and says he wants to ask something. Where did he get that demonic energy from? The red-haired guy is surprised that the protagonist knows about the demonic energy and calls the protagonist a jerk. You already know what's going to happen, right? The protagonist starts smashing the red-haired guy's head on the ground, until he breaks the ground with the red-haired guy's face. And the protagonist says, "I'm the one who asks the questions, you just answer." And the protagonist asks again, "Where did you get that demonic energy?" And the red-haired guy says he can't talk. Little does he know that the protagonist has a truth hack. The protagonist uses the Terror Authority skill, the same one he used on the blonde guy. And the demon Oroba scares him so much that he immediately says it was the guild master. After that, the green-haired guy, who isn't dead yet, tells Theo to shut up. Theo is the name of the red-haired guy. The green-haired guy yells, asking if Theo has gone crazy. And the protagonist starts casting a spell, and launches it straight into the green-haired guy's chest. After taking one like that to the chest, even I wouldn't come back alive. The protagonist asks, "What did the guild master do and what's the name of the guild?" And Theo responds that the name of the guild is Andres. And he said that the guild master gave this power through rituals. And Kangwoo asks, "What kind of rituals?" And Theo tries to resist answering, but the pressure from Oroba's increases. And when he's about to answer, things start to get strange. his body starts to contort, his bones break, his internal organs explode, and he dies in a waterfall of ketchup. And the protagonist realizes that they had a device that would kill them if they tried to say anything. And so the protagonist saves his acquaintances and the rogue. The rogue wakes up startled, and Taisu introduces their savior to the rogue. Taisu thanks him, because if it weren't for Kangwoo, he wouldn't be alive right now. Taisu says he thought Kangwoo was a beginner player. Everyone, including the rogue, thanks Kangwoo for saving them. And Taisu, smiling, says, "That's why people need to have many friends." Taisu picks up his phone to report the incident to the Vahan squad, and inform them about the possibility of the Andra Guild members being the Chaos players. The protagonist asks, "Who is the Vahan squad?" Taisu responds that it's a squad of government players. The protagonist asks Taisu not to do that, and says he wants to deal with the Andres Guild personally. Taisu kneels and promises eternal loyalty to the protagonist. The protagonist looks and sees a similarity between Taisu's actions and Balsad's. For those who can subscribe, I really appreciate it, as I need your subscription and your like to motivate me, because it takes a lot of work to make these videos. If you liked it, give it a like, subscribe, and share it with at least 5 WhatsApp groups. I almost forgot, activate the bell to receive new videos. The name of the MANHWA will be in the comments, and for those who want part 5, just ask for part 5 in the comments. This is part 5, the name of the MANHWA will be in the comments. Whoever can, please support with a like and let's get into more story. Our friend Ladino thanked the protagonist very much. Just like Taisu, Ladino promises eternal loyalty, and, very moved, says that when he becomes stronger, he will help Kangwoo. The protagonist becomes curious about how Taisu managed to hold off the enemies and asks, "What's your level?" Taisu says he has advanced to the 2nd stage and has a special Class A ability. So the protagonist does the math and deduces that Taisu could become a great Class S tank. He imagines putting Alice in Taisu's group, as the group would be very strong, with a tank and a high-class healer. The protagonist heard a grunt coming from the trees. Can you guess what's happening? That's right. Green-haired guy woke up. He didn't die. He was just napping. And the protagonist grabs him by the neck to ask some friendly questions and tells him not to lie, because if he does, he'll regret it. The protagonist asks how he gained the demonic energy, and green-haired guy, lying, says he doesn't remember, and gets a light kick to the face. And the protagonist asks, "Now, do you remember?" Green-haired guy says he remembered and that he was ordered to take them alive to use them as sacrifices. Then the protagonist gets an idea, gives a very mischievous smile, and says with a sinister look, "If you don't want to die, you're going to have to help me with something." The scene changes. Green-haired guy is carrying a giant suitcase and then approaching white-haired guy. Kang Cheol-ho is the name of the green-haired guy, but I prefer to call him green-haired guy. White-haired guy asks green-haired guy, "Where is red-haired guy? Didn't you go hunting for sacrifices together in a B-rank portal?" And white-haired guy continues asking, "Why did he take so long and why does his face look like that?" And green-haired guy says that red-haired guy died. White-haired guy is shocked. "What do you mean he died? There's no way to die in a D-rank portal, since you guys are much stronger." Green-haired guy hands over the sacrifice and says that's what happened. And white-haired guy says there's no way he could have died, because there are only noogs in the 2nd awakening in that portal. Green-haired guy explains that there was a high-level player there in that portal. White-haired guy grabs the suitcase and then opens it to see the sacrifice inside. And the proto is pretending to be all injured, with blood, that, I don't know whose. I think it's from the green-haired guy, all over his head. White-haired guy says it's better this way, because he won't have to share the sacrifice with red-haired guy and green-haired guy can keep all the demonic energy for himself. Green-haired guy, shouting, says he doesn't want the sacrifice and that white-haired guy can keep it, then runs away. White-haired guy thought he was running because the death of red-haired guy had affected him a lot, not knowing that green-haired guy was running to save his own life. And so, the trap is set. White-haired guy brought the suitcase inside. Inside the demon cult sanctuary, everyone was already in place waiting for the sacrifice, and white-haired guy tells the cult leader that the plans were disrupted by a high-level player and that red-haired guy was killed. The group leader asks, "And what about the sacrifice?" And when the white-haired guy opens the suitcase, everyone shouts, "Oh, great immortal Andres!" And the protagonist is placed on the altar for the sacrifice. The protagonist is a good actor and remains still, motionless. The cult leader says, "Since the owner of the sacrifice isn't here, I'll take it. Let the ceremony begin." At the foot of the altar, there's a chest full of energy stones, and the leader asks the guy to pick a really big stone. The cult leader starts the ritual by breaking the energy stone, and there's a burst of power rays everywhere. The broken magic stone begins to melt and rises towards the ceiling, opening a spatial rift, and demonic energy starts pouring out of the rift. Their method of collecting demonic energy is like this. All the demonic energy comes out of the rift and enters the body of the sacrifice, causing it to explode. And whoever drank the blood of the sacrificial victim will retain the demonic energy. And the protagonist pretends to be suffering in great pain, and the cult leader is pleased, increasing the level of demonic energy within the protagonist so that he dies overflowing with demonic energy, raising the level to 3 times and then to 5 times. The protagonist is putting on an act. He screams even more. The cult leader gets excited and increases it to 10 times, 15 times, 17 times, 20 times, 30 times. And the protagonist starts using the predator ability on the energy. The cult leader doesn't stop, and increases it to 40, 50 times the level of demonic energy within the protagonist. Only later does he realize that something is wrong and wonders why the sacrifice doesn't stop absorbing the demonic energy. The cult leader shouted for the protagonist to stop absorbing the demonic energy, and Kangwoo devoured everything, down to the last particle. Right after, the protagonist sits down and says that his demonic energy increased by 20 points all at once. And the protagonist asks the cult leader if there's a way he can do that thing he just did again. Just one more time. The cult leader gets furious and tries to attack the protagonist. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, just dodges. The cult leader gets even more nervous and throws several fireballs at the protagonist. The protagonist tanks everything, activating another very overpowered ability, Authority of the Impenetrable Fortress. Seeing that he won't be able to win, he asks for help from his followers. The protagonist pulls out a Tramontina and slices the first, second, and third, and tells all the others to get out of there, because they are useless. The cult leader gets furious and summons the infernal flame Andres. The protagonist sees that, turns his face, and starts laughing with his back turned. Turning to the cult leader, the protagonist shows what the true infernal flame Andres is like. The typical, mine is bigger than yours scenario. The cult leader makes a weasel-like face and is paralyzed and astonished. The protagonist smiles, because he is far superior to anyone else there in that place. With his butt clenched, the cult leader immediately kneels and calls the protagonist Master. He tells all his followers to kneel before the manifestation of the great Andres. The protagonist smiles, because he knows the cult leader is just pretending, that the cult leader thought quickly and pretended to recognize Kangwoo as the great Andres. Kneeling, the cult leader asks for one more chance. The protagonist says he wants to speak with him alone and tells him to send his subordinates away. The protagonist asks what the cult leader's name is. Ju Deok Yoon, he said. We will call him Deok, as it's much easier to say. Deok begins to speak, "Oh great Lord Andres." And the protagonist immediately tells him to stop the nonsense, as he knows that Deok knows the protagonist is not an. Now you know that I know you know. Now that you know that I know you know. Stop with this nonsense. Du asks Prota, "Who are you?" And Prota says he's the one who asks the questions here, with an intimidating look. He asks how he managed to do that and where he learned to use a magic stone to open a dimensional rift. And trembling, he said he received it when he was evangelized. Du tells him he was evangelized by a man wearing a demon mask. That this man promised him eternal life in exchange for following the Church of the Demon. The masked man told him, "Accept or die." So he accepted. Quite the argument, this masked man, don't you think? And Prota asks who this masked man was. It gave. He said he didn't hear, because the man didn't remove the mask and that he only communicates by letter, and hands a letter to Kangwoo. The protagonist, using Oroba, gives 3 instructions to do. First, to investigate the demonic cult. Second, not to perform any more rituals. And third, never to speak of what happened there. Kangwoo breaks the scepter with which to perform the ritual. Later, he returns home and Alice is very worried about him, because she called him 22 times and he didn't answer. Alice saw that everything was fine, and went to the kitchen to make kint. Alice also says that she acquired a very good rank B skill, Blessing of Light, and Kangwoo already imagines her teaming up with Tai Iso. Alice said she will become stronger to form a group with Kangwoo and finishes making a kint stew with ramen noodles. And Kangwoo, with a plate in hand, said he will protect this world so it doesn't turn into hell, so he can continue eating kint. The next day, at the player management office, Kangwoo is asking the attendant for his rank C player card. However, she said that this card is not issued immediately, because from rank C onwards, it's necessary to insert an identification device made with processed magic stone, and it takes time to be issued. Therefore, the rank C card will only be ready the next day, and so the prota leaves with nothing to do. What does an otaku do when there's nothing for him to do and he can't watch YouTube videos or read comics? Will he play video games? Of course. And Kangwoo enters an internet cafe looking like a newbie. He sits in the chair to play and immediately discovers that he can order food while playing. He thinks he's dreaming because he can eat without someone telling him to stop eating in front of the computer. Kangwoo chooses a game where an event is happening, and it seems to be the most popular game in the game. The group is made up of 5 people, where each one does their part, and he chooses to play as DPS. His party gets very angry, because instead of participating in the event, he's farming gold. Realizing that Kangwoo is a beginner noob, the insults start in the chat. Only sweet words, as you can read. Suddenly, the food that the protagonist ordered arrives, and he stands still in the game. Moments later, another warrior arrives and kills his companion, while he's standing still, in the middle of the event. Meanwhile, his party is begging him to please start moving again, promising to stop insulting him. And what did the protagonist do? He continued eating, standing still, and the beautiful and sweet insults continued. I left the insults for you to read. And how's the protagonist doing? Enjoying it. When Kangwoo looks at the game, he had been eliminated. Suddenly, he hears a loud shout saying, "Why is a noob like this in ranked?" The protagonist looks to see who was shouting, and there was a redhead, with blue eyes, very angry, asking what he was looking at. As she approaches Kangwoo, the redhead sees that he was her partner and notices that he was eating in the middle of the rank match. Right after, she tells him to get lost while she's still being nice, calling him a bastard. I remembered the woman who shot her boyfriend because he ruined a royal flush. I think she was right. Kangwoo, not understanding, asks what she's talking about, and she says, "What else would it be, you bastard?" and tries to grab our protagonist. But he's faster and dodges, even while sitting in the chair. She is startled by the dodge. Credit to the translators, because without them it would be difficult to bring this work to you. Continuing our story. And then, we see a very fast sequence of dodges. The redhead gets so angry that she uses her power to catch the protagonist. And the protagonist is so bold that even while sitting, he dodges again. Right after, he stands up to keep dodging. The redhead is left confused about what's happening because she is very high-ranking and there's a guy in front of her dodging with ease, and she looked shell-shocked when she only caught the wind and asks Kangwoo if he is from the Emer Guild. Remember that the redhead is missing an eye because the god of scribbles passed through here. The Emer Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. He said he's not in any guild, and she gets very angry, saying he's a liar. The redhead says she's in one of the 5 best guilds in the world. However, when she's about to say the name of the guild, the protagonist had already left her hanging and walked away, leaving her even more furious. Then she comes yelling at the protagonist, saying she's never heard of an A-rank player without a guild. The protagonist says he's not A-rank, but rather D-rank. She is surprised that he's a novice, and the protagonist tells her to be gentle, because he almost died when she attacked him. Shortly after, the protagonist left, leaving her very curious. The protagonist remembers that he is still weak and didn't expect to encounter someone of his level so soon. He almost couldn't dodge, and he only managed to because he hasn't lost his reflexes, just his skills. The redhead becomes curious and calls the HR of the Red Rose Guild to investigate the protagonist. Talking on the phone with Park Myung-woo, the head of HR at the Red Rose, the redhead asks for a favor since she is the leader of the Red Rose Guild. Cha Youngjinin is the name of the redhead. From now on, we'll call Cha Youngjinin the redhead to make it easier when speaking. The redhead is the leader of the Red Rose Guild, one of the 5 strongest people in Korea and consequently an S-rank player. She asks Park to investigate the protagonist because she thinks he might be from the demonic cult and mentions that he had a D-rank card, which is much easier to fake than a C-rank card, which uses a magic stone. She says she is suspicious of Kangwoo and mentioned that she doesn't know any demon worshipper with the ability to dodge her attacks, that there was definitely no one in the demonic cult with skills comparable to hers, and she thinks the protagonist could be a government agent or the cult leader. The redhead asserts that the protagonist is stronger than her. Back at the internet cafe, she sees that she has been demoted to the bronze ranking and is furious with rage, as it was all the protagonist's fault. I think she has every reason to be angry, because dropping a level, losing rank, or falling in league because of a noob can make you incredibly mad. At that moment, the protagonist thinks, I just got a sudden chill. The next day, Kangwoo is in front of the C-rank portal and reads the guide, which explains that there are trolls in that C-rank portal. The protagonist was prohibited from entering the C-rank portal because he was solo, as the troll boss had appeared, so only groups of 5 could enter. There were several people there excited to kill the troll boss, because he was worth 1,000,000 reis. However, most were scared, restless, and had a pessimistic outlook. Since Kangwoo isn't a nice guy, he decided to cause some trouble by using a bit of his demonic energy. He puts just a little bit of this energy into some people nearby. He uses a bit of the wrath power ability, and chaos ensues. The protagonist is causing trouble, spreading demonic energy to several people nearby, and everyone started getting angry. The anger burned so fiercely in their hearts that they couldn't hold back and charged at the police. The police didn't understand all that rage and let them pass through to the portal. The protagonist, taking advantage of the police's distraction, slipped through stealthily and entered the portal before everyone else. On the other side of the portal, he realized that the dungeon was a gigantic desert. Kangwoo stops and looks at his status window and had a great idea, as he had already surpassed 50 points of demonic energy and started jumping towards a very high hill. Placing his hand on the ground, he prepares to use another hack. Demon Astaroth, Power of Observation. Kangwoo is able to observe for miles, surveying the entire surrounding terrain until he finds the troll boss. At that moment, the other players appear full of rage, still under the influence of the authority of wrath, and the protagonist vanishes.
Vanished?
What a trip was that, dude?
And he leaves the small fry for those players who were just entering the portal, while Kangwoo goes straight to face the boss. Standing on a hill in front of the boss, Kangwoo begins to channel another ability and creates a spear with demonic energy. With blood in his eyes, he prepares to throw the spear with all his might, and lands one right in the boss's chest, and the boss falls dead, leaving the protagonist puzzled about what just happened. Of course, the protagonist forgot that he had increased his demonic energy by 20 levels in the previous chapter. The protagonist had 33 points of demonic energy and increased almost 100% of the power he already had. It was the first time he attacked a monster with his ability after absorbing energy from the dimensional rift. The protagonist is like me, never stops leveling up. The boss is on the ground, but there are some subordinates around. What to do? Kill them all, of course. He rolls up his sleeves, pulls out the Tramontina, and charges forward. He moves so quickly past the trolls that they didn't even see him go by. But this time, instead of tearing each of them apart, he lightly cut each troll, as he had already imbued demonic energy into the blade, which, upon contact with the trolls, caused them to explode. And it was a bloodbath. After killing several of them, Kangwoo leveled up 2 more times and gained another overpowered ability, Earth Blade, rank A ability. So, let's try out this new hack. And by letting a drop of demonic energy fall to the ground, the skill quickly spreads across the floor beneath the trolls. A troll is a troll, but it's not stupid. When they feel that energy passing under their feet, they know it's going to go bad, and each one runs for their life. However, it's already too late, and they were all sliced up. Remember that the Earth Blade ability is a combination of the Tramontina ability he already had with the Earth. It became much more effective. Now the Tramontina rises from the ground and impales whoever is on top. You know the drill, after killing, it's snack time. And the protagonist goes up 2 more energy levels, and thinks he's now leveling up in a more decent way. And the protagonist went to hunt more trolls before returning, disappeared, and set off to kill more trolls. Some time later, the other players arrived at the location where the boss was supposed to spawn, and everyone was upset because they didn't see any sign of the boss. After that, the other players return to the portal and the protagonist blends in with them. On the other side of the portal, everyone was very angry with the police, because the boss wasn't there. When suddenly, someone asks for silence and Soldier Var appears to conduct a surprise investigation. Suddenly, she appears, the commander of the 3rd unit of the Vara forces, Baek Haeoyen. Of course, I'm not going to call her by that name. She looks like an Amanda, Lays, Letitia, but I'm going to call her Bianca. For us, who are close, her name will be Bianca. Bianca is attentive to everything that is happening. What a beautiful waifu! And everyone starts to get worried and grab their IDs, and Kangwoo thinks about making a dimensional escape. But it's at this moment. Bianca appears in front of the protagonist asking for his ID. The protagonist starts to sweat nervously, thinking he might be mistaken for one of the Chaos players, and then he begins to chat with Bianca. The protagonist, looking like a love-struck fool, starts to notice how beautiful Bianca is. Kangwoo asks if she's conducting that investigation because of the Chaos players. Bianca looks surprised and finishes her inspection. Bianca gives the protagonist a suggestion, saying that since he just moved up to rank C, it's better for him to continue hunting in rank D portals. After being released, the protagonist calls Taisu and arranges to meet him later. A few days later, the protagonist, Alice, and Taisu meet at a cafe. Taisu introduces himself and asks if she is the healer that Kangwoo mentioned. Alice is even amazed by the size of the giant. After that, Taisu says that Alice and the protagonist make a lovely couple, which makes both of them feel awkward. Taisu calls Alice sister-in-law and asks if her ability is only healing. Alice is in shock over the fact that Taisu is calling her sister-in-law, and neither she nor the protagonist is denying it. Alice continues to be delighted by the fact that Taisu calls her sister-in-law, and the protagonist doesn't deny it. Alice says that her ability not only heals, but also provides buffs for agility, strength, and vitality. Taisu is amazed and says that now they just need a DPS. Taisu says he already has 2 names in mind for the group's DPS. After the meeting, the protagonist goes straight to level up, as he is very close to the next awakening. Soon after, he enters the troll dungeons and uses the all-seeing eye to find 8 groups of trolls. You know what happens next. It's Tramontinata here, and trolls falling there, with lots of XP coming in. Suddenly, the protagonist smells a very familiar scent. The smell of freshly spilled human blood. The protagonist quickly jumps to the location and sees that a C-rank group was killed instantly. Descending to the site, he sees that the group was killed with great brutality. He tries to identify who the bastard was that did it. When suddenly, he hears a noise, looks to the side, and is startled to see who committed the massacre. The protagonist exclaims, "What the hell is that?" It was a monster from the first hell. The Hellhound. Kangwoo wonders why the Hellhound is there. The Hellhound doesn't even blink and already jumps on the protagonist to kill him. The protagonist dodges and pulls out the Tramontina, which doesn't make a scratch on the monster. Immediately after, the Hound begins to channel a spell, a fireball, that kills everyone. Bang, boom, and the protagonist dodges. Is Kangwoo the king of the fireball? Did you think he would fall for that? The hound sprints to try to catch the stunned protagonist. But the protagonist is already in the air, very high. Kangwoo jumps on all the stones that are in the air. Since his blade was useless, he's going to use another skill and summons that spear he used to kill the troll, spinning the spear with all his might. If he spins it a little more, they'll fly off like a helicopter. He channels it with great force and throws it. And this time it works. The spear hits the boss. Power of the Dark Spear is the name of this skill. The monster falls, writhing in pain. The protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, as it was the first time he was pressured, and it seemed over. But not really, and the protagonist looks shocked, as the hellhound was already coming towards him at high speed. So he dodges again, and dodging once more, he almost escapes from inside the monster's mouth. The protagonist has already tried 2 spells and neither of them worked. Still in the air, he prepares a 3rd spell. When he touches the ground, he uses the power of the earth, opening a large hole in the ground, and jumping over the monster with great speed, driving a spear into the dog's forehead. The spears didn't penetrate deeply into the dog, so it's not bothered by them. The protagonist quickly jumps off the dog and shows that he knows how to land with style, without taking his eyes off the target. The protagonist is surprised that the dog is still getting up, but he comes to the harsh reality that he is still weak and has a long way to go to regain the power that was sealed. The dog starts channeling hellfire and comes at the protagonist like a rocket. When he's smiling like that, you already know a new hack is coming. Demon Baphomet. Power of 1,000, and it increases the protagonist's strength by 1,000 times. Didn't I say he's using a hack? Who do you think will win? The Hellhound or the Lord of Hell full of hacks? Kangwoo delivers a punch with the power of 1,000 to the creature's snout. Right after, the dog goes flying from the force of the blow and lands far away from the protagonist. The protagonist finds it disgusting to have to touch a creature like that. And for the first time, the protagonist thinks it would be great if he could use 2 hacks at the same time. Ready for another round of combat. The protagonist is happy, because he has often hunted these dogs in hell. The protagonist got lucky, because the dog only felt his blow now, and fell stiff. The protagonist is curious because the information window says he defeated a crack fragment and not a hellhound. The protagonist leveled up 5 times and reached the 4th awakening. And the 4th ability is also another hack he receives to hide the presence of demonic energy within him. The protagonist uses the authority of gluttony, which is the same as the authority of predation, and devours the little dog, and the protagonist made a terrifying face upon realizing that he can actually become even stronger than he was in hell. So let's go raid and level up like crazy, as if there were no tomorrow. After a tiring day of hunting, the protagonist decides to go home to eat a little. But there was someone waiting for him at the exit. And the redhead says, "Long time no see." And the protagonist says that they aren't that close, as they haven't even introduced themselves. She said they did introduce themselves, back at the internet cafe, and the protagonist remembers the conversation among the extras, where they said the redhead was one of the leaders of the 5 biggest guilds in Korea. And only now did the clueless protagonist realize why she was so strong. And the redhead starts talking about his entire life history. That he was born in 1995, is 28 years old, and was raised in an orphanage. The redhead also says that he registered as a player 3 weeks ago and has been rising monstrously since then. And she said he registered as rank F. He countered by saying that he didn't register as rank F. They were the ones who said he was rank F. The protagonist asks what she really wants, and the redhead said she wants to sponsor him as a player, and that he's probably stronger than she is. So it would be an investment. And the protagonist jokes with her, saying he thought she wanted his help to level up in that game at the land house. And she doesn't get even a little angry, and she tries to calm herself down, thinking to herself that she's a guild master, who can't get so upset for no reason. The protagonist stops joking and asks what he would gain from this sponsorship. The redhead said that he will get a free pass to enter rank A or lower portals, and if he needs help, she can recommend members of the Red Rose Guild to team up with him, and he can exchange magic stones directly at the guild without paying taxes. That she could lend him unique rank equipment or higher. However, he can take epic rank or lower equipment for free, and if he needs it, They can also provide a car and a house for the protagonist. The protagonist says that when the offer is too good, it raises suspicion and asks what he will have to do in return. The redhead said that he will have to do some tasks, but she can't say what the tasks are yet. The protagonist accepts the proposal because he has more to gain than to lose, and if the task is too difficult, he can just back out. He can't miss an opportunity like this. The protagonist asks when she will tell him what he needs to do, and the redhead tells him not to rush. Only when the time is right. The protagonist tells the redhead that he is much stronger than she imagines, and she smiles, thinking he's an arrogant bastard. Then she asks for the protagonist's phone number. The protagonist takes the opportunity to ask, when will he be able to see the equipment? The redhead replies that whenever he wants, and the protagonist says he wants to go now, because he urgently needs equipment. The redhead asks the protagonist to follow her, because they are going to her guild right now. The scene cuts to a bunch of extras asking what car that is, and everyone is fascinated by a supercar, saying it's very expensive, and the redhead is there, with her supercar, telling the protagonist to get in quickly. Inside the car, the protagonist asks how much that car cost. The redhead said she doesn't remember, because she bought it recently and doesn't even remember the price. She thinks it was 100 million won. Of course, I brought the conversion table for you. That's approximately 372,000 reis. The protagonist was looking at the car so much that the redhead said if he wanted, she could give him one of those. The protagonist calls her Nuna, which means older sister in Korean. And of course, the redhead gets a little mad and says, if he repeats it, she'll shove his face into the car's airbag. Right after, they arrived at the guild headquarters, which is a luxurious, enormous red building that didn't even fit in the picture. The building is as big as a player support center. Upon arriving at the building, the head of HR and another extra are waiting for them. The head of HR introduces himself as Park Yeon-woo. The other extra is a bit stronger, as he is the chief commander Mun Yango, whom we will call Mun, and Mun was looking at the protagonist as if he wanted to kill him. The protagonist said that their offer was very good and that he would accept it even if it were covered in poison, and Park, smiling, said that they are not such an evil guild. The redhead, of course, doesn't understand the conversation. Park said he would take the protagonist to the equipment warehouse, but the redhead said it was fine, she would take the protagonist. Now I know the big guy he's full of jealousy. Mun said he will go with the two of them. The redhead asks, why does Mun want to go with them? And Mun said he wants to see what kind of human this guy is. The redhead says whatever, that he can go with them, and the protagonist already gives that mischievous smile you all know. Arriving at the warehouse, the redhead says she can't lend the protagonist just anything, that he can take equipment up to the epic rank without having to pay for it. The redhead emphasizes that for unique or superior equipment, he will have to make a cash deposit to take it out. The protagonist asks about the legendary and mythical equipment, and the redhead said that they are using that equipment. The protagonist says he will start by looking at the unique equipment, and Mun makes a very loud noise with his sword, drawing the attention of both. Mun is furious, because the protagonist is very close to the redhead he is in love with, and Mun tells the protagonist to call the redhead ma'am, instead of using her first name. And the protagonist has a Saitama-like look, that look of not caring at all. He looks right into Mun's face, and Mun tells the protagonist again that he has to call the redhead, the guild master. The protagonist laughs in his face, and says he doesn't want to. Mun's anger grows even more, and with his sword in hand, he tries to hit the protagonist. And how is the protagonist? Calm, very calm. The redhead calls Mun by name, and he stops his sword. The redhead orders Mun to look at her, and she is clearly boiling with anger. The redhead continues talking to Mun, but he doesn't respond and keeps the sword at Kangwoo's head. The redhead said that she is the one who decides how she wants to be called, and for him not to meddle where he's not wanted. The redhead tells the protagonist that he could have gotten hurt if he kept provoking Mun. And the protagonist says, okay, fine. Mun was distant, waiting for his sword. When the protagonist calls the redhead by her first name and also calls her Nuna. Kangwoo, with a mischievous look, says he doesn't need an imported car. He needs a unique piece of equipment. The redhead said she can't give that to him now. Only after an internal meeting. The protagonist senses danger and notices something approaching rapidly from behind. It was Moon, filled with rage because the protagonist called the redhead Nuna. The protagonist dodges the punch and looks at Moon's face, who is drawing his sword and coming with full fury to strike the protagonist. Moon is in shock at what happened. The redhead, with a psychopathic look, stops his strike with one hand. She asks Moon if he has already forgotten what she just said, and throws his sword aside. The redhead, with a lot of anger in her heart, orders Moon to get out of her way now. The redhead apologizes to the protagonist, and says that this shouldn't have happened, and also assures that it won't happen again. She asks what unique equipment the protagonist needs. The protagonist says he needs a chest plate. And Moon said to the protagonist, what does he think of the chest plate he's wearing? It's a unique item. If the protagonist beats him in a duel, he can keep the chest plate. The redhead becomes furious and goes after Moon, telling him to get out of there. The protagonist steps in front of her and asks her to calm down, saying that the duel is a good proposal, since he won't have to pay for the chest plate. The redhead says that Moon is level 67. The protagonist says to trust him, that it's all right, since Moon wants to give him something for free, he accepts. And then we have a flashback of when the redhead saved Moon, and that's why he swore eternal loyalty to the redhead and also his heart. The redhead says that Kangwoo might die, but he is waiting for his unique equipment. The scene cuts to the duel room, and the two are getting ready for the fight. The redhead whispers to Kangwoo that what he's doing is madness, and the protagonist is there, warming up, and warming up. I don't even need to say that this is the protagonist's secret. A lot of warming up with some hacks. Moon says he'll let the protagonist hit freely for the first 3 seconds. Only after that will he start to fight back. The protagonist is smiling, and asks if he got that part from a Marvel script. The protagonist tells the big guy to stop acting tough and just grab his sword. However, Moon says he has no intention of going all out against a rookie. And the protagonist says, since that's the case, and starts channeling energy into his feet, and the redhead already senses something different. And the protagonist activated the hack, Speed Authority, and charged at Moon, delivering a direct kick to Moon's chest. I think Moon felt a little bit of pain. Moon falls to the ground, and the redhead is astonished by what happened, while Moon is left confused, thinking to himself, if it weren't for the gargoyle armor, he would have died from that hit. And Moon draws his sword, and everyone is shocked, because the protagonist has only been a player for 3 weeks. The protagonist, with a devilish look, asks Moon, weren't you going to give me 3 seconds? Moon, in a lot of pain and drooling, asks the protagonist what trick he's using. The protagonist says it's not a trick at all, he's just stronger than Moon. The protagonist tells Moon that it wasn't foolish of him to give the first 3 seconds of advantage to someone he doesn't even know. The protagonist is laughing at Moon and says it was foolish of him to give an advantage in a duel. And also, Moon was boasting, thinking he was a rookie. The protagonist laughs even louder and says that Moon thinks it was a trick because it didn't happen the way he imagined the fight would go. The protagonist stops smiling, gets serious, and says, now that's enough, you pathetic loser. Moon grits his teeth in anger and looks to the side, seeing the redhead he likes watching the fight. Moon grabs the sword with great anger and prepares to attack. He raises the sword and starts to speak. By the power of Grayskull. Oops, he didn't say that. No. That's another story. Moon says, Celestial Killer Sword, and creates a gigantic sword of energy. Moon looks at the protagonist and is confused as to why the protagonist is laughing at him. The protagonist starts mocking Moon because the name of his skill is very cliché. The protagonist says that if it were him, he would be embarrassed to say the name out loud. Moon gets even angrier and prepares to attack, leaping at the protagonist. The protagonist focuses because he knows Moon is not weak and prepares another hack, Authority of Darkness. And he starts spreading a black shadow on the ground towards Moon. The redhead girl yells at Moon, thinking he was going to kill Kangwoo. With the sword nearing his head, the protagonist has only one thing to say, how stupid Moon is. He begins to enter the shadow on the ground. The protagonist disappears and then reappears behind Moon, so quickly that not even a millisecond has passed. Only the redhead girl saw what happened. Moon is left wondering where the protagonist went, when suddenly, the protagonist taps him on the shoulder and says, "You lost, idiot!" The protagonist uses another hack, Wave Authority, and emits a shockwave, throwing Moon against the wall with great force. It even looked like a Kamehameha. Did he die? No, he didn't die. No! He's moving his hand. The protagonist approaches the redhead girl and says, "Didn't I tell you I was stronger than you imagined?" The redhead girl said that Moon will be expelled from the guild and apologizes to the protagonist for what happened. The protagonist, all smiles, says he's fine because he got what he wanted. The protagonist smiles because the armor is better than he imagined. Kangwoo gets serious and looks at the guild master and says, "If this happens again, I will reconsider our relationship." Kangwoo says that this item is too big for him. If there's a way to adjust it, the redhead girl says there is, and tells him to put it on the table. Shortly after, the protagonist says he has to leave to take care of some things. Then the protagonist says goodbye to the redhead girl and leaves. He also says that he will pick up the breastplate after it has been adjusted to his size. The redhead girl, who is pondering whether the protagonist is human or not, because he defeated Moon as if he were a weak E-rank monster. The redhead girl thinks, if the protagonist continues to grow, he could become a world ranker. World rankers are the strongest players in the world. There is no Korean player who is a world ranker. The strongest player in Korea, Baek Kan-hyun, had potential, but even he couldn't become a world ranker. If you've made it this far, and haven't liked the video, Clytinho, the troublemaker, will get you. And if you've made it this far, and haven't subscribed, Jubilee Regatta will crush you. I promise to bring only high-quality works for you. If anyone wants part 6, just write in the comments, and I'll bring part 6. You asked for part 6, so here is part 6. We see the protagonist looking at his status window, and noticing that his demonic energy isn't rising as quickly as before. The protagonist knows this happens because his demonic energy is very high. From now on, the protagonist will have to work much harder to increase each level of demonic energy. If you look closely, the amount of demonic energy the protagonist has is as if he were at the 6th awakening. The protagonist is calm because he has achieved one of his goals, which is to become strong and not die easily. The protagonist decides to meet with Alice and Taisu. The next day, at the D-rank portal, they meet. The protagonist tells Taisu to speak more quietly. The protagonist is surprised to see the two people Taisu had recruited for the group. The protagonist thought Kim was very handsome. Taisu introduces the boy as Kim, and the child is Chloe, and the protagonist continues to think that Kim is very handsome. Chloe immediately gets annoyed with Taisu, and says that she is not a child and throws a tantrum. Chloe tells Taisu that he looks about 40 years old. 40 years old? Exclaims Taisu, devastated by Chloe's words. The protagonist asks what their rankings are and their characteristics. Chloe, enchanted by Alice's beauty, asks to take a picture with her. Meanwhile, Taisu is brooding over what Chloe said to him, that he looks like he's 40 years old. Chloe says she's going to make her friends jealous, and will post it on social groups and also in the community tab here on the channel. The protagonist thinks that Chloe resembles Taisu, that she is a Taisu 2.0. Suddenly, Kimmy talks to the protagonist and says it's a pleasure to meet him and introduces himself as Kim Cheyenne. So we will call him Kimmy, because if I call him Cheyenne, I'll be reminded of that Busta one. Kimmy tells the protagonist that not long ago, he awakened an A-rank trait and says that he is of the warrior type, and mentions that Chloe is of the mage type, with a B-rank trait. The protagonist thought that Kimmy speaks formally, is very polite, and also very perceptive. The protagonist knows that Kimmy is an exceptional talent, because he awakened an A-rank ability. During his second awakening, Taisa asked the protagonist what he thought of the duo he met. The protagonist said they seemed trustworthy. The protagonist analyzes the group and thinks it's very good because it has a short-range damage dealer and a long-range one. And it also has a very strong tank and an exceptional healer. The protagonist says that this is the ideal 4-person group and mentions that the composition is not the only good thing, but also that in this group there are 2 players who acquired A-rank skills during their second awakening and 2 others who acquired B-rank skills during their second awakening. The protagonist tells the group that he will accompany them on today's hunt. The protagonist says he wants to see what they are doing wrong in order to fix the group. So, off to the portal. The scene shifts to D-rank trolls, drooling and charging at the group with all their rage. I just don't understand why there's a masked troll. After that, we see Taisa crushing the trolls with his large shield. I've used many skills that not only knock down, but also stun. The trolls can't get up, and immediately the mage uses lightning thunder, which is a very powerful skill, thus annihilating the fallen trolls. The mage had just cast her skill, and hearing a noise, she looks back and sees a horde of trolls quickly approaching, and at the same moment, she shouts for Taisu to help her. "Let's run!" Taisu quickly goes to the mage's aid, and turns on the spotlight of his shield, blinding the driver coming towards him. Oops, blinding the trolls. Alice prepares the light energy skill and strengthens all the tank's attributes, giving him Deca, Durateston, and Trembolone. Then Alice does what I thought was unthinkable. She uses her staff as a bow. I've never seen a staff turn into a bow like that. I've seen a staff transform into a bow, and then the person use the bow. Alice shoots arrows at all the trolls. Taisu, being very pumped and full of hormones in his body, can't stand still and sprints towards the trolls. Taisa looks like he took 15 scoops of pre-workout. Moments later, Kimmy comes in slicing through all the trolls with ease. Taisa says that Broda is very good, but Kimmy is not far behind. Taisa asks if Kimmy learned fencing before becoming a player, and Kimmy says yes. Taisu asks the protagonist if he thinks that group is amazing. Kangwoo is still analyzing each member's movements, and says he will mention some things they need to change. And he answers Taisu's question, saying that the group is not amazing. And everyone who is already feeling confident is perplexed by the protagonist's opinion. The first to be evaluated is Taisu. The protagonist points out that Taisu is a good tank, but he is focused on attacking with his enormous physical strength, unnecessarily wasting stamina. The protagonist says that Taisu is a tank, so he only needs to block and draw the monster's attention, and that is more than enough for a tank. Now it's Alice's turn. Alice is startled and starts trembling and sweating in anticipation of what the protagonist will say. The protagonist says that a very good thing she did was to reinforce Taisu, because a healer must always think about keeping the tank's health high. As for the negative part, the protagonist didn't like it when Alice stopped healing to attack the enemies, becoming a target for even more enemies, because the healer is already a natural target for enemies, making the tank's job even more difficult. Alice apologizes, as she didn't know she was aggravating the monsters. Have any of you ever played as a healer? I played Warhammer Online once, where I created a character specialized in healing and buffs, and one of the healing spells only activated when your friend was at 10% health. It was a lot of shouting, something like Ilmanda, Ilmanda. Ananda was the name of my character. My squad knew they couldn't curse at me, otherwise they'd be left without healing. The protagonist says that's Alice's only problem, and turns to talk to Chloe, who, being very energetic, introduces herself immediately. The protagonist says Chloe made a mistake when she used a powerful spell to kill enemies that were already down, when she should have used that spell on the 5 trolls that appeared behind her. Chloe needs to pay more attention on the battlefield. The protagonist gives Chloe a tip, telling her to reduce her electric attack power, as a small amount of lightning is enough to paralyze the monsters, and leave them for Kimmy to kill, since Kimmy is the group's main damage dealer and she is the secondary damage dealer. Chloe isn't upset with the protagonist and says she understood the tips. Now it's Kimmy's turn. The protagonist says that he was perfect. The protagonist thinks to himself that Kimmy was incredible. It's as if he has 10,000 years of experience. And everyone looks at Kimmy in admiration. Kangwoo calls the group to venture deeper into the forest to put into practice what he just taught. And then it's a complete massacre of the trolls, with each one doing their part. The protagonist says that they managed to understand and are doing very well. Out of nowhere, a monster appears that catches the protagonist's attention, and he immediately thinks that it's not a troll. And a demonic wolf is approaching with devilish eyes, drooling hatred and smelling of death. And how's the situation? The wolf instantly jumps on the tank, and the protagonist draws his Tramontina to help them, but is surprised by Kimmy, who advances and cuts the monster. Kimmy tells everyone to run, does a roll, lands on his feet, and is ready for another attack. This Kimmy is fierce, and quickly channels mana into his sword for an even stronger attack. Kimmy slashes the belly of the demonic wolf. What happens when you turn your back on the enemy? And also the satanic Mies. You get a Deca critical attack, of course. The boss is so fast that before Kimmy hits the ground, it already launches an attack to kill him. Authority of divine power. The protagonist activates another hack and delivers a serious punch to the boss, driving the wolf's head into the ground. The boss was like a pig being slaughtered, trembling and agonizing. And once again, the protagonist receives in his status window that he killed a fragment of the rift, and the name of the demonic wolf does not appear. The protagonist helps Kimmy to stand up and asks if he can stay on his feet, and Kimmy says he can. The others, who didn't help at all, arrive shortly after asking if they are okay. Kimmy said he could stand, but soon fell with wobbly legs. Taisa says he expected the protagonist to kill the boss, but was surprised it was with just one punch. Everyone keeps praising Kimmy, saying he's amazing. And the protagonist becomes even more curious about who Kim is. The protagonist thinks that Kim is abnormally powerful. Taisu helps Kim walk, but the giant is so tall that he lifts Kim off the ground. The protagonist quickly offers to help Kim, but with other intentions, as he knows that Kim is excessively strong and that this cannot be considered a natural talent. Hiding his demonic aura, the protagonist uses the authority of observation to see Kim's status. Look at the protagonist's face just taking a peek, but upon reading Kim's status, the protagonist is surprised. Kim gained an SSS rank ability at his first awakening, descendant of the martial god, and the title of the chosen one. Kim is the hero born with the destiny of being the world's guardian, and the protagonist keeps wondering, who is this guy? But the protagonist knows who he is. Kim is destined to be the protagonist of this world. Credit to the translators. The soul of the martial god, Cheon Taewon, resides within Kim, and the protagonist becomes worried because he is a demon king, and Kim is the only person in this world who can defeat him when he regains all his power. The protagonist has an idea of how to resolve this, as he also cannot let the opportunity of having someone as rare as Kim slip away. First, the protagonist thinks about doing like the redhead, who tried to buy the protagonist's friendship and commitment with money. However, the protagonist knows that this might not work, because Kim might not be swayed by money, which could result in the protagonist having a very powerful enemy against him. The protagonist also cannot place his faith in friendship, as he knows that friendships can be broken. In this case, the protagonist already knows what to do and gives an evil smile. Taisa asks why Kim didn't join a big guild, and mentions that the mere guild is recruiting, and Kim shudders upon hearing this. Everyone notices that Kim didn't like it when the mere guild was mentioned, and Kim says he doesn't want to talk about it. Moments later, everyone leaves the portal. Already outside, the protagonist tells Alice that he won't be going home with her because something urgent has come up and he needs to take care of it. Kangwoo says that they just called and he needs to go. The protagonist says goodbye to Alice and tells her she can have dinner first. When Alice leaves, the protagonist smiles maliciously. The scene shifts to Kim looking at his phone and waiting for the bus, when suddenly, the protagonist appears wanting to tell him something very important. The protagonist says it's something private and they need to go to a more secluded place, leading Kim to a dark alley. Kim smiles at the protagonist when suddenly, the protagonist punches the warrior in the stomach and, grabbing him by the shirt, throws him to the ground with all his strength. Kim was on the ground trying to understand what was happening. However, the protagonist puts his knee on the warrior's chest, who screams in pain. The protagonist tells Kim that this is just a precaution. The protagonist, with the strangest face in the world, says he wants to be a true companion to Kim. Kim says that this is looking bad. The protagonist channels his demonic energy into his hand and plunges it into Kim's chest, using the hack authority of subordination. Kangwoo tries to make Kim his subordinate. Kim tells the protagonist to stop, and the protagonist tells him to relax. Dominating Kim's heart, the protagonist gives him an order to forget what happened there, and tells him to live a peaceful life and level up with the other group members. The protagonist says that given the group's attributes, they will certainly be the strongest group of all. The protagonist also mentions that after Kim becomes his familiar, he will be able to use part of the protagonist's power. When the protagonist withdraws his hand from Kim, the mark of subordination appears. Kim wakes up startled, not knowing what happened, and says he swore he was at the bus stop, not knowing how he ended up there. Looking at his phone, Kim discovers that an hour has passed since the bus stop. Still feeling something strange, Kim thinks it was the fight with the monster that made him faint. Kim almost cries, thinking he is very weak, and says he needs to get stronger to cut off the head of the vice leader of the Mir Guild, who, judging by the last name, seems to be Kim's brother. Moments later, the protagonist says, "It worked!" And we see Kim, still staggering, coming out of a dark alley. The protagonist is observing his status window where it says that Kim Chi-hoon will be registered as a familiar. Yeah, I guess the warrior turned into a pet. The protagonist thinks that Kim can evolve enough to reach Boson's level. When the bus left, Deok calls the protagonist and says he has good information, because today he found traces of demonic energy. Deok told the protagonist that this demonic energy doesn't seem to have been left on purpose. So, it shouldn't be from a human, but rather, from a demonic beast. The protagonist asks, "Where did you find this energy?" Deok replied that it was in a B-rank portal. Did you understand the name of the place? Me neither. The protagonist licks his lips, thinking he's going to kill and devour another strong monster from hell, which might be a beast from the second level of hell, and hopes to greatly increase his level with this. The protagonist takes a train that will take him to the place where the portal is located. On the train, the protagonist feels uncomfortable because it's very crowded and he had to stand. The protagonist says he will ask the redhead for a car once he's done with this monster. As he gets off the train, the protagonist hears two extras talking about the ban entering the portal because a mutant monster appeared inside. At the portal, all the hunters were annoyed because they were prevented by the guards from entering the portal. Suddenly, a voice over the loudspeaker tells everyone that the portal is restricted because a mutant monster has already killed 10 hunters, and they still haven't identified anything about the monster. The protagonist believes it's a hellish mutant monster and gets very excited. The reporters were asking so many questions that a soldier ended up saying the mutant looked like a lion, and the protagonist immediately thought the mutant must be a boar, becoming even more interested. The boar is one of the strongest predator monsters of the second hell. This beast has 5 legs and resembles a lion. Its favorite snack is the first hellish boss that the protagonist faced. This boss has a peculiar characteristic. After eating 5 victims, it becomes satiated and goes to sleep, becoming passive unless attacked. When the protagonist was weak, he often hid from this boss. The protagonist starts laughing because he knows this time it will be easy. He plans to give 5 people to the mutant to eat, and after the monster is asleep, the protagonist will kill it. Kangwoo calls the redhead and informs her that he was blocked at a B-rank portal and asks for her help to get in. The redhead, who is warming up to start lifting weights, says she will help him, but she will need his help with something worse than what's in that portal. The redhead asks the protagonist to hand his phone to the soldier because she will authorize his entry. Moments later, the soldier hands the phone back to the protagonist and says he is authorized to enter, leaving everyone curious about who the protagonist is. 6 extras from the Mirror Guild said that if the Red Rose's protagonist can enter the portal, they can too. The spear-wielding extra asks the protagonist where his group is, and the protagonist, after analyzing the spear wielder's equipment, smiles and says he came alone. Then, all the members of that Mirror Guild group start criticizing the protagonist, saying that a few days ago they were hunting in a C-rank portal, and that this portal here is not as easy as the C-rank portal. And to make matters worse, the blue-haired guy said that people like the protagonist are the ones most likely to die. Well, knowing the protagonist as we do, we can say he's a dead man walking. Blue-haired guy asks why the protagonist isn't saying anything, and if by any chance the protagonist has turned into a chicken. Blue-haired guy, teasing the protagonist, says he doesn't need to go in there alone, like a rabbit ready to die, and invites the protagonist to join his group. The protagonist says that the blue-haired guy is being very nice to him, and he agrees to go with his group through the portal, since the protagonist was afraid to enter the portal alone. The protagonist, in his thoughts, starts counting, and I left it for you to read, and each member of the Mirror group has negative thoughts about the protagonist, and he's just counting how many victims for the boar. The protagonist knows that 5 victims are needed for the boar to be satisfied. Including the blue-haired guy, there are 6 victims. 1 extra victim, just in case. The protagonist smiles diabolically. In chapter 38, we see the blue-haired guy plotting with the vice leader of the Mirror Guild to humiliate the protagonist in public. The blue-haired guy didn't expect the protagonist to play dumb and join their group. And so, 2 rival guilds come together to kill a boss. The blue-haired guy and the other members of the Mirror Guild, reluctantly, head to the portal with the protagonist. The blue-haired guy is planning to do something nasty against the protagonist, and the protagonist is also planning horrendous things against everyone in the Mirror Guild group. Malice is repaid with malice, and murderous intent with an even greater murderous intent. Credits to the creators of the work. Switching the scene to inside the portal, the protagonist, still pretending to be clueless, asks the members of the Mirror Guild if they are going to kill the monster together. This portal is different from the others because it resembles a maze and has narrow alleys. The blue-haired guy asks if the protagonist is stupid and says there is no group, that the protagonist is alone. The extras continue to humiliate the protagonist, as does the Red Rose Guild. Let me summarize the Mirror Guild. The leader is the patriarch of the Kim family. He owns an electronics conglomerate, and 5 years ago, when the portals opened, Kim Jae-hyun and his eldest son awakened together. The leader of the Mirror Guild is a world-ranked player. It's time to start the mischief. The roadmap has begun. Using the observation hacker, the protagonist tries to locate the boss. The protagonist discovers that the boss is on their side, behind the wall. The boar was wide awake and very hungry. The protagonist already knows what to do to attract the boss, and plans to spill a lot of blood. The protagonist uses a new hack, Authority of Temptation. This ability attracts the monsters with what they like the most, and everyone starts to smell something very good coming from inside the dungeon. The boss goes crazy with that smell and heads towards them at high speed. All the extras, sensing the boss's presence, prepare to fight. Spot the differences. Where is the protagonist? Blue hair tells the protagonist to stay put, because that mutant is theirs alone. The boss is coming at high speed, but the protagonist manages to find a moment to tease blue hair. I've seen insults before. Sometimes you insult the guy's mom, the guy's dad, the guy's grandma, the guy's great-grandma. But I've never seen an insult like this. The protagonist calls the guy a bastard, driver of Ice Sky trucks. Blue hair couldn't believe what the protagonist had said and tells the protagonist to repeat it. The protagonist says that bastards like blue hair are the first to die of fear. That scene was so good that I would say this in the protagonist's place. You're the damn driver of the Ice Sky truck. You already know. Boss in front, and the leader turned away, distracted. Everything is set to go wrong. And Blue Hair didn't even have time to see what had happened. An extra had already turned into a skewer. The extra who turned into a skewer is still alive, writhing in pain. So, count with me how many are going to die. One's already gone, and the boss is getting ready to have his snack. The protagonist is also going to help count. Blue Hair recovers from the shock and organizes the group to try to get the extra out of the creature's mouth. Blue Hood shoots an arrow at the boss's head, but the boss is so fast, it seems to have teleported. The boar jumps on all the columns with its prey in its mouth at high speed. The boss was like a dog when you try to take food out of its mouth, growling, staring at you, and chewing. Meanwhile, Blue Hair is bravely telling his group to hold their position. 2. Another extra is gone. The creature's speed is sinister. In the most impolite manner in the world, the boss hasn't even finished eating, and already has another one in its claws. And how is Blue Hair? Just trying to keep up with the boss, uselessly. The boss starts chewing the second extra. Let's see if this time it has manners. And the protagonist is there counting. Blue Hair prepares to attack the boss with his tuned spear, and gives the boss a mega shock, preparing a combined attack with the other two group extras. 2 more are gone at the same time. Now, that's more like it. Blue Hair is starting to feel the terror of facing a hungry boar. The boar's lack of manners when eating is sinister. 2 at the same time. I bet Mama Boar taught him, and he didn't learn. Oh right, I even forgot about little Blue Hat. Look at him sitting there, scared out of his wits. He must be pretending to be a plant. Little Blue Hat got one of those types of fear. The paralyzing fear. And the protagonist continues counting. 3, 4. Blue Hair prepares his final blow and gathers all his strength. However, the boss is finishing his skewers and already eyeing his next snack. This boss is just like me when I was in elementary school, grabbing a plate of food at school and then eating at the end of the line to go back for seconds and thirds. Blue Hair is flying towards the boss with his final attack and delivers the attack. Instant thunder on the boss. The boss spins and kicks Blue Hair, throwing him against the wall with great force. Blue Hair, who still hasn't died, broke 72 ribs, 3 cervical vertebrae, and 18 legs. When Blue Hair is reborn in the Ice Sky, he will either die again from the damage he took from the boss, or be born completely broken. Blue Hair decided to open his eyes, but the terror is right in front of him. Blue eyes, mouth salivating, and another skewer to the count. Wow. Luckily the protagonist remembered, because I had already forgotten the count. Everyone died. The Marauder's map is finished. Poorly done. If you didn't die, leave a like, subscribe, and share, and also send it on WhatsApp to your grandma. Remember that the video isn't over. There's one more chapter. The boss is there, eating the last extra, and Red Hair is knocked out in front of him. The boss continues to be rude, letting food scraps fall from his mouth. Since you can't waste food, the boss picks up the food from the floor and eats it, quickly reaching a satiated state. After downing 5 plates of food, the boss goes to sleep, with a full belly. Blue Hair is standing in a very strange position. Lucky for him, the boss doesn't want anything to do with him. The protagonist, walking on top of the boss who is sleeping, explains to Blue Hair that the boss always sleeps after filling his belly. The protagonist activates 2 hacks, the power of the Black Spear and the power of Infernal Fire, merging the 2 and creating a new hack. The protagonist needs more power to kill the boar with a single strike. The protagonist is creating a new hack, writing some scripts to glitch the matrix and create a trident more powerful than the previous 2 hackers. Why have multiple powers when you can have one power that transforms into dozens of others? This authority hacker is really overpowered. The protagonist creates an S-rank ability. This new hack is transformed into an ability. The protagonist sinks the trident into the boss's skull, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, Blue-haired guy is mooning. Since you all want to see what happens, I will show it slowly. The spear goes in with full force into the boss's skull. The hit is so strong that it even breaks the boss's teeth. A very strong explosion of power happens and blue-haired guy goes flying. I think now he either dies or turns into a pancake. Now, the boss is really dead. The protagonist seems to be tired and levels up 6 times. The protagonist did say this would be easy. The protagonist reached level 40 and unlocks his 5th awakening. It's snack time. After consuming the boss, the protagonist increased his demonic energy by 7 levels, reaching level 60. The protagonist stops to check his status window and notices something new. He sees that he has met one of the 3 conditions to have a body of extreme demonic energy. The protagonist is astonished because he has never heard of this. He thinks this was copied from a martial arts novel, and an information panel appears showing that the protagonist has met the first condition, but doesn't reveal what the other 2 conditions will be. The protagonist is very excited about the possibility of becoming much stronger than he was in hell. The protagonist laughs at the possibility of becoming not just a demon king, but the demon god. Now, the protagonist confused me, because only now is he going to consume the boar. I think the author forgot that the protagonist only increases his demonic energy when he uses the authority of predation. Did the protagonist hack the author? The protagonist consumes a part of the boar, but he has to leave a piece to prove that the boss is dead. Consuming the demonic monster gives much more demonic energy than common monsters. Blue Hair decides to speak, and the protagonist realizes that he didn't die. It's time for some wickedness. Blue Hair, standing there all broken, must have forgotten that he was humiliating the protagonist. At every moment, I'm leaving some lines for you to read during the video, because I think they speak for themselves. The protagonist, holding Blue Hair's leg, says he would never kill a teammate. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells Blue Hair to calm down and asks, "Who was the bastard that ordered you to humiliate me in front of the cameras for the whole world to see?" Blue Hair takes a while to speak, and the protagonist gives a light kick to help him remember. Someone tells the protagonist, which I narrated, a light kick. Only if that was his idea of a light kick. As Blue Hair is on the verge of collapse, the protagonist quickly jumps and catches him in the air to prevent him from hitting the ground. The protagonist, pressed against Blue Hair, asks once again, "Who told you to humiliate me in front of the cameras?" Blue Hair, who isn't one to keep secrets, reveals that it was Kim Younggun, the vice leader of the Mir Guild. The protagonist still doesn't know that this vice leader is Kimmy's brother, his pet. Blue Hair even tells what wasn't asked. He says that the reason the vice leader wants to humiliate the protagonist is because of the leader of the Red Rose, as the vice leader asked her out, hit on her, and was rudely rejected. The vice leader doesn't know how to take no for an answer. The protagonist gets really pissed off because the reason is so trivial. Blue Hair, pulling a Nokia phone out of his pocket, shows the protagonist a picture of the vice leader. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thinks he is very handsome and looks a lot like Kimmy. The protagonist, still holding Blue Hair by his hair, tells him to relax, and that he accepts his apology. However, he will have to do a little favor for him. The scene changes, and we see the protagonist helping Blue Hair out of the portal. The protagonist asks for help and calls an ambulance to take Blue Hair, as he is very injured. The protagonist tells the biggest lie and says that the monster defeated all the other members of the group and Blue Hair sacrificed himself to defeat the mutant monster. The protagonist is talking and Blue Hair is asking for help. The protagonist says that Blue Hair is a hero. Blue Hair told the protagonist to run away and face the boss alone. The protagonist said he didn't run away and stayed nearby until the end. The protagonist asks Blue Hair not to exert himself, to stay quiet and rest. The reporter asks if the protagonist isn't angry with Blue Hair, because he was humiliating the protagonist in front of the cameras. The protagonist says that Blue Hair only did that to keep the protagonist's guard up, since he was entering that portal alone. The protagonist, who is a great actor, cries over what happened and says that Blue Hair is his savior and the true hero of this era. Blue Hair is the hero who never woke up. He will live in a vegetative state forever. If you liked it, and want part 7, just ask for part 7, in the comments. Don't forget to like, and share on Grandma's WhatsApp. This is part 7. The name of the manhwa will be in the comments. Leave your like and subscribe. The red-haired leader of the Red Rose Guild questions the event in the portal and keeps wondering about the player's injury. If it really was a monster that did it. Soon, the leader of the Anarai Guild, John Youngjo, appears on the scene, whom we will call Anna, since we're close. Anna asks the redhead about her rookie, the protagonist, but they soon change the subject, and start talking about the mutant monster. The redhead thinks it must have been something done by the demonic cult. Anna is worried and says it's only a matter of time before people who aren't part of the 5 guilds find out about them and believe they use humans as sacrifices. Now that the guilds have established the big 5 guilds, the world will revolt again. When Anna looks at the redhead, she is radiating a murderous aura, because she wants to eliminate all the cultists who sacrificed her friends. The protagonist enters the scene and is surprised to see 2 goddesses talking. Anna asks the protagonist if he is the rookie that the redhead recruited on her own. The protagonist says he is, but asks who this beautiful blonde talking to him is. The blonde says her name is Anna, and she is the leader of the Narai Guild, and also a friend of the redhead. The protagonist says he will excuse himself so the lady and the redhead can continue their conversation. However, Anna says there's no need and that she'll come back later. As she passes by the protagonist, Anna gives him a look and says that she introduced herself as the redhead's friend, so she shouldn't be called madam, giving him a sinister look, before leaving the protagonist and the redhead alone. The redhead hands the protagonist the rank S pass. He says that the redhead is the best. The redhead warns the protagonist not to hunt alone in rank S portals, under any circumstances. The protagonist, not knowing what the redhead wants, admits that he overheard their conversation and brings up the subject of the cult. The protagonist said that the cult is behind the appearances of the mutant monsters. The redhead confirms and says that they are insane people, who are using living humans as a kind of sacrifice and performing strange rituals. The cult's activity has increased significantly lately. They have no idea how long they have been operating or the size of this cult. The redhead says that the Red Rose Guild is cooperating with the government to hunt these people down. The protagonist questions whether the other guilds are aware of the cult. The redhead says they were the only guild to cooperate with the government and that they are not doing it for free, but rather to increase the guild's reputation, and that they will be highly rewarded for subduing the demonic cult. But she confesses that there is another reason behind it, and ends up revealing that many of the members involved in the investigation were sacrificed and that she will never let them go unpunished again. The protagonist thinks to himself about the large number of deaths the cult has already caused. The redhead exudes a murderous aura, and the protagonist thinks he can feel the killing intent just by looking at her and understands how strong a rancor is. The redhead revealed that she was thinking of asking for the protagonist's help in the subjugation when they find the demonic cult, but she doesn't know anything for sure, as they are extremely strong to be considered just a pseudo-cult, and the Red Rose Guild lacks truly strong players. The redhead, staring at the protagonist, asks him to help hunt down the demonic cult. The protagonist accepts the redhead's request to hunt the cult and says he should be loyal to her, since she has helped him so much. The redhead is surprised by the decision, smiles, and thanks the protagonist for his help. Kangwoo thanks him and thinks that he hit the jackpot, because every time he encounters the cult, he gains a lot of demonic energy. The protagonist, excited, thinks to himself again that he will gain a lot of demonic energy by encountering these people. The scene changes, and the protagonist is in his car, heading to an empty station. In Suvan, the protagonist wants to summon the strongest demon he can, and if indeed his theory about the portals and monsters being influenced by the ranks of the portals is correct, the protagonist believes that the same logic applies to the summoning ability, and the power of the demonic monsters he is able to summon should be of the same rank as the portal. That's why the protagonist goes to the strongest portal that exists to perform his summoning. The protagonist finally arrives at his destination, shows his ID, and enters the rank S portal. As soon as he enters the portal, he is surprised by the size of the place and sees a beautiful beach landscape, which enchants him. The protagonist thinks, if the summoning is a Cerberus, it will be perfect. Starting his meditation, he thinks, red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Or was it something else he thought while meditating? the protagonist, activating the feature of his fifth awakening, Master of Demonic Monsters, begins his summoning. I think, he's thinking, I've been back in this world for so long and still haven't succeeded. Look at his hand and see what he wants. Then, he starts getting pissed off because he's still a virgin otaku, and gets even more pissed. The protagonist begins by creating a rift for his summoning. It's that green crack over there. The protagonist widens his eyes just thinking it might be Lilith coming through that portal. The protagonist forms two hands of demonic energy and forces the portal open even more. The protagonist successfully creates a rift for summoning, and is startled when he opens his eyes to see that it's a huge hole instead of a simple rift. The protagonist receives a notification from the system saying that the rift is even larger due to the influence of the core of the 10,000 demons. I know that in the screenshot you're reading it says something else, but the translators definitely made a mistake. As soon as he creates the immense crack, he starts questioning why the portal is green instead of bluish. Our friend Gaia is trying to troll the protagonist, but she can't block the protagonist's connection with his summoning. The protagonist is worried, because he doesn't know where this continent of Urner is, and hopes he hasn't failed in his summoning. Let's help the protagonist with positive thoughts. It's not Lilith. It's not Lilith. It's not Lilith. When he opens his eyes, the protagonist notices that it's not Lilith. The summoning holds the protagonist in the palm of one of its hands. Do you remember that the protagonist went to summon an S-rank monster and that he tried to cheat the system by tearing open the portal with his demonic energy? So, the protagonist summoned something much greater than rank S. He summoned the daughter of the demon dragon, Kargas, the dragon hatchling Echidna, rank S, but I think she's rank SSS, whom we will affectionately call Edna. Still in Edna's hands, the protagonist notices that his dragon is injured. Moments later, the dragon completely passes through the portal, followed by strange people. The appearance of these people seems like they came out of a magic novel. Out of the rift came a dwarf, a cleric, a warrior, an archer, and a tank, from the same rift as the female dragon, leaving the protagonist confused about what's happening. I know this handwriting is better than yours, ugly handwriting otaku, and much better than mine. This squad was speaking a language that the protagonist doesn't understand. I, however, can read what's written. I don't even need a hat. The blonde guy is saying he can't believe you're watching this video and haven't liked it yet. The blonde guy is still threatening you, saying that to subscribe to this channel, just click the icon in the lower left corner of the video. And if you don't do it, he's going to change your WhatsApp lock password. Back to our story. But of course, the protagonist has Google Translate and turns on his hack. At the same moment, the protagonist uses the authoritative power of Google Translate, which allows him to perfectly understand what they are talking about. The protagonist understands when they say that the dragon is almost dying. The protagonist approaches and asks who they are, and soon the blonde man identifies himself as the third prince of the Arnon Empire, Reynold von Arnon. And the blonde guy says that anyone who hasn't liked the video can't look at his beautiful self. The protagonist is unaware of the existence of the Urner continent and the Arnon Empire. The protagonist notices that in this group of people there is an elf, a dwarf, and wonders if these guys are from another world. Looking at the beautiful and cute Edna, agonizing and almost dying, the protagonist, not wanting to lose his summon, quickly aids his dragon by using another hack, the authority of regeneration. The protagonist places his hand and begins to heal his dragon, and instantly, its wounds start to close. Prince Arnon, seeing this, shouts furiously, asking what the protagonist is doing, and orders him to stop. The blonde guy asks if the protagonist is the dragon's master. Edna thanks the protagonist for healing her. The protagonist and the dragon are conversing mentally, and Edna apologizes for her appearance. The undead man points his sword at the protagonist's neck, and questions if he is the master of the demonic dragon. The protagonist, already pissed off, doesn't even respond to the blonde guy and questions why they are trying to kill Edna. The blonde guy, filled with hatred, says it's because she is an evil demonic dragon and has brought terrible plagues and droughts to his nation, and countless citizens have died from the beast's demonic magic. You might be curious as to why I'm calling this evil dragon Edna, but you'll find out soon. Spoiler: Edna mentally tells the protagonist that it has nothing to do with her. The protagonist defends the dragon and says that the dragon told him she didn't do any of the things the blonde guy said. And the dragon said that if she could control atmospheric phenomena, she would be a divine being whom no one would ever dare to oppose. Edna says there's no reason to harm her. The protagonist removes the blonde guy's sword from his neck, and the blonde guy yells at the protagonist, saying that the only way to save his country is by killing the dragon. The protagonist becomes enraged and tells the blonde guy, "Hold your horses," and uses explosion authority on Prince Arnon. All the squad members are experienced in combat, and jump back out of the explosion's range. And so they began the fight. The protagonist, with extreme fury, warns that no matter what the beast did, it is his summoned monster and he will not let them kill it. The blonde prince calls the protagonist a demon, and the protagonist says that this time he got it right, because the protagonist is a demon king. Let the games begin. The prince, raising his sword, says, "I have the power, and nothing will stop me, and I will kill you and your dragon, for the citizens of the kingdom, for my family, for my favorite team, and for my honor." And all the extras are motivated and enthusiastic by the blonde's battle cry. And, how's the protagonist? Thinking it's the most cliché scene in the world, the blonde guy sprints towards the protagonist, hitting him with a strong explosion. The protagonist says that this attack was really hard to block, and states that he won't underestimate this squad, as they were managing to kill a very powerful dragon. The protagonist, touching his hand to the ground, uses his explosion authority hack, and blows everything sky high. That's why I like playing as a mage. The mage has already made a shield for herself. The protagonist is super excited and uses another ability while they are in the air. Explosion authority. Chain ability, combined with the heat rain. I doubt the protagonist knows the 11th level magic. Tribute to the dark goddess, and Shub Nigurath. Rebuke the hostility of darkness. And security. Bah. Tank, using an iron wall, tries to defend the group. But the fireballs are homing and head straight for the tank's rear.
What a mess.
Now we know the tank's name, because the prince was desperate when he saw the tank in the middle of a big explosion, and shouted his name, Ons. The protagonist doesn't give any of them a break, and immediately charges at the prince. The protagonist thinks the warrior will use a magic similar to a wind blast. However, the prince uses a magic the protagonist has never seen before, Blade Rain. First form. The protagonist defends with the hack, Authority of Defense. At the same time, the protagonist is hit in his defense. He delivers a powerful blow to the blonde guy, knocking him to the ground. The protagonist ponders why the blonde guy is saying the names of his moves before executing them. The protagonist thinks to himself that he's not complaining, as it only helps him. The blonde guy has a very strong fighting spirit, and immediately gets up and charges at the protagonist, delivering a powerful energy-channeled strike to the ground. And without giving the protagonist time to recover, he follows up with another sword strike. Our protagonist is a good fighter, and defends against the attack with the blades on his arm. Seeing this, the blonde guy tries to break the protagonist's guard, by using a very strong strike with his sword on the protagonist. The protagonist knows that the blonde guy's attacks are very strong, preferring to dodge rather than block his attack. The protagonist knows that if he hadn't had his fifth awakening, he would be dead by now. The blonde guy is boasting, saying that he's going to kill the protagonist. However, the protagonist has already finished studying the blonde guy's movements, and realized that they are all simple. So, it's time for some mischief. With a sly smile on his face, the protagonist maliciously charges at the blonde guy and says loudly, "Cutting blades!" The blonde guy raises his guard to defend against the blade, but it was just a feint, and the protagonist delivers a very strong kick to the blonde guy's knee. The blonde guy writhes in pain, and the protagonist starts laughing at him, because the blonde guy thought the protagonist would attack with blades just because he said, cutting blades. The protagonist, smiling, asks if the blonde guy is stupid because he doesn't know that in love and in battle anything goes. The blonde guy, in a lot of pain, tells his squad to get out of there. The protagonist, smiling, says that the only way for them to get out of there alive is by running away, and the cleric, crying, says that they won't leave because they can't let a demon like the protagonist go free. Prince Arden says he's fine, and that at least they should get out of there alive, and that the empire would be in their hands. The protagonist, fed up with the situation, tells him to stop talking nonsense and kicks him away. For the protagonist, fights were always like this. He fought and killed to survive. There was no sympathy, mercy, or rage. In hell, emotions were a luxury. The mage steps in front and begs to be killed instead of the prince, because if he dies, everything will fall apart, as he is the hero of the people there, and the person she loves the most. The protagonist says he will not spare him, and tells her to stop with the nonsense. The protagonist says he has nothing to do with it, and doesn't care about their situation. The protagonist tells them that they were the ones who started the bad situation, and asks if it were the other way around, would they let their enemy live? If they drew their weapons to kill, they should also be ready to die. The protagonist says to leave all those emotions for soap operas, and tells them to stop talking, and that he will kill the prince with a single blow so he won't suffer. Right after saying this, a notification bar from the Gaia system appears, warning that other beings besides the summon monster have been detected. The Gaia system begins the elimination of the intruders. Another notification bar appears again, stating that the Gaia system is eliminating the foreign beings, and the rival group starts to malfunction. Upset with the situation, the protagonist says he won't let the blonde guy get out alive. In his thoughts, the protagonist knows that the prince's equipment is valuable and wants it as a reward. The protagonist knows that even if he kills this squad, nothing problematic would happen, and that he couldn't miss an opportunity like that. At the moment of his final blow, the prince and his group disappear. The Gaia system also tried to eliminate the protagonist, but the protagonist was too strong and couldn't be killed. That's why Gaia sealed the protagonist's powers. This squad, despite killing an SSS-ranked dragon, is not as strong as the protagonist was before his powers were sealed. The protagonist remembers his dragon, thinking it might have disappeared too. He looks startled. The protagonist feels relieved to see that his dragon hasn't disappeared. The protagonist starts questioning what the Gaia system is, and if the system is failing to do its job, as there are many demonic monsters appearing on Earth. The protagonist wonders if the appearance of that group is his fault, because he crossed worlds by opening a dimensional rift. Edna Zinha asks if their enemies have left, and thanks the protagonist for saving her. Then, the protagonist completely heals Edna's wounds. The protagonist asks if Edna knows where the continent of Herner is. According to Edna Zinha, they came from another world, where the largest country there is the Arnan Empire. There, they use swordsmanship and magic, and the world is full of fairies, dragons, and monsters. The dragon is in a reduced size, very cute, and inside the car, along with the protagonist, they head home. The dragon asks if they are going to its master's nest. Edna Zinha mentions that it's been a long time since she shared the nest with someone, because when she was young, her father went out to buy cigarettes and disappeared. After that, she spent a lot of time alone in the lair, reading by herself. Edna Zinha says that group entered her lair, accusing her of casting curses and causing droughts, even though she hadn't done anything. Edna says she tried many times to say she was innocent, but no one believed the poor legendary SSS-ranked dragon. Edna asks if the protagonist believes her. He notices her look and identifies with his past self, saying that even if everyone blames her, he believes in her. Back at home, Alice is extremely excited about Edna Zinha and can't stop squeezing and hugging her. Edna Zinha gets scared, jumps off her lap, and runs to the protagonist. The protagonist and Alice start talking about Alice's hunts, and she thanks the protagonist, saying that if it weren't for him, she would never live this lifestyle. He gets emotional because he felt loved, and reveals that he is the one who is grateful. Hours later, Alice asks if she can take Edna Zinha to bed, and the protagonist feels jealous. In the morning, the protagonist gets up feeling strange and goes to see Alice in the kitchen. Alice asks if Kangwoo is okay, because he woke up later than usual, and the protagonist says he's a bit tired for some reason. Edna Zinha also asks if he slept well. The protagonist stretches and says yes, but when he looks at Edna Zinha, he gets a big scare, because she is in the form of a child. He asks if she has always been able to do that, but Edna Zinha reveals that she hasn't. However, during the night, she felt a different presence while she was sleeping and woke up in that form. The protagonist is worried if she can return to her original form, but Edna Zinha says she can. When she starts to transform, she becomes a kind of furry child with wings. The protagonist realizes he messed up when he asked Edna Zinha to transform inside the house, because the force emanating from Edna Zinha is so strong that the windows of the house shatter and the house gets damaged. Embarrassed, Edna Zinha apologizes, and Alice just asks her not to transform inside the house, and mentions that she has already called someone to fix the house. Alice invites Edna Zinha to go out shopping for clothes, as Edna Zinha was in need of them. The protagonist goes to the headquarters of the Red Rose Guild to meet with the redhead. The redhead and the protagonist are talking about the incident at the Rank S portal. The protagonist explains the situation and requests an ID for Edna Zinha. The protagonist changes the subject and asks if the redhead knows anything about the Gaia system, and she says no, as it's the first time she's heard about it. At that moment, Alice sends a very cute picture of Edna Zinha, dressed as a crocodile or dragon. What do you all think? Is it a crocodile or a dragon, this cute outfit? Write in the comments. The redhead asks what kind of person the protagonist is to summon a dragon. The protagonist ignores her and says it's already too late because he has already summoned the dragon. The redhead confirms she can get the ID, and the protagonist asks for one more thing. He wants a rank S pass for Edna Zinha as well. Bianca, captain of the Varan squad, appears at the door looking for the redhead and says she needs to inform her about some events. The protagonist, to himself, questions what she is doing there and thinks there can't be good reasons for her presence. Bianca apologizes for the interruption, introduces herself to the protagonist, and recognizes him. The redhead is surprised that Bianca and the protagonist know each other, and asks if she met him during some trouble caused by the protagonist, or if he hit a guard. Bianca says it was nothing like that the protagonist is a very polite person. The redhead doesn't find the protagonist polite at all. The protagonist casually asks during the conversation if he could have permission to hunt in the Rank S portals, arguing that he wouldn't be alone, since Edna Zinha would be with him. The redhead becomes anxious and asks if he has any idea about the monsters that exist in that place. The protagonist says he knows there are wyverns, mountain giants, and giant ogres there. The redhead says that even if he goes hunting, he shouldn't get close to the lake, because there's a gigantic beast called Iuquero. Bianca is puzzled about how the protagonist is already rank S, when just a few weeks ago, he was rank C. The protagonist becomes full of himself, while receiving compliments about him. The redhead tells him to be careful, and that he can go hunting the next day. The redhead tells the protagonist once again to be careful in the rank S portal. The redhead asks if Bianca managed to catch anyone from the demonic cult. But Bianca reveals that she didn't. However, she got an infiltrator. This infiltrator managed to record a video that could be used as evidence, but he barely manages to get in touch with Bianca after several days. The redhead asks when and where she will meet with the infiltrator, and Bianca reveals that it will be tomorrow, in Suwon, at the Vazio station. The Rank S portal that the protagonist will go to tomorrow is in the same place in Suwon, at the Vazio station. Edna Zinha appears showing off her dress to the protagonist and asks if it matches. The protagonist says that the dress looks beautiful on her. Alice also says that the dress looks great on her. Edna Zinha thanks them and is happy that the protagonist liked the outfit. Edna Zinha and the protagonist prepare to go hunting in the Rank S portal. And Alice is thinking about wanting to go, but she knows her rank is too low for that portal. The protagonist asks if Alice is going hunting today, and she says yes. The protagonist says that one of these days he wants to go hunting with Alice, and she becomes very happy. Edna Zinha, the legendary rank SSS dragon, says goodbye to Alice, and says she will see her later. Already at the portal, the protagonist warns Edna Zinha not to get close to the lake because there is a very dangerous monster there, and if he attracts any monster, she doesn't need to attack on the front line, and she shouldn't transform into a dragon to avoid drawing attention. Edna Zinha, very excited, says, All right. The protagonist places his hand on the ground and uses the observation authority, hack, and realizes there's a monster in the area. It's a giant ogre. Then, he uses the temptation authority hack to lure the ogre. Edna thought the smell was really good. The protagonist uses the hack that increases his attack power 1,000 times. Demon Baphomet, authority of divine power. The protagonist, buffed up with super hacked cheats, jumps to face the monster that appeared. The giant ogre channels a punch with mana and the protagonist almost disappears, in comparison to the size of the common monster from that portal. The punches collide and release a shockwave that destroys the nearby ground. Even with cheats, the protagonist feels the blow from the rank S monster, and realizes that with brute force, he can't take on the monster. So the protagonist tries another strategy, but the ogre doesn't give him any space and sends another earthquake punch at him. The protagonist dodges and activates another hack, Authority of the Black Spear, and runs up the ogre's arm. In the style of that most cliché scene in the world, the protagonist pierces the ogre's neck with his spear. The ogre, taking advantage of the protagonist being close, immobilizes him with its giant hand and prepares to have a snack. Edna Zinha, whose power has been greatly increased due to her summoning, unleashes the Dark Storm. This ability releases dark blades that cut all the ogre's tendons, immobilizing it. Then, the protagonist uses the Thunder Authority hack, electrocuting the entire body of the monster, which dies immediately. The protagonist increases his experience level and levels up once more. Edna Zinha asks if her performance was good, and the protagonist says she was very good, because the ogre stopped moving after her attack. Edna Zinha says she became much stronger after the protagonist summoned her, and the protagonist thinks Edna Zinha must be colossally strong in her original form. The protagonist starts thinking about hunting several ogres at once, with Edna in her dragon form. Edna starts to smell her favorite dish when suddenly, several wyverns appear flying over the pair. The protagonist picks Edna Zinha up in his arms, tells her to hold on tight, activates the Sky Authority hack, creates wings on his back, and flies away from the area. But the monsters are so fast that it's hard to dodge them. Edna Zinha didn't want to tear the new dress she got, the dress her master liked. Until a noise is heard. Edna Zinha's clothes tore, and she returns to her original form. Edna Zinha impales the first wyvern with her tail, and charges at the other two.
I tried to do a special effect with this voice here, but it didn't work. So, I'll have to speak with my own voice. Continuing, since you guys aren't speaking instead, I'll translate what they said. CI means, we're fufu didi dodo. CRA, let's run away. The other one who didn't say CRI lost his voice and ran away first. Edna Zinha, with a complete lack of manners, grabs two wyverns with a single bite as they were deciding whether to flee or not. CRA, fufu, didi, momo.
The dragon, very rude, is holding two wyverns in one hand and has one impaled with its tail. Luckily, one got away. Or not, CRI. Suddenly, several notification windows appear saying that the summoned monster killed an S-rank wyvern. And then another window appears. And another, and another. And the protagonist wonders if Edna Zinha is stronger than him. Edna Zinha wakes up in the protagonist's arms without any strength, because as soon as her transformation ended, she fainted from using too much demonic chi. The protagonist comforts Edna Zinha by saying that they can buy more clothes later. The protagonist gives Edna Zinha a threatening look, and tells her not to transform without his permission next time, because he hates when people lose their heads, when they get angry. Edna Zinha apologizes, and the protagonist hugs her as they head towards the portal. The protagonist opens his status window and is pleased with the outcome of the battle, as he leveled up from 41 to 49. The protagonist quickly analyzes Edna Zinha and realizes that the more chi she absorbs from him, the stronger she becomes and exerts more power than before. The protagonist thinks that when Edna Zinha uses her demonic chi in dragon form, it places a heavy burden on her body. He is interrupted from his thoughts when he hears a noise, and realizes it's two giant ogres. The protagonist leans Edna Zinha against a tree, but before he can attack, two players appear and easily kill the beasts. The protagonist looks bewildered, and he is approached by the two, realizing that one of them is the master of the Hanori Guild of Specialist Rogues, Haiming Yel, and the other is the master of the No Guild, the top ranker in Korea, Baek Kang-hoon. Later on, we will change their names. Baek Kang-hoon approaches the protagonist, saying he will escort him to the portal entrance, but the protagonist refuses, though Baek Kang-hoon keeps insisting. The protagonist refuses again and thanks him for his concern. Haiming-hoon is acting strangely, and, upon noticing a red stone inside the dead monster, he picks it up and hides it suspiciously. The protagonist says that everything is fine with them and that Baek Kang-hoon doesn't need to worry about Edna or the protagonist. Haiming Yel is very mysterious with that stone in his hand. Little Edna wakes up and realizes she is outside the portal. The protagonist carries little Edna in his arms. They go to buy clothes and use the GPS to find the way to the nearest mall. However, the protagonist finds the route strange. That's what happens when you don't set preferences on the GPS. Little Edna smells human blood coming from a dark alley. And that alley is exactly where the unreliable GPS led them. I have a GPS that I nicknamed Eva, because she always tricks me and leads me into trouble. Eva only warns me about a radar after I've already passed it. The infiltrator C disguised himself and managed to enter the demonic cult. Based on what he saw, he describes the cultists as insane and cruel. The infiltrator managed to record a video with shocking information, but he couldn't transmit the information because there's a cell signal blocker at the cult's location. The infiltrator was only able to send a message to the base to arrange a meeting. The infiltrator states that they have increased surveillance on him because they are suspicious. Unfortunately for him, the cultists ended up discovering that he is an infiltrator. Imagine the scene. You're in the bathroom, doing your business, when suddenly you look up and see this miserable sight, staring at you with a crazy look.
I'm dead.
The cultists tortured the infiltrator for many hours. Fighting for his life, the infiltrator managed to escape, but he was very injured, and during his escape, he encounters Edna Zinha and the protagonist. Desperate not to die with that information, the infiltrator hands the memory card to the protagonist without knowing him, and falls dead on the ground. The protagonist wonders, what the hell is this memory card? The protagonist keeps wondering what is on that memory card. And using the observation authority, the protagonist sees the player's profile, and realizes that he was a skilled player of the Sixth Awakening. What a broken hack, it even works on the dead. The protagonist concludes that this person in front of him did not come from the portal, as he doesn't have the level to access the portal. The protagonist inserts the memory card into the phone and is extremely shocked to see the content of the memory card. It was some really good stuff. Edna Zinha doesn't understand why the protagonist has that happy look on his face. The protagonist analyzes the video meticulously. Trust me, as you can see on his phone screen, of course, there's nothing on his phone screen, because this video here is a family video. If people are already complaining to me that the covers of my videos are too sensual, imagine if I show a scene from some really good stuff. The protagonist wonders, why would I receive a porn video from a guy who's almost dying? And the protagonist keeps watching to see if he missed anything. Trust me, the protagonist focuses even more to try to discover something secret in that video. Imagine whatever you want. Just don't go imagining my covers. They're mine alone. I laughed a lot writing that sentence. The protagonist is very emotional watching his first really good stuff. Edna Zinha asks to see what's on the phone, and the protagonist, looking like he's committing a crime, hides the phone even more, and says there's nothing special there, that he's just analyzing evidence for a case. Trust me, but the protagonist is interrupted from watching his recreational video when the demon cult sect appears. The cultists ask if he saw what's on the memory card. And the protagonist, looking like a deer in headlights, can't even respond. The cultists conclude what he saw, and warn that because he saw it, he's going to die. Already drawing their weapons, the cultists prepare to attack the protagonist. The protagonist, not understanding anything, wonders if watching porn was a crime. The sect thinks he's playing dumb. The protagonist, thinking that it was the first porn he had seen in 10,000 years, and that no matter what happens, he would protect that gem. I mean, that video. Forget that I said gem. Gem. It's that video, that's what I meant to say. Nothing about a rare gem, very good, and all that. The protagonist keeps the evidence. Trust me, the protagonist refuses to hand over the precious video and releases his aura. The cultists think he finally stopped pretending to be dumb and attack the protagonist. The protagonist uses the authority of defense, and with his fist strengthened like diamond, breaks the cultist's blade with a punch, and immediately combos with the authority of speed to attack all the cultists. Is that allowed, Arnaldo? Using two hacks at the same time. As soon as he notices the opponent's movements, the cult leader, a cultist cardinal, orders them to unleash their demonic powers, because he doesn't know where this guy came from and realizes they would die anyway if it continued like this, and he notices that the protagonist has monstrous power. The enemies are exuding so much demonic energy that it's visible. The protagonist no longer has any doubts that the people he's facing are part of the demonic cult. Edna Zinha wants to join the fight, but the protagonist tells her not to get involved, and that he is more than enough to take on these cultists. The protagonist draws his Tramontina and jumps on the cultists. Soon after, the cult members are transforming into demonic monsters. The protagonist plunges his blade into the chest of the first cultist. Immediately, the cultist begins to be healed by the demonic energy. The protagonist uses more force due to the regeneration that the demonic energy grants the cultists. The cultist falls to his knees and the protagonist buries his blade in the enemy's forehead. The protagonist has barely finished off one, when another cultist is at his back. However, the protagonist is quick, and after pulling his blade from the forehead of one cultist, he plunges it into the chest of another. This is the second time the author focuses on this scene. The protagonist is thrusting his blade, twisting it, and then pulling it out to inflict much more damage on the enemy. The other cultists are like,
What the hell? Huh?
grinding their teeth in anger. One cultist says to the other, chirp, chirp, chirp. I know you guys know what that means. You're there, laughing at my videos, enjoying them a lot, but you still haven't had the courage to subscribe or leave a like. Do you know what will happen if I catch you watching my videos without leaving a like and without subscribing? Don't even bother saying chirp, chirp, chirp. Remember that my subscribers are unstoppable, and the cool female subscribers can get whoever they want. Back to the video. The protagonist makes fun of the situation, and uses the ugliest skill I've ever seen. The protagonist launches earth stakes. The so-called cardinal of the cult only has time to say chirp. A head without a body says chirp. The upper half of a body says chirp. The guy who didn't leave a like says chirp. The one who didn't subscribe also says chirp. And it was a massacre.
Everyone died. It's over.
Right after, the protagonist grabs his phone to check again what this video is about, and can't perceive it as anything other than a good porn. He's interrupted when Bianca and the redhead show up at the scene. Look at the protagonist's face. The redhead looks like she's about to fall on top of a subscriber. Subscriber, look at your gift arriving. The protagonist makes a face like he's been caught red-handed. The redhead asks why he's in that place, and the protagonist just asks if she saw what he was watching, and quickly puts his in his pocket. Bianca is surprised to see the protagonist in that place. The protagonist explains to the redhead that suddenly a lot of people appeared, one after the other, all wanting to kill him, and that he was just defending himself. Bianca hadn't even touched the ground, and asks if the protagonist found a memory card. The protagonist says he found it, and shows the card to them. And they ask for the card, and the protagonist, not understanding anything, feels embarrassed by the situation and wants to know why they need the card. The redhead says she needs to use the card now. I'll leave this last scene for you to interpret. If you liked the video, just ask for part 8 in the comments and I'll bring part 8. Don't forget to send this video to Grandma's WhatsApp. Bless you, Grandma. See you in the next video.
I rushed to release this video. This was the first video made in this program with my voice. Just speed it up. The redhead demands that the protagonist hand over the memory card, and the protagonist, very embarrassed, insists on doing it, and he hands it over. Kangwoo can't believe she's really asking him for a porn, but of course, the redhead invited him to watch the educational video. Or you might also think they're just going to analyze evidence. Kangwoo is left speechless at receiving such a proposal from the redhead. The protagonist's face is something like this. Jo Azinho is watching TV, enjoying an excellent recreational video, when suddenly, someone arrives. Unexpectedly. So, that's the face the protagonist is making. To ease the tension of the moment a bit, the author shifts the scene to the dead person who handed over the porn. Bianca asks the protagonist what happened here. Kangwoo replies that he doesn't know, that he's still trying to understand what happened. The protagonist says he doesn't know how to explain it, but suddenly starts saying that people started appearing, more and more people appeared, surrounded him, and it led to what it led to. Bianca says that from now on, the protagonist and the redhead will work with her on the demon cult case. The redhead accesses the video, gets embarrassed, and shows the explicit content for everyone to see. The redhead asks, "If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because only 1.9% of the people who watch my video are subscribed, and I'm begging you to subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much." When the protagonist asks if he altered the video, or if the video is fake, I bet it must be a very good educational video judging by the look on the redhead's face. The protagonist, as always, was quick and covered Zinha's eyes. Kangwoo says he didn't change anything in the video, that it was already like that. Bianca, on the other hand, continues analyzing the evidence. Trust me, after analyzing part of the video, Bianca says that the video is encrypted. She also informs them that they will only be able to decrypt it at the headquarters. The redhead gets very furious, trying to imagine why someone would use this type of video to hide anything. Although it is a very good video. Quite excellent. Wow, even, I know this one. With this good video, you forget rice on the stove, picking up kids from school, you end up looking down at a red light and don't even notice when it turns green. That's what happens when you watch his video. Just don't forget to go on a raid with your buddies. Bianca says they've tried various types of videos and this one is the best. Definitely, it's the best of all. It's an excellent disguise. And only now does the protagonist understand the situation, and the redhead gets very angry with him for not having warned her. Kangwoo defends himself by saying that it was the redhead who said she needed to watch the video at that moment. As the redhead was very furious, coming at the protagonist, Zinha, an SSS rank dragon, steps in and tells her not to be so rude to her master. The redhead's luck is that the protagonist told his dragon not to transform without his permission, and that Zinha needs to control herself, to control the anger she feels, because he doesn't want a subordinate who blows up for no reason. The redhead asks the child to calm down and asks the protagonist, "Who is this cute girl?" The protagonist says that this is the dragon he summoned, Edna, but she can be called Zinha because she is very cute. The redhead says that Zinha is a very cute child, and the protagonist says that Zinha's main weapon is her cuteness. She strikes with cuteness in the area, and everyone is charmed by her. The redhead can't believe that Zinha is a dragon because she is sweet, beautiful, and cute. And then, the redhead asks the protagonist if he didn't make a mistake in the summoning, as she doesn't seem like a dragon. The protagonist says that he didn't make a mistake, that she is a very strong dragon. Kangwoo shows us what he thinks the redhead believed to be his dragon. After that, Bianca says that the agent died and they need to check everything as soon as possible. Then the scene cuts to the Warang headquarters. All the soldiers line up for Bianca's entrance, the beautiful one. Then, Bianca tells the cadets that Agent Kong died during the last mission. So, from now on, we will proceed with more caution in our missions. Bianca continues by saying that she will personally call the deceased's parents and ensure that the highest honors possible are given to him. After that, Bianca talks to her lieutenant, who is holding a project, saying they have a video to decrypt. It's to decrypt the video, not to keep staring at his big screen. Okay, Bianca takes the opportunity to ask about General Django. General Django is Bianca's boss and, according to her, he is the second strongest person in Korea. Django is currently in Japan, investigating an SSS rank portal, so it's impossible to contact him. Bianca says that in all of Korea, General Django is the second strongest person. And Bianca thinks, if General Django were here, the innocent wouldn't have died. And everyone heads to the investigation room. A question for you, wise otaku. You are watching a big show in the room. Suddenly, someone appears. What is faster? The speed of light, your thought, or your finger to turn off the button? Or a stomachache? I'll give you 2 seconds to answer. 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.41, 1.5, 1.7, 2. Of course, it's the stomachache, because by the time you think about turning off the button to turn off the monitor light, you'll already be in a mess. So, in the evidence room, they see the real video. We see an assistant cultist talking to the cardinal. The assistant cultist tells the cardinal that the preparations for the summoning are almost ready, and the cardinal asks how long, and the assistant cultist says, in 4 weeks, but maybe in 3 weeks, and the cardinal is surprised. 3 weeks is faster than expected. And the cardinal asks his assistant, did you have any help? And the assistant cultist says yes, because there's a large guild helping, and they're only bringing good offerings of rank B and above. The assistant cultist gets excited and starts talking too much. He says that his dreams will be realized when suddenly the cardinal tells him to stop talking, as it's too early to talk about rewards, since we've just taken our first step, and the cardinal gives another order to his assistant not to say anything about the preparations until they are complete. Suddenly, the cardinal looks at the person recording and realizes someone is there and says in a demonic voice, it seems we have a little mouse here. Okay, my demonic voice wasn't very good, was it? It would be better like this. It seems we have a little mouse here. What did you all think? Comment below. The video ends, and Kangwoo thinks he recognizes that mask. I think that mask belongs to that cardinal who said, click. The protagonist keeps thinking that since he is a cardinal, there must definitely be more than one cardinal out there. And Kangwoo is also pondering about the summoning, and about this great guild. And as he thinks, he summarizes that 3 things can be taken from this video. The first is that this person with the red mask is a cardinal, so clearly there must be someone above him in the hierarchy. The second thing is that they are trying to summon something here on Earth. And the third and final thing is that there is a large guild helping them. Then the protagonist says to the two, so, we already have a goal. We will have to investigate which is this large guild. And Bianca asks why. The protagonist says it's simple. Since they discovered there's a spy, it's likely there are more. So they will be much more careful, and we will suffer even more to find out about the demonic cult. So there's only one option left, which would be to find out which is this large guild that is helping them. Because if there are 5, and the red rose isn't helping, then there are only 4 left. And Bianca is amazed by Kangwoo's quick thinking, and the redhead looks at him and says, no, he's always like this. I just don't know why. The author gives the protagonist this Pinocchio nose. The redhead panics because she doesn't know what to do. Even the government is struggling to find out how they discovered which is this great guild. And Bianca says they have to act cautiously because they can't be enemies with all the major guilds. And Bianca says they can't touch the major guilds without any reason. And if they investigate the guilds by force, they'll certainly start a fight for no reason. The protagonist says there's a way. The redhead is surprised and says, a way. And Kangwoo says, yes, we can create a lure. Kangwoo explains that the cult is targeting players with high rank attributes, and the sad redhead also mentions that her guild lost many rookies because of this. Kangwoo explains that they are after rookies, but not just any rookie. The rookies have to be low level and have high rank attributes. And Bianca says that most chaotic players are in low rank portals. That makes sense, and the protagonist has the idea to spread rumors about a player who has very high attributes and is still low rank. The protagonist, with a mischievous look, says he knows a low rank player who is very talented. The protagonist says, He knows how to spread these rumors. He can say that this player has attributes higher than rank S, or that the Red Rose Guild is interested in this player. Kangwoo says that from the cult's actions, it's clear they're in a hurry with this, so they probably took the bait. Bianca thought the protagonist's idea was very good, but she says that recently, the demonic cult found a spy among its followers. She thinks they will be much more cautious, and the protagonist says they definitely will. The redhead asks, "Why are you so sure?" The protagonist, with a smiling face, says, "Of course they will do that, because they are a demonic cult. They crave power. Since they've already tasted a bit of demonic energy, their bodies must be close to demons, so just provoke them a little, and they'll take the bait." Kangwoo tells Bianca that although the cardinal seems cautious, he is sure the demonic cult won't be able to erase all traces. The redhead, as always impatient, says, "Okay, let's do this." Who will be the bait? Because the most famous people from the low-rank portals are probably already part of some big guild. And the redhead concludes, saying that she also doesn't want to use any other member of her guild as bait. She further says they can forget it, if that was his idea. The protagonist says they understand and they know she needs to maintain her reputation. And the protagonist changes his expression and says, "I know someone who would be the perfect bait." And the scene shifts to Kim, walking down the street, and then shows Kim taking care of his mother in his small apartment. Kim is there, struggling to take care of his mother. In chapter 48, we see Kim beside his mother's bed, taking care of her with all love and devotion. He tends to his mother with great affection. We see the scene from outside his mother's bedroom window. And how's the protagonist? Just hanging out on the roof, watching what's happening. Kangwoo, very moved by what's happening with Kim, because Kim has been taking care of his sick mother every night. Kangwoo wishes that he would soon awaken his true protagonism. But Kangwoo's tears are fake, you know, right? Since he has made Kim his pet. The protagonist looks at his phone and sees the lies he has spread about Kim, which aren't lies, it's just the truth. But he has been spreading a bunch of rumors about Kim. Kangwoo says that the bait plan is working, as it's been a week, and many people are spreading and sending messages about the legendary class rookie, and the scene changes to two extras talking about Kim, saying he's an incredible rookie with a lot of potential, and we see that the one spreading these fakes about Kim isn't the protagonist, but rather another person who keeps manipulating the information. And we see Park Yunho, the team leader of human resources at Red Rose, spreading the rumors. According to him, this isn't a rumor, it's marketing, and the protagonist is thinking about the two who are helping him and knows that Bianca would never tell someone on her team to spread lies. As for the redhead, we know how she operates, right? It must have definitely been her who did this. Kim is being closely watched by the protagonist, and Kangwoo sees him leaving his apartment and starts moving to follow Kim wherever he goes. The scene shifts to the C-rank portal in Mokdong. The four of them are there, happy and gathered for another day of hunting, and Kim asks Alice if something is going on because she's been very sad lately and there's someone suspicious in the crowd. Suddenly, an extra arrives and invites the suspicious person to join his group. But the suspicious person says, "Sorry, but I've already promised someone to form a group, okay, maybe next time." Meanwhile, Alice explains to the group that Kangwoo is a very busy person, and it's been a week since he hasn't gone home. Alice explains that she can only contact the protagonist through messages. She explains that they exchange messages every day, but she doesn't know where he went. She knows he went somewhere, but where exactly, she doesn't know. Alice says she already asked the protagonist directly, not directly, but over the phone, and he changes the subject. The mage Cleo tells Alice not to worry, not to be sad. That's the mage's argument. He probably has his reasons for being missing for a week, but since it's been a week, he'll be back soon. Let's hope he didn't go out to buy cigarettes. Alice thinks maybe the protagonist got tired of her cooking. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to come home, or he has another woman, and Cleo, being a true friend, talks to her. That's impossible, Alice. He doesn't have another woman because he has such a beautiful woman like you, he would never find another. The perverted witch says that the protagonist is very young, maybe that's what made him run away. from her because maybe he wants more freedom. And Cleo spices it up even more, saying that because she's so beautiful and under the same roof with him, it was too stimulating for him. Kim tells Cleo to stop, and since she's childish and stubborn, she sticks her tongue out at him. Kim tells Alice not to listen to what Cleo is saying, and Cleo is there talking to the giant. Taze, my hat is crumpled, and he's telling her it's not. Look at how crumpled the girl's hat is. All crumpled, this Taze must be blind. Kim finishes comforting Alice and says that the only thing they can do now is to keep giving their best to become stronger and forget what's in the past. If we become strong enough, then we can stay close. From Mr. Kangwoo, this Quim is multi-talented. On top of everything else, he's an emotional coach. He already got Alice all excited to get stronger so she can stand by her beloved's side. So, let's go, right? Let's go hunting. The four of them enter the C-rank portal, and the suspect, as we already knew, is the protagonist, who was very surprised that they're entering a C-rank portal. And Kangwoo is happy, because his students have reached their third awakening. For him, their growth rate is pretty amazing, really fast. Remember, the god of doodles ripped out the eye of that extra back there, he's missing an eye. And Kangwoo keeps lamenting, since it's been a week without seeing Alice, and without eating her delicious food. The protagonist is really happy to see Alice working so hard. Kangwoo knows that it's not just Alice who's working so hard. Kangwoo also knows that little Edna is making an effort too, since she's been without him for a week now. They left little Edna with the nanny. And what is the nanny offering her? Fruit. The nanny doesn't know that Edna's favorite dish is raw even, two at the same time. That's what at camp is pure suffering. The protagonist couldn't eat, or even sleep properly, he's just a wreck. The scene shifts to a really ugly troll, pounding away at Taisa's shield. Taisu is there, keeping his block up. Taisa gets excited because the troll is so strong. So, the tank decides to change his strategy, grabs his shield, and slams it hard on the ground. Taisa tried to hit the troll's foot, but the troll is quick, so it pulled its foot back. Taisu creates an opening for Quim to get in, and Quim charges in at full speed, but before that, Alice buffs him, and he uses his skill, Dragon Sleeping Sword style. Second form, and he rockets toward the troll, almost slicing it in half, and follows up with another move, Sky Dragon Arrow. You know what happens next, right? Ketchup everywhere. A ton of ketchup comes out of the troll's mouth, but the troll still hasn't given up. It still hasn't said crack. After hitting the troll, Quim turns his back to it. But that was already part of the plan, and we see the mage cast Lightning Spear. The spear goes right through the troll and kills it. Did I say the troll died? Look, the troll isn't dead yet. There's smoke coming out of its mouth. Careful. If it's a cigarette, cigarettes kill. You'll die from cigarettes. It'll die. The smoking troll died. It took a bunch of hits, but what really killed it was the cigarette. It died from smoking. Everyone in the group is really happy, because it was the first time they defeated a C-rank monster, and they're not sure if they actually killed it. But one of them said, "We got the experience, so it's definitely dead." The group says that even if it's just a troll, they can't let their guard down, because trolls are really strong. Even Quim is impressed, since it hasn't even been a month since they ventured into a B-rank portal, and now they're already hunting in a C-rank portal. Taisu says, it's all thanks to the protagonist, because he taught him really well, and Quim says he's very grateful to Kangwoo for that. And the mage points out that Quim even seems like the protagonist of a manga. Quim, a bit embarrassed, says that Cleo's magic is really cool. We see a light in the distance. Someone is spying on this group. They're just there, watching what the group is doing. Then, they're going to take the mana stone from the fallen creature and move on. What's interesting is that it's Alice who's doing this. Alice is cutting up the creature to pull the stone out from inside it. And what about the protagonist? Just spying, just watching from a distance without doing anything. Kangwoo is feeling really proud because his students have grown so much. They're really strong now, thanks to his teachings. And he keeps analyzing the group's movements. He says it was a perfect play, without a single wasted move. Kangwoo says the tank did his part, tanking and providing crowd control. The main damage dealer did his part magnificently. And Alice gave essential buffs for the victory. And the mage, as the secondary damage dealer, did a great job, providing cover fire. The protagonist, watching from afar, with his spyglass, says he doesn't need to give them tips, or keep helping them anymore, because they're already growing on their own. Taisu, who never gets off WhatsApp, says that Quim is really famous on WhatsApp. Speaking of which, a subscriber told me that if I released Part 8, he would give me his grandma's number for WhatsApp so I could send her a message with the videos. Go ahead and send your grandma's WhatsApp and I'll send her the videos. The protagonist is there lying in wait and is already exhausted since he's been keeping watch for a week and nothing has happened. It's more than time for the demonic cult to make a move. The protagonist thinks they're being way too cautious, but he doubts they won't do anything with that delicious-looking newbie right in front of them. It was the protagonist who called him delicious. Kangwoo watches the group go after another enemy. He knows what he's doing is going to work, because he spent 10,000 years in hell, and knows that demons always crave more and more power. The demonic cult is definitely going to take this bait. And since it's been over a week, the cult is definitely aware of this by now. So the protagonist decides to search properly. He puts his spyglass on the ground and activates his hack, the authority of observation. He starts scanning the whole area around and finds a troll, then he finds 2 trolls, and one of the trolls looks to the side and sees a bright light coming toward them. If you look closely, it's the crazy troll with the bandana, the troll who always wears a bandana. I think he reincarnated as a troll again, or maybe he just respawned. The trolls didn't even have time to do anything. Blink and you miss it. One was sliced in half, and the other was almost cut in 2. Finally, the protagonist finds 2 people interesting, enough for him to watch. Kangwoo concludes that these 2 are way too strong to be inside a C-rank portal, since they killed a troll with a single slash. How's the Tramontina? It's razor sharp. The protagonist knows something's off, because they didn't even stop to grab the mana stone, and are running straight toward Taisu's group. So, for sure, they came after Quim. Finally, the protagonist will be able to end his stakeout, and with a crazy look on his face, he says they took the bait. Chapter 49 starts with the troll saying crick, so you already know things went south for the troll. Taisu's group of 4 is exhausted since they just killed their first C-rank troll. And this time, Quim didn't even need Cleo's help to finish the creature off. He killed it all by himself. Everyone in the squad praises Quim, and he says it was just pure luck, and Cleo says that at this rate, he's going to carry everyone by himself, and Kimmy gets embarrassed and smiles. But suddenly, his eyes go wide because there's a spy troll behind Alice. Look at that, what a beautiful and cute troll. And then someone shouts, battle formation, and Alice takes off running. Before they can even get into formation, the troll is sliced in half, really easily, by someone, and the squad is left stunned, staring at whoever did that. But Kimmy seems to recognize the person, because he says, "Is that you?" And the person replies, "What a coincidence, it's his big brother, someone named Kim. Kim Yu, that's going to be his name, Kim Yu, and his bodyguard, the big guy." And we can also see that his older brother, the vice leader of the Mere Guild, is really strong, since he split a troll in half. Taisu, looking back, asks Kimmy if he knows him. But Taisu also knows who he is. Taisu says, "Isn't that the vice leader of the Mere Guild?" Then we see a flashback about him, saying that he is the vice leader of the Mere Guild, one of the 5 biggest guilds in the country. Just a reminder, these explanatory boxes are really interesting, which is why I always let you guys read them. He's also the son of Kim Jae, the owner of Mere Electronics. They're rich kids, really rich, seriously rich, and then comes the introduction of this weird guy, with that creepy look. This guy named Kim Yu. His special power is that he's rich, just like Batman. What's your special power? I'm rich. That's his power too. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and he's an average player, but he only has average talent. So, he's different from his father. He doesn't have any real power, he's just an average player. He just has money. But of course, he bought a lot of things with his money. And you'll see how money helped him level up. And since the brothers don't like each other, Kimmy asks Yu why he's there. And the older brother said he was just there to hunt, just came to hunt. So Kimmy tells him to go hunt somewhere else, that this spot is his, to go hunt in another place. He still hasn't even caught on to the bad intentions. Kimmy says to his brother, "You're being really rude to me, don't you think?" And then, Kimmy gets really pissed and says, "Who are you calling brother? I'm not your brother." and his brother, Kimyu, mocking him, says that they really can't be considered brothers anyway, since there's scum blood running through his veins. Then comes the explanation that Kimmy is a bastard child, he's from another family. The other one called him a bastard. He got really pissed, grabbed his sword to draw it, and said he was going to kill this Kimyu. And his older brother just laughs in his face, saying, "You're going to come at me? What do you think? Then come on, try your luck, man. Bring it on." And Kimmy focuses, slowly starts to draw his sword. Then the older brother says, "I came here because there are rumors going around about you. Haven't you seen it on WhatsApp? Everyone's talking about you, and he, who doesn't know anything, is holding his phone with a crack screen. What rumor? I haven't heard about any rumor." And Kimyu says to his little brother, "I heard you have some amazing special abilities, at least rank S. See? He fell for it, he fell for the protagonist's bait." And the vice leader of the Mir Guild says there couldn't have been a better time for him to show up, that he thought he would never awaken as a player, let alone as a high-rank player. And our Kimmy is confused and says, "What do you mean? I don't get it at all." Then he made that face only our protagonist knows how to make, and said he's going to need him as an offering so he can come peacefully. And looking at the other group members, Kimmy's brother says, "The others also seem like great offerings, I think I'll take them too." Taisu just realized that he's a chaotic player, and gets ready for a fight, knowing things are about to go south. Taisu tells Alice to stay behind him because the battle is about to start. But Alice, they don't want to use her as an offering. They want her for something else since she's so beautiful and cute. But the others, I'm going to use as offerings, he says, licking his lips. After hearing him talk so much, Kimmy couldn't take it anymore, grabbed her sword, jumped on her brother to try to kill him, and called him a piece of S. While she was jumping, Yu's sword realized it was about to be attacked. Yu's sword sensed it was going to be attacked. The sword, okay? And the sword counterattacked, throwing her back with great force. However, Kimmy lands on her feet and realizes the monstrous strength her older brother has. He knows they're on different levels, but there was no way his brother could have blocked that attack. He thinks it's impossible, and can't understand what just happened. The vice leader of the Mir Guild asks his little brother if he's not going to attack, he's just standing there waiting for him to attack you. Then we see that Yu activated the absolute defense of his sword, sprinting toward his little brother. He says it's his turn now and jumps at him with all his strength, channeling energy into his sword. And in midair, with a little grin on his face, he says that his brother was way too confident, thinking he could beat him with just one strike. Then he starts striking at Kimmy with his sword, and Kimmy just defends. I'm making so many puns with this name I gave him, Kimmy. And the fight starts to get good, but only the older brother is attacking, telling his little brother to try to fight back. He keeps attacking. The brother is just watching to see if an opening appears, when suddenly the brother finds an opening. The vice leader realizes things are about to go south. Kimmy, with both hands on his sword, tries to strike his brother's head, but is instantly pushed back with great force by a counterattack from his older brother's sword. Yu, taking advantage of his brother being in the air with his guard up, gives him a little kick right in the pit of his stomach. It must have hurt, sending him flying with all his strength against the mountain. Meanwhile, his squad is just standing there watching. I don't know why they're just standing there watching, but they are. And that's when Kimmy realizes what's going on. Kimmy realizes that his brother didn't actually learn that swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is built into the sword. The sword is hacked. The guy is rich. He bought a hack for the game, and Kimmy figured out that the sword moves on its own, without his brother doing anything. It just senses when he's in danger and defends him. And the older brother keeps insulting Kimmy, saying he has the blood of scum, that he's a bastard, and we're shown the sword, which is very special, made just for him, a system of absolute defense. It moves on its own. It's a special system, created with all of Mir's resources. In other words, it's a hack. It's a hack. This system. It works based on sensors that monitor the enemy's movements and moves the user's body, as needed, to defend themselves. The older brother gets really pissed off after he hears that he's using a hack and says, since he's a worm, Quim should act like a worm. Then, sprinting toward his brother, he tells him to kneel before him, but before he can hit Quim, Taisa steps in front with his shield, and blocks the attack. And since everyone likes to call Taisu a muscle pig, Un was no exception. He calls Taisu a muscle pig. Taisu says he doesn't know what the relationship is between Kim Un and Kim Cheyenne, who was our Kim. Taisu warns the vice leader of the Mere Guild that as long as he's there, he won't let him do whatever he wants, because Quim isn't just part of his squad, he also considers Quim his brother. Then, Taisu, with his big shield, sprints toward him, pushing him back several meters. But remember, little otaku, if you ever end up in an ice sky, don't go charging at the enemy with your eyes closed like Taisu was doing, okay? Suddenly, Taisu decides to open one of his eyes, because he noticed something different, and asks, "What is this? What's going on?" He's got his eyes closed, that's why he can't see anything. And the vice leader of the Mere Guild is standing right in front of him, with a force field around him. Let's see what this is. And the rich guy calls Taisu an idiot, saying how dare he fight him with such mediocre equipment. And the absolute defense of his suit activated on its own, because it's basically a hack, too. It activates by itself. While Kim-moon is standing in front of Taisu, he starts channeling demonic energy and building it up, getting ready to strike. Taisu knows things are about to go bad. Suddenly, he lands a blow and sends Taisu flying upward. I don't know if that hit was with a sword or with his hand, all I know is that Taisu went up way up. Kim-moon tells Taisu that even if he hadn't interfered, he would have gone after him anyway, because he's going to be his offering too. Now we see that Taisu has finally landed. He's lying there on the ground. Kim-moon is startled to see his brother already back on his feet, because while Taisu was holding him, Alice went over and healed him, and now he's ready to fight again. Already in a fighting stance, he gets ready to attack his older brother, like everyone here, except for the protagonist and Kim-moon's overpowered armor. Everyone says the name of their ability, and Kim-moon is no exception. He says, secret technique. Sword Dragon, 5th chapter. Crazy, right? 5 chapters, can you imagine? You have to study 5 chapters just to swing a sword. That's wild, huh? I failed that one, you know? I failed. I only make it to chapter 2 and that's already good enough for me. 5th chapter, Advent of the Wind Dragon, and he jumps on his brother to land a finishing blow. In chapter 49, I don't know what happened, but Taisu ended up right next to Kim-moon, and Kim-moon is about to be attacked by his brother, using the secret Sword Dragon technique, 5th chapter. And in an even more beautiful scene, he says, Advent of the Wind Dragon. Ah, the 2 swords, clash. That scene was beautiful, it really was. A dragon made of energy appears behind him. Kim-moon attacks his older brother with all his strength, but his brother keeps defending. Well, not him, right? It's the sword hack that keeps defending. But then the sword goes wild, moves out of the way of the other sword, and he realizes things are about to go south, and Kim-moon lands a direct hit on his brother. Everyone is stunned, staring at Kim-moon, not knowing what just happened. And the older brother says that Kim-moon has always been like this. Like what? I don't know, because he still hasn't explained, okay? But he says he's always been like this, and brushes off his armor. However, his armor had already activated an automatic defense field, basically a defense hack. The referee blew the whistle, the ball is stopped, so what do? He kicks the ball. A little tap, really gentle, right at Taisu. And Taisu goes flying. The vice leader of the Mere Guild tells his brother that even though he has impure blood, he's always been like this. He says that he never loses. He never loses, and always gives his best in everything. Ah, Kini calls his brother a bastard. The vice leader explains that he doesn't like Kini because Kini is good at everything. If it's time to study, he really studies. If it's time to play sports, he truly puts in the effort, and is always the best. And when it comes to talent, he has a ton of it too. So, he always beats him at everything, and that's why he really hates him. And he says, but that doesn't matter, I've got my hacks, so get ready for battle. Pointing his sword at his younger brother, he said it doesn't matter, because he has a special power. Money, and money can buy everything and everyone. So, he's going to take down his little brother. And the older brother says to Kimi, if you have money to manipulate people and buy them, that's all you need, money. Money makes the world go round. And then his sword starts talking to him. Trace complete. It even looks like those tricks with powerful swords we always talk about, the ones that are going to be the master, right? A sword with a spirit, but that's pure technology. And he's shocked to see his brother in front of him, using a strange technique. His brother raises the sword and says, Secret Sword Dragon Technique, 5th chapter, Advent of the Wind Dragon. And he laughs, jumping at him. This sword is really good, man. Besides having automatic defense, it has a hack to copy the enemy's skills. I want 2 of these overpowered swords. And smiling, the vice leader of the Mere Guild says he can destroy his brother whenever he wants, but he doesn't even need talent, since he has money. He copies his brother's skills, and can easily destroy him. And with a wicked look, he says to his brother, "Be destroyed by your own technique." The swords clash and Kimi is overwhelmed by his own technique, and, once again, is thrown with full force against the mountain. Everyone in the squad gets worried about him, calling out his name. Brothers and the big older brother is just there, laughing in his face. "It's easy like this, huh? With hacks?" And Alice immediately starts healing Kimi, and Kimi says that's his limit. And the vice leader of the Mere Guild says that's the difference between him and his brother. He has money, and his brother doesn't. He's strong, and his brother is weak. I had even forgotten that Cleo existed. Cleo starts channeling energy into her staff and casts a lightning spear at Kimi. But then there's his absolute defense, right? He doesn't even need to do anything. Is he using hacks? And he starts laughing at his brother's crew, because nothing they're doing is working and he's not even breaking a sweat. Chen Yu starts mocking his younger brother, saying there's a wall he'll never be able to cross, but this is his limit. Then, Alice says that, in this situation, she won't be able to heal him for a long time, that she'll have to do something else. A healer who doesn't heal, I've never seen that before. So, Alice just gives him some basic first aid and goes to help Cleo attack Chen Yu. She tells Kim to wake up quickly, but Kim is already awake. He's just thinking that even though he survived, he doesn't have any strength left. That's his limit, and the fight continues on the other side. Holy strike. The other one, energy beam. It starts off and the guy is laughing in their faces, because everything they do can't get past is defense hack. Then comes Kim's sad story. He says he swore to get revenge on the bastards who abandoned him and his mother. They were abandoned, that's why he's in this situation. And Kim laments that he can't get his revenge and can't even protect his friends. And so, he does that same scene again. He says he's weak, pouts, starts to cry, and says he doesn't have enough strength. Suddenly, a dark flame lights up inside him and says, "Strength? You want strength? You need strength? Then take it." And now we have a privileged scene. The protagonist is just watching the fight. The two are blasting the guy with power beams, and he's tanking everything without doing anything because it's his armor that's protecting Kim while Kim is still standing. Then, the protagonist gets happy because he figured out which big guild is connected to the demonic cult. And finally, he'll be able to leave that stakeout. And the protagonist starts thinking about Kim's situation, since his father was a millionaire, a billionaire, and yet he was living in complete poverty, abandoned by his own father. And the protagonist really noticed that the two looked alike, but he didn't think there was any connection between them, because one was rich, and the other was poor. Then, the protagonist starts warming up, because he's about to join the fight. He says that he's already contacted the necessary people, and now all that's left is to enter the fight. When, all of a sudden, the protagonist hears Kim say, "I need strength, I need strength." And the protagonist is startled. The strength to defeat my enemies, and he starts to emit a very powerful aura, ripped with rage, bubbling with energy. Kim stands up, raises his sword and says, "Dragon's Fury." No, that's not what he said, no. He said that he needs strength to protect those who matter to him, raising his sword. And so, the protagonist receives a message from the system, saying that his familiar spirit, Kim, has accepted the power of the martial gods. In other words, the god living inside him gave him some strength and he accepted it. Now, for real, Kim has just awakened. Kim didn't accept all the power that the martial god has. He only accepted a small fraction of that power, just enough strength to defeat his enemy. A new secret sword technique. And it's shown to us that Kim is also using hacks, but his hack is divine. The other guy has a technological hack, and he has a divine hack. That's why he keeps reading the 5 chapters. It's automatic. It's like the Matrix. Plug it into your head, and you instantly know everything. And he learns 2 other secret dragon techniques, and goes after his brother. Now, let's see which technique is better, the divine hack or the technological hack. And he starts putting pressure on his brother, unleashing a whirlwind of swords. Under pressure, the vice leader is left confused, not understanding what's happening, since his brother was finished. And suddenly, the so-called absolute defense will have to be renamed, because it's no longer absolute. Kim actually managed to hit his brother's shoulder with a sword. So, the divine hack is better than the technological hack. Xianyu says that his hack isn't working. The vice leader of the Mi Guild still hasn't given up, and once again uses the secret technique of the Sword Dragon, 5th chapter, Advent of the Wind Dragon. And everyone shouts out the name of the skill they're about to use, right? Kim doesn't stay out of it. Cloud Dragon Sword Technique. He learned a new technique with a downloaded hack. 3rd chapter. That makes it easy. He doesn't even need to read. The technique just downloads straight into his mind. That makes it easy. I want to see you study philosophy, math, read an entire book for a test, and then the teacher asks a question that's on the back cover. And Kim says the name of his technique, Dance of the Cloud Dragon. And it's a really beautiful technique. It's a gorgeous image of the dragon coming down the mountain. And he puts pressure on his older brother once again and is left confused, because he has way more strength than his brother, has the same techniques as his brother, and yet his brother is surpassing him. He's faster, has better attributes, has money, has the hacks, and still can't handle his brother. But he doesn't know that his brother has a god inside him, right? There's a god that gives him automatic hacks, and he keeps thinking so much during the fight because he doesn't even need to fight. It's his equipment that fights for him. And suddenly, Kim hits his brother's other shoulder. Then, the older brother, who thought he was all that, realizes things are about to go south and says he needs to fall back and starts retreating. Keeney's sword is almost hitting his older brother, and he activates absolute defense, like a suit deploying defense field. But judging by the look on his face, I think it's not going to end well. Even he knows it's too late to use that automatic defense, when suddenly, the guy who wasn't doing anything I'd even forgotten about him grabs Odin's big axe and jumps in front. That's going to be the name of this axe, Odin's big axe. In the next scene, I was going to talk about an axe, but it's not an axe at all. He's riding a bike down a hill. Check it out, how cool, he's riding a bike down a hill. After he finished riding down the hill on the bike, he took a swing with the axe at his younger brother, threw him hard backward, and the vice leader got really pissed, because his bodyguard took too long. He says, sorry, the bike got a flat tire, going down the hill, because that scene, there looked just like a bike going downhill. I've ridden a bike a lot, over 100 kilometers, yeah, around the area where I live, but there's one thing I don't have the guts to do, and that's downhill biking. But this guy, he's got a lot of courage to do downhill. And then, we see an interesting scene that's only happening to Keeney. Is it because he's supposed to be the protagonist of this world? The system notifies him that he was injured by a major impact. If he doesn't take the necessary measures, the condition of his organs will deteriorate. Just the wind pressure from that guy's weapon, Odin's big axe, almost shattered him, inside. And he knows there's no way he can beat that big axe, because he can fight against his brother, but against that axe, which almost killed him with a single blow, even though, to be fair, he was already almost dying, okay? And I don't know who's more of a jerk, the vice leader of the guild or his bodyguard, because his bodyguard steps up to Kimmy and tells him to admit defeat. He tells him to say that his brother, the vice leader, is stronger than he is. I mean, of course not, right? Because he had just surpassed his brother, and the giant makes him an offer. If you come with us, without causing any trouble, I'll only cut off one of your arms. Just one little arm. But if you resist, your little buddy down there is coming off too. Chapter 50 starts with me giving credit to the translators. Then, the scene shifts to the giant telling Kimmy to admit defeat, saying he can't surpass the vice leader, but he already has, and you all saw it. And I'm not even going to insult him. I'm not even going to insult the giant. And the giant makes the same offer. If you come with us, without causing any trouble, I'll only cut off one of your arms, just one arm, nothing happens to your little buddy. And Kimmy gets really pissed, and tells him to stop talking crap. The big guy, right away, grabs Odin's huge axe, the handle of the axe, and knocks him down with the handle. Look at the size of that axe. Just the handle of the axe is bigger than Kimmy's head, and the giant, stepping on Kimmy's hand, on his arm, tells him to admit that he lost, that his older brother is stronger. Admit it. Admit it. And Kimmy is on the ground, writhing in pain, with the guy stepping on his arm. And his body just won't move anymore. And the giant says a really cool line. Pay attention to this line, okay? The only right you weaklings have is the right to suffer. The only right you weaklings have is the right to suffer. I know I said it twice. Well, since he can't even fight back anymore because he has no strength left, I think it's just going to be his arm. His little buddy is going to be spared. Spared? I don't know why, since he's going to be sacrificed anyway. And then we get another flashback from Kimmy's life. He's standing in front of his father's mansion. His father doesn't even let him or his mother in. He leaves them outside. Since he's a bastard, Kimmy's mother apologizes for bringing him into this unfair world. And Kimmy, even as a child, tells his mother she doesn't need to apologize, and while crying, he says he can handle everything, and that he'll always be grateful to his mother for giving him life. This kid, he doesn't even seem like a child. Then he starts crying, saying he can't shake off this feeling of abandonment, of being a failure. And he cries and cries, almost out of strength, apologizing to everyone there. Alice, with a shocked look on her face, keeps healing Taisu because the giant Taisu is really badly hurt. Cleo the mage, who didn't do anything, did you see her do anything? She didn't do anything, she didn't hit with a single spell, nothing at all, she's just completely useless, honestly. That's why she's being carried. Odin's big axe grabs his axe and goes to cut off Kimmy's arm. Kimmy feels terrible, closes her eyes because she doesn't want to see it, when suddenly, Kimmy hears a familiar voice saying, "You spoke really well." The protagonist showed up and grabbed his axe, broke his axe, right, with just one hand and even with his back turned, holding it. The protagonist is incredibly strong. And the protagonist says, "You spoke well. You said that the only right the weak have is the right to suffer, didn't you?" The protagonist tosses his axe up and says, "I totally agree with you," and then gives a light little kick, just a gentle tap, to the big axe guy. And back there, look back there, hiding, there he is, Kangwoo, hiding. Does he realize things went south? His courage is gone. Then the protagonist, with that maniac look on his face, says that from now on, they should make the most of that right. That you have. The right to suffer. And then, the guy who's down, instead of thanking, asks how he got here. Neither I, nor you, nor Proto was prepared for a question like that. And Proto thinks, I'm not even going to mention that I was monitoring him to see if the people would capture him. I'm really not going to say anything, and Proto tells Kin that he'll explain it later, and Proto tells Cleo and Alice to get them out of there and this time not to forget to treat them. Now I know what Cleo is for, a stretcher bearer. Look, she's for being a stretcher bearer. To transport those who are down. She serves as a stretcher bearer. The giant asks Proto if he is with the Barong Corporation. In other words, if he is with the government. And Kangwoo says, of course not. If he were with the government, he wouldn't come here alone. And Proto says, can we stop with the dialogue? You're already talking too much. Can we go straight to the fight? And the giant gets really angry and starts channeling energy into his Odin's big axe. He says he's going to make Proto pay and calls Proto an arrogant little punk. He jumps at Proto, and in the back, there's someone watching, lacking courage, back there, behind the rock, hiding. I'm lacking hatred. And the big guy hits Proto with his axe, and the giant realized it's going to become a meme. And Proto says to him, didn't you say that the only right the weak have is the right to suffer? This, while holding the blade of his axe with one hand and smiling. Look at the incredible strength Proto has. Man, this is going to go bad. It's going to go bad. Proto not only held it, but also crushed that part of the axe, and the giant starts trembling, right? Out of fear, because he won't be able to. Kangwoo says he will ensure to provide that right he has, the right to suffer. And we see Proto looking at him with his evil gaze, being reflected in his sunglasses, and he doesn't know who this kid is. Then, the older brother, full of courage, is hiding behind the rock, says, hey, giant, use the demonic energy. The demonic energy, did you forget? Use it. He curses at him and tells him to use the demonic energy and asks what he thinks he's doing. It's an order. He commands him to use the demonic energy. Do you know what happens? Why is he hesitating to use the demonic energy, which wasn't mentioned here in the work? It's because if you don't have a lot of strength and use the demonic energy, you turn into a beast. You stop reasoning. You practically become a demon, a lower demon. And he doesn't want to do that. But the guy is giving him an order, practically telling him to kill himself. The vice leader orders him to sacrifice himself for the guild. I don't do that. I'm out. I open a teleport and teleport to another place. Then he throws the axe away, gives up on life, and says he's going to do what he was asked. He puts his giant hand on his chest and starts to emit demonic energy from his chest. He starts to grow. I think he's going to turn into the Red Hulk because he's getting really big, The protagonist is there, stopping, looking at him with a Saitama-like expression. No, he didn't turn into the Red Hulk, he turned into Hellboy. A very ugly Hellboy. Look at that, he didn't even turn into Hellboy with that appearance. He won't attract anyone. The vice leader, with his maniacal look, starts laughing, thinking he's already won and shouts from behind the rock for the giant to kill the protagonist, and the giant, who is now a demon giant, says, "You bastard, no matter how strong you are, I will be the one who always wins." But look at the protagonist's face. I'm going to get closer so you can see. Look at the little smile on his face. Since that's the case, the protagonist activates his hack, Authority and Iron Defense, combined with the Authority of Divine Strength. This Authority of Divine Strength is the Demon Baphomet, which increases the protagonist's strength 1,000 times. The protagonist is already strong, on his own. With his strength increased 1,000 times, he just punches the demon in front of him in the stomach, and it's a ketchup show everywhere. The demon's glasses break, and he broke the demon's Ray-Ban glasses, and the protagonist does the same as he did with those others. He hits and twists his hand. He twisted his hand on the guy's chest, to deal more damage. Hey, otaku, just don't do this in a fight, okay? Hitting and twisting because you'll end up in yay. And then Kim saw that it was a mess, because the giant just lost, he even lost his color. There he is, the giant on the ground, dead, with a broken horn, and the protagonist turns and goes after the vice leader. And the vice leader thinks the protagonist is a ranker, because he easily defeated his demon form guard. And then he says, "But I think he meant to say something else. That's why I translated it for you here." And he does what every really brave guy does. He starts running. Run for your life. But he starts running, and puts his hand inside his shirt and says, "I need to call my dad." He takes out a communication orb. Is that a Nokia phone? No, it's a communication orb. Only with an orb like this can you communicate inside the portal, because inside the portal there's no internet or cell signal. He starts trying to call his dad, but the protagonist sneaks up on him and says, "I'm here." I don't know if he's more afraid of the protagonist or the sneak attack he just got. And the protagonist gives him a slap on the butt and throws him to the ground. The vice leader asks the protagonist who he is, and the protagonist politely steps on his head in a very polite and affectionate way. Kangwoo says that everyone in the demonic order says that they keep asking who he is when they're on the ground defeated. And the protagonist asks what that is in his hand. He asks if he's trying to call his dad, and the protagonist says, "Go ahead, call your dad, feel free." And he calls, "Hello, Dad, Dad. Hi, my son, tell me, what's going on? Dad, can you hear me? What, my son? Go ahead, I can hear you." And the protagonist joins the conversation and says, "Hey, old man, are you the daddy of this crybaby here?" And Kim says, "But who are you?" And Kangwoo says, "He's the guy holding his little boy hostage." At this, Kim gets really pissed and curses the protagonist, calling him a son of a poo-poo. And the protagonist keeps teasing Kim saying that his son is still a teenager and it seems like he wasn't raised properly. And the protagonist says, "Arrest him." Arrest what? I don't know, but he ordered an arrest. Now, it's not explained to us what the protagonist used. Authority of restriction. He made chains. This hack of his is really a hack, man. And the protagonist tells Kim that it seems like he cares about his son, so he's going to treat his little boy in a very polite way. And then it shows the scene of the vice leader of the Mir Guild bleeding on the ground and chained. And Kim asks what the protagonist wants, and the protagonist says what he wants. He says, "If you want to save that little brat of a son of yours, come to the C-rank portal in Mokdong immediately." And Kim says to the protagonist, "I assume you want me to come alone." And Kangho laughs a lot at Kim saying that he's not going to fall for that. He knows he's not going to come alone, so he can stop with that nonsense. And the protagonist is there with his cheerful face torturing the eldest son of the Kim family. Kim asks if the protagonist has lost his mind. The protagonist says no, but tells him to come alone to the portal and to stop talking nonsense and come quickly. And Kim on the other side of the crystal ball, starts threatening the protagonist, saying that if the protagonist thinks he's going to get out alive after this, he has connections with the government and will find him wherever he hides. And the protagonist asks, connections with the government? The protagonist says that Kim is alone. So, at that moment, Kim raises his aura and calls the protagonist a crazy maniac and asks if Kangho knows who he is. Kim says he doubts the protagonist has the guts to do everything he's saying he's going to do, and with a face full of hatred, "Let me tell you, There are already three veins in his eye. From anger, he asks the protagonist if he really knows who he is, and Kim Jae answers his own question by saying that the protagonist doesn't really know who he is, has no idea of the mess he's getting into. Then Kang Ho says, so, because of that, grabs his son by the hair in front of the crystal ball and says, I can put some sense into your head. And the crystal ball turns completely red, stained with the blood of the vice leader of the Mir Guild. At the beginning of chapter 53, we saw what happened. Kang Ho smashed the vice leader of the Mir Guild's forehead against the crystal ball, and zooming out a bit, we saw that he cracked the ball with his forehead. At that moment, Kim Jae tells the protagonist to stop, and the protagonist says he will stop, but he has 20 minutes, otherwise things will get messy, and Kim Jae threatens the protagonist by saying, I don't know who you are, I don't know what you want, but if you're doing all this for money, you've gone too far. I'll get you, remember that. And Kim Jae, with an aura of hatred, tells the protagonist to remember that he will get him after this. Kang Ho, with a smirk on his face, says to him, good luck, and slams his son's head with all his might against the crystal ball, causing it to shatter into several pieces. Did that crystal ball seem fragile? Because just 2 hits from the guy already broke it. Unless he hit it with force, right? And the vice leader calls for help and asks the protagonist if he needs money. He has a lot of money to give him. He just needs to call his father, and his father will give him as much as he needs. And the protagonist says, money is good, when suddenly the referee blows the whistle. If the referee blows the whistle, what do you have to do? Kick the ball, and give a light jab to Kim Yu's ribs, and the protagonist says that's not what he wants. The vice leader of the Mir Guild asks, then, what do you want? And the protagonist says, I want a kimchi stew, I want a big kimchi stew. And secondly, I want the safety of the land. But the kimchi stew comes first. I want a kimchi stew. And Kim Yu says something he shouldn't have said. He tells the protagonist, don't talk such nonsense. He called the sacred food nonsense, and tells the protagonist to say what he really wants. And the protagonist asks, so you don't believe me? The protagonist grabs his face, and tells him to be quiet, and Kang Ho says he needs to prepare to meet his father. At that moment, the hostage becomes cheerful, saying, Father, great, very great that you want to meet my father, and he starts smiling, thinking the protagonist is nothing compared to his father, because his father is a monster in strength. Kang Ho, smiling, says he thinks it's great that his father likes him. That Kim Jae's love for his son will be his weakness, because people in love are easy to use, and he summons the demon, Orobas. And a huge horse, Orobas, appears, talking to him, and torturing him, mentally. For those of you watching the video and who haven't subscribed, or liked yet, be careful, okay? The protagonist might grab you and drag you like that. Don't forget to comment on what you thought of this video with my voice, as I need your feedback. The scene changes, with everyone coming out of the portal. In front is the protagonist Taisu, dragging someone who hasn't subscribed. Behind are Alice and Cleo carrying someone who only liked and didn't subscribe. Taisu says that from now on he will take Kimmy, and Alice tells Taisu not to exert himself because he just got healed, and he replies that this is basic for a tank. The protagonist tells everyone to go back home when suddenly he looks back and sees the redhead arriving. The redhead, as always, is irritated and hot-tempered, right? But the scribble's finger took one of her eyes, and Bianca's. The redhead says that the protagonist sent a message, but he wasn't anywhere, and she stayed there waiting and looking for him for a long time. The redhead said that the two of them came and brought a lot of reinforcements, and Taisu is very surprised, asking if the protagonist knows the two, because one is the leader of the Red Rose, and the other is the captain of the Warang group. And Alice asks, Mr. Kang Ho, do you know these two? And the protagonist responds by saying that he has a negative karmic bond with both of them, and the redhead gets really pissed off with that answer. The redhead asks the protagonist, looking directly at Alice, who these people are. Alice politely introduces herself, saying her name is Alice. Now this scene is one of those women's scenes, right? The typical women's scene, compare, look, measure, look over there, look over here, see what one has that the other doesn't. And she noticed that Alice has big breasts, and gets a mad look just because she measured and compared. And Alice has more than she does. And Alice makes that face of not understanding anything. Female fight. I can't understand. I just can't understand. The redhead, who is already jealous, asks Alice what her relationship with the protagonist is. And Alice responds with another question, asking the redhead what her relationship with Mr. Kangwoo is, since she's been with him for so long, and only speaks to him formally. And he does too. But the two of them speak to each other intimately, and Sangwoo, not wanting to add fuel to the fire, tells them to save the introductions for later. The protagonist tells Alice to take the three of them back, and tells Thaisa not to push himself too hard because he needs to recover, while the redhead is there, just watching her rival. Bianca, who is the only sensible one there, asks about the bait, wondering if the bait is perhaps this unsubscribed person he's carrying, and the protagonist responds that this guy he's carrying watched several videos on the channel, didn't leave a like, didn't subscribe, and continues watching and laughing. That's why he's being treated this way. Then the protagonist lifts him by the neck and says, "Look, he's still alive, he just needs to subscribe to the channel to get out alive. Now, if he finishes watching this video and doesn't subscribe, he's going to have his little thing cut off." And the redhead didn't even recognize the vice leader of the Mere Guild because of the state he was in. She never imagined he would be taken hostage. The protagonist tells the two that his father won't stand still, that's why he took him hostage. The redhead says that it will be an all-out battle, the Red Rose Guild and the government against the Mere Guild, because the Mere Guild is related to the demonic cult. The redhead said she was surprised because she didn't know the fight against the Mere Guild would be today. Bianca told the protagonist that she didn't know it would be today, so she couldn't gather many members. If it turns into an all-out battle, it will be difficult. Bianca tells the protagonist that she thinks it's already too late to consider that their actions were hasty, and the protagonist tells her not to worry because there's no easy fight to win against an opponent who has lost their mind, and surely that boy's father has lost his mind. And Bianca tells the protagonist that she thinks those who already are won't lose their minds at this moment, and the protagonist, giving a little kick to the head of the non-subscriber, says that a father's love is infinite love, so surely he will lose his mind when he sees the state of his son. The redhead doesn't believe in the protagonist's plan because she knows that those who already are won't lose their composure. He won't go crazy, even with his son taken hostage. The protagonist, smiling maliciously, says he's not so sure about that. Anyway, we'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, several vans full of members from the Mere Guild arrived, except for that van back there, you see. That one is doing a full load. Then we see, on the other side, the soldiers from the Varang group, along with members of the Red Rose Guild. Further back are Ruivinha and Bianca, and lastly, the protagonist holding the non-subscriber by the neck. Well, it won't even hurt. You just need to click on the icon here, see, in the bottom right corner, and you subscribe to my channel. This Mere family loves to dress in purple banker outfits. Then, the boy's father arrives, and Kim Jae, the leader of the Mere Guild, says he was already expecting them to set this up. Then Bianca and Ruivinha get into combat position, and the protagonist stays in the back with a sadistic look and hands in his pockets. Kim Jae says to the two, "Did you think it would end this way? Taking my son hostage? And another thing, are these your reinforcements? Just this few people?" Kim Jae, raising his aura, says, "Where's the bastard who pressed against my son in front of the phone?" And the protagonist says, "Look here, it's me, oh friendly guy, it's me." And he starts dragging his son because he was behind the two, and is already dragging his son. And the protagonist keeps teasing, saying that Kim Jae looks much better in person. And he grits his teeth in anger and calls the protagonist a bastard, saying he's very happy because the protagonist didn't escape. So he will be able to teach the protagonist a lesson. When suddenly, the referee blows the whistle. When the referee blows the whistle, what happens? We kick the ball, and his son goes flying towards him. The protagonist says there's no need to thank him, but I felt bad about it. Do you know why? Instead of kicking, the protagonist threw the boy, saying that this isn't handball, this is soccer. The referee blew the whistle, you have to kick, not play with your hands. And Kim Jae is left speechless, because the protagonist returned his hostage, and two extra security guards, holding him up, start saying, young master, are you okay?" The redhead is in shock. Bianca is paralyzed, not understanding what happened. What do you mean you returned the hostage? The security guards, examining the boy, say he's fine, that apparently there are no bombs implanted in his body, and Kim Jae asks the protagonist what he's planning. The protagonist says he's not planning anything. He just saw that Kim Jae was very worried about his son, so he decided to hand him over, so he could see his son's condition. The protagonist tells the leader of the Mir Guild to greet his son, and so he asks his son, what's going on, if he's okay. And the protagonist starts laughing sarcastically in the background, and Kim Jae says, son, daddy is here. Are you okay? My dear son. Are you okay, my son? Ha. Talk to daddy, say something, son. The son looks straight at his father's face and asks, sir, who are you? And Kim Jae says, what? And the son continues speaking, sir, who are you? Who are you? And he responds, I am your father, of course. At that moment, the boy tells him to take his hand off because it hurts since he grabbed on top of the boy's wound and told him to let go, that he doesn't know who he is, and everyone tries to calm the boy down, and the boy asks where he is, who those people are. And now, we can count how many veins of anger are in his eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 veins of anger inside his eye, and Kim Yu starts screaming for help, telling his father to let him go, that he doesn't know who he is. And the protagonist, with a demonic face in the back, just laughing at the situation. Now the father is enraged. He gets really pissed off. His eyes fill with anger, and he calls the protagonist a bastard, starting to raise his aura, with a lot of hatred, wanting to destroy the protagonist at all costs. The security guards see that things are about to get intense. And how is the protagonist? Hands in his pockets, totally calm. The redhead saw that things are about to go south, takes the lead and tells everyone to back off. See, the guy lost his mind, went crazy, raised his aura, and charged forward. All the security guards said he needs to calm down, but there's no calming down. He's really pissed off, and asks what the protagonist did to his son, and sprints towards the protagonist. Now, it's the redhead's turn to act. She starts using. I don't know what she's using, because she's not wearing any armor, but she starts doing something with her hand. Now I know what she's doing. It seems that the bracelet she wears is a weapon. And the redhead also sprints towards the furious father who's coming. And Kim Jae uses the non-awakening attribute, meaning the guy is really strong, a monster of strength. He uses an S-rank aura strength manifestation. The redhead is also overpowered, using a legendary rank weapon. I didn't even know that existed. Andromeda's chain. Oops, I got it wrong again. That's in another manual. Bloodthirsty chain of legendary rank. That cost a lot of money. Now, it's the redhead against the angry father. One against the other. Shall we see who wins? Kim Jae punches right in the middle of the redhead's chains. But the thing is, she has 2, and he punches one, but there's the other. Kim Jae, with aura in his fists, tells the redhead to get out of his way and delivers an explosive punch in the middle of the chains, causing all the chains to break. The redhead doesn't give up and prepares a counterattack. Creating new chains, she starts to wrap Kim Jae with her chains. The chains begin to tighten and compress Kim Jae, squeezing so much that they start to cut him, and he says that something like this. Can't stop him and puts in more strength, breaking the chains. The redhead realizes that he is stronger than she expected, so Kim Jae uses an abyss skill and delivers a very powerful blow to the ground, causing the entire ground to explode. The redhead is thrown back with great force due to the impact of the abyss skill, and Kim Jae, even with her in the air, tells her to get out of his way and prepares another even stronger blow, channeling much more energy into his fists. But before he can hit the redhead, Bianca steps in and uses her whirlwind skill, one of the strongest she has, thus pushing Kim Jae away from her friend. However, this is not enough to make him retreat. Kim Jae only receives a cut on his chest, and the upper part of all his clothes is left in tatters. However, the hothead doesn't give up, and starts to increase his aura even more. In this other scene, there are more cuts that weren't there before, okay? He's all cut up, but his eyes are still full of rage, cursing at the two of them. He only has eyes for the protagonist, and there's a little smoke in front, so you can't see what the protagonist's face looks like. When the smoke dissipates, we see the protagonist's face, smiling at the desperate father. Then he gets even angrier, and raises his aura even more. Gathering all his power, he delivers a very strong blow to the ground. At the same moment, he tells the two to get out of his way. This blow is so strong that it messes up Bianca's hairstyle and breaks her toenail. Or is that not what the blow did? I think the blow threw her back with full force. The monster is on the loose, raising its aura even more, and Bianca was hit hard by that last blow. The big monster charges past Bianca and makes a quick sprint towards the protagonist, but the redhead has already recovered and steps in front of him, and he shouts with even more power, "Get out of my way." The redhead uses all her power and prepares an even more deadly blow against the leader of the Mere Guild. Chains of current, Andromeda chain or bloody chain, if you prefer, and pierces the leader of the Mere Guild completely. And he, being in pure rage mode, doesn't even care about the pain, and pulls her towards him, giving her a light kick, making her fly away, and break all the chains. And she keeps wondering how it's possible for someone who is almost at the same level as her to tank that much damage, and he's tanking it head-on, with his chest open, without any armor. But the redhead hasn't given up yet, and even in the air, she uses another skill, and starts entangling her chains around the leader of the Mere Guild. And he's like a mad train, doesn't even stop to look back, with chains cutting all over his body, and he doesn't even want to look back. He keeps moving forward with all the power he has, and the redhead is there holding on to a raging bull. "Come here, raging bull, come here, raging bull." She knows he's taken a lot of damage, and the damage is just piling up. Sooner or later, he's going to give in, and the desperate father says these tactics are useless and puts in even more strength. Bianca, who didn't just break a nail, the blow was very strong on her. She gets up, spitting ketchup, saying that Kim Jae is very injured and that they need to land another hit on him. And how is Kim Jae? Fuming with anger and charging at the protagonist, chains tearing him apart, and he doesn't even care. The redhead can't believe it when her chains are broken by Kim Jae's strength. And how's the monster? All cut up, pure juice of hatred, charging at the protagonist. The redhead doesn't do anything, right? Just her legendary chains. Kim Jae, showing the first signs of fatigue, starts removing the pieces of chains embedded in his body, taking out all those pieces. He heads towards the protagonist, who is Hal, with arms crossed, just watching the situation. If you notice, the protagonist is just smiling because it wasn't a fight, it was practically a massacre. He didn't fight, just ran at the protagonist trying to kill him, while Bianca and the blonde girl landed several blows on Kim Jae. Kim Jae acted like a raging bull, lowered his head, and charged forward. This fight was apparently easy because he's not thinking, he's just in pure rage, practically a berserker. And he charges at the protagonist, who still has his arms crossed. Kim Jae, calling the protagonist a bastard, prepares his final blow to try to hit the protagonist, but a sword pierces his abdomen from behind. And then, since there's going to be a lot of ketchup in this scene, they remove all the color from the scene so as not to show so much ketchup. And I appreciate it. Kim Jae looks back to see what happened, and there she is, Bianca, with the sword embedded in his back. Bianca couldn't withstand even 2 of his blows, but she caught him stealthily from behind. All the members of the Mere Guild are shouting for their president. Meanwhile, the vice leader is there telling them to let me go. Let me go, let me go. Bianca seems to have learned from the protagonist. Instead of just throwing the sword, she pulls the sword to the side, causing even more damage to him. Kim Jae can no longer withstand all the damage he has taken and starts to tremble. Now, instead of running, he's walking towards the protagonist, all shaky and full of damage. Bianca just watches because she knows that, with the amount of damage he's taken, he won't be able to do anything else. The redhead also appears on the scene because she knows it's over, there's nothing more he can do. And the leader of the Mere Guild, with ketchup-like blood oozing from various holes in his body, continues coughing as he walks towards the protagonist, who still stands with arms crossed. He prepares a punch, calling the protagonist a bastard. A punch without mana. It seems it's going to be a simple punch, and he's so weak that his hand, practically, just touches the protagonist without causing any damage because he has no strength left. And Kim Jae collapses in front of the protagonist, defeated, kneeling in the presence of Kong Hun. And Kong Hun, not being the nice guy, grabs him by the hair and asks, "What happened? Bastard, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Well, I'm right here in front of you. Aren't you going to do anything?" And the protagonist asks the same question that Kim Jae had asked him. Do you know who I am? Thank you to everyone who made it this far in the video. Please leave your like. For those who haven't, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And don't forget to share it on Grandma's WhatsApp. And that subscriber who said they would send Grandma's WhatsApp number, you can send it, okay? But also send this link to her WhatsApp. And I didn't finish the video with more action scenes. This is the last action scene related to Kim Jae.
At the Varen squad headquarters, we see the redhead questioning the protagonist about what he did to the deputy chief of the Mir Guild. And the protagonist, with an innocent look, says he just altered his memory a bit. The redhead is surprised and questions if the protagonist has an ability that does that. He responds that he's multi-talented, but of course, that hacker was stolen from him. The redhead tells the protagonist to stop talking nonsense and says that it's not a matter of talent, that it's on another level, and asks who Kang-hun really is. Kang-hun tells the redhead that she doesn't need to understand everything and doesn't need to know all the details. And the protagonist concludes that she is being a great help to him, just as he is being very useful to her. Kang-hun, touching on the redhead's sore spot, asks if she wants to eliminate the demonic cult that took important things from her. The redhead knows that without the protagonist it will be difficult to defeat the demonic cult, and the protagonist smiles menacingly, knowing that she depends on him for her revenge. Kang-hun, extending his hand, renews his alliance with the redhead, saying that's why they need to stay together, to help each other in the future. The redhead thinks that she actually believed she was raising a tiger cub, but Kang-hun is something much worse. The redhead doesn't care. She just wants to exterminate the damn demonic cult and continues with her agreement with the protagonist. The redhead says that they will get along very well, and thus she reaffirms her pact with Kang-hun. The scene shifts to the leader of the Mir Guild, restrained in a sort of straitjacket, appearing to be sealed. And we see Bianca interrogating the leader of the Mir Guild, asking since when they have been in contact with the demonic cult. The leader of the Kim family remains silent. The scene in the room widens, and we see that the protagonist and the redhead are also in the room. Bianca asks what this summoning business is about. And the leader of the Mir Guild gives a sadistic smile. Bianca slams the table forcefully, trying to intimidate Kim Jae, ordering him to answer. Bianca reminds Clytinho Belangador, Kim Jae, that his status is no longer as the head of Electronic Mir nor as the head of the Mir Guild, but as a criminal who collaborated with a cult of psychopaths. Finally, Kim Jae breaks his silence and says he's not a fool to say anything. Kim Jae reminds Bianca that the Varen squad thinks they have a lot of authority, but they are just government dogs. The leader of the Mir Guild asks if Bianca knows how many politicians are connected with him, and that he owns the one who holds her leash. Suddenly, a current passes, rushing at extremely high speed towards Kim Jae. The redhead asks how he dares to bare his teeth at them. The redhead, who is always a bit feisty, pins Kim Jae against the wall, and says that now she's the one who will be asking the questions, and orders him to answer. The redhead, with all the care in the world, tightens the chains and gives the leader of the Mir Guild a massage. Bianca immediately holds back the redhead, saying it will be problematic if Kim Jae dies during the interrogation. Kim Jae, with ketchup coming out of his mouth, tells the beauties that in the end, they will lose. The leader of the Mir Guild says that they don't know how large the scale of all this is, and what the cultists are planning. The protagonist interrupts the affectionate conversation of the three and says that they did a good job with the interrogation and that they can leave now as he will continue with the interrogation. The protagonist starts by calling Kim Jae to have a chat, but he becomes furious upon hearing the protagonist's voice. Kim Jae said that nothing is going to change. The answers will be the same, even if it's the protagonist asking the questions, and he asks Kangwoo if he really thinks this follower will say anything. The protagonist responds by saying yes, that he will end up saying everything. Kim Jae tells him to stop with the nonsense, but before he even finishes speaking, the protagonist says he can return his son's memories. And of course, the father trembles at the moment, because upon hearing that the solution to his son's problem was right in front of him and only depended on him answering the questions. His son is like, I don't remember, no.
You don't remember.
No, never seen it.
And your name.
Never even seen it.
You don't remember your name either.
Never even seen it, no.
But you don't remember.
Never even seen it. What day was that? Prota, with an even more malicious look, says he can bring back the memories of Kim Jae's son, and that the vice leader of the Mir Guild can return to normal. Kangwoo states that this is why Kim Jae will talk about everything regarding the demonic cult. Kim Jae, lowering his head, admits defeat and starts laughing, because he loves his son more than anything else in this world. Bianca and the redhead are left confused as to why the two are laughing. Kim Jae can understand the amount of evil within Prota, and said that surely he will go to hell. Kangwoo, with a mischievous look, knows that, in fact, he came from there. And finally, the leader of the Mir Guild starts to say that he encountered the demonic cult 8 months ago. Bianca asks if he is referring to the man with the red mask, and Kim Jae says yes. The redhead asks if he knows who the masked person is. Kim Jae said he doesn't know. The protagonist tells him to keep talking, and becomes pensive about how not even the leader of a major guild knows who the man with the red mask is. Kim Jae explains that the man with the red mask proposed that if he helped by providing the materials for the sacrifice, the cult would turn him into a demon. The redhead is confused about why he accepted such an insane proposal, and asks why he accepted it. Kim Jae says the proposal isn't insane, because the redhead doesn't know anything about demons. The redhead asks what he means by that, and Kim Jae explains that demons have eternal life, and unless their head is cut off or their heart explodes, they can live forever. And Bianca asks if Kim Jae really believes in that, and he replies that he does. Bianca asks why he believes in that, and the leader of the Mir Guild responds by saying that there are people in this world who have been living for over 1,000 years. The girls and the protagonist are shocked by this answer. Kim Jae explains that the demonic cult has existed well over 1,000 years ago. They are older than that, and are growing in size all over the world. However, they only started to act a few years ago. The protagonist thought that the demonic cult began with the Great Cataclysm, not knowing that they had existed for over 1,000 years. Kangwoo thinks that since the cult is so large and ancient, it will be very annoying to get rid of them. The redhead asks Kim Jae if he kidnapped and sacrificed players with the promise of receiving eternal life from the demonic cult. Kim Jae, smiling, says yes and that the redhead doesn't know anything, explaining that a demon's body maintains its mind and increases its desires. The redhead responds, "And what about Kiko?" And Kim Jae says, "What Kiko? What do I have to do with this?" Just kidding, that's not what the redhead said. "I just didn't want to miss the joke." The redhead said, "So what?" And Kim Jae explains that a demon always wants more and more things, and that's why he can live eternally without getting bored, with a young body and mind. The redhead, very angry, says that's impossible, and is countered by Kim Jae saying that it is possible, because he wouldn't risk everything if it weren't possible. The protagonist knows that's a lie, because he lived 10,000 years in hell and wasn't happy living so long, desiring something that never came. He wanted to eat kimchi and then eat more kimchi and only then love and be loved. Having a desire that doesn't come true can be torturous. It's a terrible pain, a pain that can't be compared to any other. The protagonist concludes that Kim Jae knows nothing about the demonic cult. Kim Jae said that their agreement was to provide materials for the offerings, and that through this he made some members of the Mir Guild accept the demonic energy. Bianca asks what this demonic energy is, and Kim Jae responds that it's similar to magical power. Demonic energy is the force of hell. It's similar to magical power, but it's different. Even I didn't understand that. It's similar, but it's different. The redhead asks if Kim Jae has demonic energy, and the clever old man says he doesn't, that he hasn't accepted the demonic energy yet. The guy is using his guild members as guinea pigs. If it goes well, he'll accept it. If it goes badly, the ones who suffer are those who accepted it, not him, and he laughs a lot. Kim Jae explains that, according to the masked man, if he accepted the demonic energy without the preparations to truly become a demon, a force, the body wouldn't withstand the desires and the person would end up losing their mind, becoming a monster. Kim Jae explains that this is why he used some members of his guild as guinea pigs, because even if they lost their minds, they would still become stronger. Kim Jae says, "Isn't it a perfect idea? Use them and then throw them away." The redhead gets so angry that she calls him a piece of shit, and Bianca, who is more level-headed, asks about the summoning. What are they trying to summon? A demon? The leader of the Mere Guild says they are trying to summon a demon. Bianca and the redhead are shocked by the statement. The protagonist, hearing this from the back, even shudders. Bianca asks what kind of demon they are trying to summon and from where. Kim Jae says he doesn't know. He only knows that the dimensional wall that has been preventing demons from being summoned recently has been weakened. And how is the protagonist? Just trembling. Kangwoo starts sweating because he knows he was the one who did this when he escaped from hell. The redhead asks, what is this dimensional wall? And when? Was this recently? The cultist said it was a month ago, and the protagonist started sweating profusely. The protagonist concludes that he was the one who weakened the dimensional wall. Kangwoo remembers the core of the dimensional rift, and how it started acting strangely after detecting the protagonist's presence, even trying to eliminate him. But in the end, it could only seal the protagonist's power. Kangwoo remembers that the dimensional defense mechanism, the Gaia system, was only activated due to his presence. And he also knows that this system is not doing its part correctly. While Kangwoo is lost in his thoughts about whether he was the reason for the weakening of the dimensional fabric, the redhead is trying to understand why the protagonist is sweating so much, as if he's hiding something. Kangwoo wonders if the dimensional defense system can regenerate naturally. Someone asks Kim Jae if the dimensional defense system is still weakened. He replies that he heard the system is getting weaker and weaker. The protagonist knows that if things continue like this, not only the demons but also the people from the land of Hino will all enter Earth, turning Earth into a new hell. It's more similar to another work, The Conjunction of the Spheres. I hope the otaku caught the reference. Kangwoo is focused and stops thinking about the dimensional rift, as he can't do anything about it, for now. The protagonist will focus on the demonic cult, where its branch is in Korea. And if the masked man is there, Kim Jae says that the place where he knew the cult was located is currently empty, so they probably moved somewhere else. Kim Jae explains that the preparations must already be ready and that the cult will probably perform the summoning ritual somewhere else. The redhead gets very angry with Kim Jae because he had been providing sacrifices, but doesn't know how many were needed for the summoning. The leader of the Mere Guild, smiling, says that their work is performance-based, and the protagonist immediately exclaims, "This is bad." Bianca and the redhead are confused about why the protagonist said that, and he explains, since it's performance-based, then there is more than one major guild helping the demonic cult. It wasn't just the Mere Guild. The scene shifts to the demonic cult's temple, where the man with the red mask notes that Kim Jae has been captured, and laments his loss, as he was a great help to the cult. The man with the red mask, watching a video on his Nokia phone, disguised as a crystal ball, realizes the moment when Kim Jae was captured in an unbelievable way. One of the cult's servants tells the cardinal with the red mask that even though Kim Jae has been captured, the sacrifices will not stop coming, as there are sacrifices coming from other major guilds. The man with the red mask becomes pensive about what led Kim Jae to lose his mind like that, and looking into his crystal ball, he sees the protagonist capturing Kim Jae and realizes that the protagonist is the same person from that time. In other words, the man with the red mask knows Kangwoo. The man with the red mask even remembers the protagonist's name, Kangwoo. The cardinal of the demonic cult says he needs to investigate Kangwoo, and that he needs to keep an eye on him. And then he asks one of his assistants if the support has already arrived. The assistant says it has already arrived. The man with the red mask asks about the contents of the support. The support is a stone of condensed demonic energy. This stone will greatly increase the cardinal's power. Continuing the conversation, the cardinal asks his assistant if the leaders of the demonic cult have sent any orders, and the assistant says they haven't sent any orders. And so the cardinal proceeds with the plans of the demonic cult, starting with, "I want." The scene shifts to the three leaving the Warong headquarters, where the redhead is unhappy because they are back to square one. Bianca tells her friend to cheer up because they managed to get some information about the demonic cult from Kim Jae. so they are not back to square one. Bianca tells the protagonist that the government intends to reward him for what he did. The protagonist is surprised and happy at the same time. Bianca explains that it was because of Kangwoo that the Mir Guild was caught red-handed, and that with his help, they were able to overcome Kim Jae easily. The protagonist asks if it won't be a useless certificate or a lousy trophy. And Bianca explains that it will be a YouTube plaque for 1 million subscribers and other things that he will love, but she will explain the details later. Bianca says that the protagonist can be excited because the gift is really good. The scene shifts to Alice's house, where we see Alice and Edna Zinha waiting for the protagonist, after more than a week away from home. Edna Zinha is all teary-eyed, because a dragon needs to always be by their master's side to be complete. Edna Zinha, in tears, asks the protagonist where he has been all this time. Kangwoo apologizes, and says he had to take care of some things. The adorable Edna Zinha asks the protagonist if she did something wrong, and if he is not going to abandon her. Even I can't resist so much cuteness. Edna Zinha is beautiful, 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 and cute. The protagonist says that Edna Zinha did nothing wrong. As I already said, Edna Zinha strikes with cuteness in the area, and I bet she has already captured your heart. You know, subscriber Kangwoo embracing cuteness in person. He says he will never abandon her. Did Edna Zinha think the protagonist had gone to buy cigarettes, like her father? Alice asks the protagonist if he finished everything he was doing, and Kangwoo says yes, that he has finished everything. Kangwoo also apologizes to Alice, and she says it's all right, because she knows he cares about the two of them, more than anyone else. The protagonist was moved by Alice's words. Alice knows the protagonist's weak spot, and says it's still late for dinner, as she, just in case, left a kimchi stew ready. Alice only plays hard, and hit Kangwoo's weak spot. Kimchi stew. Never leave for tomorrow what you can eat today. I hope Joazinho doesn't use this phrase to demonetize my channel. Sorry, but I couldn't resist the joke. The scene shifts to the hospital, where we see the protagonist explaining to Kimmy. The protagonist says that after hearing that the demonic cult was after him, Kangwoo started sneaking around him, just as a precaution, to protect him from the cultists. Meanwhile, little Edna doesn't stop eating, and asks me where the protagonist heard this rumor. And Kangwoo says that this world of players is very small, especially if there are so many attractive people in his group. And Kimmy believed that lame excuse. Not even the protagonist believed that Kimmy bought that excuse. And Alice, all sad, asks why the protagonist couldn't tell her this before. The protagonist is surprised by Alice's question, and little Edna keeps eating. Alice confides that the distance between her and Kangwoo is growing larger. Kangwoo sincerely apologizes to Alice, and says he knows he made her family miss him a lot. Alice is overjoyed to hear that the protagonist considers her as his family. Suddenly, Alice changes her demeanor and yells at the protagonist, telling him to never call her Miss again, since he just said they are family. So she wants to be called by her first name, like he does with the little redhead. There's the rivalry between the women. Alice versus the little redhead for the protagonist's heart. I'm not even going to erase the dialogue balloons, because it's exactly what I'm thinking. And you are too. Dorama, their hands approach and touch, feeling each other's warmth. Nothing like a good dorama. The embarrassed protagonist calls her Miss again. But before finishing saying Miss, he pauses and calls her Alice. Then he asks why she's still calling him Sir. Alice says she feels more comfortable that way. We can't forget there's a female dragon here. She's full of jealousy. Little Edna throws herself between the two and asks him to peel the 59th pumpkin tangerine for her. Remembering that Alice could train for 1,000 years and still wouldn't even tickle little Edna, the SSS dragon. Continuing our drama, the protagonist, holding the pumpkin tangerine in his hand, says it's already peeled, but little Edna asks him to remove those little white bits. But Kimi. Taking the protagonist out of this awkward situation, he asks what happened to Kim Jae, and the vice leader of the Mir Kendo Guild, with a smile on his face, responds that they will spend the rest of their lives in prison. The author or illustrator forgot that the pumpkin tangerine was already peeled and put the peel back on the pumpkin tangerine. The trouble that the leader and vice leader of the Mere Guild got themselves into. They can't get out of it even with money, because too many lives were lost because of them. The protagonist continues explaining to Kimmy that Kim Jae somehow managed to saddle Kimmy with a large debt. But you will be compensated through legal means. In other words, someone is going to become a millionaire here. Kimmy's mother will be taken to a hospital for treatment. And me, you, Cleo, and Taisu. How are we doing? Just watching our favorite drama. Oh, really? I had even forgotten about Kimmy. He, very moved, says that the protagonist is his benefactor, the future hero of this world, said he was very lucky to meet Kangwoo, and the protagonist realizes he has gained Kimmy's complete loyalty, even though he already had it through magic. Kimmy says he considers the protagonist as his brother, and the protagonist thinks that Kimmy's words make him feel guilty. After that, Kimmy starts talking more openly with everyone about his power. Kimmy says there's something he needs to share with everyone. Kimmy said that the rumors are true, because he awakened a very strong attribute called Martial God's Descendant, rank SSS, and he says that his level is still low, so he can't fully take advantage of his attributes. But it seems that he can use the strength of the martial god Chong Taewon, and everyone is left speechless upon learning that he has this attribute. Taisu says he's not very surprised, because he thought Kimmy was usually strong, and he explains to me that he doesn't know how Kimmy managed to awaken as a successor of a martial god. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is just listening with a blank expression, because he had already discovered the secret with the authority of observation. Kimmy says that the message he received was different from those of the other players. The message said that because of the damage the Gaia system suffered, he was chosen as a guardian. At that moment, the protagonist widened his eyes, because something started to make sense. Taisu asks, "What is this system, Gaia?" And Kimmy says he's also curious to know. And the protagonist is even more astonished, because not even the redhead, who is a ranker, has ever heard of the Gaia system. And Kimmy says that's not all, because the Gaia system chose him as a guardian to supplement this system. The protagonist asks, "But when did you awaken as the player?" And he, spontaneously, says that the exact date was May 22nd. Alice, like every woman, knows the date of the first meeting, and remembers that it was on that day she met Kangwoo. And little Edna keeps eating. The protagonist quickly connects the dots and concludes that Kimmy awakened as the player on the day he returned, because the reason for this is that he damaged the Gaia system when he returned to Earth. Kangwoo keeps thinking that this means Kimmy is the key to fixing the Gaia system, and everyone in the room is amazed to learn that they are part of the heroes group that protects Earth. The protagonist thinks that Kimmy is someone more important than he thought when they first met. Kangwoo thinks this is great, since the hero of this world is his familiar spirit, and shortly after, he says goodbye, mentioning he needs to leave. The scene shifts to the protagonist inside the portal, where we see Kangwoo fighting two giant ogres at once, with support from little Edna. After that, the protagonist receives a notification from the system, saying that he has leveled up. The protagonist reached level 50, thus unlocking his 6th awakening, and immediately opens the status window to check his new stolen attribute. However, he is disappointed, because the 6th attribute shows 3 question marks, meaning it is locked. This attribute will only be fully unlocked once Kangwoo acquires the body of extreme demonic energy. Remember that these attributes with question marks are the most overpowered in this story. The protagonist feels down because he received another attribute with a question mark and also doesn't know the condition to acquire the body of extreme demonic energy. After that, his phone rings, and it's Alice saying that the preparations for the apartment move are almost all ready. The scene shifts to Kangwoo's new apartment. It's an incredibly large, beautiful, and luxurious penthouse. Alice asks if that apartment was very expensive, and the protagonist says it was free, because the redhead was the one who gave him that apartment. Continuing our drama, Alice realizes that her rival, besides being beautiful and strong, is very rich, and Edna Zinha is having a lot of fun in this big nest, with a wonderful view. Alice knows there's another problem: the redhead lives nearby. I doubt you expected a drama on our channel. Then the protagonist invites Edna Zinha to go shopping, and Alice says she wants to go with them too. And everyone goes shopping. Has the protagonist never gone shopping with two women at the mall? I'll warn him that it's the biggest trap in the world, because they walk the entire mall over and over, and never get tired. Every time I go out like that with my wife and other people, I always go to the movies to watch some films while they shop. That's the only way I don't get stressed. Kangwoo is very happy, because Edna Zinha and Alice are getting along very well, strengthening their friendship every day. Now I know the protagonist understands why you don't go shopping with two women at a mall. The protagonist discovers that there is another holy refuge in a mall, the food court, and he finds out that there is a large amount of food, and also a huge variety. However, its quality is not like Alice's food. Thus, the protagonist remembers the real reason he came to Earth. He wants to eat lots of delicious food and forget that he ate demon meat for 10,000 years. Looking at the menu, he decides to order everything, from number 1 to 168, and 10 of each kimchi stew. The table was set with an immense variety of food. So, let's eat. A stew to start things off. Then a giant pizza. Then, pizza with kimchi stew. Alice looks astonished seeing the mix Kangwoo is making. The protagonist realizes that this is tastier than he thought. Alice covers Edna's eyes, so she doesn't see what Kangwoo is doing. Kangwoo is mixing fries and pizza into the kimchi soup. Suddenly someone arrives. The protagonist looks with disdain, and the person starts to make conversation. The first thing the person says is that kimchi stew is better when mixed with something. The person introduces themselves, but they already know each other. It's the number 1 ranker in Korea. He approaches the protagonist, calling him brother, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Kangwoo is straightforward and asks what brings the leader of the Null Guild to that place. Well, we'll have to change Baek Kanghyun's name. He will be called Carlos. Carlos says he has something good for the protagonist, and that they can talk normally. Carlos asks if Kangwoo is the newcomer from the Red Rose Guild. Kangwoo says he doesn't belong to the Red Rose Guild. His relationship is more like an alliance. Carlos, placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, says that since his relationship with the Red Rose is like that, things will be even simpler. Carlos doesn't beat around the bush, and invites Kangwoo to his guild. Carlos offers $50 million for the protagonist to switch to his guild. Alice almost chokes after hearing the amount of money. Carlos says he will ensure that the car and house Kangwoo has now won't even compare to what he'll get if he joins his guild, and he'll also offer an executive position. Kangwoo, with disdain, says the offer is too low. Carlos widens his eyes upon hearing the protagonist's response, and is left speechless by it. Carlos bursts into laughter, asking if that's not enough to satisfy Kangwoo. Meanwhile, the protagonist is sipping his generic Coke. Kangwoo responds that no matter what the offer is, he just doesn't want to be someone's subordinate. However, Carlos also knows how to play hardball, and offers legendary ranking equipment to get the protagonist to join his guild. Legendary ranking equipment, even if you have a lot of money, is extremely difficult to obtain. Unlike normal equipment made from common monsters and mana stones, this type of equipment can only be made with materials that drop from bosses inside S rank or higher portals. This equipment can only be used by one person, as it binds to whoever uses it first. The binding is done through a ceremony. Because of this, each piece of legendary equipment ends up being exclusive to just one person. Even so, there are many cases where binding ceremonies require certain conditions. So, even if you obtain a piece of legendary equipment through blood, sweat, and tears, there's still a chance you might not be able to use it. And most importantly, there are many pieces of legendary equipment that increase an attribute by an absolute value. With this, Carlos manages to attract the protagonist's attention. The protagonist doesn't consider the fact that the offer is tempting, and keeps thinking that it doesn't make sense to take a legendary piece that can't increase his demonic energy. Therefore, Kangwoo responds to Carlos that even with all these offers, he will have to decline the offer. Carlos, with a smile on his face, said he knew the protagonist would refuse the offer. After that, he hands his contact card to Kangwoo in case he changes his mind. The scene shifts to the Warong Squadron headquarters, where we see the protagonist talking to the redhead about Carlos's offer, and she asks if he rejected it. Kangwoo states that he doesn't want to be subordinate to anyone. The redhead, upon hearing this response, says that the protagonist is strange, and he replies that even if he doesn't join the Emil Guild, he can still get legendary equipment here. Kangwoo changes the subject and asks the redhead if she knows anything about Carlos. The redhead only responds with the basics, saying that she has met him a few times, and that both are leaders of important guilds. The protagonist asks, what kind of guy is Carlos? The redhead says that he is a strange guy. Kangwoo says that it's noticeable that Carlos is strange, and asks if the redhead knows anything else or any other rumors about him. The redhead says she just stopped to think about it now, but remembers that Carlos once got really angry. It was during the exam to see if he could become a world ranker. Many people were saying that he was so strong that he would certainly become Korea's first world ranking. But he failed the test when he lost to someone. It was a very humiliating defeat. Kangwoo asks who the other ranker was, and the redhead says it was a Japanese guy named Fujimoto Ryoma. This Fujimoto had a mythical ranking weapon, called the Eye of Susanoo. And since Carlos lost to someone like that, the public sentiment towards him became quite negative. Kangwoo asks the redhead if she thinks Carlos won't retaliate against his refusal to join the Emil Guild. The redhead says that Carlos isn't the type of person to hold a grudge, that he probably laughed and liked the protagonist's attitude. Finally, the duo arrives where Bianca was already waiting. Hey, Johnny! The goddess Bianca tells them to come in. Bianca informs them that while they were investigating the Mir Guild, they found a piece of legendary equipment that hadn't been through any binding ceremony. As soon as she saw the equipment, she realized it would be perfect for Kangwoo. The redhead says that Bianca must have gone through a lot to keep that piece, and Bianca confirms by saying that the superiors, previous ones, had their eyes on that legendary item. Kangwoo, looking at the attributes of the legendary item, is very surprised. It was a black pro coat, legendary rank, with extraordinary effects. And to make it better, it also increased the person's unique attribute by 5 in, doubled the person's attributes for 1 minute, with a 2-hour cooldown. Bianca and the redhead think the attributes of this legendary item are just SOSO. The redhead says the only good thing about this item is that it gives an additional 5 to the possessor's unique attribute. The redhead says that few players have a unique attribute. And looking back, she says it's a shame the protagonist doesn't have a unique attribute. The redhead widens her eyes upon seeing the protagonist's expression. Kangwoo is unusually happy because he got an incredible piece of equipment that also boosts his demonic energy. The redhead didn't imagine the protagonist had a unique attribute, but it was to be expected. Considering the growth speed, there was certainly something unusual. It's explained that even among legendary equipment, this piece is one of the best. The protagonist says he really liked it. Internally, he thinks it's because this equipment increases his demonic energy by 5 levels. The protagonist, very excited, and saluting Bianca, says he will do his best to eliminate the demonic cult. Bianca says that the Varen squad will also do their best to eliminate the cult, and is happy that the equipment found the right owner. Then, finally, the protagonist is going to take off the clothes he stole. Borrowed from the blonde-haired guy, from the 3rd chapter. Kangwoo asks if he can put it on now. The redhead says yes. After putting on the legendary item, several system messages appear saying that he equipped a legendary item, and that the binding ceremony of the Black Pearl coat is starting. The coat recognizes Kangwoo as its owner. This binding ceremony is looking like Venom equipping his symbiotic armor. The coat begins analyzing the owner's attributes to apply its usage effects, and thus the coat recognizes that the protagonist's unique attribute is demonic chi. And so, the coat increases the protagonist's demonic energy by 5 more, making the binding ceremony successful. The redhead asks how Kangwoo feels about equipping a legendary item. The protagonist is like me, as he already asks if he can use about 10 of those. Bianca says that regardless of the ranking, it's only possible to wear 5 pieces of equipment, making it impossible to wear more than 5 pieces. It reminded me of Warframe, where I only farmed. I had more than 2,500 Orokin cells. The redhead says it's impossible. If I use more than 5 pieces, the effects of all of them disappear. Kangwoo is as happy as a pig in mud. The protagonist says he really liked the legendary item. The redhead, who loves a fight, asks if the protagonist wants to test the strength of this legendary item now. She invites the protagonist to a simulated training combat. The redhead asks Bianca if she can go all out, and Bianca says yes, that's why they built this place. They worked hard to make a place like this. So, nothing bad can happen to this place, because everything is very sturdy. Kangwoo starts his warm-up stretching, and the redhead is imagining how strong the protagonist has become. The redhead remembers that the protagonist is not just about speed, because if it were, he would never defeat Minongu. The protagonist also has a lot of combat skills. There was a huge difference between the protagonist's attributes and the attributes of the guy who lost the chess piece. The redhead knows that Kangwoo has something special that goes beyond levels or attributes, but she doesn't know what it is. Therefore, the redhead wants to use this opportunity to find out what it is. As for the protagonist, he wants almost the same thing. He wants to measure the redhead's strength. For those who have already forgotten the redhead's name, it's right below. See? The secret is there. Warm up and more warm up. Bianca is also very interested in this training, because she wants to measure her friend the redhead's strength. The protagonist sprints towards the redhead, but she saw his fight against Mun, and dodges, leading the protagonist in the dust and prepares a powerful counterattack. Are you crazy? Picking a fight with a woman like that? Look at her psychopathic eyes. But the protagonist dodges too. Barely had he dodged, when the crazy one already throws a knee at the protagonist, who blocks it using both hands, and then follows up with a punch. I had already been hit about 15 times by her. The protagonist defends against this powerful punch using his arms as a shield. Studying the situation, Kangwoo realizes that the redhead is using a moderate amount of power. He thinks she's using short-range attacks just to test him. Kangwoo starts getting pissed off. Kangwoo, deflecting the redhead's blow with his hand, finds an opening to counterattack. Immediately, the redhead dodges, and the protagonist grabs her cap and covers her vision. Then, it's the redhead who gets pissed off, okay? Saying that the protagonist isn't taking her seriously. Kangwoo, teasing the redhead, says that a cap like that will only get in her way. The redhead, in a bad mood, isn't messing around and uses her legendary weapon on the protagonist. Kangwoo realized that the redhead stopped playing around, that this last blow could have killed him. The redhead is already starting to de-stress, and, with a smile on her face, she says that the protagonist isn't a normal player, because if he were, he would have died from that attack. Can you imagine marrying such a strong woman, and she gets all jealous? I don't even know what to say about this scene. It's impossible to know what the protagonist is thinking. What do you guys think? Comment below. The crazy woman pulls out all the bloody chains. Now, surely, the protagonist is going to play in the minor league. Just one question, didn't the goddess Bianca say that place was resistant? The crazy one is destroying everything. If the protagonist hadn't taken out his little wings, he would have been crushed. The protagonist realizes that the little redhead berserker has entered rage mode, so he will have to fight seriously, and starts by activating the buffs of his legendary item. The little redhead quickly realizes that the protagonist is going to start fighting seriously. The protagonist starts flying around the room, looking for an opening in the little redhead's attack. Bianca is desperately telling them to stop. Wasn't that what Bianca said before they started fighting? You can fight as much as you want. You can use all your strength. The room is safe and will withstand it. Kangwoo disables his flight hack, falls to the ground, and makes a very quick leap towards the little redhead, and reactivates Sky Authority. The little redhead uses the move that pierced Kim Jae, and the protagonist, dodging everything, gets closer to the little redhead. This time the protagonist uses an attack hack, Explosion Authority, and blows up everything near the little redhead, but the girl is tough and lands on her feet. The protagonist slyly flies very fast, and gets behind the little redhead and uses another hack. Deafening roar authority, trying to make the little redhead dizzy. Bianca and the little redhead deal the power of this skill and are paralyzed for a brief period of time. Did you get hit by a flashbang? It's over, because by the time you recover, the enemy is already very close. The little redhead tries to recover, but the protagonist is already activating his hacks. The protagonist uses divine power authority, which increases his attack power 1,000 times. The protagonist is already excited with 100% more of his attributes and an additional 5 of demonic energy, but Kangwoo doesn't just want to use 2 hacks, and combines it with destructive vacuum authority, going all out against the little redhead. The little redhead knows she can't dodge the blow, she's locked everything and knows it's going to be a mess. So the little redhead is going to try to block the attack. The little redhead is already praying to see if she can save her soul. This combined attack that the protagonist uses is called Sky Break. Kangwoo deliberately throws a punch next to the little redhead without hitting her. Bianca is not even blinking, thinking her friend was taken down. The little redhead, lying on the ground just from the vacuum of the protagonist's punch, realizes she lost, because if that punch had hit her, she would have died. The little redhead has only one thing to say, and calls Kangwoo a monster. I thank the subscriber Daniel Alves Moda for the help he sent me on Value when it was still active.
I almost forgot. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We return for another recap. In chapter 59, the little redhead is lying on the ground, calling Kangwoo a damn monster. And so, we see the window indicating that the Kraken's fury has ended. The protagonist finds it extremely incredible and now understands why people want a legendary item so much. Even Kangwoo can't believe what happened as he defeated the little redhead in just 1 minute. The little redhead, smiling awkwardly, says once again that he is a damn monster. And the protagonist says that it's all thanks to the legendary rank equipment that Bianca gave him, helping the beautiful little redhead to get up. She says that she also has legendary equipment and yet, she can't compare to him being defeated in just 1 minute. The little redhead asks if he is really human. Kangwoo says that of course he is human, and decides, he asks the little redhead if she's not happy that he's not her enemy. And the little redhead tells Kangwoo that even so, he's not someone trustworthy, and Bianca is there, trembling, and calls the attention of the two. "You two, look at me." Bianca says to the pair, "Do you know how much this training room cost?" And for the first time, we see Bianca losing her cool. Bianca says that this room was built with millions from people's taxes. The protagonist once again makes that confused face, and the little redhead has a face like she's in disbelief. Bianca is bouncing with anger because the two managed to destroy the entire room, and the embarrassed pair said they were sorry. I think Bianca is to blame because she said they could go all out, that the room would withstand it. The room didn't withstand it. Bianca, yelling, says that the two can't control themselves. The phone rings, and Bianca starts listening to complaints from her superiors. The little redhead and the protagonist start arguing like children. She asks why Kangwoo used such a big attack, and Kangwoo says it's the little redhead's fault because she's very strong, while Bianca continues listening to complaints from her superiors. They didn't know the room was so expensive. They know they will have to pay for the repairs. And the protagonist keeps thinking of a way to pay for the repairs, while the little redhead's cat keeps lamenting, "Why did we do this here? We could have done this in a portal that wouldn't have caused any problems." Ah, yes, Kangwoo had an idea. Kangwoo thinks about getting a magic stone from a giant wolf and selling it, as it's been a long time since he last sold a magic stone. Kangwoo knows that a mana stone from a giant ogre would fetch good money, possibly millions. However, the protagonist concludes that this would be a waste of time, and he tells the two that he thought of a way, because now that he's stopped to think, they mention that high-rank monsters drop items for legendary rank. So, he wants to do something. Kangwoo knows that besides ingredients for legendary rank equipment, high-rank monsters also drop other very valuable things. And the attentive redhead says, go on. I understand what your reasoning will be. And Kangwoo proposes they get El Chero, and the two look at him with a look of astonishment. Are you noticing that Bianca's hair is really long? Just look at the length of her hair. It's down to her legs. Bianca still talks to the protagonist. Are you trying to say it's El Chero, the boss of the Rank S portal? And Kangwoo says yes, he's talking about him. The redhead, always feisty, says to the protagonist, do you know what kind of monster El Chero is? The redhead explains to the protagonist that El Chero is not just any boss. He is a boss that lives in a Rank S portal. He resides within the lake that is in the Swan portal. The redhead said that the monsters respawn, but no one has managed to defeat this boss yet. He is very strong. And there's more. The biggest problem isn't Elkarol, it's where he lives. He lives underwater. Therefore, attacking him in close combat would be impossible because it's underwater. The redhead continued her explanation, saying that Elkarol has very high magical resistance and has a tendency to always hide underwater, making long-range attacks very complicated. So, surfacing and attacking Elkarol is an impossible task. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says that he knows defeating Elkarol is quite difficult. The redhead, with her usual expression, says that it's not difficult, it's impossible. The redhead also says that it's not just that, because no one has ever defeated Elkarol, so they have no guarantee that it will drop anything of legendary rank. Kangwoo says he knows all of this. Kangwoo says that getting a drop from a boss also requires luck and that he's not doing this just for money. The redhead is surprised and says, oh, really? Then why are you doing this, then? And Kangwoo explains something quite interesting in this work about level restriction. He says that he reached his 6th awakening, and after that, the system activates a level restriction. And now comes a very interesting explanation about level restriction. The protagonist explains that as people level up, all players encounter 2 obstacles. The first obstacle is found in the supreme effort, which comes at level 59. And what happens at level 59? The players, they stop leveling up. The supreme effort is required for them to reach level 60 and thus achieve their 7th awakening. As long as the player doesn't make their supreme effort, they remain stuck at level 59, accumulating XP without advancing to 60. And Kangwoo explains that there is something even more difficult, which is the supreme talent at level 89. A much greater effort is required to reach level 90, and if the player doesn't do this, they will remain stuck at level 89 while just accumulating XP. A colossal effort is demanded from the player to level up. And so, the prota says that the most common way to overcome these obstacles is to defeat a very strong boss monster to surpass one's own limits. The redhead thinks that she is blocked by the supreme talent, meaning she's at level 89, and she concludes that the prota might be right, because instead of hunting giant ogres for a few days, doing something like this might unlock her supreme talent. And the prota, who is very annoying, seems to have studied at the same elementary school I went to. No, certainly, the prota studied at the same school as I did, because only there were the supreme annoyers. Kangwoo is thinking, with that smug look of his, that the level 89 redhead lost to a guy at level 50. And her thought is right here below, which I left for you to read. The redhead girl decides to accept the prota's proposal. Hey, John Zinho, just letting you know, the redhead is mine, okay? Stop looking with that indecent gaze of yours. So the redhead asks what the prota's plan is. And the prota says, first thing, you have to like this video. You've been watching the video until now and still haven't liked it, right? The video is quite interesting. Let's continue. Give it a like. Second thing, if you haven't subscribed, the redhead will get you, and she has no mercy. Of course, the non-subscriber thought about not subscribing just to see the redhead up close, right? And the subscribers said they would unsubscribe to see the redhead up close. No, don't do that. Redhead, don't do that. The redhead tells Prota that even with just the 2 of them, it will be an impossible task. And Prota looks at Bianca and thinks about including her in the team as well. And he says he has a well-thought-out plan in mind. Prota says they need a close-range class person, so Bianca says she will join. 2. The redhead is astonished because she never imagined she would do a raid with her best friend. Then, we see one of the rarest scenes in this manhwa, the redhead making a cute face and saying Bianca's name. That's the name right there, okay? The one who forgot Bianca's name is that one over there. Bianca's hair got shorter, I don't know why, but it did. The redhead is a big fan of her friend Bianca, and so the redhead says that Bianca can't be compared to the person, the trash, who destroyed this room. Kangwoo asks who that indirect comment was aimed at. Bianca talks to Prota, saying she can't stop thinking about what kind of plan this is. That requires a close-range person to hunt the alcohol. And Kangwoo says she'll find out soon enough. And the redhead, with that suspicious look. The redhead concludes that the group is formed. So, it's just the three of us? And Prota says no, there are 4 of them. Edna Zinha is also included in this group because she is very strong. The redhead exclaims, that little brat? She's just a child. They've never seen Edna Zinha in action. They know she's a dragon, but they don't know she's that strong. Kangwoo starts to think that for his plan to work, he needs another close-range person. And the first person that comes to Prota's mind is Alquimir. However, he is still very weak. While he's thinking, Bianca interrupts his thoughts by saying, Mr. Kangwoo, if you're looking for a talented, close-range person, I know someone for that. The scene shifts to the S-rank portal. As always, this portal is very beautiful, with waters, mountains, and some beaches. And now we see a stone giant pretending to be a statue. And just below, we see Kangwoo finishing off another ogre. Of course, with the help of the lovely and cute little Edna. I don't know about you, but this stone giant seems to be smiling. Look at his happy face. Or he just farted. I think that blur the Prota is finishing off is either my mother-in-law or the ogre. I just called my mother-in-law and she answered. It's definitely the ogre. And the message appears that the Prota has defeated another giant ogre, increasing his level by 1 and reaching level 59. And only now has the Prota reached the level of his tremendous effort. Thus, the Prota's level progression was restricted, meaning, he won't level up anymore. Looking at his notifications, the Prota really sees that he needs to overcome the level restriction. The Prota also heard that there are people who didn't have this level restriction, and the redhead comes on the scene, calling Kanhun and asking if he's already tired, since they haven't even reached the boss's location yet. Kanhun looks back and sees his group arriving and explains that he hadn't reached the level restriction yet, which is why he was hunting some little monsters, and explains that he didn't use much strength, so she doesn't need to worry. The redhead, always with disdain, says, Oh, really? Edna Zinha, in the back, is literally playing leapfrog. And the protagonist, looking at the third blonde guy in the story, asks if this is the guy, and Bianca introduces him as the talented close-range fighter she had mentioned before. She says he is the captain of the 2nd unit of the Varon squad, Gomo, Yelmo, whom we will curiously call Domo. Gomo is easier to say, but you can make puns with orange segments, tangerine, bergamot, bergamota. So, how do you say that thing? Bergamota? Bergamotorcycle? I don't know. Here we just say tangerine.
What kind of trip is this, man?
They both introduce themselves, and the protagonist is eager to work with him, and Edna Zinha, who now has no mouth, is just watching. The protagonist keeps thinking that he believes he is as strong as Bianca. Kanhun continues analyzing Gomo, and sees that he uses a dual sword grip, and thus concludes, if he has enough strength, it won't be so bad to have him in the group. Gomo is quite impressed to see that he is a rookie, already hunting giant ogres. Suddenly, he looks at the cuteness in person, and asks why there's a child in such a dangerous place. And Kanhun explains that this girl is his summon monster, and he is immediately shocked, asking, a child is a summon monster? I guess he never had a high-level pet. Every high-level pet has a human form. And Bianca tells Gomo that she'll talk about Kanhun later. And Bianca tells Gomo that Kanhun is as strong as the little redhead. He is immediately shocked because the little redhead is a rank E, and the protagonist keeps making fun of her. And the angry cat, as always, gets very upset. Gomo knows there's no way Captain Bianca is lying, so he's quite astonished because the protagonist is truly very strong. And the protagonist thanks Bianca because she managed to get someone very strong as the captain of the 2nd squad. And Bianca, smiling at the protagonist, says she's very happy, since Kanhun was pleased with her recommendation. Gomo immediately realizes something, blushes, and goes into that guy talk. He gets close to Kanhun and says he needs to ask him something, and he whispers, While the two women are curious about what they're discussing, Gomo asks the protagonist if there's any relationship between him and the captain, and Kanhun says they don't have any special relationship. Bianca interrupts the gossip between the two men, saying they don't have time and that she'll explain more about Kanhun's life later. And Gomo, looking back with a cheeky glance, discovers that the captain likes the protagonist. The redhead cuts off our drama. She tells them all to get into formation and leave the romantic comedy for later, as El Chero will appear soon. In other words, the redhead is also jealous of Bianca. The protagonist says they don't need to move because they are in the right place. And the redhead, not understanding, asks, why? Since we are at the Stone Giant's location, this isn't where El Chero usually appears. The redhead continues saying that the Stone Giants are not aggressive monsters, so there's no way to use them to make El Chero appear in that location. And Kanhun explains that they are the most important part of his plan. The Stone Giant keeps smiling. I think I see him smiling. What are you all seeing? Then, Kanhun tells the three of them the entire plan he intends to carry out. And then, someone pulled out a chain from I don't know where. Must have taken it from outer space. I don't know. I'm not going to say Butiko, but it seems like it, because where did this giant chain come from? After that, Gomo informs Kanhun that he has already finished preparing the chains. The protagonist says it's alright, so let's start hunting, and begins using magic on his feet, and tells the group that it will be El Chero's first hunt in history and uses the authority of the sound of light. I think this authority should have another name because it's more like a flashbang. That is, a sound and light bomb, a stun grenade. Have you ever hit one stone against another underwater? It creates such a strong shockwave, but with a big stone, it creates such a large shockwave that it hurts. It even makes your spine hurt. It's eerie. So, after my explanation about shockwaves underwater, El Chero decides to wake up. And after the first shockwave, the protagonist heads to a deeper place to continue luring the monster. And it was just like when we take a child to the beach, they keep jumping over the waves. The protagonist realizes that El Chero is coming in, prepares for battle, and the image is so large that the protagonist looked tiny, but El Chero is down there, coming at full speed towards the protagonist. Kanhun shouts to everyone that the boss is coming, and everyone prepares to face the invincible boss, El Chero. The boss is so large that it looks like a tsunami coming at them. The boss, in pure rage, charges at them, and we see how gigantic El Chero is. El Chero, being an aquatic boss, won't leave the water to face them, so he prepares his stingray spines to throw at them. The spines head towards the group at high speed. The protagonist tells Edna Zinha to get ready to withstand that attack, and Edna Zinha casts her demonic barrier, tanking all the poisonous darts. The attack was a bit stronger than Edna Zinha expected, and she uses all her power to withstand it. The melee duo prepares to do their part, and for those who don't know, melee refers to close combat fighters. Kanhun, using the authority of the sky, grabs both of them in his arms and flies towards El Chero. The protagonist tells them to hold on and increases the speed towards El Chero. The blonde guy is holding on tight, but he's definitely feeling the pressure of the extremely high speed the protagonist is imposing. The blonde guy is already all sweaty. If he were weaker, he would definitely be freaking out. The goddess Bianca lands with style, but Gomo falls like a sack of potatoes. The protagonist falling with style, Bianca, beautiful and invincible, falling with all the style in the world. Now, Gomen is doing SOSO, but he's already straightened up, and all three land perfectly on top of the Elkaro and immediately secure themselves on it. The protagonist pulls extra chains out of nowhere, or from some other place that I won't name, where he got them from, because if you remember, he was falling with nothing. Bianca complains about the noise and the protagonist immediately gives the order. He tells one to go to the right and the other to the left, and so Kangwoo thrusts the grappling hook with all his might into the boss. Elkaro saw that the tide isn't favorable and isn't going to stand there waiting to be caught, so he starts moving to get out of that place. The boss moves at high speed to return to the middle of the lake. All three of them are making several holes in the boss to secure the grappling hooks. For those who don't fish, if it had only one side, it would be a hook. But since it has three, it's a grappling hook. The boss stops suddenly, and everyone is holding on with great effort. Gomen, judging by the look on his face, is definitely giving it his all to hold on up there. When Elkaro made that sudden stop, the protagonist realized that he is planning to escape. Elkiro makes a giant leap and starts channeling energy throughout his body. Everyone is holding on as tightly as possible, including Gomen, giving it his all as if it were his second life to hold on. The protagonist realizes that Elkiro wants to dive and activates the Sky Authority, saying he will try to stop Elkiro from diving, and flies above Elkiro, telling them to secure the rest of the chains. The protagonist dives headfirst into the water, and underwater he uses his well-known hack, the Authority of Destructive Void, combined with the Authority of Divine Power. Those who watch my videos know that this combo means sky break, right? So let's see what happens. Elkiro is about to dive into the spot where the protagonist is, and Kangwoo uses the sky break and launches it with full force at Elkiro, causing all the water between him and Elkiro to disappear, and the boy feels the pressure of the skill. Bianca and Gomen, who are on Elkiro's back, also feel the pressure that the skill is exerting, and Kangwoo realizes he miscalculated, as the water between him and Elkiro significantly cushioned the skill's damage. Thus, Skybreak only managed to push the boss back to the edge of the beach where it was. Kangwoo says he needs to inflict much more serious damage on the boss. He observes Elkiro's fins and thinks he has discovered the exact spot to enter inside Elkiro. Activating the Sky Authority hack, he flies at extremely high speed into the boss. The good thing is it was through the fin, not the rear end, and Elkiro felt when something entered inside him. Kangwoo, inside the boss, starts kicking it, but Elkiro is a very strong creature and begins to retaliate by generating an electric current. Gomen, upon seeing sparks coming from Elkiro, realizes that something strange is happening, but he can't figure out what it is. He even imagines it might be static, but Bianca, being much smarter, says it's not static. Meanwhile, Edna Zinha, the little dragon, is watching from afar and sees that something is wrong with Elkiro. Edna Zinha, sensing that Kangwoo is in danger, begins to cast a spell. Bianca asks Gomen if he can trap all the currents, and he says yes. She tells him to do it quickly because they need to get out of there. Gomen is very worried about Kangwoo, and she says he doesn't need to worry, because Kangwoo is much stronger than him. Bianca states that the best thing to do now is for them to get out of there, as this will ensure their safety. And certainly, Kangwoo would want them to do that, and Bianca tells Gomen to jump immediately. As soon as they jump, Elkiro emits a large electric discharge. Bianca, as always, lands with a lot of style, while Gomen falls all clumsily. Did the protagonist end up as a barbecue this time? Bianca looking back.
But he imagines that Kangwoo is inside the boss, and Kangwoo is completely fine inside the boss and hears a voice in his head calling, "Mr. Kangwoo?" At that moment, the protagonist sees who saved his life. Edna Zinha created a protective shield inside the boss when he realized he was in danger. There's nothing like having a pet, an SSS-ranked dragon that's so strong it can put up a barrier inside a monster from many meters away. Kangwoo says that thanks to Edna Zinha, he's much stronger now, and so he gathers his strength to get out of Elkiro by making a hole on top of the creature, and then Elkiro, who is male, decides to have a child. The protagonist comes out from inside him. That jump from Elkiro took a really long time. I think it took about 20 minutes for him to fall, because that was something else, huh? There was a lot of story packed into that jump, right? Finally, Elkiro lands near the beach, creating a huge wave, and the protagonist is there, on top of Elkiro, holding on with chains. Suddenly, the protagonist shouts to the redhead, saying that the preparations are complete. The redhead had already tied up 3 non-subscribers with chains. The redhead started getting excited, because she really likes whipping non-subscribers. After that, the stone giants start dragging Elkiro to the edge of the beach. The redhead is about to blow off some steam on the non-subscribers, looking absolutely delighted. In pure ecstasy, the redhead does what she loves most, whipping. The redhead has a big smile on her face, and a huge T, because it had been a long time since she whipped with this much enthusiasm. The redhead feels fulfilled. She'll definitely be stress-free for an entire day. The redhead notices that the non-subscriber giant is almost out of strength, but she keeps enjoying herself. Why aren't the stone giants fighting back? It's because they're being pulled by Elkiro. That's why they're staying on land. Not to mention there's a crazy girl on top of them, whipping them every which way. Elkiro is getting closer and closer to the beach, but he still has a lot of strength left. The protagonist uses the authority of divine power and the authority of defense at the same time to withstand the pressure being exerted on the chains around him. And despite all that, the protagonist still feels the immense pressure. The protagonist knows that a big part of his plan now depends on him, because he needs to hold out as long as possible, until the stone giants pull El Kiro onto the beach. And then El Kiro starts acting like some fish, coming out of the water and thrashing around, causing some of the chains to start coming loose. Now, if El Kiro were a 5-kilo red piranha, he would have already snapped all those chains. I thought there were 3 non-subscribers, but actually there are 4 non-subscribers pulling El Kiro. With that thrash El Kiro gave, he made 3 of them fall on their butts. At that moment, the protagonist starts to realize that El Kiro isn't getting weaker, because that's how you catch a big fish. You hook it, work it until it gets tired, and when it's tired, you pull it out. But El Kiro isn't getting tired. El Kiro turns to the side and gets ready to unleash another barrage of poisonous darts, but it's pointless, because Edna Zinha is already wise to the raid and has his protective shield ready. The protagonist, sweating buckets, realizes he underestimated El Kiro's power because this boss is way stronger than he thought it would be. The giants who were struggling not to subscribe are already on the verge of collapsing and hitting the subscribe button. The protagonist starts thinking of another way to weaken the boss, while Edna Zinha is still there, tanking everything. Kanghan comes up with a solution, but he plans to risk everything on it and shouts for the redhead to create spikes on the chains. The redhead, who only likes to whip non-subscribers, says she can't do it, because if she does, Kanghan will definitely get hurt. But he ignores all of that, just wanting to catch that creature, and tells her to go ahead, even though she's really reluctant. The redhead starts using her strongest skill, Bloodthirsty Chain, and begins draining energy from the stone giant, the boss, and the protagonist. The protagonist, trying to tank that attack from the redhead, uses the gargoyle armor. Remember that the gargoyle armor's ability was petrification? So, the protagonist uses petrification to see if he can withstand the thorns. There are people who don't even remember that armor, right? He got it in that fight with Moon, our little buddy. Kanghan starts to feel his energy being drained little by little, but to him, that doesn't matter. The important thing is to win that fight against the boss. And in this endurance test, the protagonist hopes to have more energy than the stone giant and El Kiro. And the redhead starts to drain even more energy, more and more energy. After some time, the protagonist saw that it worked because El Kiro started to get really weak. With El Kiro weak, it's time for the redhead to enjoy the whipping. I have a feeling the redhead is going to be satisfied for a whole week. The redhead orders the stone giants to give it everything they've got. One of the giants told her to stop with that because he already signed up. The redhead also knows that the stone giant's special trait is its tough skin, making them almost invulnerable to her skill. It's simply because of this that she never hunted the stone giant in S-rank portals. The redhead said she never thought the stone giants would be useful for a mission like this. Finally, El Kiro reaches the beach, almost out of strength. There, on the beach, is a gigantic boss. El Kiro, finally caught. However, he's still not dead. The protagonist breaks free from the redhead's chains, and sees that his plan finally worked. At that moment, the beautiful and super cute Edna Zinha comes over to him, asking if he's okay. Kanghan tells Ed that it's still dangerous there and she should move away, and at that moment the boss starts to move. But before Edna Zinha can get crushed, Bianca shows up, slicing off a part, and Goman grabs Edna Zinha and immediately jumps back. Goman exclaims that he thought he was going to die because that damn stingray is really strong. Kanghan is completely focused and tells them to finish this quickly. Edna Zinha, with a radiant look, is really happy because Kanghan is safe. And Goman, noticing the admiration Edna Zinha has for Kanghan, says that she was in danger too. After that, Kanghan tells Edna Zinha to use her magic to deal with the stone giant. In other words, for those who haven't signed up yet. At that moment, the protagonist looks up at the stone giants, and the redhead keeps whipping the creatures even after they've fallen, completely ecstatic. The redhead is on top of them, whipping them and telling them to move. Nose, nose, nose. She doesn't know that the protagonist has already told Nazinha's girls to take care of all those giants who haven't subscribed. After that, 2 giants who still hadn't subscribed to the channel, leaving only 1 left. The redhead can't hear anything anymore and just wants to keep whipping, and the protagonist tells her to stop bothering the giants and come over already. And the redhead complains to the protagonist that she was just doing what he told her to do, whipping the non-subscribers. This redhead has been at her peak for a long time. the protagonist gives an order, saying that now they just need to finish him off, since he showed up. At the same time, Bianca says, "I'll be first," and sprints toward El Caro. Gomo had already tried several times to hunt down El Caro, but without any success, and now he wants a rematch since El Caro is outside. Both Bianca and Gomo prepare a very powerful attack and simultaneously hit the same spot on the boss. And El Caro starts squirting ketchup everywhere, because he actually felt that attack a little. A little, because the creature is gigantic. Bianca and Gomo leap in to land an even stronger blow on El Caro. Still in the air, they prepare a powerful strike to unleash on El Caro, and it's a ketchup festival. El Caro squirts ketchup from 3 spots on top of himself. The crazy redhead comes in full force, aiming straight for El Caro's eye, and uses the chain spears inside the boss's eye. Lucky for the boss, he has several of them. And only now, after the redhead's attack, does the boss actually feel the damage and start thrashing around. The redhead quickly backs away to avoid being crushed. The boss starts screaming and flailing, while the protagonist is just standing in the back, analyzing the situation. The protagonist realizes that even though he is out of the water and trapped, the fight is still not that easy. The protagonist is going to resort to a hidden power he has, a 10,000-year-old demon core. After that, the scene shifts to inside the protagonist, where we see a 10,000-year-old demon core. This core is the one that was sealed by Gaia. The protagonist glances slightly to the right, and sees 3 very strange-looking doors, which appear for the first time in this story, and he tells himself that for now, he has no reason to go through them. Then, the protagonist draws a bit of mana that's sealed within the core and says he thinks that alone should be enough. At that moment, the protagonist ignites a massive demonic power coursing through his veins. Then, the protagonist uses the authority of Hellfire and the authority of the Shadow Spear to create his bident. But he wants something even stronger than the bident and asks for a bit more. So, the protagonist uses the Kraken's Fury, doubling his attributes and increasing his demonic energy by another 5. But he still wants more, and will fight it out with the authorities. What could this authority of fragmentation be, huh? Is he going to give someone an overdue bill of 15,000 reis that's been unpaid for over 30 days? Or maybe a credit card that expired. You couldn't pay it, then it expired again, and you still couldn't pay. You tried to pay, they renegotiated, and then it expired again. Maybe that's what the authority of fragmentation really is. And the double-bladed spear starts spinning at an incredibly high speed, creating a magical effect above the protagonist, who now has a really creepy clown face. And just like that, the protagonist, in a totally overpowered way, creates an even more powerful spear called Gibalg. Chakram, after using 3 abilities at once for the first time, forges a powerful spear and suddenly creates an SS rank skill, out of nowhere. He's definitely hacking. Chakram, totally hacked out, gets ready to throw his powerful spear, while the redhead looks back and is shocked by the amount of energy the protagonist is building up. The redhead warns Bianca and Gomo, telling them to get out of the way because the protagonist is about to unleash a really powerful attack. The protagonist, totally hacked out and maxed out, grabs his spear and gets ready to throw it with all his strength, launching his SS rank spear with everything he's got, straight at El Caro. The spear leaves the protagonist's hand, charged with a massive amount of energy. If El Caro weren't a beast, he'd definitely be thinking this attack was just like the others he'd been taking. The attack was so devastating that it practically disintegrated half of El Caro. Bianca, Gomo, and the redhead brace themselves so they don't get blown away by the force of the wind vacuum coming at them. The looks on the girls' faces, since you couldn't see Gomo's face, it looks like they're witnessing a Tsar Bomba explosion. And besides being on fire, El Caro had almost half of his body disintegrated. Let's go. Spot the 7 differences. Where's the protagonist in the scene? Suddenly, a system notification pops up, saying that the protagonist successfully used 3 authorities at the same time. That way, Kangwoo met the second condition to have a body of extreme demonic energy. Not to mention, all that power burned his hand. The protagonist realizes that this was the second condition for him to have a body of extreme demonic energy. Even though he's in pieces, it was worth it for him to use that much power. Kangwoo remembers that, when he ruled hell, this amount of power was nothing to him. And he knows, he has a long road ahead, and Kangwoo comes to the conclusion that he's still weak since he struggled a lot to defeat Elkiro and knows he'll need much more strength. Everyone is shocked, asking what kind of attack that was. Gaman, for his part, said he had heard. The protagonist was strong, but he didn't know he was that strong. Bianca is still in disbelief, because the protagonist actually managed to do what he said he would. The redhead, only half relieved, asks the protagonist why he didn't use that attack earlier. Kangwoo, completely worn out, says that it was the first time he tried it. Kangwoo explains to the redhead that he can't just use that technique so easily, and shows how his hands were shaking after using that move. The redhead's eyes even light up, and she asks the protagonist, "So if we fight now, will I win?" And the protagonist makes this face you're seeing, asking if she's from a planet where everyone is a fighter. Meanwhile, sweet little Edna says she managed to kill all the stone giants. If you noticed, there were 4 S-rank stone giants, and not even the redhead can take them on. Little Edna asks if the hunt is over, and Kangwoo says yes, it's all finished. Kangwoo congratulates little Edna on the excellent job she did and thanks her for saving his life several times. That look the redhead is making, I think she wants to hug the protagonist too, just like little Edna is doing. Only then does the protagonist realize, and widen his eyes, that he still hasn't received the message, saying he killed Elkiro. Kangwoo tells everyone to get ready, because it's not over yet, and everyone is shocked when they see that Elkiro is still alive. The protagonist is completely exhausted, but he'll still have to fight. Bianca and Goman can't believe it and open their status windows to check if it's really true. And sure enough, Elkiro still isn't dead. In disbelief, they think it's impossible, but he really isn't dead yet. Kangwoo thinks this is impossible, because that spear is extremely powerful. The first time he used it, he killed the monster that was in the 7th hell. Kangwoo is stunned, wondering how a simple monster from a portal can withstand so much attack power. Suddenly, one of Elkiro's eyes starts to shine with an intense red light, and the boss of that portal begins to writhe, screaming loudly, leaving everyone in shock at what they're witnessing. Kangwoo is stunned because Elkiro started regenerating at high speed, using demonic energy. Very quickly, several tentacles began to emerge from Elkiro, and the boss started undergoing a very strange mutation. Everyone gets ready for the second round, but Elkiro starts to run away. Immediately and without thinking, the redhead throws her chains to hold Elkiro, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty weird tug-of-war, considering the size of that creature. The redhead exclaims that she caught the creature, but it starts dragging her along. Seeing that she can't handle it, the redhead throws the chains to her friends for help, and a very unfair tug-of-war begins, 4 against 1. The protagonist's demonic energy is really low, because he used up a lot in the last fight. So, Kangwoo thinks he's going to fail in the hunt for the boss Elkiro. But then, a very sweet, gentle, and cute voice said, "Kangwoo, leave it to me." And little Edna transforms into her original form. An SSSS rank dragon, and little Edna is a bit bigger than Elkiro, leaving everyone completely stunned. The redhead asked if that was the monster. The protagonist said no, that's little Edna, his pet. And little Edna, radiating immense power, charges straight at the boss. Little Edna grabs the boss with such force that he even starts squirting ketchup out of his eye. After that, little Edna uses her claws, goes over to Elkiro's head, gives it a gentle little squeeze, tells him to stay still, and then blows up Elkiro's head. Little Edna punches the boss so hard that he stops moving instantly. Meanwhile, all 4 of them just stand there with blank faces, unable to believe what they're seeing. I can't even imagine what Goman is thinking, since he risked his life several times to save little Edna. Elkiro writhes in pain and probably called out for his mom, for sure. And all 4 extras just keep standing there with blank faces. While the protagonist, little Edna, shows what real power is, with no effort at all. The legendary SSSS rank dragon, Edna Zinha, destroys Elkiro and makes the cutest face in the world. She asks Kangwoo, "Did I do everything right?" And Kangwoo replies, "You sure did." And only now does the system notification pop up, saying that they successfully managed to kill the portal's S-rank boss monster, Elkiro. The protagonist gets a finishing bonus, increased experience, but due to the level restriction, his experience will be stored and he won't level up yet. Edna Zinha leaves her original form and returns to her child form. Edna Zinha looks really happy because her master liked what she did. The protagonist says that Edna Zinha did a great job and pats her on the head while she smiles. And the redhead says that now she finally understands why this child is the protagonist's summoned dragon. Goman and Bianca couldn't believe what they just witnessed because Edna Zinha is such a powerful dragon. The redhead is confused about what happened to El Kiro, because at the last moment several tentacles came out of him, and she keeps wondering if that's a trait of El Kiro. Bianca says she's not sure, since she's hunted a lot of bosses. But this was the first time she saw anything like that. The protagonist, taking a closer look at what happened to El Kiro, sees that this isn't one of his traits. Kangwoo says he's seen something similar before, and the redhead asks, similar how? At that moment, the protagonist starts climbing El Kiro. Kangwoo explains that he saw this same trait in the monster he had fought before. That monster he fought, he thought he had killed it. But then, out of nowhere, the monster went into a rage mode, and Kangwoo continues his explanation, saying the same thing happened with the demonic cultists. Suddenly, they turned into demonic monsters. The redhead starts to put things together, and asks if that's also because of the demonic energy. And Kangwoo just says they'll have to check to be sure. After that, everyone climbs onto El Kiro. The protagonist heads to the place where he had sensed the strongest presence of demonic energy. Edna Zinha kept playing around as usual, and the redhead is saying, "Ugh, that's disgusting." Kangwoo opens up the hole that Edna Zinha had made in El Kiro, since that's where the tentacles started to grow from. The protagonist knows there's definitely something in that area, so he sticks his hand inside El Kiro. Kangwoo keeps feeling around, trying to find something in that spot. Suddenly, Kangwoo says he found something. I think Gomo is going to end up throwing up because the women are tougher than he is, just look. The redhead is shocked, since she hadn't even noticed there was something inside El Kiro. Kangwoo grabs it in his hand, and shows the jewel he pulled out of El Kiro's body. The redhead, looking at it, realizes it's a jewel, but what would a jewel be doing inside El Kiro's body? Gomo, in turn, says it looks like a mana stone and asks, could that be why El Kiro was acting so strange? Kangwoo replies that he's not sure. However, in his thoughts, he's certain that's the reason, because there's condensed demonic energy inside that jewel. Kangwoo thinks it seems to be the demonic version of a mana stone. Mana stones exist naturally, but from the structure and shape of the demonic jewel, you can tell it was made artificially. Since it's artificial, someone created it. And right away, he thinks of the demonic cult. And since the protagonist was just thinking all of this, he suddenly blurts out, I get it. And the redhead questions him, asking if he figured something out. So, the protagonist gives his explanation, saying he's not really sure, but he thinks the demonic cult is behind this. The redhead is shocked by the protagonist's conclusion, and asks if he's sure this was done by the demonic cult. And he says it was a simple deduction, because just by looking at the jewel you can tell it's artificial. And another thing, besides that, it wasn't deep inside the creature's body. She was in a more superficial part. So, Kangwoo concludes that someone put the demonic stone inside the boss, and the protagonist says there's a chance El Kiro went berserk because of the loss of demonic energy inside him. And the protagonist says that the only organization capable of doing this would be the demonic cult. And I keep thinking, someone must be really strong to get close to El Kiro and stick that stone inside him. And Kangwoo starts showing off to the girls, saying that's the conclusion he came to. Edna is a fan, right? A die-hard fan. She said Kangwoo is really smart, and Bianca says it makes sense since there's no other group capable of doing these things. Bianca asks Gomo to investigate the demonic cult in his city, and Gomo immediately accepts the task. Meanwhile, Kangwoo keeps staring at the stone condensed with demonic energy and finds it really interesting. Licking his lips, the protagonist thinks about how those bastards from the demonic cult managed to physically create such a pure demonic energy stone like this. And the protagonist keeps thinking, seeing this thing right here in front of me, I won't be able to resist. The redhead asks to see the gem, because she wants to take a picture of it, and as she tries to grab her phone from her jacket pocket, the protagonist thinks fast, and uses the authority of lightning to shock El Kiro's dead body. With electricity running through his body, Alcaro starts to move, and everyone goes on high alert, getting ready for another fight. But someone who was smiling at that moment, was up to some mischief. And taking advantage of the little commotion, the protagonist uses the authority of predation and consumes the condensed demonic energy stone. Basically, it's like, oops, it fell here. Someone remembers that they got the message confirming Alcaro's death. And Gumo says he was scared for nothing. Meanwhile, mysteriously, the demonic stone had disappeared from the protagonist's hand. The redhead is startled when she sees that the demonic stone is gone, and the protagonist, who deserves an Oscar for acting, pretends to be even more shocked, acting like the stone just vanished. The protagonist tells the redhead that he has no idea what happened. Suddenly, it vanished as if it were dust, and the protagonist, pretending to be outraged, says, "What the hell happened here?" And Bianca gives the protagonist an out by saying that maybe it disappears when someone touches it. And look at the mischievous look on the protagonist's face, grinning on the inside, and the redhead says that things have gotten even more complicated than they thought. So, the protagonist opens his status window to see how much demonic energy he gained. The protagonist gets a message from the system saying that he consumed a demonic energy stone and his demonic energy attribute increased by 3. I'm going to take a look and calculate how much demonic energy the protagonist has so far. That was tough, huh? I had to go back to chapter 34 to find the protagonist's status window. From what I've seen so far, after several chapters, the protagonist's demonic energy level is at 72. Kangwoo is really surprised, because his demonic energy increased by 3, and he compares it, and sees that this condensed demonic energy stone is really good, since he killed 100 giant ogres, and his demonic energy didn't go up, even 1 point. But, this simple stone increased his demonic energy by 3 points, bringing him up to 72. So far, according to my calculations, okay. Edna Zinha asks the protagonist if they're going back now, but Kangwoo is still thinking about the demonic stone and how much energy it increased for him. Edna Zinha insists, and calls her master again, and he says, "Of course. Let's fight then." The protagonist is ecstatic, because he knows there isn't just one of those stones. The scene changes to the Varong squad's base. Edna Zinha is currently fighting hard in the area. Bianca does the math, and after subtracting the damage they caused to the Varong group's base, they made $10 million. The calculation she did was easy. 1 plus 1, 7, 7 plus 7, 22. 22 plus 22, 50 and 10, and that settled.
You got it right, you wretch.
10 million was what was left, after they sold the gems, and everything else they had to sell. So, Kangho got $5 million, and the redhead got another $5 million. The second squad is also going to try to find out if there are gems in the portals in their city. Then the redhead asks, and what if the gem disappears again? Bianca says they're going to have to capture the monster and try to get the demonic stone without actually touching it. And the protagonist starts thinking that they're going to have to do something pointless just because of him. He's the liar of the year. After that, Bianca says they have good news. Kangho and the redhead pay close attention to hear the good news. She says that with the El Cuero's tail, they dropped an item that let them craft a legendary sword. The redhead and the protagonist get really frustrated when they hear that this sword only increases the user's strength and agility, since neither of them needs those attributes to fight. The redhead's main attribute is magical power, and Kangho's is demonic energy. And both of them were sad, sad, sad. The redhead looks at Bianca and says, "So this sword is perfect for you, right, Bianca?" Bianca says unfortunately not, because it has a really tough requirement that Bianca doesn't meet. The requirement to bind this sword is that the person must use a unique attribute, like chi, and she doesn't have that unique attribute. The redhead asks if chi isn't that thing that shows up in Chinese martial arts dramas. And Bianca confirms that it is. It's an attribute that some warrior-type players have. However, most of the people she knows who have chi are Chinese. She doesn't know any Koreans who have chi. The redhead says that this sword is useless for him, and Bianca thinks about selling the sword to the Chinese. But then, the protagonist suddenly says, "I'll take it." The redhead is surprised, and asks, "Kangwoo, do you have chi?" He says, "No, but I know someone who has chi as a unique attribute." Of course, it's our world hero, pet, Kimmy. The scene shifts to Alice's group hunting a B-rank portal. They were in a labyrinth, but the route they took was completely unfamiliar. The group is following Kimmy, and Taisu asks if he sensed anything strange. He says yes. He felt something very unpleasant coming from that direction. Moments later, Kinney goes on high alert and tells his group to get ready to fight. Suddenly, in a dark alley, Michael Jackson appears. No, you must be dreaming. You didn't see that, okay? What you're seeing is a minotaur coming out of the dark alley. The minotaur was covered in blood, running away from something. When suddenly, another minotaur, much stronger and much bigger, appears and tears the first one apart. They thought they were going to face a regular rank B monster. However, when they saw the second minotaur, they realized it was immensely bigger than the other one and also much more powerful. Radiating a demonic energy, the minotaur starts to go into a rage mode. And then we saw Kimmy standing in front of Taisu, getting ready to fight. Taisu knows the role of a tank and steps forward to face the minotaur. The minotaur swings its hammer so hard that if it had hit Taisu, he would have been killed. Luckily for him, Kimmy realized what was about to happen and pulled Taisu out of the way. Kimmy tells Taisu that charging in recklessly is very dangerous. Taisu thanks her and is surprised by how strong the minotaur is. The minotaur bought GH on the black market, Deca, Dura, and Trenbolone from pharmacists he knows. After the government ban, you can only get that stuff on the black market. And he bought really low quality stuff. His veins are practically popping out. He's definitely got like 15,000 in testosterone. He's running on pure rage juice. Kimmy organizes the group and tells Alice to buff Taisu. Kimmy gives Taisu an instruction, telling him to try to create an opening so he can attack. Kimmy gives Cleo the instruction to draw the boss's attention until Alice can buff Taisu. Cleo fires a lightning shot at the boss, and Kimmy takes advantage of that opening to try to slice him. Kimmy, moving at high speed, finds an opening. At that moment, Alice had already buffed Taisu, and he goes in to aggro the minotaur. The minotaur hits Taisu with such a strong blow, but this time, he manages to withstand it. Alice sees it's still not enough and gives Taisu another buff, boosting his Trembolona. Now, Taisu is really pumped up. The enraged minotaur attacks Taisu with even more force. And that's exactly what happened. The minotaur got angry, juiced up hard, got aggroed by Taisu, and forgot about his rear. Kimmy takes advantage of the opening to slice up the beast. Leandro Twin, explain to us what's happening with the boss.
Okay. Because with 700 milligrams of Trenbolone, you take an advanced. Calm guy. And he goes nuts.
Back to our story. Kimmy rushes in at high speed, behind the minotaur and uses the Cloud Dragon Sword Strike, decapitating the enraged minotaur. And everyone starts praising Kimmy. Taisu says he knew he could do it. He never let anyone down. Alice gets worried about Taisu, asking if he's okay. And Cleo says that Kimmy looks like a manhwa protagonist. Cleo says it was to be expected, since he's the protector of the world. And Kimmy, embarrassed by the compliments, says it was all thanks to everyone's help. Kimmy points out that there was something wrong with this minotaur because it was much more aggressive than the others. Cleo also notices that it has veins bulging all over its body, something very different from the others, and she concludes that something is definitely not right. Something went wrong with this minotaur. Suddenly, Kimmy starts to feel something coming from inside the minotaur and wonders, what is this? The scene shifts to the Varong headquarters, and we see Bianca showing off a very powerful sword that gives an extra 700 attack points, and 2 more strength.
And 2 points in agility. And this sword comes with a built-in hack, because it allows whoever wields it to walk on water. Bianca asks Kanghan what he thinks, and if he likes the sword. The protagonist, holding the sword, says that he really likes this weapon and that, if he could, he would definitely use it. Kanghan is intrigued by how they managed to make a sword so quickly, since it's only been 2 weeks since they defeated El Carol. Bianca explains that the hardest part isn't making the sword, it's getting the ingredients to make it. And Bianca says that 2 weeks isn't a long time, considering they used a completely new material for them. The redhead, on the other hand, thinks Bianca is exaggerating, since the cost to forge that material would certainly be extremely high. Bianca tells the redhead that she doesn't care about that because Kanghan and she are bringing great results to the Warren Corporation, and the country's citizens are definitely much safer with their presence. And Bianca concludes that it would be really embarrassing if they didn't give full support to the two of them who are helping the corporation so much. So, the redhead agrees with Bianca. Kamhan starts thinking that he only wants one thing, to consume as much demonic energy as possible. Bianca tells the protagonist that there's one more thing she needs to ask him. The protagonist gets a little curious and asks what she wants to talk to him about. Bianca asks Kanghan if he doesn't think it's about time they started addressing each other more informally. Another hottie trying to fall for the protagonist. Bianca tells the protagonist that since they're both partners, she wants to be treated as an equal. After all, he calls the redhead by her nickname, and she wants to be called by her first name too. The redhead scowls, looks at the protagonist, and asks why he keeps calling her that. Kanghan says that from now on, he'll talk to Bianca in a more informal way, and the goddess Bianca just beams with happiness. After that, Kanghan tells the feisty redhead that she was the one who started calling him informally first. So, it's all her fault. After that, Kanghan asks Bianca how the research on the gems they found is going. Bianca replies that there haven't been any results so far, since the entire corporation is searching through various portals, and hasn't found any gem similar to that one. The redhead says that the Red Rose Guild hasn't found any condensed demonic energy stones. Kamhan thinks that's really strange because it doesn't make any sense for the demonic cult to have implanted a gem only in El Carol. Meanwhile, at the demonic cult's temple, the cardinal is being informed that El Carol has been defeated. He asks his assistants what happened, and they say they're still investigating. They say they only realized El Carol had been defeated when they went to check on the progress of the demonic crystal's erosion, because when they arrived at the S-rank portal, all they found were traces of battle and blood, and the cardinal asks about the crystal. The cultist assistants inform him that they're doing their best to recover the crystal, but for now, there's no evidence of El Carol's presence or the crystal. At that moment, the cardinal gets really angry and starts trembling with rage. After that, the cardinal slams the table so hard that he breaks it into several pieces. The cardinal asks about the damn other monsters, and the cultist assistants say they checked each one and they're all fine. The cardinal becomes thoughtful, but he knows they still haven't figured out his plans. The cardinal curses, saying it was just really bad luck. El Carol hadn't been defeated in the last 5 years, but right now, just after he put a demonic stone inside El Carol, someone came and beat the boss. The cardinal asks about the plan, and one of his assistants says the plan has been significantly delayed. And the cardinal asks, what if they use another plan? The assistants are very surprised, and say that if they go through with something like that, the consequences will be huge. Not to mention, the risk and responsibility would also be enormous. After hearing his two assistants, the cardinal says it was just a suggestion, since he doesn't actually plan to activate any other method right away. He really just wanted to see what they thought about it. One of the cardinal's assistants says that if they're going to use another method, they could put the plan into action right now. However, that's way too reckless. The assistant tells the cardinal that if they use another method, the world rankers won't just stand by and do nothing. The cardinal tells one of the assistants that he doesn't care at all, that he couldn't care less about what the world rankers are going to do. The cardinal starts to emit a murderous aura and says to his assistant, "Is it just because the world rankers are going to act that you want to go against me?" And the cardinal asks his assistant if he thinks he's afraid of the world rankers. And the cardinal intensifies his murderous aura even more, making his assistants feel trapped by it. If you're scared, you're scared. At that moment, the assistant, sweating, begs for forgiveness. The cardinal had already done some carpentry and broken his desk in half. Now, he starts hitting his chair. Calming his anger after the apology, the cardinal lessens his murderous aura and asks about the remaining demonic crystals. And his assistants say they have all the crystals. After that, the cardinal gives another order to his assistants and tells them to put the stones inside the other monsters as quickly as possible. The cardinal, with all the affection in the world, tells his assistants, if the plan is delayed even a little more, you won't be safe. Someone is going to die, and it won't be him. The cardinal is an expert at jumping from one topic to another, and as he crosses his legs, he changes the subject right away. He asks who was responsible for defeating El Carol. And the assistant says it was the redhead from the Red Rose Guild, and the cardinal gets pissed because it's not the first time the redhead has messed up his plans. She already started getting in his way. That time she defeated Kim Jae. The cardinal, talking to his assistants, says that the redhead caused a lot of trouble, so much trouble that there's no way they can just leave her alone. So, They're not going to let this go unpunished. And with that, the cardinal orders them to prepare the shadows. The assistant, who's sweating buckets, asks if the cardinal plans to eliminate the redhead. The other one says it's not that easy to get rid of the redhead since she's really powerful, and he thinks the shadows won't be able to take her out. The cardinal says he's wrong because his target isn't the redhead. Actually, his target is a rookie who got full support from the Red Rose Guild. And this rookie, he doesn't like him because he's an arrogant newcomer named Kangwoo. The cardinal concludes that they're going to capture Kangwoo and use him as a hostage. The scene shifts to the rank B portal and Yeonbak. Go ahead. Did you laugh at what I said? Then try saying Yeonbak yourself. But you have to say it 3 times. 3 times in a row without messing up. And we see Alice's group of 4 coming out of the rank B portal. And everyone was really happy because they had just scored a big haul. And Cleo is more straightforward, saying they're getting rich. In a totally unexpected way, the protagonist shows up and surprises everyone. He starts off by saying it's been a while since they've seen each other, and everyone greets the protagonist with a lot of happiness. And Kangwoo says that they must definitely be doing really well in the portals. Chini asks Kangwoo what brings him there all of a sudden, and the protagonist replies that he came to bring a surprise gift for Chini. Chini, feeling awkward, asks if the gift isn't actually for Alice instead of him. And Kangwoo just tells him to take the gift. I don't know what that look on Alice's face is. She seems totally stunned. Kangwoo shows the sword and says it's called the El Caro Blade. And Kangwoo explains that this sword is a legendary item which can only be used by someone who has chi as an inherent attribute. And everyone is left speechless when they hear that the sword is a legendary item. Taisu, for his part, says he's never felt so jealous. Chini thanks him for the gift, and everyone in the group is really happy too. Chini says he feels a little embarrassed because brother Kangwoo treats him so well. Chini confesses to the protagonist that when he first saw him, he felt a strong resistance coming from the protagonist, and the protagonist thinks to himself that of course, since he is the protector of the world, Kangwoo is just the one who messed things up by coming here. And Chini says that all of that has disappeared, and now he feels like their souls are connected, while the protagonist thinks that's probably because he turned Chini into his pet. Chini, holding the protagonist's hand, calls him Big Brother, and says he will serve his big brother with everything he has to meet his expectations. And the protagonist feels awkward with Chini holding his hand like that. Kangwoo was desperate to get out of that situation, but Chini, still holding his hand, puts his other hand in his pocket to take out some object. Chini suddenly pulls a condensed demonic energy stone out of his pocket and shows it to the protagonist, and Kangwoo's eyes go wide in disbelief at what he's seeing. Chini says he doesn't know if that can be considered a gift, but he's sure that Kangwoo will know what that stone is. Then the scene flips. Now it's Kangwoo who won't let go of Chini's hand and grabs it with both of his own. And the protagonist gets so moved by that moment that he starts thinking he wants to stay with Chini forever. Kangwoo, with a really happy look on his face, asks how Chini got that stone, and Chini answers that it was at the portal where they were hunting because, at that moment, he felt a really strange sensation, and the protagonist asks, a strange sensation? And Chini says it was like he was getting chills all over his body. After that, Chini said he remembered what that feeling was like. It was the same feeling he had when he first met the protagonist, and Kangwoo is surprised. Chini goes on to explain that he followed that strange sensation and found a really weird minotaur. This minotaur had darkened skin and was stronger and much happier than the others. So, Chini concludes that as soon as he defeated the minotaur, that thing left its body, and the protagonist, thinking to himself, realizes that the demonic energy must have corrupted the minotaur. Then Kangwoo concludes that Chini is able to sense demonic energy in people. Kangwoo asks Chini if he felt that same sensation with the Denizinha. Chini pauses, thinking back to that moment, and tells Kangwoo that he didn't feel anything strange coming from a Denizinha. And Kangwoo gets lost in his thoughts because he knows for sure that Chini can sense demonic energy. After that, the protagonist wonders what he has in common with these creatures, and soon remembers that these creatures are fragments of the rift and starts thinking that bastard Chini sensed him as the main fragment, and the other monsters as secondary rift fragments. And all of this is because of the demonic energy inside them. The protagonist knows that Chini only sensed this because he is the protector of the world. He is the protector of the broken Gaia system. So, Kangwoo comes up with an excellent idea, since Chimi automatically senses some strange connection with things from the rift. The protagonist, looking at Chimi with a mischievous grin, starts thinking that Chimi will help him find the demonic stones. After that, the protagonist says for Chimi to hear, "Why don't we do something together?" And so the protagonist says he wants to team up with him, to hunt in the portals. And deep down, the protagonist knows that now he has a radar for the demonic stones. So everyone gets on the train, heads home, and the protagonist says that starting tomorrow, Chini and he, just the two of them, will hunt in the portals. The scene changes, and we see the protagonist talking to Alice, telling her that she'll have to hunt with the other two on her own for a while, and he tells her not to overdo it too much. Kangwoo says that they've leveled up a lot, so the three of them will be able to handle those portals. They just need to be careful. Alice looks thoughtful and says, "Kangwoo, when we go into the portals tomorrow, can the rest of the group and I go together?" Alice says that with Kangwoo's help, they leveled up much faster, and maybe her group can help her in another way too. And Kangwoo tells Alice that starting tomorrow, they'll be going into rank 8 portals. In these portals, the monsters are much stronger than anything they've faced so far, and that's why he wants to go alone with Chimi. The protagonist asks her if she doesn't think she'll just get in their way. "Hey there, little mouse, what was Proto doing at that time?" Alice apologizes and says she shouldn't have said anything, and Kangwoo explains that it's not like that at all, that, starting tomorrow, he'll be investigating the demonic cult, and needs to protect her. Alice stays sad, while the protagonist continues his explanation. Kangwoo says that those bastards, from the demonic cult, will try to go after anyone he cares about, and that could happen at any moment. So, the more people he has to protect, the harder his mission will be. Suddenly, the protagonist steps in front of Alice, and she's startled by what he did. And the protagonist says, like right now, and we see 5 cultists getting out of the car to go after the protagonist. Kangwoo immediately asks if they're the bastards from the cult, and they say they're not obligated to answer. They say if he just follows their orders, they'll kill him without causing any pain. Kangwoo, of course, laughs at the situation, and, looking the cultist right in the face, says, "Why don't you stop talking all that crap and get out of the way of my car?" Wait, is that the protagonist's car? I used to scratch it with a bottle cap, or with a screw, or with a nail. The cultist, grabbing his scythe, says that the protagonist really is a bastard, just like his boss said. So, obviously, you can tell that their boss knows the protagonist. The cultist is spinning his weapon, which isn't even what I said before, because now he's spinning it like a helicopter. If anyone knows what weapon that is, let me know, okay? The cultist says that the protagonist is getting cocky, because he thinks the redhead is going to protect him right now. The other cultist looks like he's studying for a philosophy exam, and says that the protagonist is just a grain of sand in a vast universe. And as he moves toward Kangwoo, he says he's going to teach him a lesson. Kangwoo says that's funny and activates his flight authority, leaving everyone hanging, picks Alice up in his arms, and flies to the other side, where there are several protective barriers. Kangwoo tells Alice to run away as fast as she can, and she gets all flustered being in her beloved's arms, and says she'll run. Kangwoo, in turn, says he'll take care of the cultists real quick and be right back. However, Alice had barely gotten out of her beloved's arms when she uses magic, thanks to the light above the protagonist, to protect her man. The system quickly notifies Kangwoo that his attributes have been increased, and thinking about it, it's a really good buff because it boosts strength, dexterity, and demonic energy. I don't know how it was possible for light to buff darkness, but whatever. Kangwoo is really surprised because Alice's magic is stronger than he thought, and even buffs his unique attribute. Alice, all sweet, tells Kangwoo not to get hurt, and the protagonist says not to worry, and starts rolling up his sleeves, explaining to Alice that there's no way he could get hurt fighting these guys because they're way too weak. The cultists charge at the protagonist again, saying they won't let them escape, and that they're going to cut him into pieces. And Kangwoo jumps toward the cultists at high speed, and, looking them straight in the face, asks, "Who said I was trying to escape?" And the cultists start throwing that strange scythe at him, but the protagonist just watches, since he's so fast and the cultists seem to be moving in slow motion. The protagonist starts testing their speed, their reactions, and how they fight in battle, carefully observing every move the cultists make. So the protagonist starts flying around them, to test each one by one, and notices that none of the chains are hitting him, even though they keep throwing them non-stop. In other words, these people are amateurs. One of the cultists, thinking he was about to hit the protagonist, said it was the end for him, but the protagonist just thinks these people are really weak, since The red-haired girl is way stronger than all of them. And still in the air, the protagonist uses the authority of shock and unleashes a shockwave that breaks all the chains, making the cultists start to sweat. They ask, how can this be? There was definitely something wrong with the information we got, and for sure the cardinal underestimated this bastard, because he's way stronger. Then the report said. And so they decide to retreat, in order to report what happened to the cardinal right away. Suddenly, a cold wave starts to fill the whole place, and the protagonist asks the cultists where they think they're going. Then the protagonist activates his new hack, the authority of freezing, and freezes all of them from the waist down. Kangwoo asks the cultists if they really think he's going to let them escape. Alice just keeps spying on what's happening from a distance. Meanwhile, the protagonist says he won't let them turn into demon monsters this time. Then, Kangwoo approaches one of the cultists, saying that maybe this time they should have a really deep conversation, and the cultist starts to tremble. I don't know if it's from the cold, or because he's scared of the protagonist, and Alice is back there, just watching. Yeah, the healer doing what healers do, staying in the back, just buffing. Then, the protagonist takes off the cultist's mask, and says he's only doing it so the guy can breathe a little better. Looking straight at the cultist, the protagonist tells him to shut up, and uses the demon, Ouroboros' ability. So, the protagonist uses the authority of fear, and asks the cultist who told him all of this. Kangwoo asks if it was the cardinal who told him everything. The cultist starts to feel something tingling in his mouth, and then he begins to smile at the protagonist, smiling so much that the protagonist thinks he's resisting the demon Ouroboros. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes go wide when the guy starts to say, "Glory." The cultist Kabalinia Elise says, "Glory to the demonic cult," and sticks out his tongue, which has magic embedded in it, and we see a small spark come from the cultist's tongue, when suddenly, a gigantic explosion engulfs the entire area. Alice was the only one not affected, because she was behind the walls. Alice panics, calling out the protagonist's name. But our protagonist is the king of hacks, and had already used a defensive hack, coming out of that explosion without a scratch. And so, Kangwoo concludes that the cardinal is going to stay hidden. With that in mind, Kangwoo will change his strategy. He's going to make that bastard cardinal crawl out of the hole where he's hiding. The scene changes to a cultist apologizing because they failed to capture Kangwoo, and then, the cultist assistant tells the cardinal that all the shadows are dead. The cardinal asks his assistant if it was the redhead. The assistant tells the cardinal that he's not sure, since all the cultists who went to capture the protagonist died, but it must have been her. And the cardinal starts thinking, realizing he didn't know the redhead was that strong and didn't expect they would lose so badly to her. The cardinal says he lost good soldiers, his best soldiers, in that incursion. The cardinal changes the subject, and asks his assistant how many rift fragments they've gathered, and the cultist assistant says about 30%. The cardinal says, 30%. Not bad. And he dismisses his assistant. The assistant is leaving the hall of the demonic cult, while the cardinal is thinking that it's all right. There's no need to rush, and he knows those bastards won't be able to find the demon stones. What the cardinal doesn't know is that now the protagonist has a radar. The cardinal takes off his mask, and it's revealed to us who the cardinal really is. It's Korea's #1 ranker, our friend Carlos. He's there, sitting in the temple, smiling a lot. With a sinister grin, Carlos says that everything is going according to the plan they made. After almost a year, they decided to release new chapters. So, let's move on to part 11. And the series starts like this. Kangwoo had just survived a bombing attempt by the demonic cult, and Alice, very worried about him, comes running to ask how her beloved is doing. And the badass is really pissed, because the cult's cardinal keeps hiding and just sends his lackeys after him. And that's making him really angry. So, our badass hero promises that he's going to make the cult's cardinal crawl out of his hole, because the one who ruled the 9 hells isn't feared for being nice. And anyone who knows him knows that he's much more cruel than a demon. At that moment, Alice finally gets close to him, and says, "Kangwoo, are you okay? And the explosion? What happened to you?" And he, very calmly, says, "Alice, just wait a moment." The protagonist is totally overpowered and didn't suffer a single injury, so he decides to answer his phone, because someone who always brings him news just called, and it's Kinmai. And for those who don't remember, Kinmai is destined to be Earth's hero. However, our protagonist, with his demonic power, brainwashed him and turned him into his pet. And as soon as he answered the phone, he says, "Hey, my friend, what's up? What's the news?" And Kinmai says there's nothing yet. However, the protagonist invites him to go out early tomorrow to collect demonic crystals. So, he sets up a meeting with his pet for 6 in the morning, so they can both be at the portal. Meanwhile, Alice, who was worried about him, realizes that he's completely fine and is even shocked
because an explosion like that was nothing to her beloved. After Kang-ho finishes his conversation with Kim Mai, he says goodbye, telling him they'll see each other soon. Meanwhile, Alice is just standing there, waiting for the call to end. After that, he looks at her and says, "Did you see what happened, Alice? The demonic cult is after me, and if I stay too close to you, you'll be in danger too. So, we have to keep things as they were before, keeping our distance from each other." And Alice, who is completely in love, just melts, because her beloved cares so much about her, and she's very grateful, since he's considering her feelings. She tells the protagonist that she wants to become someone very important to him, someone who can repay everything he's done for her. But she knows that the way she is now, she would only get in his way, since he's not only much stronger than she is, but also hunts in portals she can't even dream of entering yet. And so, she promises to get stronger so she can keep up with him, and with an adorable and very happy face, she tells him, "Just wait and see. I'm going to become really strong just to make you happy." And she adds that she's going to get so strong that he'll be surprised the next time he sees her. But they live together, okay, so he always sees her. And Kang-ho really likes Alice and keeps thinking, this woman is an angel. She's so beautiful and cute. And so, he, who seems to be in love with her, says to Alice, "Well, I get it. So let's go home. Come on, let's go together." And she says, "Hey, Kang-ho, the car's the other way. Over there." The scene shifts to 10 days later, at an S-rank gate. And Kang-ho is really happy because during this hunt he managed to get 3 demon crystals and things are going really well. Kang-ho, the demon god, is next to his pet, Kim Mai, who would be the hero of Earth. And the two of them have been hunting together in the gates during these 10 days. And in today's hunt, they managed to get a lot of demon crystals. However, Kim Mai doesn't know that the protagonist uses these crystals to try to recover his former power that was sealed by Gaia, the core of 10,000 demons. So, Kim Mai asks his older brother if that's all for today. And the badass protagonist says yes and tells him he did a good job. And Kim Mai makes a sad puppy face, because he really admires his older brother. And the protagonist, seeing that puppy dog look directed at him, thinks to himself, "Man, why is this guy looking at me like that? Well, I'll let it slide, since he's my pet." After that, Kang-ho says goodbye to him and asks, "Hey, wanna ride? I'll take you home." And the protagonist's pet says no, that he's going to stop by the hospital to see how his mom is doing. So, the protagonist gets in his car and drives off all relaxed, because he knows that Alice, his love, made him a really good lunchbox with Kint, his favorite food. A little while later, he gets home and Edna Zinha, super cute and sweet, comes running over all happy because her master just arrived. And the awesome protagonist, who loves to make Edna Zinha happy, his SSS plus rank dragon, says he brought her some ice cream. And she says, "Huh, ice cream? What's that?" So, the protagonist gives the cutest and sweetest girl in the world 2 whole tubs of ice cream, and she, not knowing what it was, starts devouring both of them, really enjoying what she's tasting. However, the badass protagonist stands there thinking about how he's been collecting a bunch of demon crystals these past few days, but it seems like the demon cult isn't making any moves. He just waits there, hoping the redhead, or Bianca will call him, so the action can finally start. The protagonist knows the demon cult never just sits still, so they're definitely plotting something in secret. At that moment, his phone starts vibrating and he realizes that Bianca is calling him. And this happens right when he was thinking that things could go wrong if the cult moves in secret and they can't find out anything. So, he answers Bianca's call and says, "Hey, what's up Bianca? What's going on? What's the news?" And Bianca Delisha, super stylish and totally redesigned, seriously, they must have changed the artists for this series, tells Kang-ho that they finally managed to pick up on suspicious activity from the demonic cult. This is going to happen at the rank S portal that's at the docks. And the main character pretends to be surprised and says, "What? The demonic order?" And the badass says, "Yes. According to our informants, they're getting ready to perform a summoning." And Bianca says that the redhead is already on her way there, getting ready for action. And after that, she says, "Hey Kang-ho, in a little bit I'm going to send a military helicopter to pick you up, okay?" And she says, "Look, it's going to land at such and such helipad, so write this down because I'm going to give you the address." And the protagonist, hearing all that, looks at sweet little Edna Zinha. He starts thinking that in these last few days he's collected a lot of demonic crystals, and because of that, his demonic energy has increased massively. So he says, "Hey Bianca, no need, I can get there on my own." And the tough Bianca says, "Hey, this is serious. It's urgent. I need you to get there on time, so just take my helicopter." And Kang-ho, the demon king of hell, tells Bianca, "No, Bianca, it's fine, I have my own helicopter." And then, he pats the head of the beautiful and adorable Edna Zinha, his SSSS plus rank dragon, and says, "Bianca, I don't need to borrow yours, okay? Thanks a lot, really appreciate it, but I'll be there." After that, the protagonist goes to a very open and isolated area and looks around, because that place is perfect for him to take off, and Edna Zinha is really happy, since she loves going out alone with her master. Kang-ho says to her, "Hey, Edna, can you do me a favor?" And she replies, "Hi, Kang-ho, go ahead. You and I are going to fly to the dock today. What do you think?" And she immediately says, "Okay, Kang-ho, I'd love to do that." And so, Edna Zinha starts to return to her true form, and since she's a huge dragon, she couldn't even fit in a single screenshot. Here's her tail, and she starts to ascend at high speed. Here we can see the middle part of this legendary dragon, and the protagonist is there, tiny on top of her.
And here we can see Edna's Manhwa, the legendary dragon in her true form, and even as a dragon, she's still very beautiful. Then she asks Kangwoo, "Hey, Kangwoo, after this, can I have more ice cream?" And he says, "What? Ice cream? Oh, this time. I'll buy you a whole box, don't worry." And she lights up with joy. After hearing that, she gets even more excited and says, "Kangwoo, I'll do my best." And so, she picks up even more speed. And the guy says, "Hold on, Edna, don't go so fast, or I'll end up falling right on top of you." Then, just seconds after Edna takes off, the protagonist starts thinking he needs to do something about this situation, because if she, with her huge body, is seen flying through the sky, it could cause quite a commotion in the city. So, the badass protagonist uses another one of his hacks, the authority of mirroring power, and covers his dragon with that ability. And Edna gets really curious and says, "Kangwoo, what did you do?" And the protagonist says that he used a skill on them to make them both invisible, so no one will bother them. After that, Edna keeps flying at 800 kilometers per hour, and quickly heads to the dock, while Kangwoo, riding his dragon, starts thinking that something really worrying is that he doesn't understand this demonic order, since they're so strange and secretive. So the protagonist wonders how far. They've already spread across the world, because the demonic order wants to bring hell to earth, and he intends to stop that with all his might, since hell is not a good place to live, and even worse, it doesn't have his favorite food. After that, Kangwoo starts thinking about all the major guilds and which of them might be involved with the demonic cult. And he knows he can rule out the Red Rose, but even so, it's very likely that there are members of the demonic order infiltrated in all the major guilds. A short time later, Kangwoo and Edna finally arrive at the dock, and the flight only took a few minutes. And when they got there, he saw a large area where Edna could land without bumping into anything. And so we're told that they've arrived at the Pulhong dock, or Pulhong. I'm not even sure. The protagonist, who's very cautious, landed a bit far from the portal and starts thinking about how Bianca told him she would send the response team soon. After that, the protagonist gives Edna an order and tells her to return to her human form, and she says, "Master, where are we going?" And she's so happy to be with her master that she starts wagging her big tail, showing how happy she is. But at one point she accidentally hits something that was passing by, and the protagonist becomes very alert, and wonders if it's a person, because there really is someone there. Edna is looking for someone, glancing from side to side, but she can't find anyone. And the protagonist keeps thinking that he landed in that remote area because he didn't want anyone to see him arriving riding a dragon. So, the badass summons the authority of the blade and gets ready for combat, and Kangwoo plans to attack by following the sound, but the person shouts, "Hey, wait up. Don't attack me." Then that guy, on the ground, looks up and sees Edna and says, "Well, is that really a dragon?" And the protagonist, who's really sharp, immediately notices that this person has a demonic crystal in their pocket. The protagonist looks at him and gets into a fighting stance, but that person seems familiar, and 2 seconds later he remembers that he's seen this person before. It's that player who was next to Carl at the portal. He remembers that this guy had introduced himself as the guild master of Nuri, and his name is Cha Minyak, but we'll call him Mino. And the protagonist asks what he's doing there, and he says he noticed a strange shadow, so he decided to follow it. After that, he recognizes the protagonist and says, "But you, I know you. Aren't you Kangwoo, the one with the red rose?" The protagonist immediately tells him to shut up, since he never said he could speak. So, an angry Kangwoo says that he can only open his mouth if he gives him permission to talk, and Mino starts to get nervous, and says, "Man, I'm just trying to explain the situation. I know I look suspicious, but it's not like that, really." And Mino even starts to choke up, because the protagonist shows his blade and says to him, "Hey, I have a really good idea for how to ask questions and have you answer me, but you're really getting on my nerves. I told you to shut up and you won't stop talking, so get ready." Kangwoo and little Edna bravely face that intruder, and the protagonist keeps thinking that just because he's carrying the demonic crystal, it doesn't necessarily mean he's part of the demonic order. However, the protagonist has other ways to test him, and by staring more deeply at Rio's guild master, he intends to find out what his motivation is for all of this. The guy who was passive before now speaks up to the protagonist, who's acting tough, "So, you're really not going to listen to me, huh? Then I already know what to do." So he pulls out a second dagger and says to the protagonist, "Then I'll just have to show you my strength." With that, Mino musters up some courage and charges at the protagonist. The tough guy just stares at that guy in front of him, trying to face him down, and Kangwoo doesn't like his attitude one bit. But Mino doesn't care at all and goes straight for the protagonist. But the protagonist, who's never lost, charges at him using the authority of speed. But he's the guy with the hacks, so he immediately combos it with his power blade to decide everything that.
All of that in a single blow. And so, he lands a really powerful strike on Mino, who barely manages to block the protagonist's attack. But this was way stronger than Minnick expected, because the last time he saw this guy, he was in a low-rank portal and in really bad shape. That blow from the protagonist is so strong that it sends him flying backward, and he falls to his knees on the ground. The protagonist is pretty surprised by what just happened. Minnick, on the other hand, is already sweating as he thinks, "Damn, what the heck is this? If that was just one hit, how is he this strong? What the hell is this guy? I thought he was weak. If he attacks again, I'd be dead. I don't get it at all." The protagonist, meanwhile, is really surprised and says, "What a weak guy is this? If I had fought the authority of power, I would have torn him in half. Lucky I hit him lightly. If this guy, who's a guild master, were part of the demonic order, there's no way he'd be this weak." And so, Kanghan is left uncertain, because this guy really doesn't seem to be from the demonic order, and the badass just stands there, in front of Mino, lost in thought, thinking that this guy must have just followed him because he seemed suspicious, since there's no way the Anohi Guild is working with the demonic order. So the protagonist decides to test him and says, "Hey, the redhead, and the agents from the RM Guild will be here soon, and I'm definitely going to accuse you. So you'd better calm down, and tell me why you're here." And Mino, who was looking at the ground, lifts his head, really pissed off, and says, "What? So now you're doubting me? Dude, you're the one who's the suspect here. Look, this isn't normal. You were weak just a few days ago, and now you're practically a monster. That sudden improvement of yours is what's suspicious." After that, Mino drops a bunch of his daggers on the ground, and we can see they're all damaged. Then, strangely, he grabs a dagger with both hands and charges at the protagonist using sonic speed. And to make it even crazier, the guy comes screaming, rotating. First, while the protagonist just stands there watching, this crazy dude coming at him, thinking, man, when? Is he actually going to get here? Because he's been at this sonic speed for so long that I'm just here waiting, and so, when Minnick finally arrives, the protagonist just steps aside, since he's really curious about him. Right after that, the protagonist appears behind him. Since when do bandits fight like this? Rogues rarely attack head on the way he's doing.
Take that.
After a very friendly discussion, using several arguments with tridents against the rogue, the protagonist is there checking his phone and reading messages on WhatsApp. Since the redhead and Bianca haven't arrived yet, he still has some time, about 10 minutes, to keep having this very friendly conversation with the rogue. After that, Kanghan goes to the hot chocolate machine and gets a nice warm cup, and the protagonist is so nice that he offers this hot chocolate to his rogue friend, Mino. But of course, he bought all of this with money he had just stolen from the rogue, and on top of that, the protagonist took all the demonic crystals that Mino had. So, the Demon King Kanghan says he doesn't have much patience, so it's better to explain everything, and fast. And now that everyone has chocolate in hand, Kang asks the rogue why he's there, and he starts his explanation by saying that he and the entire Anohi Guild are hunting the demonic order. After saying that, he lowers his head in deep sadness and says to the protagonist, "Hey, you've definitely heard that saying before, right? That rogues have to shut up and heal people, because rogues have been reduced to nothing more than low-class healers. And this situation only came about because everyone thought rogues were a useless class, good for nothing. And for some time now, all rogues have been treated this way, like trash. And if he remembers the meeting he had with all the rogues, because the rogue class is really good at gathering information and we always prioritize justice. Man, our rogue friend, found a guild for himself, that's why he was missing for so long, and in the Anohi Guild there are only rogues, and they're all really worried. So, Mino, together with everyone in his guild, decided to fight the demonic cult to show that the rogue class isn't useless, but actually highly efficient at what they do. And so the Anohi Guild plans to find the demonic order on their own, independent of the government or the Red Rose Guild, because by doing this they'll prove to everyone that their class isn't useless. And after saying all that, Mino tells Kanghan that he sensed a presence in this place, which is why he came here, and asks the protagonist if he doesn't believe him. And the badass, after assessing the whole situation, surprises Mino and says, "Yeah, I do believe you." And Mino widens his eyes and says, "Huh? You believe me? You really believe me?" Kanghan, who has a high tolerance for hot things, downs that hot chocolate in one go and thinks to himself that Mino's explanation actually makes sense, so that's why he believes him. And so Kanghan turns his back and starts to walk away, saying, "A justice organization, huh? That's what you want to prove, right? Well, good luck to you, okay? I'm out." But the protagonist, who's pretty sly, didn't give him back his money or the crystals he had collected. Mino is left in disbelief and says, "Huh? What do you mean you actually believed what I said? Hey, wait up, I want to talk to you." At that moment, Kanghan looks back and says, "What is it? I don't have much time, so spit it out." And as he gets closer to Kanghan, he says to him, "Hey, you're as strong as the top 5 in Korea, maybe even stronger than that. After I took that hit from you, I could tell." So, Mino asks the protagonist, since he's so strong, why is he helping the government and the Red Rose? And he asks the protagonist why he's doing that. Kanghan just stands there with a blank look, thinking of an answer to give him, and then he replies, "Oh, for the same reason as you, got it?" And Mino says, "Huh, same reason? I don't get it, I really don't." And the protagonist tells Mino that his reason is kimchi, world peace. Just like you, I want peace, and he starts drooling just thinking about a pot full of kimchi, because eating demon meat for 10,000 years would traumatize anyone. Now that he's on Earth and eating his favorite dish, he'll do whatever it takes, possible or impossible, to make sure Earth stays just the way it is. And so, Kanghan, the brave, turns his back, walks away, and says, "Oh, see you later, Mino. Take care." And the rogue just watches the protagonist leave, thinking he looks like a villain, but in reality, Kanghan is a really great guy. Meanwhile, the sneaky protagonist is thinking, there's no better place to farm demonic energy than by hunting the demon order, and this is really going to boost my demonic energy. and he keeps thinking that this Mino guy is really annoying and only asks irritating questions. Meanwhile, little Edna is trying to eat chocolate without using her hands. Kangwoo comes to the conclusion that the rogue guild isn't working with the demon order because robes are way too disorganized for that. The protagonist keeps thinking, since the redhead has been searching for information about the demon order for a long time, that only leaves one guild where her master could be a suspect. Kangwoo concludes that the only remaining suspect is Carlos, the master of the Samurai Guild, because even the redhead was investigating him some time ago. Then, we're shown Carlos, the master of the Samurai Guild. The scene shifts to the cardinal of the demon order, and he's finishing getting dressed for the new ritual. Once he's completely ready, he activates his crystal ball and makes a video call. The scene then changes to a cave a bit farther away, and Carlos's voice is heard as he says, "Priest Taken, how are things going over there?" Given how much time has passed, I assume everything is ready by now, right? In front of Priest Taken, there's a very large pentagram drawn on the floor, and farther back, 2 occultists from the demon order are kneeling. After that, Priest Taken responds to the cardinal of the demon order, "Of course it is, your holiness." Everything's ready here, but it's really weird, since it's a demon. By holiness, it had to be demonic. And so, during that conversation, the cardinal tells the priest that the ritual they're about to perform is the first step toward their greatness. He then gives the priest an order, saying he will not tolerate any mistakes, because everything must be flawless. The cardinal, who is pure evil, warns the priest that if more sacrifices are needed, he must do whatever it takes to obtain them. The priest replies, "Yes, I understand exactly what you mean," and at that moment, he removes his hood, takes a deep breath, and says, "Glory to the demon order." And we see that the priest is a bald man covered in tattoos, and now, full of himself and completely determined for the ritual, he shouts to all the cultists there, "Hey, did you spread that blood properly?" And they all answer yes, that it was done as ordered. And the bald, big brain guy keeps watching, because something just doesn't seem right. This ritual they're about to perform is extremely important. They can't afford to fail under any circumstances, so he bends down and runs his hand through the blood to check its amount and thickness. After doing that, he starts thinking it's over. As expected, that blood was diluted and is clearly not enough for what they need to do. So he looks at the guy, who answered him and says, "Hey, you, come here." And the cultist, looking like a weasel, says to his boss, "Huh? Were you talking to me, priest?" And the big brain says, "Yeah, that's right. Come a little closer. I need to tell you a secret." So the guy gets even closer. And the priest stabs him in the gut, not even giving the cultist time to react. After that, the cultist falls to the ground, completely covered in blood, and his blood spills out in the middle of the ritual. And all the other 11 are totally shocked and say, "What? Priest, what's going on? Why did you do that?" And the crazy priest, his expression changing under his murderous aura, answers, "Because we don't have enough blood. But now I know where I'm going to get all that blood from. So, blame yourselves for not being able to get enough sacrifices." 2 minutes later, 2 cultists were successfully eliminated and their blood was spilled in the middle of the ritual. And the priest, full of malice, says that now, yes, they have enough blood. So, glory to the demonic order, and the ritual begins. And the Megamind, king of evil, starts laughing and sees that there's plenty of blood there. And it's definitely a lot. And he starts thinking about stabbing you if you still haven't liked this video. But let's get to what matters. He bends down and places his hand on the summoning pentagram, and dense darkness is activated because it looks like it's working. Megamind starts to go into a trance and begins to chant. The scene shifts to someone calling out to Redhead and Bianca, and when they look, they realize it's the protagonist arriving at the Rank S portal along with Denizinha. And Bianca thinks to herself that he really made it in time. Kangwoo asks Bianca how things are going inside. Bianca says that things don't look very good because the cultists are hiding in a mountain range full of caves and we don't know which one they are in since these caves are a natural labyrinth. Catching these cultists is practically impossible. And Bianca says that, from what she can observe, there's a very strange presence in that area. Suddenly, someone comes running up and says, "Oh, so you're all here, huh?" And since it had been 2 millennia since I last continued because there were no new chapters, I forgot his name. So, I had to go back and watch it again. I saw that I had named him Gomo. So, Gomo arrives very cheerfully and asks everyone how they've been, and he greets Prota and the redhead since it's been a long time since he's seen them. Bianca is totally focused and asks Gomo how the investigation is going, and he tells her that it's not going very well, but they just heard an explosion over at the portal. Meanwhile, Prota, who's really nosy, is just eavesdropping on everyone else's conversation, and Denizinha is very alert, watching the portal closely because something there is catching her attention. Suddenly, the adorable and sweet Denizinha grabs Prota's sleeve and pulls him, getting his attention, and says, "Kangwoo." She says that the portal, there's something really wrong with that portal, because a strong stench of blood is coming from it, and when Prota hears this, he gets even more suspicious. Just got me down. Megamind starts to smile. because it was finally a success. We see the summoning pentagram in front of him emitting lightning in a very intense glow, and above him the dimension begins to tear apart, as something very big is coming, and Megamind, totally in ecstasy, speaks to the one who is coming out of the portal that was waiting for him and asks him to show his incredible powers, and exclaims to the immense demon that has just appeared, and says, "O being that crosses eternity, your servant greets you." And that demon, tearing open the dimensional space even more, starts to cross through the dimensions. And he, looking at that tiny being, says, "Who dares to summon me, Oriax, the demon of the seventh hell?" So you know, since the demon is polite, he just introduced himself. His name is Oriax. Megamind is very smart and knows that flattery works, so right away he bows before the great Oriax and says that this little mortal honors the one who crosses eternity. And Oriax asks, "Human, did you summon me?" And now, yes, he lifts his head and says, "Yes, master, I summoned you." And Oriax, seeing that he is weak, asks him, "Why did you summon me?" And Megamind says that he wants him to spread the blood and flesh of mere mortals, to destroy everything in his path, to kill everyone, and for hell to reign on earth. And he asks Oriax, please, to guide his followers on the path to eternity. And he adds that if Oriax guides them to the path of immortality, they will swear eternal loyalty to him. Meanwhile, in the background, someone is watching the whole scene and staying very quiet. Oriax starts to laugh and says, "Human, I like your greed. To rule everything, huh? To be immortal. You really are quite greedy." Meanwhile, the guy on the radio turns it on and starts communicating, saying, "Hey Captain, I think you should come quickly. There's something really big here." "Hello, Captain, can you hear me?" "Hey Captain, hurry up, okay? There's a... Whoa, oh, I can't talk too loud right now, but I think I found a really weird situation in this cave. Come quickly, hurry up. Hold on. Let me run now. Alright, I'm out." And Do-moon says, Hello? Hey spies, say something. Hey spies, say something. What's going on, huh? Answer. Spy. Answer. And another voice comes on the communicator and says, "So aren't you going to answer?" And the call is cut off. Kangwoo immediately understands the whole situation and says, "Hey, instead of wasting our time here yelling on the radio, I think we should run over there and see for ourselves." So Kangwoo looks at the portal and says that the cultists aren't even trying to hide the smell of blood anymore. And so they look at the portal and realize that it looks different now. The scene shifts to inside the Rank S portal, where the advanced group, already inside, is staring at something ahead of them, and the fear is clear on their faces. Suddenly, bursting out at incredible speed, comes the great demon of the seventh hell, Oriax, wielding the scythe of death in his hand. And when they see that massive being, they start asking themselves what on earth that thing is. But Oriax is used to hunting, and he quickly senses the presence of those humans there. Seconds later, he lands right in front of the group, causing a huge crash as he touches down, and his evil eyes start to glow. He grins widely, and tells everyone there that they will make a fine sacrifice, and that it will start with them. However, that group hunting in the Rank S gate is very experienced, and their leader tells them not to be afraid and to get ready for battle, assuring them that they just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. So, the group doesn't just stand there, they charge straight at the demon. Oriax's eyes start to glow, because the heat of battle is his natural habitat, and that feeling is incredibly satisfying to him. And now, it's his turn to attack. With just a few strikes, everyone in that group is quickly hit. At that moment, Go-moon, the redhead, and Bianca also show up to join the fight, and Megamind is shaking with happiness, because the power of his first summoning is truly unbelievable, and he keeps thinking that the dimensional barrier is getting weaker every day. So the next demons that get summoned will be even more powerful than this one. And then the narrator wonders, are they going to summon Balzard from Lilith? Because if you throw the Brazilian flag on Lilith's head, you can totally crush her for the love of the homeland. Megamind keeps thinking that this nation, or rather this world, will eventually be controlled by the demon cult. Meanwhile, Oriax, who's covered in human blood, says that it's not enough, that he needs more blood. And that side starts to emit a very intense red aura, and he yells at everyone present that they're nothing but insignificant insects, that he's going to massacre them all. And then, you know, that group I thought was completely done for, most of them are still there. They're scared and afraid, but they haven't given up yet. Suddenly, they hear someone shouting, "Wait, now it's my turn." And the tank who was in front looks back to see who's shouting, and the person walks right past him. He realizes it's his captain, Do-moon, who's heading fearlessly toward that huge demon. Oriax says he's pathetic, that he's nothing but an insect, and raises his scythe to deliver a powerful blow to Go-moon. However, Go-moon is a rank S warrior who's much stronger than the others there, and he blocks the demon's first attack. But he definitely feels that blow. The force of the impact throws Go-moon backward, and he realizes that demon is really strong. Suddenly, someone raises their staff and says, "Yeah, if you make an entrance like that and then go flying backward, it's not going to look very cool or charming." And the mage uses a spell to stop her captain from crashing hard into the ground. That way, he lands gently, and she says she's been waiting for them. So he looks back and sees that it's his team who's there. So he asks one of the people there, "Hey, is that really a demon over there?" And Go-moon, being very brave, addresses everyone. Don't be afraid, let's show this demon what we're made of. Everyone gets really fired up by their captain's presence and says, yeah, let's crush this demon. Meanwhile, our hero, well, anti-hero, just stands there watching all the chaos, making a shell-shocked face, because this situation is definitely super awkward. The key redhead keeps saying that if she had come with her own guild members, things would be way easier, since they're even stronger than the group that's here now. Bianca, on the other hand, said they should be happy, since they managed to get here before the demon came out of the portal. And so, Go Moon steps up to take the lead, and says they're going to stop that demon right here and now. And the protagonist is still in the back, looking shell-shocked and not knowing where to put himself, because all he wants to do is hide. Go Moon wonders whether Welkerin or a real demon is stronger. At that moment, Megamind starts talking to Oriax and says, O being who crosses the path of eternity, please reveal your strength to these useless mortals, and kill them all. And the great demon says he was already planning to do that and massacre all of them. Suddenly, the demon looks again and says, ha, what is that? No, I'm seeing things. I'm in another dimension. I'm seeing things. That's not really there. And Go Moon is staring very seriously at the demon. And the great demon Oriax starts to speak. You are a bunch of useless weaklings who aren't even worth fighting. There's no one strong here. You're all weak, worse than worms. And Oriax asks them, isn't there a single worthy being among you? And with that, he looks at all of them. And way in the back, the protagonist walks out with his hands in his pockets, not even looking at Oriax's face, just like this. Looking off to the side, avoiding eye contact with that demon. Then, the demon from the 7th hell, Oriax, starts to think and gets confused. Looking closely, it looks like him. But it can't be. The posture is all wrong. No, it can't be. I, Oriax, the demon of the 7th hell, came here to massacre everything and kill everyone. But I think someone got here first. And the protagonist starts sweating, bullets and whispers. Ah, crap! Why did a real demon have to show up here? That bastard, I think he recognized me. The great Oriax doesn't even pay attention to the trio in front of him and just glitches out, staring at the protagonist. He says, Kamho, the protagonist, hearing his name, starts sweating even more because he really was recognized by that demon. And it's shown to us that there are 9 hells, and the deepest of them is the 9th hell. And there, in that terrible place, is the residence of the being who became the ruler of all of hell. In this place, there is a castle belonging to the demon king, and the lord of this castle is the king of all demons who defeated the 7 archduke demons and now rules absolutely over all demons, because he is the great predator, the predator of predators, the eternal ruler, the demon king, Kangwoo. And the protagonist puts on a cute face, trying to hide the fact that he is the king of all demons, because to survive in hell, he became worse than all of them, and the strongest of them all. Oriax is left speechless. His jaw drops, because he has no doubt that this is his lord, the most evil and the most powerful of all demons. Oriax panics and says, what? Why? Why is he here? He even starts to get snot coming out of his nose from how scared he is. And then, that superior demon aura completely disappears and he asks again, why is this guy here? What is he doing here? And everyone starts looking at each other, and Oriax points at the protagonist and says, that guy right there, him. It's him, it's him, it's him, that guy right there. He's the one I'm talking about. And the protagonist tries, unsuccessfully, to play it cool and keeps whistling. And he keeps thinking there are a bunch of demons out there. But of course the one that shows up is the one who knows me. And Megamind notices that Oriax is shaking and says, hey, excuse me, oh great Oriax. And Oriax looks back, completely shocked, and he yells, send me back now, you human. Quick, before it's too late. And Megamind says, huh? Why? What's going on? Right then, he lunges at Megamind and catches him off guard. And with Megamind in his hands, he starts shaking him and says, I don't want to face that monster. What did I do wrong? Why am I here? I'd rather go back to hell. Send me back to hell. I'm not going to face that monster over there, no way. Oh, cancel the summoning right now and send me back. And Megamind doesn't understand why and keeps wondering what's going on with this demon. So he tells the demon Oriax that it's impossible to send him back, but that he doesn't need to worry, because the great Oriax can easily take care of these weak mortals since there's no one strong here. Yeah, there really isn't anyone strong here. He has no idea. That Kangwoo is the demon king who conquered the 9 hells, and that before, the power of hell was divided among the demon archdukes, but all of them were massacred by Lord Kangwoo. And right next to him is a female dragon, SSS plus rank, who is definitely stronger than this demon. Oriax, trembling with fear and sweating a lot, repeats, ha! W weak. Guys? What do you mean weak? Look who's standing right there in front. He's definitely not weak. Then Oriax loses his composure, starts spilling the beans, and yells at Megamind, are you an idiot? You don't know anything. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Evil itself is among us. And so Bianca, watching the scene of the demon arguing with the cultist, asks everyone there if they should use this opportunity to start attacking. And Kangwoo knows who Oriax is and knows he's very strong, so he steps forward and says, no, we shouldn't do anything. He puts his arm out in front and says, oh, leave this to me. It looks like that demon mistook me for someone else. And Bianca says, ha, he mistook you? He says, yeah, he mistook me. Can't you see? Oriax is over there, holding Megamind in his hand, demanding to be sent back. When, all of a sudden, he feels a familiar aura approaching, and when he looks to the side, the protagonist says, "Hey, your name is Oriax, right?" And the demon, who's already scared out of his mind, looks at the protagonist and starts sweating even more. And then, the demon King Kanghan starts speaking to Oriax telepathically and says, "Hey, you're Oriax, right? I'm going to give you an order now, and I want you to obey me." Oriax, realizing that the Supreme Lord of Hell is speaking directly to him, and in a telepathic way that only demons know how to communicate, starts to stutter and can't even respond to the great Lord of Hell. A short while later, shaking badly and sweating a lot, Oriax says, Why, yes, sir, I am Oriax, the demon of the seventh hell." "My lord, why are you in a place like this?" Lord Demon Kanghan thinks to himself that Oriax definitely must not know that most of his powers are sealed. However, Oriax is clearly terrified, so it will be pretty easy to deal with him, and thus the Lord of Evil and Wickedness, locking eyes with that great demon, continues speaking to him in the demon tongue, saying, "You interfered with my plans, and I do not tolerate that." Oriax clenches up because he's sure he's about to be devoured. But he says, "What? What, sir? Your plans? I interfered with your plans?" Kanghan puts on a hateful expression and says, "Don't question me. You're really annoying." "Are you questioning me? You insolent worm." And the protagonist is thinking, he fell for it. I don't have any plan at all. I'm just talking nonsense. And Oriax, who's already fallen for the protagonist's trick, starts apologizing, saying he's really sorry, that he didn't know his lord was there. And Kanghan, the Lord of Hell, tells Oriax that his sudden appearance is making things a lot more complicated for him. "So I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself." And Oriax, clinging to that sliver of hope, says, "Yes, sir, I am at your command. Whatever the Demon King orders, I will do it immediately." And Kanghan, who is pure evil himself, starts to smile and says, "Obey my orders and I won't kill you. In fact, I'll even accept you as my familiar." When Oriax, the demon from the seventh hell, hears that the Demon King might make him his familiar, he is completely overjoyed and ecstatic, because if he manages to become the king's familiar, he will truly become much more powerful. After all, the Demon King Kanghan possesses immense power, enough to defeat all 7 demon archdukes. Oriax remembers Bowser, who became the Demon Lord's familiar and had his power multiplied many times over. And being the Demon King's familiar is the greatest honor a demon can have. He knows that Kanghan has several familiars, including the Queen of Hell and Bowser. That's why he knows that if he manages to become his familiar, he could receive a portion of the Demon King's absolute power. And so the demon of the seventh hell, Oriax, kneels before the Demon Lord Kanghan and says to him, "My master, just tell me what to do and I will do it." And then Kanghan, speaking to him mentally and in the demon language, says, "You have to defeat those humans without using your weapon." And Oriax asks, "Which humans?" And Kanghan points behind him and says, "Those ones over there. See? Those 4. I want you to go over there and show me how powerful you really are. So, defeat them without your weapon." The demon gets really excited, kicks his weapon up into the air, and charges at the 4 using only his hands. And Kanghan, realizing that the demon fell for his trick, starts thinking that this demon needs to learn to think for himself because he's blindly following orders without questioning them. Personally, I think the demon is actually clever, because if Kanghan still had his powers, this demon would have been devoured a long time ago. Standing in front of the demon is Bianca Rivenha, and the redhead says, "Ha! Why is that demon laughing like that? Why did he throw his weapon away? Did Kanghan do something?" And Bianca says, "I'm not sure, but since he threw his weapon away, now is the perfect opportunity to finish him off." And so, Bianca Delisha charges at the demon, infusing her body with south wind abilities, making herself lighter and ready to take on that threat. The winds from her ability start to sweep through the entire area, and since she can control the wind, she knows she now has the upper hand, because this monster left his scythe of death behind. So Bianca, who is hardly ever afraid, charges alone at Oriax, the demon of the seventh hell, and on the other side, that huge demon gives it his all trying to please the Demon King Kanghan, while Bianca, beautiful and fierce, just goes in with a clean, sharp strike, and with her very first blow she almost tears off the arm of that massive demon. Oriax really feels the pain, because he never expected that insignificant human to have so much strength, and then he starts to fill with rage, because mere mortals dare to wound his body. And all of this right in front of the Demon King. He slams his fist into the ground with all his strength, trying to hit Bianca's eagle. I don't know why, but she always has that trench coat just draped over her body. She never actually puts it on properly. And what's worse, even when she dodges and jumps around, that thing never falls off. Weird thing. The little redhead shows she's not there to mess around, and while drying off her chains, she asks who that demon is calling an insect. And so, the beautiful Red Rose uses her blood chain ability, and several chains covered in sharp thorns multiply and shoot toward Oriax. And the demon, who also thought she was weak, didn't even bother to get out of the way of that attack, and the chains quickly closed in. Those chains are basically like razor chains, and after they all surrounded the demon, the little redhead pulled with all her strength. In just a few moments, the demon realized that this small creature was also very strong, and those chains stuck all over his body. However, those chains aren't called blood chains for nothing. They really do turn into razors. and that demon is torn apart in several places on his body by those razor chains. And Oriax, who thought he was going to do the massacring, starts getting sliced up and feels a lot of pain. After that, Oriax starts to think that these damn humans are actually really strong, and realizing this, he begins to doubt whether he can really defeat them without using his weapon. However, since this is a trial from the Demon King, he's going to do whatever it takes to get through it. So, using all his strength, he manages to break those chains and escape from that prison of thorns. And the redhead realizes that this true demon is much stronger than she thought. But everyone there is just getting started. Bianca charges in from one side, and on the other side, Gomen comes in with a massive slash, hitting that demon multiple times. The two of them, in a frenzied combo, start tearing that demon apart at such an insane speed that he doesn't even have time to defend himself. And so, Bianca and Gomen finish their attack by opening up multiple wounds on that demon. And the demon, covered in blood, starts thinking that this situation is really annoying because he's always fought with his weapon, and now, by order of the Demon King, he's being forced to fight without it. And this is really hard for him since he's never fought without his weapon before. So he starts wondering if the Demon King noticed that he's weak without his side, and that's why he's giving him this trial. At that moment, Kanghan approaches with the death scythe of Oriax, the demon of the seventh hell. And when he looks back, he sees that the Demon King is coming toward him with his scythe, and seeing this, he feels really happy because he knows the Demon King wouldn't just stand by and watch him get beaten up. So, he's really glad, because he knows the Demon King came to help him. He thinks that Kanghan is going to infuse his power into the Death Scythe and then give it back to him, so that after that, Oriax can easily massacre these humans with the help of the Demon King's power. Suddenly, Kanghan swings the scythe at the demon, almost cutting him in half, and he is left in shock, because he never expected that from his master, and so, he starts spitting out ketchup and asks his master why he did that. Kanghan doesn't even answer, and after that huge slash, he gets ready for another, even stronger attack. Before landing the next blow, he says to Oriax, "Don't be so mad at me." And so Kanghan lands an even stronger blow than the first, splitting Oriax in half, and the Scythe of Death proves to be truly effective. It's a unique weapon with a blade that can pretty much cut through anything. With a devilish look on his face, Kanghan tells the remains of Oriax that it's not his fault, that the real one to blame is Oriax himself for falling for his trick. After that, the system notifies the protagonist that he killed Oriax, a demon from the seventh hell, and that he was the MVP of this raid and also received a finishing bonus. However, the protagonist earned a lot of XP, but didn't level up, because his level is still being restricted. So, due to this limitation, all the experience he gained will be saved for when the restriction is lifted. And Carlos, the cardinal of the demonic cult, was watching all of this through his crystal ball, and he gets really pissed off, because once again Kanghan has foiled his plans. After Oriax's death, Kanghan isn't happy at all, because he had high hopes of breaking through the level 60 barrier with the demon Oriax's shell, and he's completely frustrated since the level 60 barrier is just too much. Bianca and the redhead quickly arrive where Kanghan is and ask what happened to the demon, and he says, "Well, he died. It seems like things worked out perfectly. My plan worked." However, that sneaky Demon King secretly activates the authority of predation, because it would definitely be a huge waste to just leave the corpse of a true demon behind. So, quietly, the authority of predation goes into action. And before anyone there even notices, the body of that great demon starts being devoured by predation. The redhead, noticing there's something on the protagonist's back, tells him to be careful because something's going on, and Kanghan, acting all cynical, looks back and realizes the demon's body is disappearing, and then, the system notifies him that his demonic energy level has increased by 3. Licking his lips, he thinks, "What? Only 3 points? What the heck? He was a real demon. I thought I'd get more than that." But he knows that as he levels up, it gets a lot harder to increase his demonic energy attribute. And also, right? There's that, because it finally happened. And so the protagonist is happy but doesn't show any reaction, and he mentions that after the 6th awakening, the seal on the core of the 10,000 demons finally broke, but the demonic energy attribute didn't increase that much. However, the quality and quantity of demonic energy released has completely changed. And the redhead says, "Wow, that's weird. I didn't know demon bodies appeared after death. That's really strange." And the protagonist is just there, pretending he doesn't know anything. But then, Gomen manages to capture Megamind and brings him over. And as he lifts him up, he asks, "Hey Bianca, is this the guy with the red mask you were looking for?" And Megamind is there, captured, and seething with rage, growling a lot. And she says no, that this big-headed guy is just a big-headed underling, nothing more than that. And Gomen lets out a slight sigh and says, "So that bastard still hasn't shown himself, huh?" And then he gives Megamind a rough pat, almost breaking his own teeth, and says, "Man, I wanted to kill this guy right now, but you guys are going to interrogate him, right?" Gomen, with a happy look on his face, says, "Hey, you little big-headed punk, just wait, you'll see what I'm going to do to you. We're not as restrained as the people here in Seoul. You're going to be tortured in so many ways, that you'll definitely give us all the information we want." And Megamind doesn't just stand there, he starts cursing out the blonde guy's mom and grandma, and says the blonde guy looks like him because he slept with his mom. At that point, Gomen gets really pissed off. "You better watch what you say, alright? Because if you don't, I'll do such terrible things to you that death will feel like a relief. When I think about how you killed all my subordinates, you can be sure your fate will be worse than death. Just wait and see, Big Head. And Bianca says, hey, Gomen, look, I get how you feel, but there are some things I need to say to make sure he confesses. Do you understand? He says, yes ma'am, I understand. The one who has no idea what's going on is little Edna because everyone is talking in code, so she won't understand what they're saying. So she says, look, since everything's ready, you can move him now, okay? And he says, yes ma'am, there's already a car and a helicopter waiting for us. Megamind, with his head down, keeps glancing around in thought, because everything went so wrong, and anger starts to flow through his body. Being caught by this bunch of useless people is just unthinkable, and what's worse, that stupid demon started acting really weird. He can't believe what happened and keeps thinking, man, if I had that guy's strength, I'd get myself out of this situation right now. And suddenly, he feels something very strange inside him. It seems like something is changing. The demonic energy starts coursing through his entire body. And this catches Kanghan's attention, because he notices that Megamind's body is changing. Suddenly, he shouts, hey, all of you, get away from him. We definitely won't get a chance to interrogate him. Look at what's happening. And Gomen, who is looking the other way, goes over to stop Megamind and says, huh, what is that? With demonic energy flowing through his body, Megamind starts spewing a waterfall of ketchup, and the protagonist explains to Gomen that this big-headed bald guy was exposed to too much demonic energy and his body is changing. This guy is turning into a monster. He's not human anymore. And Megamind transforms into a truly hideous demonic monster with an even uglier horn. Kanghan draws the authority of the blade, but the fiery redhead, my darling, is way too impatient and says, get out of the way, let me handle him. And she charges forward right of Megamind. So, she uses her legendary weapon, Blood Chain, and activates the restrict ability. And the redhead, with great strength, throws her extremely powerful chains toward Megamind. And he, who was already trapped, is now even more restrained, surrounded by barbed wire chains that hold him down even tighter. But you know how it is, right? This redhead is crazy. Looks like she's having one of those days. Even after restraining Megamind, she keeps attacking him. And with a loud scream of rage, she yanks Megamind up with all her strength and throws him over 100 meters into the air. But this redhead isn't messing around. She's super stressed and she's going to take it out on this guy. And after throwing him up, she yanks him back down again, and the deformed Megamind falls like a comet, causing a huge explosion. So, after the dust settles, everyone goes over to see how Megamind is doing, and that guy hit the ground so hard that he got completely smashed, totally unrecognizable, looking like a pizza on the floor. After letting off some steam, the redhead realizes she messed up and starts regretting it, because she used too much force. And fiddling with her cap, she asks everyone there, when are we finally going to catch their leader, huh? I'm getting sick of this. We're only ever catching small fry. And she says to Kangwoo, yeah, I should have held back so this guy would stay alive, but I got really pissed off, so I went overboard. And Kangwoo says, ha, who cares about that? You did what needed to be done. And the redhead lights up, because she thought the protagonist would criticize her, but he just supported her, and the protagonist kept talking. Hey, Red, you did an excellent job. You don't need to feel bad. Congratulations. And I'm sure we'll have other chances to catch them. And she, acting all shy, says to the protagonist, oh, you dummy, what a silly thing to say, and she gets all embarrassed. Meanwhile, Kangwoo opens his status window, which only he can see, and checks out his attribute window. So yeah, he starts poking around. He looks over here, looks over there, presses something with his thumb, gets totally startled and says, ha, did that really happen? And the system tells us that having a body with demonic energy is the first stage to becoming a demon god. So the system informs the protagonist that he has learned the final condition, and says, Condition 3, create a demonic energy stone. The narrator corrects himself. It's to create a demonic energy stone larger than a certain size. It tells the protagonist that this is still incomplete. All he has to do is this, and he'll be able to fulfill all the conditions. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the demonic cult, where people are congratulating the cardinal for the successful summoning of a demon, saying that thanks to this achievement, the cult has gained even more success, and will receive even more support. Then he asks the cardinal, my lord, can we continue with our plan? The cardinal knows that all of this seems really good, but he never imagined that the true demon they summoned would be defeated so easily. After that, the cardinal asks, so how are they going to help us? And his servant says that, of course, they will send a lot more demonic energy stones, and so many stones have already arrived, but they're enough to keep the plan going and also to strengthen our forces. The cardinal knows that his superiors are only giving them some stones because they succeeded in summoning a true demon. However, he's not satisfied with this, since it's the same kind of help as always. Nothing has changed, but there's one thing he can't get out of his head. How was that demon, who was so strong, defeated so easily? This is really bothering me. He keeps thinking, could it be because of that guy who attacked last, Kangwoo? There's something different about that guy. All of this must be because of him. And then he remembers Kangwoo making a huge slash and jumping into action. The cardinal keeps thinking that the strongest person in that place was the red-haired girl from the Red Rose, But that demon started acting really strange after seeing Kangwoo, and he remembers. When he first saw the protagonist, that at first glance, that guy just looked like a kid who didn't know anything about the real world. Suddenly, his assistant interrupts his thoughts and says, "Hey, Cardinal, I just remembered something. Oh, I have some other news to tell you." And the Cardinal, already out of patience and not holding anything back, tells his assistant, "Go ahead, make it quick, okay? My time is valuable," he says. "Look, Cardinal, it seems that the world rankings, more specifically Fujimoto Ryoma, is going to start making moves here in Seoul with the support of the Japanese government." When the Cardinal hears this, he even stops breathing. And the assistant who was talking to him notices that something is different with the Cardinal and says, "Cardinal, hey, are you listening to me?" The Cardinal casts such a powerful spell on him that he crushes that assistant who was talking to him in a second. And Carlos starts to lament and shouts to everyone there, "How dare you mention something so important in such a casual way? Man, that was the most important thing, and you left it for last. So you really think that the disruption of our demonic energy stones, our summoning being destroyed like an insect, and the appearance of Fujimoto Ryoma here are all unrelated?" And the other two start trembling and say, "No, that's not it at all, sir." The Cardinal stands up and says, "We're canceling everything. All of our plans are cancelled. And now we're going to start Plan B, that plan." And his assistant says, "Huh? Plan B? That plan? Are you sure? And what about that other plan?" "But Cardinal, if we use Plan B, everyone will turn against us." And Carlos, who is really pissed off, comes down from where he was and heads toward his assistant, who won't stop talking. And holding him by the neck, very gently, he says to him, "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed too? You think I don't know that? Just do what I'm telling you without questioning me. So I'm going to say this one last time, and I hope it doesn't happen again. Proceed with the preparations. And now, activate Plan B." Meanwhile, the assistant in the back starts shaking just like Para Verde, because the assistant in the front is trembling, taking his last breath, and then the Cardinal gives the order. "Hey, grab that thing at Issa Station and do it right now." And the scene shifts to the beautiful and peaceful Issa Station, and the scene is taking place a few days later. Suddenly, there's a random guy with a Woody Woodpecker nose looking to the side and noticing that something's different, and with his eyes wide open, he says, "What? What is that? What's going on?" Space-time starts to tear apart, and a dimensional rift begins to open up right there. And everyone there starts wondering, "Huh, could that be a portal?" The scene shifts to Kangwoo making a bored seashell face, and I don't know if you noticed, but it looks like they changed the artists, because the characters are being drawn differently. And Kangwoo is just there. Man, what a boring piece. Everything's so dull. Nothing has happened for 2 days. He's there, playing airplane with little Edna, who's having a great time. Because Kangwoo, besides being her master, is playing with her as if she were his own daughter, and she's really happy, and he's just there. What piece is this? Only peace. I need something to do. The scene shifts to the protagonist in his car. He's thinking that ever since that incident at the port, the demonic cult has been quiet. And all he's done since then is go out with his pet and collect demonic stones. This guy admires me so much that it's actually a bit uncomfortable. And Kimmy is there, all beaming, right next to his boss. Suddenly, the phone starts ringing, and it's the redhead. He starts thinking, "Huh, why is the redhead calling me so early?" Suddenly, the first system window of her life appears in front of Kimmy. And he's completely stunned, because this has never happened to him before. And he says, "Hey, big sis, there's something here." And Kangwoo says, "What? What do you want?" And he says, "Look, a system window just popped up in front of me." And Kangwoo gets on alert and says, "Huh, what popped up in front of you?" And Kimmy says, "A system window." And the protagonist says, "So what does the system window say? Read it out loud for us." And that's how Mi reads to the protagonist what's on the system window. However, it's still not clear. After that, he answers the phone. It's the redhead. She comes in and says, "Hey, Kangwoo, you nut. Why aren't you answering your phone? Just say something already." "Huh. If I'm calling you, don't just let your phone ring, okay? Pick up already, okay? Don't just let it ring all the time, alright?" And she says, "Look, this is really important, okay?" A portal just appeared in the middle of Isu, and Kangwoo says, "Huh, I don't get it." The redhead takes a breath and says, "A portal appeared right in the middle of Isu Station. Let's get over there quick." And the scene shifts to near Seoul Station, where lots of monsters are chasing after humans, trying to kill them. Chaos has already taken over the place, with many buildings around on fire and people running around aimlessly. And suddenly, one of those monsters manages to catch another victim in that area. And a mother who is running away with her little daughter sees that scene and is completely shocked. But then, you know, that old cliche, a random rock gets in her way, she trips and falls. And just like that, the little girl lets go of her mother's hand and falls to the ground. But behind them, a horde of monsters is coming, with only one goal, to kill and eat everyone in their path. And that mother, seeing how fast they're approaching, starts to panic, because there's no way she'll have time to grab her daughter and run. And besides, she's not going to leave without her daughter. So, she wraps her daughter in her arms and waits for the worst. And the little girl keeps screaming, "Mommy, I'm scared. Mommy, I'm scared." Meanwhile, those creatures keep getting closer. A huge slash cuts through, and we see that Kimmy, the hero of Earth, has arrived at the scene. And he comes in full force, killing several demons. After arriving there, he looks back and says to the mother, "Hey, stay behind me. Don't get too far from me. I'll protect you." And then he starts thinking about the portal that opened at Jisoo Station. He knows that all these monsters are actually people who turned into demons. All of this happened because of the demonic energy that leaked out from the fissure. There aren't any real demons there, just humans who have been transformed, and Kimmy knows that. But the massive slashing continues. The people who were panicking before now realize that a player has just arrived. And the guy in the back realizes that this isn't just any player, that's Kimmy, a really strong player. Then we see Kimmy in a combat stance in front of several humans who have been turned into demons. He hesitates a bit, because he knows that not long ago, all these creatures were just normal people. Then he remembers that the protagonist had warned him about what he would face ahead, and Kangwoo says, "Hey, listen carefully, normal people they die, if they're exposed to demonic energy. And after that, those people who die become monsters and come back to life. And pay close attention, a human who has turned into a demonic monster can't go back to being human. So Kimmy, do you understand? Don't think of them as humans, but as the living dead. Or like skeletons, like zombies. They're not human anymore, they can't ever go back to being human. And also, they're already dead. The only thing you can do is save the survivors. That is, if you want to. But to do that, you can't hesitate. You have to wipe out all those demons." And Kimmy keeps thinking about the things his older brother told him, and he clenches his teeth, knowing what he has to do. So, without any hesitation, he charges at all those demons coming his way. And as he does this, something appears right in front of him, and staying alert, he starts to read the message. The system informs him that a Guardian mission has been generated and that he has to kill all the demonic monsters and defeat the Rift Fragment. And he has only 1 out of 2,789 monsters left to kill. And after that, the system says, "Hey, this mission is special. If you kill everything by yourself, all the experience is yours. But if you form a group, the experience gets divided. Hey, Guardian, don't just stand there, okay? Go on, make sure a huge disaster doesn't happen. Kill them all." And so, still in the air, Kimmy starts thinking, what? 2,789? Are you kidding me? How can there be so many monsters like this? I only killed one. And he keeps thinking, damn, almost 3,000 people died and turned into demons. And he knows he doesn't have time to dwell on it. So, he slices through another demon, and his count goes up to 2. That creature, even after being sliced up, falls to the ground howling in pain. Meanwhile, the other demons start closing in to attack Kimmy. After killing the second demon, Kimmy thinks to himself that, fortunately, these demons aren't very strong. At most, they're rank D. So, Kimmy starts to get serious, realizing he has a lot of demons to kill, and that his strategy of slicing them one by one is way too inefficient. And so, the hero of Earth, who carries the soul of the martial god, begins to channel his energy. Then he uses the Cloud Dragon Beam skill and charges at all the demons at high speed with that skill activated. In a single glance, he slices through all the demons in front of him. And the demons didn't even have time to fight back, because by the time they realized it, they had all already been sliced by Kimmy, the hero of Earth. And when he stops using that skill, he looks ahead and notices that even more demons are approaching. So, he plans to descend even faster and charge once again toward those other demons. And so, he slices through an even greater number of demons at high speed. The people nearby, who for some reason haven't run away, are all cheering for him. And Kimmy keeps thinking to himself, faster, I need to be faster. And then, the system notifies, you have entered a trance. So, since he's in a trance, he's going to fight without thinking. And then, the system informs Kimmy that he has obtained the special attribute Union of the Sword Man. And so, the hero of Earth, the protagonist's pet, is notified by the system that he has fulfilled one of the conditions for transformation. And Kimmy starts looking at that and says, is this a bad thing? What could this be? But he doesn't even have time to think, because he looks ahead and realizes there are way more demons there, and demonic monsters start appearing from everywhere, and he knows it's really tough, that he can't handle it alone. And suddenly, someone shouts, hey, Kimmy, we made it. And when he looks back, he sees it's Tiso and says, Tiso? Is that you? And he realizes it wasn't just Tiso who showed up. Alice, the redhead, Bianca, and that short girl whose name I forgot. Okay, I guess I'll have to go back and check her name, right? Alright, I'll do that. And finally, I found it. Her name is Cleo. And Kimmy says, guys, how did you get here so fast? And they say, oh yeah, Edna Zinha brought us here. She turned into her original form and gave us a ride. Suddenly, the redhead comes up to him and says, hey, I only see you here. Where's Kanho? What happened to him? Of course, right? The feelings are there, She doesn't want to show it, but this redhead is already into the main guy. At that moment, Kimmy replies, what? Kangho? My older brother? He points behind him and says, look, you went that way. He went over to the rift. And then we see that, underneath the rift, is Carlos. And with him, a lot of people from the demonic cult are dead. And as he senses a presence, he looks back. And we see that it's the protagonist, walking toward him with determined steps. Carlos is surprised and says, oh, it's you, Kangho? So you came here after hearing the news? And Carlos, as laid back as ever, is wearing shorts, flip-flops, hands in his pockets, totally relaxed. Carlos tells Kangwoo that, as he can see around them, the losses are pretty big, several people died, and there on the ground are the bodies of several dead cultists. And the protagonist doesn't say anything, he just looks at the whole situation, without saying a single word. But Carlos is quite talkative, and he says, "Anyway, Kangwoo, it's really good to see you here." And Carlos goes on, "Oh, Kangwoo, first thing, we need to take care of the monsters, let's kill them all, and then clean up all these corpses." At that moment, we can see, in the reflection of his eyes, that Kangwoo isn't messing around. His blade turned into an axe and he charges straight at Carlos, who blocks the blow with his arms. And Carlos, with his arms bleeding but still tough, asks Kangwoo, "Hey, when did you find out?" "Tell me, well, Kangwoo, when did you find out? So, what did you guys think? Don't forget to like and share, but this time, share it in a group." Since you all asked for it, let's get started with part 12. The scene starts a little before the protagonist meets Carlos under the fissure, and Kangwoo is talking to his pet, Kimmy, and says, "Hey, I have to go over there, okay? I have to take care of something." "So, Kimmy, do what you need to do, you can go." And so, the hero of the land, Kimmy, takes off running at full speed because he knows where he needs to go and tells Kangwoo that he already knows what he has to do. While Kimmy heads off toward the place, where many screams can be heard, the protagonist stays put, since his goal is different and it's in the opposite direction from where Kimmy is going. After Kimmy leaves, the tough guy realizes there's no one in that place, and Kangwoo knows what he needs to do to find his enemy. So, the protagonist, being a badass, jumps onto a really tall power pole, and down below there are lots of demons eating people, others being slaughtered, and many crying out for help. However, the protagonist's goal is something else, and as he watches all that slaughter, Kangwoo is certain the cultists behind this must be somewhere nearby. The protagonist knows that with so many people dying in this place, there's no way a fanatic cultist would ignore all that demonic energy. So, the protagonist knows he's close by, and at that moment, he closes his eyes. So, knowing he needs to find him as quickly as possible, the protagonist uses his hack, Observation Authority, and apparently it only works in high places, right? Because he always climbs to the highest spots. After that, with his eyes closed and his hack activated, he starts scanning the entire area, and he sees not here. Not here either. Oh, there are two guys who rob a bank over here. Whoa, there's a really beautiful demoness over there. Nope, not here either. Wait, what's this here? Suddenly, something catches Kangwoo's attention and he opens his eyes, because he knows something's wrong. And then we're shown the master of the assassin guild, Manhwa, and that rogue, with incredible ease, slices through two demons at once, because he's a very powerful awakened one. The protagonist knows that back at the docks, he hadn't told Manhwa anything about where he was headed. So, Kangwoo is really surprised because Manhwa showed up in the middle of the battle so quickly. And since the protagonist knows he's not a cultist, Kangwoo gets really intrigued because Manhwa's information network is truly impressive. So, our badass protagonist, using the authority of observation, focuses entirely on Manhwa. Kangwoo stops scanning the area and watches only Manhwa, because he's sure this guy knows exactly what's going on. After that, Kangwoo notices that the invisible Manhwa is running very quickly in a certain direction. And seeing this, the protagonist is sure that he knows exactly where he's going, that he's not just running around randomly. So, Kangwoo wonders if Manhwa knows who caused all of this. And the protagonist keeps asking himself if he should follow him. The scene shifts to Manhwa, who is invisible, running and looking at his cell phone, which is also invisible. Nice phone, huh? Manhwa thinks to himself that if the tracking device he planted is working correctly, that person should be right there. So, Manhwa approaches the portal and sees that the person he put the tracker on is right below the portal. And we can see several dead bodies around and a lot of ketchup on the ground. And a fourth person begging, "Please don't kill me." So, Manhwa stealthily watches what that person is doing. However, Manhwa just stands there, watching without doing anything, because he doesn't know why that guy is floating in the air. Moments later, the person starts to writhe in agony and a lot of demonic energy begins to enter their body, making them scream even louder. And of course, we know it's Carlos, the cardinal of the cultists, and he's there performing yet another ritual. Shortly after, the person can't withstand so much demonic energy and collapses to the ground dead, and Carlos gets a lot stronger because of it. When Manhwa realizes the atrocity Carlos is committing, he gets really pissed off because he saw with his own eyes that son of a gun kill someone with demonic energy. So, he was already suspicious of Carlos, but now he's sure that he's someone from the demonic cult. And Carlos is there, absorbing the demonic energy from that corpse that just died. Suddenly, he turns around and says, "Ha, I've been waiting for you. And you've been pretending to be my great friend for a long time, haven't you? You're one hell of a faker, aren't you? Hey Manhwa, I know you're there. And another thing, I know you never trusted me because I could tell from everything you did." So Manhwa, who was in stealth mode, gets on high alert and starts wondering, how is this guy seeing me while I'm invisible? Then he lost his cool as he realized Carlos sprinted over and grabbed him by the neck. So Manhwa didn't even have time to dodge and just keeps trying to pry Carlos's hand off his neck. But it's all in vain because Carlos is insanely strong. After that, Manhwa uses both hands to try to break the chokehold Carlos has on him. And then, furious, Manhwa asks Carlos, "How?" And Carlos says, Like what? Can't even finish your sentence, can you? Am I squeezing too hard? But I know what you'll say. You're going to ask how I knew where you were while you were invisible, right? Hey, little thief, pay attention. The path of evil comes with power beyond comprehension. And so, Carlos, as always, is very friendly and smiling, but looking very seriously at his friend Minogue, he says. So, it looks like you want to become a hero, huh? But that's a really stupid thought, because sometimes heroes become legends. And to become a legend, you have to die. And another thing, let me give you some friendly advice. You need to know your place and act more carefully. Did you know that I'm way stronger than you? And you got close to me without being careful at all. Minogue still tries to speak and tells Carlos to be careful too. And Carlos, who isn't making any effort at all since Minogue is really weak, and he says, "Ha, what did you say? Speak up, I can't hear you." And then Minogue pulls the fourth year card and says, "Hey Carlinho, I know why you're upset, okay. Look, you lost, didn't you? You lost badly to Fujimoto Ryoma. You got beaten so badly, everyone is laughing at you, you know? You're weak, huh? Look, you're really weak, aren't you? And there you are, pretending to be strong, but you're weak. Well, Carlos, aren't you going to say anything? But let me say it for you, you're upset, aren't you? Look, you had to beat him to become a rank, but you couldn't. The guy is stronger than you. Yeah, wait. You'll never be a rank. You're worthless and an idiot. And another thing, Carlinho, being a world rank is for strong people, not for someone like you, who's an idiot." And then, Carlos can't take that crazy teasing anymore, and squeezes his hand really hard, instantly breaking Minogue's neck and killing him on the spot. And since everything is in black and white, soy sauce splatters everywhere. After that, Carlos throws Minogue's lifeless body to the ground and ketchup spreads everywhere. But Carlos is really pissed off because he killed this guy way too fast. He keeps thinking that he should have channeled demonic energy through his body and tortured him to the end, because he knows that ritual of channeling demonic energy through bodies causes extreme pain. But Carlinho fell for the 6th grade teasing and couldn't hold back, killing the guy instantly. So Minogue, who already knew he was going to die, didn't die suffering, he died instantly. After that, the scene from the previous part begins, where Kangwoo arrives at the place where Carlos is. And the tough guy shows up already seeing red, because he saw everything that was happening. Just like Minogue was watching what was going to happen to that guy, Kangwoo was also watching what was going to happen to Minogue. So, knowing that Carlos is a cultist, Kangwoo goes after him with all his strength. And we're back to the scene from the previous chapter, where Kangwoo swings his axe with all his might at Carlos, and Carlos defends himself from the blow. So, we're at the scene where Carlos asks, "Hey, Kangwoo, when did you figure it out?" "Huh, tell me." And the badass protagonist says, "Huh, what do you mean? When did I figure out your true identity?" "Look, you piece of trash, I'm not here to waste my time, okay? It's gonna be a shit show." So, the protagonist flips him off and tells him to shove it up his ass. And the protagonist, who seems to have a PhD in 7th grade trash talk, says to Carlos, "Come at me, or do you want me to shove this up your mom's ass?" And Carlos, right then and there, gets furious. The veins in his neck are about to pop out. And he says to Kangwoo, "Man, I'm gonna rip you to shreds, I'm gonna finish you off." So, Carlos starts using his demonic energy, and he tells Kangwoo that he's going to end this once and for all with a single blow. And then, some really powerful claws start, covering his fist. Meanwhile, the protagonist on the other side isn't there to mess around because Kangwoo never holds back, and so he uses the authority of iron and creates a powerful weapon in his hand. At that moment, Kangwoo is staring fiercely at Carlos, and Carlos, full of murderous intent, stares right back at Kangwoo to see who blinks first. But the tough guy isn't one to just stand still and immediately jumps at Carlos. In the middle of that big leap, Kangwoo pulls off a combo with the authority of iron, also linking it to the authority of ice. Carlos, already confident and thinking he'll finish this in a single blow, jumps at the protagonist. That's when the protagonist uses his Leviathan hack, because that combo creates this incredibly powerful ability. And Carlos, after taking the Leviathan hit directly to his body, really feels the protagonist's powerful blow, as a lot of ice starts to form on his hand, and he, who thought he could end this in one strike, is knocked back. But the protagonist doesn't stop and attacks Carlos again. And Carlos, now aware of the protagonist's power, attacks once more using his demonic energy, because he believes he can overpower the protagonist. But when he clashes head-on with the protagonist again, Carlos's hand starts to tremble, and he thinks to himself, "Who is this guy? Why is he so strong? He's way stronger than I thought." The protagonist doesn't even blink, because fighting is all he's done for 10,000 years, and so he uses the authority of the blade, since our protagonist isn't the hero of this story. He's the demon king who has never lost a battle. And so, with the authority of the blade activated, he unleashes a barrage of attacks on Carlos. And Carlos isn't stupid, right? He knows that if he gets hit by that blade, he's going to take a huge wound. So, Carlos only has one thing to do, keep defending himself. And he does that with great mastery. Meanwhile, Mia and Alice watch from afar, seeing the size of the explosion caused by their fight. And right there at the site of the explosion, Carlos is using all his strength, fueled by rage, and lifting a truck. He lets out a huge scream of anger and tells Kong that Sekai's truck is going to get him. Then, Carlos hurls Sekai's truck at the protagonist with all his might. But Kangwoo isn't there to play around, and he's not weak either. He went to another dimension and came back, so it's not going to be Sekai's truck that kills him. So the protagonist changes his expression and gets serious, because he knows that anyone hit by Sekai's truck ends up in another world. After that, Kangwoo, wielding the authority of the blade, slices Sekai's truck in half with a single strike. However, right behind the truck comes Carlos, trying to combo that attack. And the protagonist, seeing him coming down on him at high speed, immediately gets alert and says, is this guy trying to catch me off guard? He must be crazy. So Kangwoo says he's going to show this son of a gun what real power is, and then the protagonist charges forward at high speed using the authority of divine power. And of course, he pulls off a combo, right? He combos that with the authority of destructive void. You already know, right? That this combo is one of Kangwoo's strongest moves, and so when Carlos gets close to the protagonist to crush him completely, Kangwoo goes right at him with one of his most powerful attacks, the Sky Destroyer, and Kangwoo hits Carlos with all his might using the Sky Destroyer. And then you see the explosion, man, because everything in that area near him is instantly killed, since the clash of the two abilities created a massive explosion, and Carlos really felt that hit, because he was thrown back with tremendous force. However, he lands on his feet, and using his modified claws, manages to stop himself before crashing into a wall. Then he starts smiling again and says, I get it now. Now I finally get it. Now I understand what's going on. Meanwhile, the protagonist walks toward him. He says, so it was you who was messing with my plans this whole time, huh? Now I get it. Carlos tells the protagonist that he thought it was the redhead who was interfering with his plans, but now he's sure it's him, because now he can see just how strong he is. And so the protagonist, seething with anger, doesn't say a word and just gets closer to Carlos. And Carlos says, who are you, Kangwoo? Who are you? You're not normal. Who are you? And we can see that almost everything around them has been destroyed, with only one window left intact in that building, and Kangwoo keeps moving toward Carlos, walking with steady steps. And then the protagonist asks, what do you mean by that? I didn't get it. Say it again, you weirdo. And Carlos repeats himself. Carlos says to the protagonist, I said that now I understand that I know the one who's been interfering with my plans was you, and not the redhead. Do you get my question now? And the protagonist, with his scythe in hand, keeps walking toward Carlos and is fighting in flip-flops. Those are some good flip-flops, huh? They don't even come off his feet. Carlos says he's certain the redhead is strong, and he knows she's one of the strongest awakened in Korea. She doesn't have anything extraordinary about her. And Carlos, who is no longer smiling but now looks angry, tells Kangwoo that he found it really strange, because he had thought the redhead was interfering in his plans all by herself. But now he's sure that's not the case at all. So Carlos says to the protagonist, I'm going to ask you again, Kangwoo. Who are you, Kangwoo? Because your strength isn't normal. Who are you? And the protagonist, with the scythe in his hand, stops being serious and starts to smile. You want to know who I am? You son of a gun. I already answered that for you. I'm not going to tell you. You're weak and I don't waste my time talking to weaklings. I don't deserve to waste my time with you. And with that, Kangwoo points his scythe forward and starts to imbue it with magic because he wants to end this fight. There's no point in him wasting time fighting this weakling. And Carlos, full of himself, brings the red claws back to his hand and says to Kangwoo, yeah, right? I already figured it wouldn't be easy, so I'm going to beat you until you tell me everything I want to know. But Kangwoo is tough as nails, and he's not there to waste time talking. So he leaps at high speed toward Carlos because he has no intention of letting Carlos keep running his mouth. New huge explosions are seen all over that area, and now not a single window is left intact. The fight stays even, with the protagonist attacking and Carlos defending, never taking off his Havaianas flip-flops. Kangwoo throws a slicing blade attack, and Carlos ducks, so the blow lands squarely on a nearby car. However, the Demon King Kangwoo is focused, because when he starts a battle, he only leaves it as the victor. So, taking advantage of an opening he found, he lands a deep cut on Carlos's shoulder, and now, finally, Carlos starts to bleed, because this time, he really felt that blow. After suffering that huge cut on his shoulder, Carlos starts thinking that he can't let this happen again. He begins to remember the rank who beat him up and kept him from becoming a world rank, because that day was just like today. The guy hit him, he took the beating, and he was humiliated in front of everyone during the test to see if he was worthy of becoming a world rank. But Carlos starts to smile. This again? Am I going to lose again? Hold on a second. No, this situation is actually great. It's going to be awesome. I'm making this guy my guinea pig. I have a plan to work. And Kangwoo just stands there, watching that crazy guy talking to himself and smiling. Suddenly, Carlos raises both hands to the sky and says, come on. And so, Carlos grabs a fragment of condensed demonic energy and tosses it up, saying that he has enough fragments and fissures to put his plan into action. Just like that, that artificial crystal of condensed demonic energy starts to react with the fissure, and in a few seconds, it breaks apart and begins to be absorbed by the fissure. And from within the fissure, many laughs can be heard, and the fissure starts to change its shape and emit even more demonic energy. And Carlos is there, laughing a lot and performing his summoning. Kangwoo just stands there, since he doesn't understand what's happening and wants to see how this will turn out, because with the fissure changing shape, something interesting is definitely coming. And then, the demonic energy that was previously spreading out starts to condense into a single point, and all the demonic energy that was in the demons that appeared in that area begins to be sucked out of their bodies. And so, the fissure that was previously in the sky wraps itself around Carlos's body, and he starts to absorb all that demonic energy as if he were a catalyst. And Kangwoo, who had just been watching before, is now on alert, because he knows things have changed, since if that guy keeps absorbing so much demonic energy directly like that, something good is definitely not going to happen. And so, Kangwoo knows exactly what Carlos is planning to do. And Carlos is there. Come to me, come to me. And the demonic energy starts to surround his whole body. And there he is. Come. And then, red wings start to appear and a demon tail covered in slime also shows up right there. And with that, Carlos transforms into a demon. And Kangwoo, who had stayed put to see what would happen, is completely shocked because a demon just appeared right in front of him. But the demon isn't fully formed yet, and its horns start to grow. And then, a second later, that demon is finally complete. And now, a powerful demon has appeared in that place. And Kangwoo, seeing just how much demonic energy this demon has, starts thinking, this is bad. I stuck around to see what would happen, and now things have gotten ugly for me. But Kangwoo knows he's not weak, so he gets into a fighting stance to take on that massive demon. And Kangwoo gets lost in his thoughts and says, this guy must be crazy. He summoned a demon directly into his own body, lost all his sanity to turn into a demon, just because he knew he was going to lose the fight. Suddenly, while the protagonist is thinking about this, he only has time to dodge his head as a lightning-fast blow whizzes right past him. The protagonist, who never blinks during a fight, notices the wall behind him was destroyed by the impact of that punch, since he only had time to move his head and the punch went by. And so, Kangwoo realizes that this demon is stronger than he thought. And so, demonized Carlos gets ready to crush the protagonist. Suddenly, that demon starts to speak. So this is what it feels like to be turned into a demon. I'm satisfied with this. And so, that great demon starts talking to the protagonist and says, alright, I'm ready for the fight. Shall we continue, Kangwoo? What do you think? Or are you still not going to say anything? Should we start over? And so, the protagonist is left confused as to how such a crazy plan actually worked. He was supposed to have lost his mind and turned into a demon, but it worked. What a wild plan to actually work. How strange. The protagonist realizes that Carlos is in control of that demon transformed body, and now the scene flips. It's no longer the protagonist going after Carlos. Now it's Carlos who charges full speed at the protagonist. However, Kangwoo has a lot of demonic energy and just does one thing. He hops back and dodges the demon's attack. However, demonized Carlos just keeps laughing a lot because he feels so much power flowing through his body, and he's in ecstasy as he charges at the protagonist again. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is standing there, all cool and stylish, still seeing Carlos moving in slow motion, because even though Carlos has turned into a demon, he's still slow to the protagonist. So the protagonist, very patient, just waits for him to get close. And once again, that demon strikes with great force at the spot where the protagonist was, but Kangwoo shows how fast he is, and once again jumps back, dodging that powerful blow. But this time, he uses the authority of the heavens and starts flying in the air using that power, while the demon, looking dumbfounded, just stares up from below at the protagonist flying. Pause to drink some water. Kangwoo is aware of everything and tells Carlos that he'll finish him off in a minute. And so, the protagonist says he's going to fight for real. After that, he says, authority of the heavens, and charges at the demonized Carlos like lightning. And now, the badass protagonist never uses just one authority. He always goes for a combo. So he combines the authority of the heavens with the authority of divine power and lands a powerful punch right in Carlos's face. This time, Carlos doesn't budge and realizes that his body is much tougher than before. On the other hand, Kangwoo notices that this hack combo wasn't effective against that demon. And so the fight goes on, with lots of explosions erupting in that area. Kangwoo changes his strategy. Now, instead of using his fists, he goes back to wielding his scythe, forged with the authority of iron. Once again, our protagonist attacks Carlos, and Carlos, now demonified, easily defends himself against the protagonist's strike. After that, Carlos starts laughing because he realizes that the power of the demon he absorbed is much greater than he thought. Confident in his victory, Carlos laughs in the protagonist's face and says, "Hey, Kangwoo, you talked about my mom, didn't you? You brought my mom into this, right? So, I'm going to bring yours into it too." And Kangwoo gets a little distracted by this 6th grade level taunt. And before he knew it, demonified Carlos had grabbed him with his hand. But the protagonist gets ready to deliver a serious blow to cut off Carlos's entire arm. But suddenly, that blade, which is made entirely of dark energy, starts to disappear and vanishes from the protagonist's hands. He gets really scared and thinks, what? Is my demonic energy dissipating? So he says to Carlos, "Hey, what are you doing, man? What the hell are you doing?" And Carlos is really pleased. "You fell for it perfectly, didn't you? You totally fell for it, right? You came close to hit me, thinking I was weak, huh? I knew it would work. I know you're really arrogant. I knew you'd get up close. Now it's over for you. Hey Kangwoo, but let me explain something to you. Look, you probably don't know this, but the power I'm using is the power of a demon. And another thing, this demon has sealing authority, and I sealed your powers. So, do you get it now?" And the protagonist is thinking, sealing authority? The only authority I don't have? Does that mean, and the protagonist starts to break out in a cold sweat, because the only authority he doesn't have is the one the summoned demon had and used against him. And Carlos, holding the protagonist's arm tightly, smiles widely and says, "All your powers as a player are going to disappear now. As long as I'm holding your arm, you won't have the power of a player anymore." And just like that, the protagonist's wings start to disappear, because the power he had as a player has just been sealed. Kangwoo realizes that it's not just his strength as a player that's being drained, and he makes a grim face, because that hand sealing his power also makes it so he can't feel any demonic energy inside his body. With that, our protagonist is left completely powerless. Meanwhile, demonified Carlos separates from his own hand, leaving it alone, still gripping the protagonist's arm, and laughs a lot at Kangwoo's expression. Carlos then says there's no way he can escape this hold, because his grip is deadly. And with that, he takes a step toward the protagonist. And since Carlos is now a demon, he gets ready to deliver a demon kick and lands a hard kick to the protagonist's chest, sending him flying so fast that he even breaks the sound barrier and crashes violently into a nearby concrete wall. For the first time in this story, Kangwoo is getting badly beaten and thinks the situation is terrible, because he's lost both his player powers and the demonic energy that was inside him. So Boss Carlos pulls out his 9th grade card and says, "You're useless, poor you, Kangwoo. You're so weak now, aren't you? I feel so sorry for you. Did you like that little kick I gave you? Did you like it? The next one's going to be right in your mouth, okay?" And so, Carlos, all imposing, gets close to the protagonist, and looking down at Kangwoo says, "Hey, I know a lot of tough guys like you. You're all idiots who think the world belongs to you. But I'm going to prove to you that you're wrong. I'm going to crush you completely." And Carlos remembers Rank, who was really rude to him and always thought he was all that, and he compares him to our protagonist, saying that besides being rude, they also have no morals at all. And something Carlos finds really interesting is that all of them dress really well and are quite pompous. And so, Carlos, full of rage after getting beaten up by the protagonist, lunges at him with his other hand, grabbing the protagonist's face with his giant hand, and humiliating Kangwoo, showing that he's the one in charge there. And the protagonist tries with all his strength to get that giant hand off his face, but it's useless. And after that, Carlos tells Kangwoo that it's about time for him and all the cocky people like him to go through an embarrassment like this. Then he says to the protagonist, "Die." He starts squeezing his hand, and Kangwoo, unable to break free from his grip, struggles in vain. He realizes that his end is near. But suddenly, small footsteps are heard and someone is running as fast as they can toward the two of them. And we can see that it's little Edna, and she looks very determined. Running with her fists clenched, she heads toward the fight as fast as possible, and the protagonist, noticing that Edna is getting closer, starts thinking that maybe she'll be able to save him from that deadly grip. And so the SSSS rank dragon steps in front of that demon and starts casting a spell, saying, "You get away from Kangwoo." But suddenly, the magic she was casting vanishes instantly, and she looks confused, saying, "Huh? What? What happened?" Seeing that, the protagonist immediately remembers that all the mana little Edna uses comes from her demonic power. And since his power is sealed, she doesn't have any magic to use that power either, because after all, her power is shared with his demonic energy. And that great demon, seeing that she tried something and couldn't do anything, looks at that cute little child and says, "Oh, you're so adorable. Oh, little one, I saw you next to this lost soul the other day." And so, demonified Carlos throws the protagonist to the ground like a sack of crap and starts heading toward the cute and lovely little Edna. And so, thinking the most evil thoughts, Carlos starts to smile, showing his very sharp fangs, and he says to little Edna, "Looks like you and Kangwoo are pretty close, huh? I'm going to love this." And then he tells little Edna that he wants to see Kangwoo's face when he crushes her right in front of him. It's going to be so great to see him in despair. And the protagonist, when he was thrown to the ground, didn't land flat on his back. He landed like a cat, right next to Mino's body. After that, Carlos, the cowardly demon, picks up little Edna and says, "Hey, Kangwoo, you're going to love seeing this. When I crush her right in front of you, you'll see what a wonderful scene it's going to be." Meanwhile, little Edna keeps struggling and telling him to let her go. But the protagonist, who had fallen next to Mino's body, grabs one of his daggers that was lying beside him. Remember, when Mino died, he didn't have any daggers in his hands. I remember that very clearly, but one just spawned next to the protagonist, and of course he's not going to miss the chance. And right after he grabs that dagger, little Edna, knowing she's about to die, looks back with a scornful face and says, "Kangwoo, go on, run away from here." Meanwhile, in the match, cowardly Carlos tells Kangwoo, "Hey, stop looking down, look straight ahead. I want you to see this." And the protagonist, who was never really good, he's only good to his subordinates. Kangwoo's expression completely changes and he says, "Man, you're seriously cringe as hell, huh? So you think you've already won this fight?" Then, the protagonist, looking really pissed, points that super sharp dagger at Carlos, and Carlos, seeing that, starts to smile. "Are you kidding me? Or, what are you thinking, huh? What do you think you're going to do? Your power is sealed. Now you're nothing but crap. You guys are making me laugh. Man, this is really great. Really fun. Now you look totally desperate." Yeah, I like that. Suddenly, the protagonist who was pointing the weapon at him changes direction, and now the protagonist isn't even blinking anymore. He puts his arm in front and goes at his arm with that super sharp dagger. When Carlos realizes that the protagonist just amputated his own arm, he stops laughing immediately and starts thinking, what is this lunatic doing? He cut off his own arm. And little Edna, she's completely shocked by what she just saw, because her master amputated his own arm. And there it is, the protagonist's arm lying on the ground and Carlos's giant hand holding onto it like it was glued on with super glue. And strangely, the whole scene turns black and white so they don't have to show the ketchup festival pouring out of there. And just like that, Kangwoo goes into serious mode, starts smiling diabolically and says, so you want to know who I am, huh? Alright, now I'm going to tell you. Now you've pissed me off enough that I'll tell you who I am. And Carlos, even in his demon form, can feel that this guy has completely changed. He has never felt such a murderous intent as he does right now. But what shocks Carlos the most is the fact that this player, even though he's weak, amputated his own arm. And because of that, Carlos starts thinking that it's not worth cutting off your own arm just to break the seal. While that demon is thinking about this, the demonic energy that was sealed starts flowing again in the protagonist's body, because now he's back in action. The protagonist knows he used a lot of authorities, and several of them at the same time, so he's certain of one thing: he doesn't have much demonic energy left. And Kangwoo also knows that his special outfit, the one with the Kraken's Fury, actually ran out a few minutes ago. And so, the protagonist realizes that even without the seal, he doesn't have enough strength to take down that big demon, because he's at a complete disadvantage. At that moment, Carlos lets go of little Edna and throws her to the ground, smack, and starts talking to Kangwoo. Hey, you stubborn bastard, what do you think you can do? Hey, Stumpy, huh? Tell me, huh, Stumpy? What are you gonna do? You're not gonna do anything. But Kangwoo's evil glare stays the same. Kangwoo keeps thinking. Bet he didn't want to use this, but he has no other choice. He's going to have to use it, and so he thinks, well, it doesn't matter. I knew that one day I'd have to use this, so let it be now. And then the protagonist's blood turns into a black liquid, and from his arm, a black goo starts to ooze out, while Kangwoo, with a wicked look in his eyes, begins to enter his subconscious. After that, we're shown the place where the core of the 1,000 demons is sealed, and Kangwoo thinks to himself that the authority that suits him best is kept in that place. Of the 3 authorities, this is the weakest of them all, but it's the one he needs right now. And it's also the only one he can access at the moment. And so Kangwoo heads toward the door where the authority of predation is kept, and with a confident look, he stares at that massive door inside the core of the 10,000 demons. He puts his hand on the doorknob and turns it, because it's unlocked. All he has to do is turn and pull, but he knows he shouldn't do this, yet he has no other choice. And so, after thinking for another second about whether he really has no other option, he realizes he doesn't and moves forward. And so Kangwoo opens the core of the 10,000 demons, and immediately black smoke starts pouring out of his body. What was once blood turns into a thick black liquid, and the protagonist's entire body becomes covered in that black smoke. For the first time since returning from hell, he opens one of the forbidden doors of the core of the 10,000 demons. And Carlos is watching all of this and says, huh, this guy suddenly got weird, even his color changed. What's going on, huh? Why did he suddenly get so strange? He even stopped talking. How weird. There's some black goo coming out of his body. What is this guy doing? I just heard him say. He didn't want to use this. And a second later his body transformed, got weird, with black smoke all around. Could this be some kind of ability? What could this be, huh? One thing Carlos is sure of. That bastard did something, because the gauntlet he was using to hold the arm just got restored to his body. So he's certain the seal has been lifted. But Carlos isn't going to do like the protagonist, and just stand there watching. He charges at Kangwoo at full speed, and since he's way faster than before, he closes in with a serious punch aimed at the protagonist and lands a blow to his head that instantly obliterates most of it. Just like that, our protagonist's head explodes, and that big demon starts laughing in his face and says, huh! I thought you had some kind of plan, man, but you just turned into a slime. How ridiculous is that? Now you've turned into a slime. Such a cute little slime, so adorable. Okay, I know that. Edna Zinha starts crying when she sees her master's head get blown up, and then she realizes the end is near. And Carlos keeps watching the protagonist and notices that after Kangwoo's head is blown up, he doesn't fall and thinks, wait, this guy isn't dead? I just blew his head off. But 2 seconds later, Kangwoo's head starts to regenerate, and everything that had been obliterated from the protagonist begins to return to its place. Ever since Kangwoo opened the sealing core of the 10,000 demons, he hasn't said a single word, and so Carlos looks at his hand and thinks, but this stuff is black. If it were a thick, white, gooey liquid, I'd be really pissed off. But suddenly, demonified Carlos looks down and notices, oh, how cute, how cool. Out of this black goo, a little mouth appeared. Look at that cute little mouth. I like it, huh? Huh? It's not just one, there are several mouths. What is this? And the authority of predation starts to prey on that great, proud demon, and only now does he feel that he's being eaten alive, and starts screaming, no, no, please, no, not there, don't bite that arm, no, not the butt, no, no, not the butt, no. Edna Zinha, seeing that, puts her hand over her mouth and gets really scared, because as a dragon, she had never seen such a horrifying scene in front of her, and so, Carlos howls in pain, because the authority of predation is truly terrible and his body starts to give in to that authority, and he lets out a desperate scream of pain. The scene shifts to Carlos, who is extremely desperate because his consciousness has been transported to the core of the 10,000 demons, and he screams in despair for the demon, from whom he received his power to help him. After that, the demon whom Carlos had summoned hears his screams, and the demon mentally asks Carlos, "So, what's up? What happened? Tell me." Carlos is in complete despair inside that place, and begs for help, and we can see the door to the core of the 10,000 demons that the protagonist opened far below that red ocean. At that moment, that demonic being continues his conversation with Carlos. He finds it very interesting that someone has pushed his summoner to the limit, and is quite curious, since his power really isn't small. And so, the demon's curiosity becomes even more intense, and he says to Carlos, "Hey, give me control of your consciousness. I only transferred my power to you. But if I really want to know what situation you're in, I need to take control of your body and transfer my consciousness there." At that moment, Carlos starts thinking that if he gives control of his body to this demon, he might lose his body once and for all, forever. However, he has no other choice, so he gives control of his body to that demon. So Carlos, whose body had already been transformed by that demon, now has the demon taking over his body almost completely, because that demon really descended into that place. And that demon starts to smile, and we can see that it has the form of a unicorn. It looks a lot like Ouroboros, but instead of an eye in the middle of its forehead, it has a unicorn horn, or maybe a bicorn horn. And if you don't know the difference between a unicorn and a bicorn, you need to watch Overlord, which in my opinion, is one of the best anime out there. After that, the demon takes over part of Carlos's consciousness and says, Great, I just got here. Let's see what kind of situation you've gotten yourself into." And so, incredibly, half of the consciousness is controlled by Carlos and the other half by that demon. So he looks around and can't see anything. Then suddenly he opens his eyes wide and there's someone crouched in front of him. And when he looks, the person says, "Found you, look here, it's me." The demon can't say anything. "Are you kidding me, man?" "No, why you've got to be messing with me? You're messing with me, summoner?" And Carlos is puzzled and says, "Ha! Why are you saying that? You damn bastard, are you messing with me?" And that demon looks ahead and says, "Why, man, why did the summoner bring me here? Hey, man, why are you going to fight a monster like that? Are you crazy? You're going to fight a monster like that? And now you brought me here? Look at the mess you got me into. It would be better if you fought the Archduke demon. Or better yet, you could fight Baal or even Satan himself. That would be way easier." And Carlos doesn't understand anything and says, "What? Monster? What are you talking about, man? Are you saying Kangwoo is really that strong? Is he really as strong as one of the 7 Archduke demons?" And the demon, who was already inside his mind, had no way out anymore, and starts screaming, "You idiot! You son of a gun! You're trying to destroy me, aren't you? That must be it. At least I won't die alone. You're going down with me, you wretch." And Carlos, who is being consumed by the predation skill, keeps feeling a lot of pain. And the demon inside Carlos's body says, "7 Archdukes, huh? You damn summoner, let me tell you something. There are no longer 7 Archduke demons." And so, while Carlos writhes in agony and is being sucked in by that authority, the protagonist's consciousness also goes to that place and watches everything. And so, everything starts getting sucked downward, because that skill has an absolute devouring power. And at that moment, the demon inside Carlos's body says to him, "Do you know what happened to all the demon Archdukes? Hey summoner, do you know? All of them were devoured by the Demon King." And Carlos looks ahead and there are the protagonist's eyes shining at him, just waiting for him to be slowly devoured. And so, Carlos starts thinking, but in front of me, there's only Kangwoo. What? Kangwoo is the Demon King. There's no way this guy is the Demon King. There's just no way. He keeps staring at the protagonist, who watches his essence get devoured by the authority of predation, his favorite. Carlos knows the Demon King rules the 9 hells, so he's in shock, because even though he serves the demon cult, he had no idea the Demon King was on Earth, or that he's the strongest of all. Then, he falls into disbelief and says, "No, there's no way. There's no way he's the Demon King.
There's no way someone like that could be on Earth. It's impossible." At that moment, the protagonist's predation leaves his body in the form of a very strange power, and Carlos, who is already almost completely submerged, watches all of it and wonders what is going on. That authority of predation turns toward Carlos and rushes at him at full speed. And so he lets out a desperate scream. "There's no way you could be the Demon King." At that moment, the protagonist starts to smile, because yes, he is the Demon King himself. And then, the authority of predation opens a gigantic mouth to devour everything in its path. And the protagonist, with a look of pure malice, just laughs at the situation Carlos is in. And then everything goes dark. Everything starts to move in slow motion, and the protagonist regains consciousness, no longer knowing what's going on. And so, Kangwoo starts wondering, what is this? What is all of this? What was he even doing? Because Kangwoo was also caught by that authority, and is now inside the predation. Kangwoo is sinking deeper and deeper into the sea of predation. And in that place, nothing else matters. Kangwoo can't even remember who he was, and he struggles to recall his own name and what's going on. Suddenly, the predation rushes past him at full speed and he looks back to see what's happening. That ability is holding Carlos and dragging him down to the depths of the sea of predation. A place from which no soul has ever escaped, not even the strongest demons. Carlos has definitely already forgotten everything that's happening. He's even forgotten his own name. And the poor summoned demon has also fallen into this trap and is going down the drain along with him. When Kangwoo sees Carlos suffering, quickly sinking to the bottom, he realizes that place is dangerous and that he needs to get out of there. So he starts swimming upward to escape the sea of predation. But then he starts to question himself and asks, why do I want to get out of here? What's going on? I have no reason to leave this place. I don't even know who I am. Could it be that this is where I belong? And he looks up and sees that the gate of predation is already closed, and he keeps wondering, why was I swimming upward? I don't know. At that moment, the predation grabs his legs and starts pulling him down. And the tough guy, looking down, realizes that the predation wants him too, but he doesn't even know what that thing is. He only knows that something wants his body. So he swims even harder, upward. But he no longer has a goal, because he doesn't even know who he is, doesn't know why he's fighting, and so, swimming aimlessly, he flails his arms. But instead of rising, he's being overpowered by the predation, and he keeps wondering why it's so hard for him. And so, the tough protagonist, who has only won since the beginning of our story, has a defeated thought and says, am I just going to let this creature swallow me? Because I don't know who I am. And the protagonist lets himself be taken by the predation ability, but then he hears deep down,
Kangwoo, Kangwoo.
And as he's being consumed by predation, he keeps hearing that voice. Hey, Kangwoo! The protagonist is in complete darkness, surrounded by primordial predation. Kangwoo! Hey, Kangwoo, Kangwoo, Kangwoo! Are you going to listen to me or not? Huh, I'm going to hit you, you know? At that moment, he wakes up and says, huh, Kangwoo? I'm Kangwoo. Oh, now I remember. And so he clenches his teeth in anger and bites himself to see if he wakes up. And what he didn't have before comes back to him after he hears his name. He goes back to being the protagonist of this story and the toughest guy around, the one who never loses. And so, fueled by rage, the demon King Kangwoo starts swimming upward even harder because he's not there to lose. And so, after a lot of effort, he finally emerges from the sea of predation, his hand reaching upward, and the badass protagonist, with predation already swallowing half his body, grabs tightly onto the doorknob of the door of predation, and starts to turn it, because that moment did not seal his fate. And then, he says that he is going to win. Right after, he opens the huge door, and blinding light pours out. Soon, protagonist regains consciousness, and everyone is there crying. Little Ednadi is crying a lot, asking if he's okay. And Alice, in tears, can only call out the name of her beloved. A little further back, Thais and Kimi are also crying, and so, the protagonist, who was being consumed by his predation ability, comes back to himself, but he looks totally worn out. Still, he lies and says, hey, I'm fine. And then, he says the biggest lie of all. Sometimes you have to put your life on the line to look cool in situations like this. And we can see that the predation ability that turned him into a slime is fading from his body, leaving only some sludge behind. Ednadizinha, really upset and crying a lot, talks to him. Stop joking around. I don't think it's funny. Hey, Kangwoo, you know I'm your summon, right? So I knew you were dying, and it wasn't a normal death. Don't do that to me. Hey, Kangwoo, you promised, remember? That I wouldn't be alone again. So, you promised. You almost broke your promise. And then the protagonist gently caresses Ednadizinha's beautiful face and says, sorry, Ednadizinha, I'm really sorry. And after that, the protagonist, with a really weird eye, because the artist changed. Look at that strange eye. The protagonist thinks to himself, yeah, I kind of expected this. In the state I'm in right now, opening one of the gates of the 10,000 Demons Core was too much for me. I almost died. Because when he opened that door, he pushed the 10,000 Demons Core to its absolute limit. And he also says that even when he was in hell, he avoided doing that. Because it's just too much power, way more than he could handle. So, he almost never used that ability in hell, since it comes with a huge risk of being consumed by those gates. And Kangwoo, with his two loves in his arms, thinks about how in hell he could open the gate of predation authority, without any problem. But now that he's on Earth and really weak, the protagonist thinks it's best to avoid that, because it wasn't a good idea. After all, he can't die, since now he has someone to protect. And even more importantly, he has to kill the artist who drew these ridiculous eyes. So, Kangwoo has two reasons to live. Alice and Little Ednadi. And after that, the system notifies him that he has eliminated Endulcias, a demon from the 8th Hell. And since it was from the 8th Hell, it was definitely very powerful. The system also informs him that the protagonist's level is still restricted, but his experience will be saved for when that restriction is lifted. However, his demonic energy isn't restricted, so it increases by 5. And the protagonist, who had been struggling a lot to raise his demonic energy, has it increased by another 5 and is really happy about it. And another thing, the system notifies the protagonist that he has obtained sealing authority. Now that's what I'm talking about. Another hack for the protagonist, an authority he didn't have before. While Little Ednadi is hitting the protagonist for being silly and almost dying, he's still happy, because not only did he gain 5 more points of demonic energy, he also got an insanely overpowered ability, and so the badass stands up. Meanwhile, Little Ednadi is throwing the ultimate tantrum, crying like a baby. But that doesn't bother Kangwoo at all, even with a bump on his head from Ednadi, who's an SSSS ranked dragon. All he can think about is that now he has 103 demonic energy. Having 100 in any attribute is the minimum requirement to become a world rank, which means our protagonist is now world rank. Suddenly, Alice comes up to him and gently places her hand where the protagonist cut his arm, and then she says, healing light, focusing intently on healing the man she loves. And the protagonist feels a different kind of magic and says, whoa, what is this? What you do? This is cool. This feels amazing. What magic is this? You didn't have it before. And Alice explains, saying that she leveled up and now she's reached her 5th awakening. I think she's at level 40. And the protagonist is surprised and says, huh? What? Already? You leveled up that fast? What happened? Alice explains that Kimmy received a special quest. And after he completed it, everyone in their group got a ton of EXP and leveled up a lot. And the protagonist says, huh? Special quest? Oh, I get it, right? It's protagonist stuff, isn't it? Only the protagonist knows he's the hero from Earth, right? And Kimmy says to the protagonist, hey, I'll explain everything to you calmly later. Sweet and cute Alice says, hey Kangwoo, you can't move, can you? He says, yeah, it hurts a little. I still feel a little bit of pain. Why? Alice quickly goes over to her beloved, scoops him up in her arms with all her strength and says, oh, why? Because I'm taking you home. Let's go, handsome. And just like that, Alice, who is now awakened and strong, easily carries Kangwoo home. And what's more, since he's the man she loves, he doesn't weigh a thing. Let's go, babe. But of course, she only thought that, right? She didn't say it out loud, but the protagonist also finds the situation a bit embarrassing and says to Alice, yeah, Alice, I appreciate your intention, but what's this? 2 well-inflated airbags are pressing against the protagonist's arm, and that spot feels so good. He's feeling so comfortable being held up by those 2 airbags. And then, right? It's time for some indecency. The protagonist opens his mouth and even starts drooling. Oh, actually, yeah. Why? Why, Kangwoo? Can you walk? Do you want me to put you down? No, that's not it. Yeah, I don't think I can walk. Please take me. You're going to have to carry me. It's really hard for me to walk. I don't think I can do it. And so the protagonist keeps talking. Oh, there's no choice. My body won't even move anymore. Look, you can take me home. I don't mind. Then at that moment, Thais shows up and says, don't worry, big brother. I'll take care of you. And she quickly takes the protagonist from Alice's arms so fast that Alice doesn't even have time to fight for him. And Thais says to her older brother, hey, I'm here for you, okay? Whatever you need, I'll do it for you. Man, carrying heavy stuff is a man's job. Don't worry, I'll take you home. I don't need Alice to carry me. And the protagonist, now really close to big Thais, bitterly regrets having said that because Thais smells like sweat. Alice had this really nice feminine scent. And now this guy, all sweaty, who's sick, just smells like man, like a crappy man. And so the protagonist tries, unsuccessfully, to convince Thais to leave him there, and says, Thais, you don't live this way, you live the other way, you don't have to bother. And big Thais says, no, it's no bother at all. You're my brother, you saved me. Don't worry, you're light as a feather. And Alice is back there with her empty lap, because she thought she was going to take her beloved home, but big Thais ruined her plans. And so, the news about the accident at Jinsu Station threw everyone into chaos, because the whole world found out that the demonic cult exists, that they're infiltrated in society, and after that appearance, there's no reason for them to stay hidden anymore. And then we see an old man taking off his mask, because he must be someone really important within the global demonic cult. And it's explained to us that after what happened at Jinsu Station, the demonic cult is going to change its strategy, since there's no reason for them to hide anymore. The scene shifts to Kangwoo's apartment, and it's a beautiful day with a clear sky. Our protagonist starts yawning because he slept for a long time. He actually spent 3 whole days sleeping after the fight he had with Carlos. And so, he wakes up with his body fully recovered, because that battle to return from the predation gate took everything he had. When Edna realizes her master is awake, she comes running and shouting his name. Kangwoo! Kangwoo! And the other 2 girls, Alice and the redhead, were there on standby, waiting for the guy they like to wake up from that 3-day sleep. Even though Alice likes the protagonist, she's very formal with him and says, Mr. Kangwoo, are you alright? And as he gently pats Edna's head, he says yes, that these days of rest were enough for him to recover. And Alice doesn't realize it, but she actually helped the redhead by mentioning that she came to see him every day because she was really worried about him. And the tough alpha male says he understands, but then he looks at the redhead and asks, so you really came every day? And she, who likes Kangwoo but hasn't realized it yet, tells him that she just came to rest a bit in the apartment she bought, since the apartment they're living in belongs to her. So she went there, but everyone knows the redhead likes him. It's just him and Alice who haven't noticed. And Alice, who is also part of the protagonist's harem, shows that she's still worried about him and says, Mr. Kangwoo, don't you want to rest a little longer? And he says no. And so the demon king Kangwoo cracks a smile and tells Alice that it's really nice to know someone cares about him. After that, the redhead tells the protagonist that while he was sleeping, the Hanwoo Guild, which Minoke used to lead, was officially disbanded after Carlos killed Minoke. And the protagonist asks, so what happened to the rest of the cultists? The redhead says they caught all of them, but many of them turned into demons. And the most interesting thing is that after that day, the cultists didn't do anything else. The redhead says that most of the cultists in Korea were eliminated. And after that, everyone found out about the cultists, and they started receiving international reports. However, even though cultists existed all over the world, they never appeared publicly like they did in Korea, and that shocked everyone. The redhead also says that the city is being repaired and that everything is returning to normal, even though many lives were lost that day. And so the protagonist picks up his phone to check the latest news, and the reporters are saying that there is a global psychotic cult called the Demonic Cult, and they wonder who they are and what they want. Meanwhile, the protagonist goes to check the news about the hero who appeared with his iconic sword, and his name is Kimmy. It says Kim Cheon, but I sent his name, you guys know, right? It's Kimmy. And the protagonist also reads that there is a Chinese guild called the Gate of 1,000 Swords that is coming to Korea and will try to recruit Kimmy. The redhead, with her hand on her chin, asks Kangwoo, "Hey, I know it was really tough at the station that day, and I wanted to ask you something. Are you going to drop the investigation into the demonic cult?" And the protagonist says, "Huh, what? Of course not. Now I'm even more motivated. I'm going all in against them, and I won't stop until every last one of them is dead." And the red-haired girl starts to smile, because that's exactly the attitude she was hoping for from the protagonist. After that, she says, "Hey, Kangwoo, you know, right? You know that guy you're training? Kimmy? Well, a lot of people online are talking about him, and now he's gotten really famous. So I'm going to ask you something. Don't be too hard on him, okay? Don't get jealous of him." And the protagonist replies to her, "What? Of course not. I would never mistreat him. I'm not going to do anything to him." After that, the redhead remembers that one of the representatives from the best guilds in the world came to Korea, and the protagonist says, "What? A world-class ranker came to Korea?" She says yes, and that this person is from the Gate of 1,000 Swords, which is a Chinese guild. So the protagonist starts thinking about the message he just read, that this guild came to Korea mainly to recruit Kimmy. The protagonist keeps thinking that the Gaia dimensional defense system is getting weaker and weaker, and remembering the demon he fought, which is much stronger than the previous demon. He knows that soon it might be possible for the demonic cult to summon a truly powerful demon, and then they're going to have a problem. So Kangwoo knows what he has to do. He needs to focus on his own power, and keep getting stronger so that when a demon like that shows up, he can take it down by himself. After that, the protagonist starts thinking about a way to get stronger, but with the level restriction he has right now, that's pretty much impossible, since the only thing that's increasing is his demonic power. So, with his eyes closed, Kangwoo keeps thinking, since he can't raise his level, he'll try to improve his technique. And when he thinks about technique and says, "Huh? I know someone who has a really good technique, I'll go after him." And of course, the person the protagonist is thinking of is Kimmy, who has some seriously sharp fencing skills. Looking at his phone, he says he's going to call his pet, because he's planning to take full advantage of everything Kimmy has from the fencing of the descendant of the martial god. Then, the scene shifts to the Red Rose Guild base, where Kimmy, who is wearing a mask, takes it off and shouts, "Hey, big brother, I'm here. It's so good to see you. You finally woke up, huh? Are you okay?" And the protagonist says yes, that he's doing great and that he heard a lot of news about him on WhatsApp. Meanwhile, behind them, a lot of girls are really excited to see Korea's newest hero, Kimmy, the badass. After that, Kangwoo says, "Hey, why are you dressed like that, with a cap and a mask?" Kimmy explains that after that day, everyone started seeing him as a hero, so going out on the street has been really hard, because a lot of fans crowd around him and don't let him do anything. Kimmy tells the protagonist that even hunting has become difficult, since his fans show up from all sides. After that, Kimmy asks the protagonist if he has any problems with this, and the badass says, "Problem? What problem?" And he says to Kangwoo, "Big brother, you know, right? I wasn't the one who ended that crisis. It was you. So the hero they think I am, that's not me, it's you. And I don't want to take your place. So, when they call me a hero, I know I don't deserve it, because you, besides being way stronger than me, deserve that title much more than I do." And the protagonist, knowing that Kimmy is the hero of Earth, lightens the mood and says, "Oh, come on, stop it. Of course you're the hero. Don't be like that, okay? Don't hang your head. You're the hero, and that's final." And Kimmy was surprised and says, "Huh, but if we do that, people won't know you're the hero." The protagonist says, "Huh, that's not a problem. It's good for you to be in the spotlight, okay? I don't mind not being in the spotlight." And Kimmy says, "Why? Why don't you want to be in the spotlight?" Kangwoo explains that getting attention is a big hassle, especially if he's not getting anything out of it. And so Kangwoo says that the problem with fame is something Kimmy is already experiencing. Just the simple fact that he can't even hunt in peace. And Kimmy says, "Yeah, that's true." Meanwhile, Taji is just running wild in the back. All the girls won't stop taking pictures of the hero of the forest. After that, Kangwoo tells Kimmy that he doesn't want to be famous, so Kimmy can have all the glory, while he gets to walk around freely. Then Kimmy says, "Hey, big brother, why did you call me here? How can I help you?" And Kangwoo says to him, "I want to learn martial arts from you, because I know you're really good at it, so teach me." The scene shifts to inside the training room, and Kimmy tells the main character, "Alright, we're going to start now, okay?" And the main character replies, "Of course, let's do it. That's what I came here for." After that, Kimmy looks back and sees a bunch of weapons and says, "So, what's your main weapon? Which weapon do you like to use the most?" And the main character, putting his hand on his chin, goes, Let me see. Man, I use anything. Whatever's in front of me, I use it. It really depends on the situation." But Kimmy tells him that choosing a main weapon is the best way to learn martial arts. And Kangwoo says, "Hey, I've got a weapon right here," and shows the blade authority, a super sharp blade that can even cut through titanium. And he asks Kimmy, "So, will this work or not? I usually use this all the time." The hero from Earth looks at it and says, "No, it's better not to. Look, let's start with the sword, okay? Because most martial arts use the sword as a foundation, so that blade of yours won't help you learn martial arts." And Kangwoo, for the first time in his life, picks up a sword because he's determined to learn martial arts, since he knows he needs to break through his technique and grow even more as a warrior. And so, with the sword in hand, the protagonist starts thinking, since he's going to learn the draconic sword technique, he really does need a sword for that. And so, the protagonist stands side by side with his teacher Kimmy, and Kimmy says, Look, I'm only going to teach you the basic technique of the draconic sword sleeping style. So pay close attention, because I'm sure you'll get it on your first try. And then Kimmy says to Kanho, alright, I'll do it first. And you copy me, okay? So Kimmy gets into position, raising his sword to the level of his face. Right after that, he sprints forward at an incredibly high speed, leaving the protagonist completely stunned and amazed, since Kimmy had told him this was just a basic technique. And after Kimmy charges forward at lightning speed, he stops and spins around to demonstrate the full combo of this first basic style that he's going to teach his older brother. And so, the hero of the land, Kimmy, begins to expand his aura and says, dormant style of the draconic sword 8th form, and he charges forward at incredible speed. The protagonist was standing still. Meanwhile, Kimmy, who was teaching, destroys the entire ground next to the protagonist with that strike of his. A little while later, as the dust starts to settle, Kimmy calls out from far away, hey, the one I just showed you was the 8th form, okay? Did you get it? The protagonist says, hey, dummy, so that was the 8th form? I'm still learning, you know? What's the first form? Why didn't you teach me the first form? And Kimmy says, man, I wanted to impress you, so I started with something more interesting. What did you think? Because I'm sure you were able to see every move I made, right? And then Kimmy says, see? It's really easy. It's really easy. And Kanho starts thinking, what's the easy part about all this? I didn't understand a thing. After that, Kimmy comes up to him and says, hey, now it's your turn. Do exactly what I just taught you. And the protagonist, who didn't understand anything he did, says to him, hey, Kimmy, you want me to copy what you just showed me? He says, yes, that's right. I'm sure you can do it. Go on, man. You can do it. And Kanho starts thinking, this kid must be crazy. It just can't. Something this hard and he thinks I can do it. But even so, Kanho shows he's tough and tries to imitate everything Kimmy did. And Kimmy tells him, look, you used too much force here. Try again, but with less force. And Kanho kept doing the moves over and over, while Professor Kimmy kept correcting his posture. And the protagonist, after several minutes, is still there, giving it his all, while Professor Kimmy keeps teaching. Yeah, that's it. Raise the sword higher. Step forward, more force now. No, that's too much force. Go back. After half an hour trying to learn the 8th form, the protagonist says, hey Kimmy, let me ask you something. A simple question. You learned all this easily, didn't you? And Kimmy is really shocked and says, what? How did you know? The protagonist gets really pissed because Kimmy is trying to teach him something he learned in a second without any effort. And so, the protagonist is sure you should never have a genius as your teacher. And with that, Kanho is defeated and says, look, I give up. I don't want to learn martial arts anymore. This just isn't for me, okay? With that, he throws the sword on the ground and just flops down. And Kimmy says, you're going to give up. But, big brother, why are you giving up? I want to help you. What can I do for you? And Kanho is really pissed because he knows that even if he trains tirelessly, he'll never reach the perfection of this guy who learned everything in just 1 second. And then Kimmy starts to complain and says, man, I really am useless, huh? I'm not good enough. I don't even know how to teach. You helped me so much. And now that it's my turn to help you, I can't do anything. And the main character says, hey Kimmy, that's not the problem, okay? The problem is actually the opposite. You're too good. If you had learned all your technique through a lot of training and effort, you'd be able to teach it to me. But since you're a genius, you won't even know how to teach, because all of this is easy for you. But Kimmy is determined to help his older brother and says to him, hey Kanho, how about I teach you the Psyche style? What do you think? Because that style, I actually trained a lot in. I can teach it to you. And the main character, activating his hack eyes, sees all of the chi lines running through Kimmy's body. And that way he notices that his pet Kimmy uses his chi through the dantian. And after that, Kanho starts thinking that he can do it too, since he can see all the details. So Kanho sits in the lotus position and begins to meditate, because he knows he can't stay the way he is. He needs to increase his power in order to survive everything that's coming. And so, the Demon King Kanho begins his meditation, all based on observing the flow of chi from his friend who is teaching him. After that, the system notifies him that the ruler of demonic energy skill has been activated and also tells the protagonist that his control over demonic energy has increased, allowing Kanho to understand the essence of demonic energy even more. A short time later, the protagonist is completely focused, gathering all that energy into his dantian, and so the protagonist's dantian begins to shine. Shortly after, the system notifies the protagonist that he has learned the Psyche Chi style, and this style is the Celestial Dragon Psyche style. A little while later, the system also tells the protagonist that he has just created a demonic energy stone, and then the system says, hey, without realizing it, you got a hint about the final condition to obtain the demonic energy body. And when Kanho receives this message from the system, his eyes go wide because this was totally unexpected for him. And he, who wasn't even thinking about fulfilling the third condition, is truly stunned. And Kimmy comes up to him and says, hey Kanho, why did you stop your meditation so quickly? And the protagonist quickly looks in Kimmy's direction. However, the protagonist wasn't actually looking at Kimmy. He was looking at the system window, which was open right in front of Kimmy's face, and he thinks, Kimmy, my little brother, I love you. You helped me so much. I was trying to figure out this third condition for so long, and you saved me. And so, the system reveals all the conditions for the protagonist to obtain the demonic energy body. This is the first step to becoming a demon god. The first condition is that he must have 60 demonic energy, and our protagonist already has 103. The second condition is that he must perfectly combine 3 or more authorities. And we saw that when he killed Ogukuro, he also fulfilled this condition. And now, out of nowhere, he gets a hint to fulfill the third condition. In other words, the stone he created was a bit small. He just needs to make a bigger one. Kangwoo is ecstatic, because he never imagined that the last condition would be to form a demonic crystal, and that small crystal seems to be inside his body, right where his Dation is. So, with his hand on his stomach, he starts wondering if these crystals are the same ones used by the demonic order, and Chimi, the teacher, is looking at his friend, not really understanding what's going on. After that, the protagonist closes his eyes and begins to meditate, because he wants to see the essence of this small crystal he just formed. And so he realizes that the crystals have the same essence, but the power within them is completely different, because that one is artificial and the one he created naturally inside himself. So Kangwoo compares the two crystals to coffee. The crystal the demonic order is making is like weak coffee, while the crystal he managed to create inside himself is like an espresso, much more concentrated. And so the proto starts to get up, intending to test his new power. Chimi keeps watching his friend and thinks he's giving up, but the proto heads over to the punching posts, where people train their fists. Then, using the power of that crystal he created inside himself, he goes for a normal punch at the training dummies, and as he throws a punch in the air, it creates a powerful shockwave that hits all 4 test dummies at once. But that move that the proto made really surprises him, because it's way stronger than he expected, and all 4 test dummies are hit at the same time. Cheon, who is watching, is completely astonished, because not only has Kangwoo already managed to learn his mental technique, but he can also use it with incredible ease. And the proto is amazed because the power he just acquired is truly incredible, and he explains that the move he just used only consumed a third of the power from the demonic crystal that was created inside him. After that devastating move, Chimi comes over, really cheerful, and says, "Kangwoo, you're amazing, huh? You managed to understand that technique on your first try. Congratulations." And the proto says, "Oh right, the technique you taught me earlier is actually pretty easy. And even better, you stood still to learn it, so I was able to see everything." Then Chimi says, "So, what do you think? Are mental techniques useful or not?" And the proto replies, "Of course, they're really useful. Thank you very much." Kangwoo knows that the demonic crystal he created inside himself is small, but if he keeps meditating, he knows that this crystal can grow and evolve. And so, the proto, who is already used to having a lot of power, starts thinking that he doesn't need to sit down to meditate. So Kangwoo surprises his friend Chimi once again by starting to meditate while standing up, and Chimi gets really startled and says, "Bro, stop that, you can't do that, because if you're not sitting in the lotus position while you meditate you..." Kangwoo, still meditating, looks at him and says, "What? What's going to happen to me?" "Yeah, what's going to?" And Chimi says, "Ha, are you okay bro? You good?" And the proto, crossing his arms, says, "Yeah, I'm fine." Kangwoo shows that his level of meditation is truly incredible, since he can talk and meditate at the same time. And Chimi starts thinking that he had heard, if someone doesn't meditate in the lotus position, they could have a chi deviation. But it seems like that's not true, since his friend is meditating and talking at the same time, something he never imagined was possible. Kangwoo starts to smile and says that getting this power was actually pretty easy, and now he has a new hack, because meditating has never been hard for him. And the protagonist goes on, saying that controlling the power of the 10,000 demons core is way harder than this meditation. So, meditating and making this crystal is nothing for him. That makes the protagonist really proud of himself, because he realizes that this mental technique and creating the demon crystal is a new way for him to grow his power. And now Kangwoo, who had been stuck at level 60, has a new way to make his power grow even more. After that, the protagonist, who's basically a cheat code, asks his friend Chimi, "Was that mental technique you showed me your best one? Don't you have another one?" And Chimi says that he does have other mental techniques, but this one is the best he's got. So, knowing that he's already learned Chimi's best mental technique, the protagonist says to him, "Bro, that's enough for today, okay? Let's go, because I'm tired of martial arts." Then he starts laughing and says, "Hey, next time let's train these mental techniques in an S-rank portal. What do you think?" And so the scene changes and the two head out of the Red Rose Guild headquarters, and many players in that big hall are talking about the members of the Chinese guild called Gate of 1,000 Swords, who are arriving in the country. Finally, Kangwoo gets to his car and says, "Come on, Chimi, let's get in." And Chimi, very humble, says, "No, I can take the train." "Yeah, right? A train in Korea, huh? If it were in Brazil, you wouldn't want to go. Come on, get in the car and stop talking." So Chimi got in the car and the two of them drove off. Inside the car, Proto says to his friend Chimi, "Hey, I'm going to buy you a car, okay? You're my friend and I don't want you walking around everywhere." And Chimi is shocked and says, "What? A car? Man, you already pay for my mom's medical expenses and now you want to give me a car?" And Kangwoo says it's really uncomfortable seeing the hero of Korea walking around everywhere. Besides, he's his friend and a car is nothing to him. Kangwoo also explains that the car he's giving Chimi is so that whenever he calls him, Chimi can show up faster. That's all. But deep down, the guy knows that the mental technique he just learned is worth way less than a car. So, he's really grateful to Chimi for teaching him that technique. Finally, they arrive at Chimi's house and something outside the car catches Proto's attention. We can see two really shady looking guys in front of Chimi's house, and Proto immediately goes on alert because he knows trouble is coming, so he slowly gets out of his car. After that, Jimmy asks them, hey, who are you guys? And Scar says that he's the leader of the 3rd squad of the Thousand Swords Gate Guild, Jean Mandom, but we'll call him Scar. And Scar tells Jimmy that the Sword Emperor, the master of their guild, wants to see the wielder of Korea's draconic sword, and after that, he gives Jimmy an order, hey, follow me. Jimmy is really surprised when he hears that, and Proto stays serious and alert to everything that's happening. Still shocked, Jimmy asks if they're talking about the world-ranked John Emojin, and Scar gets really pissed when he hears him say that and says, hey, you're nothing, got it? Don't say his name so carelessly. And after that, Scar spoke again, this time in a much harsher tone. He tells Jimmy, follow me in silence, that's it, don't say a word. Proto, back there, is already starting to get pissed off. And more guys keep showing up, right? Because it was 2, 3, and now there are already 4 guys. Scar tells Jimmy that they already have a plane ready to take him to China. At that moment, Proto steps in, puts his hand on his friend's shoulder, and says, Jimmy, leave it to me. I'll talk to these guys. The tough guy steps up to Scar and says, hey, you little punk, you haven't even learned Korean properly yet, and you're already trying to mess with us? Are you out of your mind? Scar gets really pissed and says, what? What did you say? Proto repeats, wow, you don't even know us and you're already talking to us in such a disrespectful way. I don't like you. And after hearing that, Scar starts to raise his aura, and really pissed off, asks, hey, who are you? And Proto, who's even angrier now, says he's Jimmy's older brother and calls Scar's gang a bunch of little punks. And Scar hears that and says, huh? His older brother? Oh, right, sure. So that means you're here in Yangon? But I heard you were in prison. And Proto says no, he's a different kind of brother, because there are bonds stronger than blood. And Jimmy, after hearing that, lights up with joy, because he never expected Proto to introduce himself as his brother. And Scar says he's not interested in him and tells him to get out of the way, because the Sword Emperor only wants the wielder of the draconic sword, nothing else. And Proto shows that he doesn't bow his head to anyone and says, hey, Scar, I'm not interested in you either, so just give up. It's a tie. Scar cranks up his aura even more and says, don't talk to me so rudely. I'll show you what you want. But the protagonist stays completely calm, with his hand in his pocket. Scar, looking at Jimmy, says to him, hey, if you don't want me to hurt that newbie next to you, you'd better follow me quietly and not say another word. Jimmy starts to get furious when he hears Scar insulting his older brother. So, Jimmy gathers his courage and tells Scar not to talk to his brother like that. But Scar says, what? You looking for a fight? Not bad then. Let's go. Scar remembers that the Sword Emperor ordered him to bring Jimmy, in as respectfully as possible. But since this guy is being so arrogant, Scar decides he's going to teach this newbie a lesson right now. It just blinked, right? Blink and you miss it. Just as Scar was about to draw his sword, a lightning-fast hand was already there, stopping him from pulling his sword out of its sheath. Then, an angry Kamhun gets right up to his ear and says, hey, if you draw that sword, I'm going to tear you apart. Scar is left in shock because he didn't even notice when this guy showed up. And the protagonist shows just how tough he is and says to him, hey, you're trying to act tough, huh? But if you draw that sword, you won't be able to walk back to China on your own 2 feet. Then, the protagonist also unleashes his aura, and Scar realizes that this kid is actually managing to get under his skin. With a fierce look in his eyes, he glares at the protagonist and says to Kamhun, you little shit. But the protagonist is focused, and now, he's about to give that guy exactly what he deserves. Immediately, Scar jumps back and says to Kamhun, oh, you're making me laugh, huh? How dare you? I'm going to finish you off, you little shit. And then, drawing his long sword, he tries to insult the protagonist again and says, hey, you're just a little player from a tiny nation. And right after he says that, Kamhun charges at him so fast that he can't even see him move. And then, our protagonist very affectionately starts squeezing his wrist and breaks both the bones in his arm, saying, the only insult you can come up with is barking about the size of my country, huh? What are you so afraid of? And then, Proto squeezes even harder and Scar screams in pain. But, as we already know, the tough guy doesn't stop crushing the bones in Scar's arm. Scar is in a lot of pain and says, why you? You little shit, how can you do this to me? I'm from the Guild of 1,000 Swords. Stop it, don't do this to my wrist. And the tough guy starts thinking, Guild of 1,000 Swords? I've read about that on my phone. Then he looks back and says, hey Jimmy, is there anywhere around here where we can get some kimchi soup? And Jimmy says, huh, kimchi soup? Yeah, there is. Meanwhile, the big guy can't do anything else, because the protagonist, besides breaking the bones in his wrist, keeps moving his hand back and forth, making the pain even worse. Kanhun tells Jimmy that he just wants to eat with these guys and then politely send them back to China. And so the scene shifts to the restaurant where they serve kimchi. He says, hey, bring us 10 kimchi soups. And then, we see that Kanhun beat up all 4 of them, really laid into them. And the protagonist, who's quite the joker, starts smiling and says to them, hey, it's already lunchtime, so let's eat, guys. You guys came from so far away. And another thing, I'm only letting you go because I'm a really nice guy, okay? I didn't hit you that hard, because if I had hit you more, you wouldn't even be able to walk. So, let's eat. And Scar is feeling really humiliated, because he got beaten up by a Korean player, and on top of that, the guy is dragging him around like he's his subordinate. It's a complete humiliation. Suddenly, the great aunt Donana comes in with a plate of 10 servings of kimchi and says, hey, I just made this. Everything's ready. All of you are going to eat really well today. Donana is a specialist in kimchi soup. And who doesn't know kimchi? It's a soup made with napa cabbage. It must be tasty, but cabbage soup is also good. Donana puts that very fragrant kimchi soup in front of them and tells them to enjoy their meal and wishes them a good lunch. And Cicatrice starts looking at that soup and says, "Ha! What is this?" Cicatrice looks at Donana and says, "Hey man, what's this bizarre mix?" The protagonist immediately looks in his direction with a demonic glare, because you remember what happened to Loin in the first episode, right? And so Kanhan says, "If you want to know what will happen to Cicatrice, like, share, and leave a comment below." And we're starting another part. And Scar, by some miracle, didn't die. And he's on his knees in front of his master, all battered, with broken ribs, missing 8 teeth, a ruptured eardrum, his radius, and the other bone in his arm broken, a cracked jaw, and he's telling everything that happened in Korea, that he went there to find the sword dragon. However, there was a guy near him who said he was his older brother and said, "If you want to meet Kaimi, you'll have to go to Korea yourself." And the guy sitting in front of him, wearing traditional clothes, says to him, "Huh?" And then he goes on, "What did you do? Because for you to be like this, you must have gotten into a fight with the Sword Dragon group. And I warned you to go there and bring him back with respect. And even worse, you went there and got beaten up. And you got beaten up in public, in front of everyone." And Scarface, totally battered and barely able to speak, tries to stand his ground and says, "Hey, so sorry, I'm sorry." He apologizes because the translator has to use a normal voice, since if he spoke for real, you guys wouldn't understand a thing. And Scarface, who can barely open his eyes, is thinking that he's in a situation he never imagined would happen. And with the few teeth he has left, he clenches them. But he never expected that guy to get completely furious. All of this just because of some food. And Kangwoo is yelling at him, "I'm going to kill you. Kimchi is sacred food." And Scarface thought that the only reason he didn't die was because the sword dragon begged his older brother not to kill him. And Scarface keeps thinking that, on top of getting beaten up, he was choked like a chicken and lost consciousness 3 times. And he says that guy, Kangwoo, is like a demon. Then that world-ranked guy, who is Scarface's boss, starts to smile. After hearing the whole story, and behind him, a very strong girl also appears, smiling too. So he smiles even wider, because it all seems so entertaining. After all, the guy who beat up my apprentice must really be strong, since Scarface wasn't someone weak. So Scarface's master extends his hand to the side and uses magic because Scarface completely disobeyed him. Even while sitting on his throne, he casts 2 spells at Scarface. One hits him in the chest, and the other misses. The one that hits sends Scarface flying dozens of meters backward. And when he crashes into the wall, he breaks a couple more ribs, since his master is a world-ranked fighter and an extremely strong person. After that, Scarface's master gets up from the throne and says to him, "Hey, you bastard, you're expelled, got it? I told you to go there and bring him back gently, but you wanted to use force to bring him here. We at the Celestial Post of Earth don't need people like you. You don't know how to follow orders. So, grab your things and get out of here because I never want to see your face again." And Delisha says, "Hey dad, are you going to Korea?" And putting his hand on his waist, he says, "Yes, I am, my daughter. Since they invited me, I'll drop by over there. Do you want to come with me?" And just like that, the scene shifts to the penthouse apartment, which is Kangwoo's home. And by now, it's already been a week since Scar came to Korea trying to forcefully recruit Kaimi, and the protagonist is drinking his water because he spent a long time meditating. His focus now is to grow the demonic crystal inside him using meditation techniques. And Kangwoo is so focused that he's basically just eating and sleeping. He eats, meditates, gets tired, sleeps, eats, wakes up, meditates, eats, sleeps, sleeps, meditates, bed, sleeps, meditates, bed, sleeps, eats. Not necessarily in that order, but pretty much the opposite. You get the idea? Luckily for him, he's got Sweet Alice by his side, making all the delicious food he loves. And Kangwoo explains that because he focused solely on growing his crystal, it's already the size of a fist. And if you didn't notice in the previous slide, even while Kangwoo was eating, he was meditating, because the protagonist's level of concentration is just insane. Even when he went to the bathroom to pee, he stayed super focused. But when it came to taking a dump, there was no way. That's when he lost his focus. Because taking a dump is a sacred time, it's when you reply to everyone on WhatsApp. The scene shifts to another day, inside the Rank S portal, and Kangwoo thinks to himself that even though he's meditated all this time, he still hasn't managed to meet the last condition, to evolve, but he's patient, he'll get there eventually. Suddenly, the protagonist hears someone calling his name and he looks back, since the person is already approaching, and the badass is in this Rank S portal training Kaimi's group. At that moment, break time is over and little Edna comes running happily toward her master, because she loves her master with all her heart. Kangwoo says to Kaimi's group, "So, are you all ready then? Let's start again." And Alice, all cheerful, says that she's rested enough and is ready for battle. And Cleo, lazy as always, says she's still tired and wants to rest a lot more. Edna Zinha is just like a kid when you get home after being away for a long time. The kid gets so happy, runs all over the house, and can't stop until they hug you. And Edna Zinha says, "Hey, Kangwoo, look, you can't overdo it, okay? If you need my help, just let me know and I'll help you, got it?" And the tough guy starts to smile, because he knows that Dragon loves her with all his heart,
as if he were her father. So the protagonist says, "Alright, let's go out and find a target, because you all have rested enough." Then, using his observation hack, the protagonist starts searching to see if there are any lost sheep around. He finds a big rank S ogre separated from the other ogres. And the protagonist says, "Edna, go, get it." She gets really happy and says, "Leave this to me." The protagonist knows they have to take it slow, because if they provoke too many ogres, it'll be a situation that Alice's group won't be able to handle, and then he'll have to step in, which he doesn't want. He uses the authority of silence, but since I clicked it in English, it's the power of silence. I like it this way, the power of silence. By using this hack, everything around goes silent, and Edna easily sneaks up right behind that big ogre. Our dragon, an SSS rank, gets ready to launch a basic attack. She uses the death slashes, and a bunch of blades made of pure darkness shoot out from her hand. The ogre tried to scream, but with the authority of silence, not a single sound came out of his mouth. It was basically a one-hit kill, since all the slashes Edna landed cut through several vital organs, guaranteeing a festival of ketchup. However, the protagonist used the authority of silence, not the authority of no odor, so the smell of blood starts spreading through the air. The ogres nearby catch the scent, go into a complete rage, and charge at Edna, trying to land a powerful mana-infused punch on her. That's when Kangwoo says, "Now it's your turn, go ahead." At that moment, the mighty Taisa steps in front of Edna with his shield to protect her, but she's so strong that those ogres are like insects to her. It's as if they don't even exist. She just turns around and says, "Hey Kangwoo, did I do it right?" And after that, Alice says, "Hey Cleo, are you ready?" And then Cleo says, "I was born ready, kind of tired, but ready." So Cleo starts casting a spell, and Alice says, "Wait, didn't you say you were ready?" But Cleo keeps casting her spell, because if she stops to talk, the enchantment will be broken. And after a full minute of intense chanting, Cleo finally finishes her spell and says, "Ball of light." And she fires an orb of light toward the huge ogre that Taisu is tanking. Alice, in turn, also uses her attack, because she's not just a mage who heals, she's a combat healer. So that massive ogre tries to scream, but no sound comes out, because the combined attack from Alice, and Cleo leaves the giant ogre writhing in agony. And that's when Kaimi starts to see an opening, and the hero from Earth spots his chance. So, the one who is the descendant of the martial god uses his technique, Hidden Dragon Sword. You guys know how it is, right? There are several forms, and this is the 5th form. So, he leaps up and using a mana sword, he slices that huge ogre in half while Alice and Taisa watch in awe at the hero's strength. Then Cleo says, "Good thing there was only one." After that, everyone starts celebrating because their group finally managed to kill an S-rank monster, and Alice says, "Yeah, you're really good, Cleo. Your magic was able to weaken that ogre so Kaimi could defeat it." And Taisa can't believe it, because killing an S-rank monster is something he never thought would happen. And Kangwoo is feeling really proud because he knows that the best thing isn't just leveling up like crazy. They have to gain battle experience and improve their skills. After that, he looks to the side and says, "Wow, everyone got a little tired, but Kimi doesn't even look tired at all. I guess I'll have to give him a private lesson." And then Professor Kangwoo says, "Come on, stop being soft, let's go to the next ogre." And Alice finally starts doing her job as a healer and says, "Yes, Kangwoo." So she uses Healing Light on the big Taisu, who fully recovers. But suddenly, a noise coming from behind catches the protagonist's attention, and when he looks, there are 3 big ogres running toward them. The protagonist thinks the smell of blood must have attracted these ogres, but since there are 3 at once, there's no other way. He's going to have to fight, because Taisa's group barely managed to handle just one. And so, the toughest of the tough gets into action and summons the authority of the Black Spear, because for him and little Edna, these ogres are nothing, but for Alice's group, they're deadly. So, using the Black Spear, the protagonist gets ready for battle. When, all of a sudden, a flash of light passes to all the ogres, slicing them in half and killing them instantly. And after that, Kamhun notices that whoever killed those huge ogres is now after them. And the person says, "Yeah, it took me a while to find you. Huh, but I finally found you. So, are you the brother of the sword dragon?" And the protagonist immediately gets focused and starts thinking, who could this guy be? And then he introduces himself. He says his name is Jion Mungji from the Heavenly Gate of Earth over in China. And he tells Kanhun that he'd like to apologize for what happened earlier, but no one there understands what Mungji is saying, because they only speak Korean and Mungji is speaking Mandarin to them. That's when Mungji looks to the side and talks to the interpreter, who's shaking like a leaf, because if these people start fighting, he'll be the first to die, since he doesn't have any powers and just has a fragile body. So Mungji says, "Hey, tell them that Jion Mungji is apologizing for everything that happened earlier." But at that moment, the protagonist activates the authority of language, or the power of language, and Kanhun says to Mungji, "Wait, is Mandarin the only language you know how to speak?" Jion Mungji is really surprised and says, "Oh, you know how to speak Chinese? That's cool, huh?" For those who don't know, Mandarin is the language spoken in China. And so Kanhun shows that he's not satisfied and tells Jion Mungji that anyone can apologize with words. And that's when Jion Mungji starts to smile and says that's true. And he tells the protagonist that his subordinate was very disrespectful, and that's why he's apologizing. And after that, Jion Mungji says to the protagonist, "Hey, I'm not going to be proud, okay?"
And that's when Cheon Munji bows, a clear sign of an apology, since this guy is a world-ranked figure. And when he does this, his daughter is really shocked, because she's never seen her father bow his head to anyone. And the interpreter is even more shocked, because Mr. Cheon Munji is known all over the world as one of the strongest people alive. Cleo, Alice, and Taesu are stunned, their jaws drop, and they're completely amazed, because they never imagined in their lives that a world-ranked figure, someone as famous as Cheon Munji, would bow to someone to apologize. And after that, he says to Kanghan, "Hey, that member who was disrespectful to you guys, I kicked him out, okay. But since he was my subordinate, everything he did is my responsibility, and that's why I'm apologizing." Kanghan wasn't expecting that at all and ends up feeling really awkward. And then he says to the protagonist, "Look, one thing I promise you guys is that something like this will never happen again." And Kanghan, being a bit mischievous, says, "I like that, huh? So, do you promise?" And Cheon Munji, lifting his head, says yes, he promises. And internally, the protagonist is already thinking up all sorts of mischief, but on the outside he puts on a goofy face and says, "Alright then, I accept." And Kanghan thinks to himself that he's not going to go against someone who wants to be his ally. And after Cheon Munji humbled himself by bowing his head to the protagonist, it completely shattered Kanghan's expectation of seeing him as an enemy. And so the protagonist is willing to listen to him and says, "So, what do you want?" And Cheon Munji says he came to see Kim Mai, because after watching a video of him fighting at the station, he got really curious to see this guy up close. And Kanghan says, "Huh, and is that the only reason you need to see him in person?" And Cheon Munji says no, because there's something he needs to check, since he wants to know how Kim Mai learned the sword dragon art, as that's a martial art that belongs to the martial god. And at that moment, Edna Zinha calls Kanghan and says, "Kamhan, Kamhan!" And the protagonist, looking back, pays attention to her, and the little girl says, "Master, what is a martial arts god?" And Kanghan is very surprised and says, "Huh, you can understand Chinese?" She says no, that she can't speak Mandarin. However, she used a magic spell that lets her understand any language. That's why she understands everything this person is saying. And only now does the protagonist realize, because right after being summoned, little Edna spoke fluent Korean. So the protagonist says, "Hey Edna, can you do me a little favor? Can you cast that spell on everyone here?" And she says, "Yes, of course, I can do that. That's really easy." Right away, little Edna raises her hand and everyone there, without exception, is hit by the Google Translate magic. And Kim Mai starts wondering, what is this? What is little Edna doing? And Cheon Munji gets really excited and says, "Oh, so you can speak Mandarin?" And he says, "No, I can't. But that's weird, I can understand you." And at that moment, Edna, very proud of herself, says that it's all thanks to her magic. And Edna explains to everyone there that with this magic, she can understand and speak any language. And Cheon Munji starts to smile and says, "Hey interpreter, I think you just lost your job, huh? If everyone could use this magic, your job would be gone." And he gets really down, realizing he could lose his job to the magic Google Translate. And after that, Cheon Munji says, "Oh, I really like this magic. Now, we can communicate without any barriers. So, I'm going to ask my question again." And then he asks Kim Mai directly, saying, "Dragon sword, where did you learn the martial god's martial art?" And Kim Mai doesn't understand the question and says, "Ha, what did you say?" And the protagonist says, "Yeah, I want to know too. So, how do you know that my friend Kim Mai was using the martial god's martial arts?" And very proudly, he beats his chest and says he recognizes that art because everyone in his clan is a descendant of the martial god, and they all use that martial art. And Kamhan starts thinking about that. Huh, descendants of the martial god? And after that, Kamhan becomes certain that this so-called martial god really did exist on Earth a long time ago, because everyone in Cheon Munji's clan is a descendant of that god. And the protagonist continues his questioning and says, "Oh, Cheon Munji, so you already knew this martial art before this player awakening event?" And he says yes, that everyone in his clan already knew it. However, after he awakened, his level increased dramatically, and Kanghan starts to think, since it seems like his martial arts would improve a lot after becoming an awakened one. And so, Kanghan starts thinking about two things that already existed even before the players awakened. This clan that uses the martial god's martial art and the demonic order, because these two groups would become much more powerful after awakening. And so, Kanghan is direct again with his questions and says, "And what do you plan to do after you find out where Kim Mai learned these martial arts?" And Kanghan asks, "You're not thinking about killing Kim Mai just to keep the secret of this martial art within your clan, are you?" And Cheon Munji, upon hearing this, starts squirming and trying to hold it in, but after a few seconds he can't take it anymore. He bursts out laughing in the protagonist's face, because what he's saying is completely absurd. And he says to Kanghan, "Man, I think you've read too many manhwas and novels about Mirim." And the protagonist thinks, as if this guy is basically dressed like someone from Mirim. So, of course I thought about that. Then Cheon Munji steps forward and says, "Oh, actually, what I want to do is negotiate with Kim Mai, because the martial art of our clan has been getting diluted over time, and the martial art he showed seems very pure, and I want to learn that martial art. However, the technique he used, the Cloud Dragon Sword, didn't seem that great to me, because I have the same technique and mine is way better." So he says to Kim Mai, "So can you help me restore the rest of my technique and all the other forms? And if you do that, I'll teach you my entire martial art. What do you think?" So the protagonist looks at his friend Kim Mai and says, So Kim Mai, what do you think about this? Kim Mai is pretty hesitant, but what he wants most is to become stronger so he can protect this world, because if he were a bit stronger, he could have saved even more people. At his current level, it took him too long to clear several areas, and that cost the lives of hundreds of people. So Kim Mai, the hero of Earth, tells Kang-hun that he needs to be stronger, and Kang-hun looks at him and smiles, because this guy was born to be a hero. After that, Kang-hun says to him, "Alright then, go ahead, go talk to him." Meanwhile, little Edna stays there, all cute, hugging her master, because if there's one thing she loves, it's being close to her master Kang-hun. And after that, the protagonist says to Kim Mai, "Yeah, Kim Mai, I know you also want to become stronger to live up to my expectations." And the hero from Earth gets all emotional, because his older brother, Kangwoo, understands him so well. And after that, Kimmy tells Kangwoo that she's going to do her best. And Alice gets so jealous that she can't even hide it, and wants to talk to her. "Hey Alice, what's going on with you? You're acting so different." And then the scene shifts to Cheon Mujin with his daughter inside a very luxurious car. And inside the car, Cheon Mujin tells his daughter that he's happy. That's when we find out that Kimmy agreed to work with him so she can get even stronger. And he remembers Kangwoo telling him, "Oh, you know, right? About the conditions. All the training has to be done here in Korea. And it's only until the martial art is restored. Nothing more." So he tells his daughter, "Sweetie, since I agreed to the conditions, we're going to have to stay in this country a little longer. What do you think about that?" And she says it's fine, since she was already thinking about visiting Korea anyway. And then she tells her father, "Dad, I'm interested in a guy and he lives here in this country." And her father says, "What? A guy? What guy? What's his name?" And her father, looking at her, thinks this is pretty unusual, since she always said she didn't want anyone weaker than her. And as he looks at his daughter and sees her licking her lips, he starts wondering if this guy could be the sword dragon, who is our Kimmy. And with that, her father gets really happy, because he already wanted to see his daughter together with the sword dragon. And that's when Cheon Mujin says, "Yeah, the sword dragon seems like a good kid, since the soul of the martial god might be inside this boy." This Kimmy was blessed with a heavenly physique, because he managed to perfectly execute the cloud dragon sword technique. But as for Kangwoo, do you remember he said there were flaws, right? And the girl's father says that this Kimmy, with a celestial physique, seems like he came straight out of a cultivation novel. And her father says, "Oh Soo-yeon, what do you think about this, huh? Oh, I'm going to pull some strings so you two end up together, okay? Because I want this guy as my son-in-law." And blushing, she says that actually she's interested in Kangwoo, because he's really attractive to her. And the father is shocked and says, "Huh, Kangwoo?" She says, "Yes, him. He looks like he'd be hot. I want him." And she remembers the protagonist being tough with her father, facing off against the world rank, saying that anyone can apologize with words, and making her father apologize with actions. Sighing next to her dad, she says that this Kangwoo seemed like a really strong person for demanding that the world rank, her own father, apologize and for not backing down from his word. And after that, her father starts thinking, Kangwoo? I thought it was the sword dragon. Oh, I don't like this at all. That wasn't what I had planned for her." And so her father starts getting really pissed off, because he knows that Kangwoo is definitely a strong guy. But in about 10 years the sword dragon will definitely catch up to him. Thinking about that, he realizes his daughter only got interested in Kangwoo because he's strong. But as time goes by, the sword dragon will be just as strong as him. Only by then it'll be too late. This makes her father's resentment toward Kangwoo start to grow, because for him, there's no better son-in-law to marry his daughter than the sword dragon. Wanting to see his daughter Soo-yeon get married before he dies, he comes up with a brilliant idea. And he says, "Oh daughter, about the sword dragon, But she interrupts her father. She tells her father that she's not interested in any man weaker than her own father. At that moment, he says, so that's it? Well, I already know what to do, daughter." And at that moment, he tells the driver, "Driver, go to this place here, because I want to see just how strong this Kangwoo guy really is." And with that, the scene changes. The next day, at the headquarters of the Red Wheel Guild, Kangwoo and Kimmy are in the training room, and the tough guy says, "What did you say? You want to fight me?" And he says yes, that he wants to see just how strong Kangwoo is. And behind him, his daughter is practically glowing, because she's so close to the guy who will be her husband, since Kangwoo now belongs to her. And that's how this short part 13 ends, because you all asked so much that I didn't even wait to gather 3 chapters. Don't forget to like, share, and if you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe. Part 14. So, Zulin's father decided to go to the Red Rose Guild's training center to have a sparring match with the protagonist. And Kang is there with his arms crossed saying, "What? You want to fight me? And what's the reason for that? Explain it to me." Xiao Muji says he's really curious and just wanted to test the protagonist's skills and see how strong Kangwoo is. But we know his real intentions. He wants to humiliate Kangwoo so that his daughter will stop liking the protagonist and start liking the person he wants, Jimmy. Xiaomuji says that if Kangwoo accepts, he'll help him whenever he needs it. And the protagonist, still with his arms crossed, thinks to himself that this is a great opportunity because fighting someone from the world rankings is exactly what he wanted, to test his power. Meanwhile, Jimmy was looking at his older brother with a lot of fear because he knows that the guy on the other side is really strong. This worked out well for the protagonist since he had been wanting to test the power of the demonic crystal for a long time, but none of his enemies were strong enough. And now that Xiaomuji is right in front of him, this is an excellent opportunity. And so, the protagonist starts to smile and says, "So, what's up? When are we going to start?" But on the inside, the protagonist is really excited because he's about to go all out on this old man with everything he's got. A short time later, the fight begins, and Kangwoo charges at Xiaomuji, and the first hack the protagonist uses is the Steel Axe Authority combined with the power of ice, and with that he creates the Leviathan. And with this ability, he strikes down hard on Xiaomuji, who, being a very skilled warrior, easily defends against that attack. However, the Leviathan isn't just a weapon, it's actually a spell. And after those two weapons clash, Xiaomuji's sword starts to freeze. And when he notices that, he knows he can't let the protagonist's sword stay in contact with his own for too long. So, with a powerful counterattack, he pushes the protagonist back. While Kangwoo is pushed back, Xiaomuji changes his fighting stance, and it's lucky for Kangwoo that he didn't blink, because in a split second, Xiaomuji had already covered his body with energy and leapt at the protagonist at incredible speed. And Kangwoo, still in the air, widens his eyes in shock, because this old man is insanely fast and is attacking him with everything he's got. A split second later, the protagonist dodges to the left, and Xiaomuji's swift sword slices through the spot where the protagonist's head had just been. However, our protagonist has over 10,000 years of battle experience, and as soon as Xiaomuji notices the dodge, he instantly changes the direction of his sword at lightning speed. And despite everything, he's very surprised, because Kangwoo, even while in midair, managed to dodge his strike. But he knows that with this next attack, Kangwoo won't be able to dodge, since he's way too close. However, the Demon King Kangwoo starts to smile. You know what that means, right? Blink and you're dead, right? But Xiaomuji still hasn't blinked, and realizes that Kangwoo counterattacked him even faster. And using all his agility, he dodges that attack from the opponent, because out of nowhere, Kangwoo drew a weapon and tried to stab him in the head. And after that, we see a huge explosion in that area, with debris flying everywhere. However, Xiaomuji is completely focused on the battle and lands on his feet. He's not ranked worldwide for nothing, he's really good in combat. And then our opponent starts teasing Xiaomuji and says, "Yeah, right? That was a close one, huh?" But deep down, he's actually pretty happy because he can see that the power of the demonic crystal is really impressive. And the protagonist thinks that this demonic crystal gives him a huge advantage because now, the time it used to take him to cast a spell is now instant. So, the power of Hellfire, combined with the power of the Black Spear. And with that he creates by dent one of his most powerful weapons. Kangwoo notices that the casting speed for any weapon has become many times faster. And now, what used to be a disadvantage for him has turned into an insane hack, because now he can switch weapons really quickly. So, gripping that note tightly, he gets ready to strike Xiaomuji again. Then, the protagonist takes it off his foot, so he can make his throw. However, he doesn't want to use the crystal's power to strengthen his body, because for him, all of this is just a great test. And after thinking all that, he throws the bident at Xiaomuji at an extremely high speed. That powerful weapon from the protagonist rushes forward at a tremendous speed. Meanwhile, Xiaomuji stands on guard, waiting for another attack from the protagonist. And he shows that he's not ranked among the world's best for nothing. So, that Chinese warrior raises his sword and starts imbuing it with a lot of power. And so, using the power of the dragon, he gets ready to use another one of his sword techniques, widening his eyes even more. Since he still hasn't blinked, he unleashes the move Blue Dragon Power, first form. He then releases the dragon's power with great force onto that bident. And the poor little ticket cannot resist that powerful blow, and starts to crack. And right after that, the very powerful bident of Porta shatters into several pieces, because the blow it took from Xiaomuji was really strong. However, all of this is part of Porta's plan, and he thinks to himself that this is the third advantage of the demonic crystal. Then, he snaps his fingers and all the shards of the bident start to vibrate and glow. And Xiaomuji, realizing this, knows things are about to go bad because this Kangwoo is really cunning. And right after Porta snaps his fingers, a powerful explosion fills half the room because the bident, besides being a weapon, is also a very strong explosive device. And so, Porta, with an evil look on his face, is very pleased because discovering the demonic crystal gave him tremendous destructive power. Every weapon he makes, he can turn into a bomb. Seeing that huge explosion, Chimi gets very worried about the Sword Emperor and calls out his name. And Zuling is extremely anxious because her father was caught in the middle of that massive explosion. But at that moment, a shout is heard from within the smoke. It's Xiaomuji, and he is furious. Raising his aura, he gets ready to fight Porta for real because he can see that this guy is as strong as someone from the world rankings. And Xiaomuji, laughing a lot, says that this time he's going to fight Porta with all his strength, because before he was underestimating him and almost died. And Porta, with a maniacal look on his face, is really happy because now Xiaomuji is radiating a really strong killing intent, and Kangwoo loves killing intent. What this guy is giving off even sends chills down his spine. And Kangwoo says he's really going to enjoy beating this guy until his killing intent turns into nothing but pure crying. Looking at Xiaomuji, he realizes that now he's showing the true power of the world rankings. And the leader of the Celestial Gate, Xiaomuji from China, says that this time he's going to fight seriously against Porta. And Porta is really happy about that and tells Xiaomuji that he should have been fighting seriously from the very start. And so, Porta summons the power of the blade together with the power of hell. However, since Porta is going to fight against the dragon, he also combines it with another power, which I don't know the meaning of. And so his blade completely changes form, and Kangwoo creates for the first time, Gran, the Dragon Slayer. Because if Xiaomuji is a dragon, there's nothing better than using the best sword to counter a dragon, Gran, the Great Dragon Slayer sword. And the Lord of Hell is very pleased, because he has finally found someone strong enough to fight him with all their might. And Porta says, "Come at me, I'm going to crush you completely." And Xiaomuji says that Porta is very insolent and raises his aura even more. And then he asks Kangwoo, "Hey, what's your true identity? Because you're not just an ordinary guy." And Porta says, "Well, find out for yourself. Come at me with everything you've got, step up, because today I'm going to teach you a lesson." And the world ranker, Xiaomuji, starts to smile because Kangwoo, besides being insolent, is very confident in his own power. And after Xiaomuji hears all that attitude, he says he's going to go all out against Porta. And suddenly he says, "HM, are you fighting with your phone over there?" Proto says, "Hold on, my phone is ringing. Let me answer it. I have to take this call, okay? It's from the redhead, and she's the boss here. If I don't answer, that woman is going to get really pissed off. Shamit Jean, take your time. Talk to her. Cindy, hey, redhead, what's going on? Is there a problem?" And she starts yelling, "You son of a bitch with a soldier. What are you doing in my guild? Everyone's calling me in a panic saying everything's shaking. Are you trying to take down my guild? I'm going to beat the crap out of you if you keep training there. Stop whatever you're doing. Look, I don't know what you're doing there. I don't want you to keep doing what you're doing. Do you think this is your house, so you can do whatever you want? You're about to destroy everything. Everything's shaking. Hey, you idiot. What did I just tell you? Huh? Tell me, what did I just say to you right now? Don't you remember? I'll repeat it. Look, General Chang just got back from Japan, and he has urgent news for us. So, what I told you earlier, you need to do it now. Go over to the Warang Corporation, because he wants to talk to us. And another thing, stop that training, because if you want to destroy something, it's not going to be my guild, got it?" And Proto, acting all entitled, says, "Well, I don't have a car here, can you come pick me up?" And she says, "Hey, I gave you a car, so take it now and come meet me." And Proto, who's already changed his tone, says, "Yes, redhead, I'll drive to you right away, okay? I'll be there in just a bit." And so, looking all sheepish, he glances at Shamit Jean, and Shamit Jean looks back at him and says, "Man, you're in trouble, huh? Hey, I didn't do anything, alright? You're the one who accepted the fight, but since I was the one who challenged you, the responsibility is all mine. Don't worry, I'll talk to her." And Proto, looking all sheepishly happy, thanks him and says he'll save this fight for another day, because if the two of them keep going, Redhead is going to kill them both. And so, Shamit Jean says goodbye to Proto and says, "Yeah, I thought I'd beat you easily, but it looks like you're stronger than I thought." So he looks back and hears his daughter, all enchanted, saying that Kanghan is really strong, and Chimi, beaming, agrees with her, saying that the big brother really is very strong. And Shamit Jean realizes that the two of them are really close, but both his daughter and Chimi are just excitedly cheering for Proto, which isn't exactly the kind of closeness he wanted from Chimi. He wanted Chimi to be his son-in-law. Shamit Jean keeps thinking that he only came here to humiliate Proto, but this guy is way stronger than I thought, and he's really mysterious, so he's definitely not a simple person. So, he says he needs to find out Proto's true identity, but he also mentions that when he was fighting Proto, he had a terrifying feeling. It seemed like that guy was evil incarnate, and Shamit Jean keeps thinking that when he was fighting Kong, and that guy started to get serious, he felt like he was being pulled into a sea of sinister energy. He even thought that the strange power Kanghan was giving off could swallow him up at any moment. And so he keeps wondering, who exactly is this Kanghan, to the point that he even scares me. But then the scene shifts to the Warang squad headquarters, and Kanghan is sweating a lot because the conversation is about a succubus, and that's what actually makes Proto a bit scared. And the redhead says, "Yeah, I've heard about succubi. They're demons that suck the spirit out of men, right?" And Captain Chang, who I'm quickly going to give a nickname, says yes, that's exactly what a succubus is. He says that the demonic order in Japan is trying to summon this demon. Then someone asks, "So, what's the name of this demon, do you know?" And with his hand on his head, he starts thinking, demon, the demon's name. Yeah. Lilith, her name is Lilith, the demon queen. And when Proto hears this, he goes pale and speechless, because he knows the demon queen Lilith. And Chan, who from now on we'll call William, says that this succubus is the demon queen. So the artist wanted to explain to us everything that happened before Proto heard the name of the queen of hell, Lilith. And so, the system formally introduces us to the commander of the first Warang squad, Chang Yanji. However, as I already mentioned, we'll call him William. And William, talking to Proto, says it's a pleasure to meet him. And Kang-hun, very polite, says, yes, my name is Woo Kang-hun. But this guy is already an old acquaintance of the redhead, and she says it's been a long time since they've seen each other. And so, he very politely tells the three of them that it's been a long time and invites them to sit down. And William says that it seems like there's a big commotion in Korea, right? Because it looks like the demonic cult has shown its claws in Korea, and Proto kept looking at him, trying to figure out what kind of person this captain is. And William apologizes to everyone for not being able to help them back then, but Kang-hun keeps analyzing William and realizes that he's as strong as Carlos. Still, it seems like this guy is so tough that even if he were robbed, I doubt he would bleed a single drop of blood. But the redhead interrupts Proto's thoughts and says that the big problem in Korea has been completely solved, and there haven't been any more civilian casualties thanks to this guy right here. And she points her finger at Kang-hun. She says that he saved a lot of people, and the captain says that Bianca had already talked about his accomplishments. He also thanked Proto for saving so many lives. And then the redhead says to him, hey William, why did you call us here in such a hurry? What happened? And he says it's because he has something to tell them, and it's really important. And she said, you called me. You could have told me over the phone. It wouldn't have been a problem. And he says, no, these things have to be said in person. You know why? It's about the demonic order. And when he says demonic order, the redhead is startled because the demonic order in Korea was almost completely wiped out. But hearing from William that the problem he's bringing up now is related to the demonic order leaves the redhead a bit shocked. And so, William continues. He says that the demonic cult in Japan is almost the same as the demonic cult in Korea, and he found out that they are making a big preparation to summon a demon. And the redhead says, a demon? Well, here in Korea, they also summoned a demon, someone called Oryax. So that's probably what they're trying to do over in Japan too. And William, looking down, says yes. However, over in Japan, they're trying to do it on a much bigger scale. And the redhead says that must be it, since the demonic cult in Japan is much bigger than the one in Korea. And so, both of them become worried. Suddenly, Bianca says, oh, William, what about the Japanese government? Are they helping you guys? He says yes, that the government is helping a lot. However, the news has already leaked to the press. So that's making the country very anxious, since the summoning of a great demon is being taken very seriously over in Japan. And after that, the redhead says, hey, but isn't there a world ranking over in Japan? And from what I know, that ranking, Fujimoto Ryoma, is really strong. So why do you guys need our help? And he explains that in Japan, Fujimoto Ryoma is the strongest guy of all. However, the second strongest isn't really that much stronger, and none of the experts over there even come close to the power that guy has. And since he heard that you guys managed to take down the demon cult in Korea, he got really interested in your help. And the redhead is super pissed, because it hasn't been long since the demon cult caused a mess at Ilsa Station. And now that damn cult is causing trouble again, but this time in Japan, and they're not even giving them a break to rest. And Proto is really happy, because he knows that a demon is a very good thing. Then he remembers the demons he's already faced, and how the demonic energy he absorbed from both of them was really delicious and greatly boosted his power. So, Kang-hun gets really excited and thinks, bring on another demon, it's going to be a treat for me. And suddenly, the redhead says, hey William, do you know what kind of demon they're trying to summon? He says yes, he knows what kind of demon it is. It's a very powerful demon, and she's known as the succubus queen, and her name is... Let me try to remember, HM. At that moment, Proto starts to tremble, because he knows a succubus queen, but he stays in denial, saying it can't be her. And then we go back to what the redhead said, where she describes a succubus as a demon that sucks the souls of men, and that's the kind of demon the Japanese are trying to summon. So, as we've seen before, she asks William again, hey, what's the name of this demon? And that's when he answers, Lilith. Her name is Lilith. But the next scene is pretty new for us, because the protagonist even knocks over his chair, and the redhead gets startled and says, hey, are you crazy? You almost gave me a heart attack with that noise. And why are you standing up, huh? Come on, tell me. And Kangwoo says, well, we must at all costs. And William doesn't get it and says, I didn't get that, what did you say? And he says he's going to give it his all, to make sure that demon is never summoned to Earth. And Kangwoo says he'll use every means he has to never let that kind of demon be summoned to Earth. And then the scene shifts to the past, to the protagonist's memories, and he remembers when he was in hell. He was the sovereign of the 9 hells and his queen was Lilith, a very powerful demoness. But that woman seemed to be in heat all the time. And as for Balzard, he doesn't say anything, because he's completely focused on that crazy succubus who's always trying to drain him at every moment. And Kangwoo says that he, Lilith, and Balzard always stuck together because those two subordinates were the strongest and most loyal he had. And so he remembers that the strongest being he ever faced in that hell was Balzard. However, after defeating Balzard, he submitted himself completely to him, becoming his main force. And he also remembers Lilith. She was the renowned strategist, and with all his power, he didn't want to waste the presence of someone so intelligent and extremely loyal. However, every time that succubus got close to him, that woman wasn't just in heat, she wanted to mate with him at any cost. And so he remembers Lilith coming up to him with her tentacle and saying, come here, baby, my eye is wide open for you. Come on, look, my slime is even coming out. Come here, come on. And Lilith tells the protagonist that she's going to get him in bed tonight, that he won't escape her, that this time she's finally going to get what she wants. And the protagonist says that after he defeated Lilith and beat her up, she told him she got all wet, that ever since that day, she's only thought about him and now she's practically a virgin. She wants him no matter what, and in that way. And Kangwoo runs off, without even waiting for her to finish talking. And since Lilith is a very smart strategist, she managed to get the protagonist to promise that she would be his wife. And so he became king and she became queen. However, day after day, Lilith kept chasing after him, wanting their marriage to be consummated, and so every night, Lilith would sneak into his room, wanting the protagonist to go at it hard with her. "Hey, demon, where are you? Come here, baby, come on. I'm all ready for you, come on." The protagonist remembers that, somehow, he managed to escape her clutches. Back in the present, Kangwoo, really excited, says, "Hey, I promise that no matter what, I'll stop this summoning." And the redhead has never seen him this excited before and starts thinking, what's gotten into him? Why is he acting like that? And William says he heard from Bianca that Kangwoo is a man of justice, and that even now, knowing this demon is trying to be summoned in another country, you're volunteering yourself. So you really are a man of justice. And the redhead says, "Hey, Kangwoo, why are you standing up? Do you have a stomachache or something?" He says no, he's really excited and wants to go to Japan to put an end to this. Scene says, "Hey William, what's the situation like over in Japan?" And so, William starts talking about what's going on in Japan. And Scene talks about a famous player named Curie, and that this powerful player was kidnapped by the demonic order. When they hear this, Bianca and the redhead are really shocked and say, "What? Kurosaki Curie. We're going to change the name Kurosaki Curie to Juliana." And William says that he still doesn't know why the demonic order kidnapped this player, and the protagonist leans in close to the redhead and whispers, "Who is this Juliana?" And the redhead says to him, "What? You really don't know who she is?" And so, the redhead starts telling Juliana's story. She says that 5 years ago, during the Cataclysm, an S-rank portal appeared at Sapporo Station and hundreds of onlookers were there taking photos and filming. And there were several mothers who had brought their little children to see the dimensional portal for the first time. But that SS-rank dimensional portal was completely different from the others, because everyone said that from that portal, several claws appeared, and the redhead says that after that, dozens, or maybe even 100 monsters came out of the portal, and all of them were very strong. Since there were a lot of civilians nearby, thousands of them were massacred. However, since all those monsters were high rank, they quickly spread throughout the country and started destroying everything in their path. And so, almost 1 million people lost their lives, and it was at that moment that the celestial shaman, Kurosaki Curie, or Juliana, appeared. And the redhead says that this shaman is the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor and that her power is support-based, and with her help, she and several players managed to kill many of those monsters and pushed most of them to Hokkaido. The redhead also says that Hokkaido is still a forbidden zone nowadays, because very powerful demons rule that place. And so, the redhead finishes by telling Kangwoo that from that day on, Juliana became the hope of Japan, because the resistance against the demons started with her. Then, looking at the protagonist, the redhead says, "Oh, she also has an incredible ability." And Kangwoo, very curious, says, "Huh? What ability is that?" The redhead says that Juliana's ability is called Descent, and with her power, she can make people be possessed by the power of the gods. And she says that the world-ranked Ryoma is only like that because she used this power on him, and that from the moment she used her power on Ryoma, he now has an ability called the Eye of Susanoo. And the protagonist knows that there are descendants of various gods on Earth, and he gets very intrigued, wanting to know why the demonic order kidnapped someone who has the Descent ability. Are they trying to use this ability? And then he remembers, the gods from a legend? And that's when the protagonist realizes things are way deeper than he thought, because if he remembers the names from the legends, it's clear the demonic cult wants to use this woman's power to summon the 7 capital demons. And so Kangwoo recalls the names of the 7 demons, Lucifer, Satan, Baal, Leviathan, Belphegor, Mammon, and Asmodeus. And so he starts thinking that maybe people believe her ability is just decent, but he thinks her real power is the ability to bring beings from other dimensions, and it's through her power that the demonic order is trying to summon Lilith. The protagonist knows that Lilith, the temptress, has an almost irresistible demonic power because she uses illusion and domination, and with this power she grants every pleasure to the person she is controlling. And the protagonist says that he has never seen anyone except himself manage to resist Lilith's abilities because the seductive power of the Queen of Hell is truly monstrous. And after that, the protagonist asks William, "Hey, how many people from here are going to Japan?" And William explains that it has to be just a few people, at most 7, because the Japanese government is choosing the group due to the fact that the shaman Juliana was kidnapped. So the protagonist starts counting. Look, there are 4 of us in this room. And then there's that blonde guy who works with Bianca, so that leaves 2 spots open. And Kangwoo realizes that the rescue group is smaller than he expected. So looking at William he says, "Well, since everyone's here, let's get going, right?" And then William says, "Well, we can leave anytime, our plane is already waiting at the airport." And Kangwoo says, "What? Airport? No way, the airport is so far from here, let's go with Edna." And he says, What Edna? What are you talking about?" And then we see, from the clouds as little Edna bursts through them at an incredible speed. But this time, little Edna is much faster than before, because the protagonist put a protective dome over her, allowing her to fly at extremely high speed. So, while little Edna used to fly at only 600 to 800 kilometers per hour, now she's flying at over 3,000 kilometers per hour. However, everyone is very well protected on top of little Edna, and that's thanks to yet another stolen ability from the protagonist, who basically put a saddle on top of little Edna. And so, the redhead bumps into that dome. Yeah, this is pretty good, huh? Oh, I thought this thing would be fragile, but it's actually really good and effective, better than an airplane. Hey Kangwoo, you really are something else, huh? I liked that. And he explains that none of them there would be able to ride on Edna's Inha, because for her to fly at such high speed, the flesh of most of them would be completely torn apart. The wind resistance at that speed is so intense, he fears that only he could survive it. However, what's really worrying the protagonist isn't that, it's the fact that the blonde kid is feeling really nauseous. No one else there got sick, but the blonde kid is holding back his vomit with all his might because he got really queasy, and Edna Zinha is saying, if you throw up on me, I'm tossing you off. Anyone who dares to throw up on my beautiful hair, which I measure and comb every day, I'll kill on the spot, got it? I'm warning you. And then William says to the blonde kid, hang in there, just a little longer, because at the speed we're going, it'll only take a few minutes to get from Korea to Japan. And it is at this time that the seventh member of the group appears, because Edna Zinha is the sixth and Alice, the protagonist's beloved, is the seventh person, and she says, hey Kangwoo, is it okay if I really go? Are you sure? Wouldn't it be better for you to bring Taeshu, or maybe Kimmy instead? And he says no, because for what he needs to do, her help will be essential. She's much better at this than the others. But inside, he's thinking that her buff is really powerful, and now that he's reached triple digits in demonic energy, if he gets even a simple buff from her, his energy will increase a lot. And so, we're at the scene, with the protagonist's three beloveds, little Edna, the dragon, Alice who wants to be the protagonist's wife at any cost, and the feisty redhead who's in love with the protagonist. Then, just a few minutes after leaving Korea, the seven of them are already in Japan, and Alice sees something that really scares her and says, huh? Is that Sapporo Station down there? And then we're shown the old Sapporo Station, where an SS rank portal appeared in Japan, and everything there is in complete ruins. Outside that station, there are still hundreds of powerful demons, all roaming freely, since that's their territory. They've completely taken it over. Even as the protagonist passes overhead, the demons sense his presence and look in his direction. Then, the SSS rank dragon approaches the portal at Sapporo Station, and Kangwoo, looking down from above, realizes there's a lot of destruction there. But when he sees that portal, he realizes that the demonic energy has already spread throughout the entire station. So he's sure that the demon summoning ceremony must have already started. And then he looks back and says, oh, William, by any chance, is the summoning of this demon going to happen here at Sapporo Station? And William, who is telling the blonde guy that they've already arrived in Japan, looks at the protagonist and says yes, that the intelligence reported the demon cult's summoning will take place at Sapporo Station. And so Kanhan says to him, yeah, but from what I can see, we don't have much time, okay. Oh, let's meet up with a Japanese group right away, before it's too late. And then we're shown the Japanese base at Sapporo Station. And the base is underwater, since the entire Sapporo Station and its surroundings have been completely taken over by demons. After that, we're shown the world ranking. And he says, oh, they finally arrived. And the person next to him asks, who arrived? I don't see anyone. And right after that, the protagonist's feet approach that place. And so we see that the protagonist fell from the sky. However, as they were getting close to that base, with the use of magic, everyone was slowed down and landed gently on top of that floating base. Both the soldiers and the person next to the world ranking are really startled because to them, those guys just appeared out of nowhere. And then a very startled soldier says, oh, who are you guys? But the man with glasses recognizes them immediately and says, Captain William, is that you? I'm glad you made it already. Hey, idiot, lower your weapon now. Right after that, he greets Captain William and says it's a pleasure to see him again. And Captain William says, Prime Minister, we're here to help, and since we're neighbors, it's only natural that we help each other. And the Prime Minister is very surprised and says, HM, you always surprise me with that fluent Japanese of yours. And after that, the protagonist says, Edna, can you do me a favor? Can you use that translation magic of yours again, please? And Edna says, of course, you dummy. Oh, who will translate? Go. And just like that, the magic of translation surrounds everyone there. And now everyone can clearly understand what the Prime Minister is asking. And he says, and the people who are with you, who are they? And Captain William, looking back, says that everyone there came from Korea, and they're the team that came to help. And the captain also says that everyone there is extremely strong. And the redhead is really amazed because she's able to understand Japanese. And Edna is very proud and says, this is all thanks to me, thanks to my power. I'm pretty strong, aren't I? But Alice is worried about something else, and she looks to the side and says, where are those two? Why are they moving away? And then we see who she was looking at. The blonde guy is over there calling for Raoul, because the short time he spent flying on top of Edna was enough to make his stomach turn. And since he knew he couldn't throw up on that dragon, or else he'd be dead for sure, he held it in until now. And Bianca, poor thing, is there comforting him. And after that, the Japanese world ranker says, "Oh, Prime Minister, can I join this conversation too?" And the Prime Minister, looking back, says, "Oh yeah, of course you can. Come here, come on. Let me introduce you to everyone." And the Japanese world ranker introduces himself, saying his name is Fujimoto Ryoma, and he's really happy, and says he wants to thank them for coming to help him. And Kanghan watches from a distance. And Kanghan wonders to himself if that guy up front is the world ranker Fujimoto Ryoma. And while Fujimoto is thanking William, the protagonist is focused on his eyes, because they are definitely Susanoo's eyes. And suddenly, Susanoo looks at the protagonist and says, "Oh, it's really nice to meet you too, okay?" And the protagonist, holding little Edna in his arms, says that the pleasure is all his and that they don't need to introduce themselves to each other. And after that, the protagonist says, "Oh, I think we're running out of time, okay? What's the plan you guys have? Could you tell us the details?" And Fujimoto, knowing the protagonist is right because he doesn't have time to stand around chatting, says he'll share his plan now. And then, using magic, he pulls a very strange map out of a box. And so, in true drag queen style, Fujimoto stands in front of the map and says he's going to present the plan to them now. Then the scene shifts to some time after the plan has been presented. And up in the sky we can still see little Edna flying. But down below at Sapporo Station, we can see that the battle has already begun, with many humans fighting against the demons. A short while later, little Edna also joins the fight, and as an SSSS rank, she starts casting a spell. And so, in just a very short time, little Edna unleashes her new ability, Death Mist, and a thick fog pours out from her hands, instantly poisoning all the demons in front of her. And that's no ordinary poison, because in addition to being a suffocating toxin, it's also a paralyzing poison. And so, all the demons hit by that ability become paralyzed and writhe in agony until they die. And with that single move, little Edna easily wipes out many S-rank monsters that were in front of her, since none of them are a match for an S-rank dragon. And the protagonist is just standing there, arms crossed, watching the whole scene. Meanwhile, right next to him is his beloved Alice, the healing mage, who is now also S-rank. And the protagonist just keeps watching, as Captain William and the fierce Bianca charge furiously at the Willem demons. And the protagonist knows that those types of demons are from the second hell, and these creatures are really strong. However, when he looks further ahead, he notices there's a Kerberos, a demon from the third hell. And that creature has 3 heads, and is really powerful. But the one fighting against this demon is the redhead. And the first thing she does is tie up the creature's mouth so it can't bite anyone. And after holding down 2 of the heads and the blonde kid knocks down the third, the redhead looks to the side and gets really pissed off. And she says, "Hey, Kanghan, you slacker. Are you going to stand there watching? This demon here is crazy strong, you know. There's no way we can kill it on our own. Come over here and help, and stop just watching." And Kanghan, who's super tough, just looks back and says, "Alice, can you do that thing? Give me that buff?" And she says, "Of course, Kanghan. Right away." So, the mage Alice uses the Gracious Light skill on the protagonist, and immediately his physical and magical resistance are increased by 300 points, and his unique power, Demonic Energy, is boosted by 3 more. That is, 3 more levels. And Kanghan, noticing the power boost, lights up with excitement. Every time he gets this buff, he's really intrigued, because even though he uses demonic power, he can still receive a light buff. That's really fascinating to him, since this buff is actually super powerful. With it, our protagonist finally reaches 106 demonic energy. So right, why waste time? Since the redhead wants help, let's do the test right now. And so, Kanghan uses the authority of Hellfire and combines it with the authority of Espelokeo. And Espelokeo, which for us here, will understand this authority as solar wind particles. So, the protagonist, who is buffed by Alice, unleashes that massive attack, which is one of the most powerful he's ever done so far. And the blonde guy jumps back to avoid getting hit by that attack, but he still gets it in the face. But the redhead puts her hand in front of her face, because the heat from that is just too intense. And the creature, who was fighting everyone before, doesn't even have time to react, because it wasn't just burned. The heat was so intense that wherever that power hit, it didn't even turn to charcoal or ash. It was vaporized instantly. And the redhead, still holding her hand in front of her face, realizes just how destructive that attack really is. If that attack had hit her, she would have been done for right then and there. Remembering that, she gets really pissed off. And after that, she looks at Kanghan and says, "Hey, are you crazy? Were you trying to kill me? Alice, why didn't you stop him?" And the protagonist is really happy, because the technique he used is actually super powerful. And he says to the redhead, "Yeah, right? I could have killed you, but I didn't. You're still alive, aren't you? Come on, congratulate me, will you?" And Alice is completely shocked, because the power Kanghan just showed, she's never seen anything like it before. She's sure now that he's really powerful. But the redhead is still totally pissed off and says to both of them, "Hey, are you nuts? Couldn't you at least wait for us to get out of the way first? Did you really have to throw that with us still here? Look, I didn't like what you did at all, okay." But the protagonist isn't even paying attention to her anymore, because ever since he got there, he's been feeling something really uncomfortable, though he still doesn't know what it is and keeps wondering about it. Then he remembers Ryoma's plan. He says, "Okay, you guys attack here, and you guys attack over here. And one person is going to infiltrate where the demonic ritual is happening. Are you following me?" Then he shows 2 points on the map and says, "Look, up here is the station, where the portal appeared. You guys are going to go there, okay? But that's not where the summoning is taking place. The summoning is happening down here at this lower point, but you're going up there. You know why. The demonic cult already knows us, but they don't know you. And when you show up there, you're going to mess with their heads. But meanwhile, we'll stay down here, taking them out, invading their cult, and running all their plans. Got it? And William says, wait, but the person who's going to infiltrate, are they going in alone? He says, yes, they'll be infiltrating alone. Oh, but don't worry, okay? That person will be me. I'm going to sacrifice myself. I'll infiltrate the demonic cult summoning and put an end to them. However, the protagonist is thinking to himself that this guy just wants to play the hero. He's just a show-off. While the protagonist is listening to all of this with his eyes closed, Alice is in shock, because the redhead doesn't like being ignored. So she gets closer to the protagonist and says, hey, I'm going to punch you guys. That fire back there almost finished me off. Someone's going to get beat up in here. So Alice says, hey, Kanhan, open your eyes, Kanhan. The redhead is coming, you know? She said she's going to hit us. But Kanhan is pretty annoyed, because they still haven't figured out where the demon cult summoning ceremony is happening. But the redhead wants to get even closer. Suddenly, a huge explosion is heard and seen inside Sapporo Station. And I think that actually saved the protagonist, because the redhead was already getting ready to punch him. So that big explosion grabs the attention of all three, and the redhead asks, HM, what was that? What was that explosion? And the protagonist is sure that was Ryoma's power, so he knows. He has to keep an eye on that guy no matter what. So, standing on the ground, he uses the authority of observation, and after that, the protagonist's observation power starts to spread out, which shatters my belief that this power could only be used from high places, because now he's using it on the ground. And Alice keeps wondering if that's Ryoma's power. However, the redhead is just thinking that guy showed up late. He should have arrived a long time ago. But the protagonist is really struggling, because with so much demonic energy spread around that place, it's really hard to locate anything here. So, by focusing even more on the authority of observation, the protagonist sees everything around him, and everything starts to become much clearer to him. He notices that Fujimoto Ryoma is surrounded by a lot of demons, but that guy is incredibly agile and is using a really strange ability. However, the protagonist observes at the exact moment when he activates the power of Susanoo, and then that power that was following him moves in front of him and slashes through all the demons in its path. So, the protagonist starts to notice that this power is really strange, because besides slicing up some monsters, it also makes them melt, and the protagonist keeps watching all of Fujimoto Ryoma's powers. However, something very strange is bothering the protagonist, because ever since he started watching Fujimoto Ryoma, he hasn't seen a single cultist along the way. So, he keeps wondering where all the cultists are. But then, the protagonist stops everything he's doing and starts to smile. Ha 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 ha! Oh, I get it now, huh? You guys are here, aren't you? I finally found you guys, huh? Now I know where you were hiding. And Alice, hearing the protagonist say that, asks, oh, Kenro, why are you saying that? What happened? And the little redhead, still super annoyed, crossing her arms, says to him, hey, crazy, tell us, what are your plans? Why do you have your hand raised like that? I don't get it at all. And the protagonist keeps thinking that, with all this demonic energy spread throughout this place, it took him a long time to find them. But now he's sure his instincts were right, because the place where they are has the highest concentration of demonic power. So, the protagonist clenches his fist and uses the authority of divine power, which multiplies his strength many times over. And of course, the protagonist combines all of this with the authority of destructive void, creating the ability we already know as Skybreaker. Then, the protagonist punches the ground with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath him to crack completely. And Alice and the redhead, who weren't expecting that, cover their faces and jump back, since the protagonist didn't even warn them about what he was going to do. So, the redhead, really pissed off at him, says, oh, you son of a bitch with a soldier, you're doing this on purpose again, aren't you? Why did you do that? And Alice gets really worried about Kenro, since he just fell into a hole. At that moment, the redhead calls out to him, hey Kenro, are you okay? Meanwhile, Alice also asks the same thing to the protagonist, but deep down, they both notice there are two people, and those two people, when they see the ceiling collapse, are shocked. And so, taking up a fighting stance, the two people, who are clearly from the demon cult, say to them, hey, who are you guys? Identify yourselves right now. How did you find us down here? And the protagonist, with a wicked look on his face, flanked by two very strong women, says to the two, bingo! I found you, didn't I? Now you guys are in trouble, man! A little while later, we see that Kanhan was very careful and took off the cultist's mask before hitting him, because that mask can't even withstand a single punch. And after that, the redhead and Alice show up, shouting the protagonist's name. However, everything was already over and the redhead arrives very excited, saying that Kanhan is really very smart, as he has already discovered where the demonic cult is and says that she wants to go with him. And Alice also says she wants to go with the protagonist. And right away, he basically throws cold water on them and says, hey, you two can't come with me, okay? And the redhead and Alice are shocked. And right after that, Kanhan explains why. He says that up there are still a lot of monsters, and Bianca and the blonde guy must be having a hard time, so they should go up to help them and keep the distraction going. But what the two really want is to go with the protagonist. However, he says there's just no way. And little Elna sits on top of the protagonist and says, Master, you're planning to go alone, aren't you? But look, I'm really worried. You can't do what you did last time, because that almost cost you your life. And then, raising her pinky for a promise, she says, Promise me with a pinky swear, come here. And looking at that scene and Elnazingi's concern, he knows that she's asking him not to open the sea of demonic energy anymore. And Kanghan, knowing that he's much stronger than before, knows he won't need to use that ability again. So he says, Yes, I promise. Right after that, the protagonist saves her and gets up from the ground. He tells the three of them that he'll be careful and that they should go up and help out upstairs. Then, he activates the duality of the blue sky and takes off at an incredibly high speed with some pretty suspicious looking wings. A little further ahead, the protagonist spots two cultists and they see how fast he's approaching them, barely having time to react. However, they still tell him to stop. But the protagonist doesn't take orders from anyone, right? Drawing on the duality of the blade, the protagonist promises to take a math class, and so the division lesson begins. 1, 2, 3. 3 divided by 1, 6. After slicing up those 3 guards, the protagonist kept flying at top speed toward the area where the demonic energy was densest. Kanghan, looking back, realized that the Japanese cultists were much weaker than the Korean ones, and so those weaklings were left writhing in agony, dying, because the protagonist killed them instantly. He just left each one leaking red fluid as they agonized to death. The protagonist also notices that all of them are really desperate, and he starts wondering if all of this is real or if something is happening that he doesn't know about. However, flying a bit further ahead, he comes to a large opening inside the subway line and notices that in that hole he can see several candles and an intense demonic energy coming from that place. The protagonist is sure he has finally arrived at the summoning site, and so the first scene the protagonist sees is the figure of a very beautiful succubus, and the person is saying, My friends, the time has finally come for us to serve our true god. We otakus no longer need to covet what is beyond the monitor. And so, that guy continues performing his ritual, and we can see that in front of him is the shaman who had been kidnapped, and he is using her to carry out some kind of ritual. And that guy who's acting as their leader says that finally all of their children will transcend the dimensions, and we can see that each person there has a photo, or some symbol of a succubus hanging on their body. And after that, the cultist leading the portal opening says that their goal is the succubus queen Lilith, and then the rift in the portal opens even wider. All the cultists behind him look like diehard otakus and say, Cardinal Saitama, do your best. Oh, even if we die today, we'll die with no regrets. And so, they all cheer as the summoning ritual continues. But then, one of them, paying closer attention, notices someone has arrived behind them and says, And who's this crazy guy showing up now? Suddenly, he shouts, Hey Cardinal, we've got an intruder. Kanghan covers his face in embarrassment and says, No, don't worry about me. Just keep going. He didn't worry about me. Just give me a moment to think, okay? I have no idea what I'm going to do, really. And Kanghan starts sweating as he watches that pitiful scene and wonders if these guys really belong to the demonic cult because they're so weak and so weird. They look like a bunch of virgin otakus. And that guy who looked back tells the Cardinal to keep going with the summoning, that he'll take care of this. And we can see that on his uniform there's a cute and pretty succubus, and there aren't even any tentacles, because that's how they imagine her. And the protagonist notices that they all look like members of a succubus fan club, since one has a keychain, and another has a lucky charm of a succubus, and they're all telling the Cardinal to please keep going with the ritual and not to stop. However, the Cardinal says he can't just stand there doing nothing. He has to do something. So he stops performing the summoning ritual and walks toward the protagonist. And after that, the Cardinal says, I have to do something, you know why? Love always blossoms in the midst of pressure and crisis. And Kanghan, upon hearing that line, which sounds like it came straight out of a comic book, just stands there, stunned, because right in front of him is a bunch of demon-worshipping otakus. And not just any demon, it has to be a female demon. And the system informs us that this is the cardinal of the Japanese demon cult, Akiyama Ichiro, but we'll call him Nanho, Rain Cake, Pork Rind, Well Wanderer, Chubby, Little Belly, Tiny Guy, and a bunch of other names I'll come up with later. And he's there, all excited, saying that their love for Lilith is burning like a passion, and the other otaku cultists, upon hearing yet another cliché phrase, burst into praise for the cult's cardinal. The moon-faced guy has such a big face that the mask looks more like a brooch. And right after that, Kang starts talking and says, Hey guys, are you trying to summon the succubus queen? Is that right? And the cult's cardinal says, Yes, of course we're trying to summon our queen, but that's pretty obvious, since we're all dressed up as worshippers of the succubus Delicia. And so, Torresman gets all excited imagining a beautiful, cute succubus, with 2 huge airbags, still sprinkling some magic dust. And after that he says, Every man deserves a succubus, because they're the queens of pleasure, and she'll definitely give us a lot of pleasure when she comes out of there. And the demon king Kanghan says just one word to them. Lust. So, are you guys summoning this succubus, just for lustful reasons? Is that it? And the cardinal of the cult starts to smile, and says that's exactly it, because everyone here can only get with someone by playing 5 against 1, and looking at a screen, and when that succubus arrives, pleasure will be unleashed, and I'll be the first to see her beautiful face. And the protagonist, upon hearing that nonsense, doesn't even wait for the sleazy king to finish talking, and using duality and speed, dashes like lightning right in front of the cult's cardinal. The protagonist, cursing at the cardinal, lands a perfectly placed knee right in the middle of that chubby guy's face, and after sending him flying far away, the protagonist, clearly annoyed, tells them that they're trying to summon a powerful demon, just to satisfy their base desires. And while he's saying this, not even half a second has passed. So none of the cultists even had time to get into a fight with the protagonist, and shocked, they keep calling out for the cardinal and saying that the cult's cardinal is a strong person and was defeated in a single blow. Kanghan doesn't let them finish talking and tells them they're playing with hell. That place is not a place for pleasure and lust. Hell is a place of weeping and gnashing of teeth. In that place, there is no peace, only war and suffering. And thinking about the succubus queen, Kanghan, filled with rage, yells at them that hell is nothing like what they imagine. However, none of the cultists care whether the protagonist is axe or not, because they have their faith, and protecting the cardinal is all they need, since they're summoning the hope of pleasure for themselves. And so, all of them charge at the protagonist with great fury. But the first one the green-eyed guy looks at gets a loving kick to the face, hard enough to break his mask. The second and third take a jab and a straight punch, and even though these cultists are weak, they don't want to give the protagonist any time, so they keep coming at him. But in the back, the chubby guy just got up, and tells all his otaku friends who are getting beaten, "Hey, this guy is way too strong, you can't take him on, just stop already." And the cult's cardinal gives the order for everyone to run away, because the guy in front of them is really a killing machine. So, putting his own life on the line, the cardinal says he'll hold off the intruder while everyone else escapes. But an otaku cultist is still an otaku cultist. They say that if they all work together, they can hold off this intruder. But Manhwa tells them to obey, because he's ready to die for his beliefs, and all they want is lust and pleasure, and that's why it's worth dying for. So the chubby guy, really angry, says he's going to face the protagonist, and after that, he drops another cliche line and says that even if he dies, his love will last forever. And after hearing that, all the otaku cultists start crying, because the cardinal's belief is so strong, and when the protagonist sees this nonsense, he gets totally disgusted and with a mocking look says, what you're saying is nonsense. You're nothing but kidnappers who grab someone to do your disgusting ritual, and you keep calling that a belief? And the chubby guy yells at Kangwoo not to insult their belief because everyone there has always wanted to have a succubus in their lives and experience pleasure with her forever. He shouts at the protagonist not to look down on the strong faith they have in lust. And then Kangwoo says, "Huh? Is your belief really that important? Alright, just stand there and watch what I'm going to do with your belief." And so Kangwoo invokes the authority of the blade, combined with the authority of explosion, and after that he uses the authority of slaughter. With these three authorities, he creates the Great Gram Sword, the Dragon Slayer, and hurls it with all his might at the portal. After throwing that sword, Kangwoo tells everyone there to die with their beliefs, and with that, the Great Gram Sword speeds toward the portal rift at incredible speed, and someone shouts, "No, that sword is heading straight for the rift. I can't let that happen." And so, the chubby pervert proves that his belief is real, and using his body as a shield, he steps in front of the Great Gram Sword, stopping the advance of that incredibly powerful sword that was about to shatter the entire rift. You know what happens next, right? The ketchup flows freely, as liters and liters of ketchup start pouring out of the chubby guy's body. And the cult's cardinal shows everyone that his faith is real, that for his succubus, he'd even give his life. And so, collapsing lifeless to the ground, the cardinal fulfilled his goal of protecting the rift that will bring forth his queen. However, the cultist further down has unshakable faith and tells the two above to grab the cardinal's body and get out of there, because he'll hold off this intruder. And Kangwoo, completely out of patience, says to him, "Hey, I'm only going to say this once, get out of my way, because I have just one goal, to close that portal. If you even breathe near me, I'll kill you." And right away, all the cultists get out of the protagonist's way and let him pass. And Kangwoo, with wings sprouting from his back, says that he would kill all of them, but he's out of time. He needs to close this portal as quickly as possible, so he tells them, "Run while you still can, because every second I waste with idiots like you is precious time I lose to close this portal." And so Kangwoo, using the authority of flight, gets even closer to that huge dimensional rift, and the guy knows that what he's doing is really reckless, but it's the only thing he can do right now. So, the protagonist uses the authority of divine power, which increases his strength 1,000-fold, and he merges this authority with the energy from the demonic stone that's inside him. And with all his strength, the protagonist starts pulling the dimensional fabric to close that rift. So, Kangwoo, in complete desperation, uses all his power, and by doing this the rift slowly starts to close. When he notices this, the protagonist is ecstatic because his plan is working. And just a few seconds later, the rift has already shrunk by about 20%. Kangwoo is sure that if he keeps this up, the rift will be closed in less than a minute, so he continues with his plan. But suddenly, a pink, sticky tentacle comes out of the portal and a very seductive voice says, "Demon? Hey, demon." And before Kangwoo realizes it, his arm has already been grabbed by a sticky, slimy tentacle. He knows that tentacle all too well, and it squeezes even harder, wrapping itself even more tightly around the protagonist. Love oozes from the tentacle, holding the protagonist in place. And just like that, the protagonist's world stops, because he knows exactly what that feeling is. He hesitates for a second, and that thing has already wrapped around his arm and left its love goo, and then he hears that seductive voice. Looking ahead, the protagonist realizes that several tentacles are coming out of the portal, and that same alluring voice speaks to him. Hey, I'm coming out head first, okay? Oh, I'm coming, okay? My king, I missed you so much. Oh, I'm going to grab you, and make it feel so good with you. And Kangwoo goes into total panic and says, no, please, don't come. And that's where we leave off. So, did you guys ask for part 15? Let's get started with part 15. And Kangwoo is really desperate, with Queen Lilith using her tentacles to try to get out of the fissure, and she says, honey, I'm coming over there. Wait for me, okay? And Kangwoo is the very picture of desperation, because this demon king isn't afraid of anything, but when it comes to Lilith, he's terrified, because if this woman gets through, she's definitely going to use him. And after hearing Lilith's sweet and gentle voice, Kangwoo desperately replies to her, no, don't come. Don't come here. And Lilith, already clinging to his arm, sends out several tentacles, trying to grab her beloved. He knows that Queen is really strong. He stands there thinking, because he's only dealing with her tentacles, and it's already pretty tough. If she manages to get through, he definitely won't be able to stop her, and the woman left him so desperate that even the demonic energy inside the stone within his body has already shattered. We don't know if it's from sheer terror, or just because the protagonist can't concentrate, so now he's thinking of going all out, and considering using the sea of demonic energy, but then he remembers little Edna telling him, hey master, you can't do what you did last time, okay? Don't do that. And closing his eyes, he says, it's okay that he won't do it, because he made a promise to sweet little Edna. But love is in the air, right? Lilith, sweet and cute, gentle, but full of desire, is determined to cross over no matter what, because she wants to get her king, and have a wild time with him. Just thinking about that passionate woman wanting to cross the portal makes the protagonist panic, because he knows that if he goes all out, she's going to use and abuse him. She's going to get on top, ride him until she can't anymore, and she'll suck him dry with pure pleasure. And Kangwoo, the badass demon king, is scared out of his mind, because if there's one thing that terrifies him, it's this fiery woman. So, I'm asking you, my subscribers, if you're not subscribed, you don't even need to answer. Just keep watching. So, would you smash or not smash Lilith? Tell me. The narrator, for the love of the country, would definitely smash. Kangwoo knows that if Lilith comes over, she won't kill him, because she's his ally. But he's going to be her plaything. And thinking about that, Kangwoo goes into ultra-serious mode, because after trying so hard, he promises to give it his all. And then, a black smoke starts coming out of his back. And just a short time later, we can see that the black smoke is actually the authority of predation. And by using that authority, he tries with all his might to close the portal, because Kangwoo knows that the rift is made of demonic energy, and the authority of predation can consume that demonic energy. So, Kangwoo begins to prey on that portal. Another naughty tentacle tries to come out of that portal, and Lilith, when nibbled by the authority of predation, even gets goosebumps. Oh, that feels so good. And she realizes that her king has already started the foreplay, and that the main event is coming up soon. But the protagonist activates his authority of predation even more, and dozens of mouths start doing their job, absorbing the demonic energy from that portal. And what does Kangwoo intend to do after absorbing a good portion of that demonic energy? He's going to form a new demonic energy stone in his dantian in order to further increase the power of the authority of predation. And since Kangwoo had already absorbed a lot of demonic energy, the demonic energy stone he formed ended up much larger than the previous one. And so, the system notifies him that the demonic energy stone has finally reached the required size for the extreme demonic energy body. And the protagonist, who wasn't even thinking about it, realizes that he has just completed the third and final stage for the extreme demonic energy body, since he knows that this demonic energy body is the first step for him to become a demon god. So, in case you've forgotten, let me tell you the 3 conditions. The first condition is to reach 60 demonic energy. The second condition is to combine 3 or more authorities. And the third and final condition was the one he just achieved, which is to create a demonic energy stone of a certain size. And so, the system notifies him again. Hey, you just met the third condition. And after that, the demonic energy stone inside the protagonist shatters completely, and all that energy starts swirling throughout the protagonist's body. And then, the system notifies him that his body is being changed, and Kangwoo feels an exponential increase in power. And he starts wondering, why is this happening right now? But he's smart, right? He says, well, since that's the case, let's make the most of it. And Kangwoo, the king of the new hells, has his pupils completely changed, and a huge grin appears on his face, because the strength he was missing has just arrived. So he starts using all the demonic energy he just gained and focuses it in his hands to close that rift. What once seemed impossible to him, now he's finally sure he can do it. And so Kangwoo manages to completely close that rift. However, as he closes it, he gets hit by a backlash of power that throws him back with a lot of force. And since he's already almost out of demonic power, he's quickly hurled backward. Kangwoo is completely wiped out, lying on the ground and sweating a lot. because that was extremely difficult. And that woman almost crossed over. After that, the system notifies the protagonist that his extreme demonic energy body has completed its transformation and tells him that his stats have increased by 5. He's still on the ground, looking at his hand, trying to see if there's any visible change. He looks one way, then the other, and says, "Is that it? Just that? Man, I went through all that just for this." The only difference I felt was the demonic energy from the demonic stone spreading throughout my whole body. That's it. Seriously. Then the system says to him, "Oh, you fool, you finally completed the extreme demonic energy body. So, you've finally unlocked your 6th awakening." And after reading that, Kangwoo becomes very alert because he finally managed to break through that barrier. And with that, you can see just how much effort Kangwoo put in to close that portal, because even after fighting Carlos, he still couldn't break through to the 6th awakening with all that effort. But now, to close that portal, he used everything he had and then some. But then, the protagonist gets cool, right? He gets curious, making that goofy face down there, because he wants to know what new hack he just got. So, let's check out this hack. 6th awakening trait. The 6th awakening is called the Art of Demonic Creation, SS class, and it says that the protagonist can create equipment with the power of an authority. And the more authorities he uses in this creation process, the stronger the item will be. However, to create any equipment, he needs an item that's at least mythical level or higher. Above mythical, there's only divine, right? Tell me, subscriber, what equipment is above mythical? The system says he can create equipment of mythical level or higher. And to do that, he has to provide an ingredient of the same category. And the system even says that when he does this, the item he used as material will be lost. Well, mythical or higher? And Kangwoo remembers that he doesn't have any mythical or higher equipment, since the strongest item he owns is legendary, the overcoat he's wearing. So, he makes a sad, pouty face, and just stands there, sulking. But suddenly, he looks to the side because something caught his attention. He says, "What's that?" He looks back and says, "A mythical item? I think that woman has a mythical item. Well, let's go check it out." And Juliana is there, lying down, beautiful and cute, like a sleeping beauty waiting for a kiss. Kangwoo goes over, puts his hand on the altar where she is, gets much closer, and realizes that this princess is truly beautiful, and that she must also be very powerful, so she probably has a mythical or even higher level item with her. However, the protagonist isn't thinking about stealing from her, because he knows that this woman can make people gain a lot of power, way beyond mythical. He thinks about using her power to see if, with it, he can make those kinds of equipment, because he heard that she was the one who created that world-class item, the Eye of Susanoo, which completely changed Fujimoto Ryoma. And this item, that's in Fujimoto Ryoma's eyes, must be a mythical piece of equipment, or even way above that, but the protagonist is a knight. He says, "Yeah, I'll rescue her. Then I'll deal with this, let's go." The whole wall explodes, and that catches the protagonist's attention. And who shows up is Fujimoto Ryoma, flying and all carefree, and he says, "Weren't you supposed to be up there? What are you doing down here?" And Kangwoo, who's really tough, answers him, "Well, the demon summoning was happening down here, that's why I came to the basement." And Fujimoto Ryoma, grinning, says to him, "So, what just happened here? Tell me." "Oh, because you know, right? This place wasn't assigned to the Koreans. I don't know what you're doing here." And he just stands there, smiling, with that cheerful, flamboyant look on his face. And then he asks the protagonist again, "Hey, tell me, what are you doing here? Why are you here?" And Kangwoo, you know he's really tough, right? He says, "It's exactly what you see, duh. I came here to rescue the princess. Since the damsel was kidnapped, I came here to take her safely back home." And so, Kangwoo, the brave one, is holding Princess Juliana in his arms, and he keeps smiling at Fujimoto Ryoma, with that look you all know. And Fujimoto finally stops flying, lands on the ground, and says, "So you're telling me you left your area, and came here without permission? Is that what you did?" And Kangwoo replied to him, "Well, didn't you tell us to create chaos? So, we stirred up chaos all over the area, and I came here. That definitely doesn't go against the original plan. You know that." And Fujimoto Ryoma says, "Well, you should have told me, man. You can't just leave your area without talking to me." And Kangwoo realizes that this guy is acting weird. His little chat isn't sounding right. So, the protagonist walks toward him and says, "Look, I didn't even come down here to mess with those demons up there. I just came down to see if there was anyone around. And I wasn't going to contact you just on a hunch." But Kangwoo knows for sure that this Fujimoto Ryoma was trying to monopolize the rescue and play the hero. So, Kangwoo walks right past him, totally ignoring him, and says, "Excuse me, please, I'm going to deliver the princess." Kangwoo knows he doesn't have to worry about this guy, because what he really wants is to deliver the princess and ask for several mythological class items as a reward. He's over there laughing, 1, 2, or maybe 3 items. That would be just too good. But at that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma looks back and says, "Emergency, emergency. We have an emergency here," and the protagonist is on alert because there's no emergency happening there. And Fujimoto Ryoma is there with his ball-shaped phone, calling for help from anyone available, because an emergency has just happened at that location. And Kangwoo just stands there, watching that fool talking on the phone, while Fujimoto Ryoma announces to everyone listening, oh, one of the Koreans was an infiltrator from the demon cult, and he's down here with the princess, and Fujimoto Ryoma keeps up with his wicked plan, saying, oh, he's trying to kidnap Princess Juliana, and so he gives away their location, saying they're in the underground passage and urgently calling for backup. And Kangwoo makes that shocked face and says, huh? Is this guy really doing that? Does he have any idea how dangerous this is? What the fuck?
He's looking for me. Gam.
Lost all sense of danger? And that's how the map of the rascal begins, and the scene shifts to Tokyo, the capital of Japan. And Kangwoo is there, looking all beat up, inside the prison made just for players, and his hands are bound with a magical restraint device. So, the badass is left with no powers at all, sad and abandoned. Fujimoto Ryoma, full of himself, hand on his hip, smirking, acting all flamboyant and feeling way superior, says to Kangwoo, look, you definitely won't be able to escape from here before your trial, okay? So, just stay put. And Kangwoo, looking clueless, says, huh? Trial? I'm going to be put on trial. Poor me. I didn't do anything. And then, Fujimoto Ryoma, full of mischief, says to Kangwoo, yes, you're going to be tried tomorrow, and tomorrow morning. And do you know what your crime is? You're going to be tried for kidnapping the maiden, because you were definitely after her ability. That was your crime. And so, he imagines Kangwoo, full of mischief, kidnapping the maiden, and Fujimoto Ryoma tells Kangwoo that he's definitely an infiltrator from the demonic cult, so he's going to be Fufu. Fujimoto Ryoma, being really nice, says, hey, you can even hire a lawyer for yourself, okay? But I don't think you're going to get away with it. Things are way too hot for you right now. I caught you red-handed. And the protagonist says to him, hey, it's 5, okay? And Fujimoto Ryoma replies, what? 5? The protagonist says, yeah, it's 5. On the inside, Kangwoo was thinking, malice is paid back with malice. And the stakes just got higher. And so Kangwoo explains to him, you made 5 mistakes. And just like that, the toughest of the tough puts on that sad puppy look he had before. It's all just an act. While Fujimoto Ryoma is heading toward the cell door, Kangwoo calls out to him again, hey, Lilac, let me say it one more time. You made 5 mistakes. And Lilac says to him, 5? 3? You're so funny. Look at my laughing face. And glancing back out of the corner of his eye, he says to the protagonist, hey Kangwoo, why are you talking nonsense? After you get cornered, there's nowhere left for you to run. But relax, you still have time. Until tomorrow morning. Before your death, you have a few hours to relax. Before your trial. And so, looking back and seeing Kangwoo, sitting in the corner of the cell, his magical power restrained by those shackles, he says to the protagonist once again, I want to see if you'll keep talking nonsense like that during your trial. I want to see it. You're done for, you loser. And Kangwoo cracks a smile and thinks, a trial? Tomorrow morning? I guess I'll have to hurry then. It's time to fight evil with evil, and malice with malice. And the scene flashes back to the past before Kangwoo entered that cell, to the moment when he had just gotten off the subway in handcuffs. And the redhead is saying, Kangwoo, why is he under arrest? What happened? And Alice, in turn, is really desperate, saying, Kangwoo, hey Kangwoo, what happened? The sweet little Edna is just standing there, not doing anything, staring blankly, poor thing. Fujimoto Ryoma explains that Kangwoo is under arrest because he's an infiltrator in the demonic cult, and the redhead, who's really feisty, says there's no way he's an infiltrator in the demonic cult, okay? That's impossible. And the guy in purple, laughing a lot, says he totally is, okay? He's an infiltrator, and I'm sure of it. And Fujimoto Ryoma, smiling a lot, says to the tough women standing in front of him, hey, I didn't believe he was an infiltrator in the demonic cult either, not until the moment he tried to kidnap the damsel. I didn't even know the Japanese demonic cult was so big that it managed to infiltrate even Korean territory. And there they are, Fujimoto Ryoma smiling, and the protagonist beaming, because he's being arrested. And worse, in the protagonist's hands, he's being arrested with handcuffs. There isn't even that magical restraining device we saw a little while ago, as that happened later. And Fujimoto Ryoma says he has proof that the Prime Minister saw it too, and he's going to testify against Kangwoo, and the protagonist is still there, smiling brightly. The redhead is fiery. She says, you sons of a gun, I'm going to kill you now. Get ready to die. And with that, she activates her legendary weapon, the blood chains, and she's covered in blood in the sunlight and says, go on, you dog, keep talking nonsense. I want to see if you're really that strong, if you can go head to head with me. The Prime Minister is completely terrified, and Kangwoo says, hey, redhead, calm down, redhead. Look, I'll be back soon. Just relax. There's no need to do anything, alright? And the protagonist is still there, smiling brightly. And she gets really pissed at him and says, you're coming back soon? This is ridiculous. This guy is taking you away under arrest. It's obvious that this bastard Fujimoto Ryoma is trying to frame you. I'm going to take him down right now. And Kangwoo says, calm down, girl, calm down. Things are going to work out. Just relax, okay? Hey, don't you trust me? So, put your chains away. And so the redhead nods, lowers her head and says, Alright, whatever you say. Because Kangwoo managed to convince her, since every time he said things would work out, they actually did. Both times they worked out, and sweet Alice says to him, "Come, hun, are you really coming back? You will, right?" And little Edna is just standing there, stunned, not saying anything, thinking about Kanghan. Because if that SSSS class dragon tries to rescue him, she definitely can. No one will be able to stop him. But little Edna is completely loyal and obedient, and just stands there doing nothing. And so the protagonist says to both of them, "Of course I'm coming back. Edna, I'm coming back, okay? You don't need to do anything. Trust your master." And with that, they all give a big smile. Bye. And then the scene shifts back to that cell where Kanghan remembers that he made a promise to the women who love him, that he would be back soon. And with that, he plans to get ready for the trial. And thinking about that, he starts getting ready for the trial, and then a purple aura begins to emanate from his back. We're told that the protagonist is using the authority of projection, astral projection, together with the authority over puppets. The protagonist's soul is projected out of his body and starts passing through the prison bars, leaving that place with ease. And so the protagonist starts by saying that Fujimoto Hayoma's first mistake was thinking he was just an ordinary player, and even more of that energy kept pouring out of the protagonist's body. After dragging things out for a bit, Kanghan finally says that Fujimoto Hayoma's first mistake was using a magical restraint device on him. After all, Kanghan doesn't have magical power. What he has is demonic energy, and demonic energy is very different from magical power, so that restraint device on his wrist is completely useless. And we can see that the protagonist's soul is outside his body. Since he used two abilities, he projected his soul outward and created a new body for his soul. With that, he's able to come out almost completely, because he didn't just project his soul, he also made a body for that soul. Meanwhile, the demon King Kanghan, grinning widely, thinks to himself, malice will return, with even greater malice, because now is the time for evil. And as he flies over Tokyo, he keeps thinking about his signature phrase, that a murderous intent is returned with an even greater murderous intent. Then, the scene shifts to the next day, at the Tokyo courthouse. Everyone is there, the judge, the defendant, the prosecution, and the audience. On the prosecution side is Fujimoto Ryoma, looking pretty upset, because he thought the trial would be held in the morning. However, the judge scheduled the trial for the evening, really late at night. And there he is, pretty annoyed, just hoping it all ends quickly. He lets his imagination run wild, thinking that when all this is over, he'll be the hero who saved the damsel, and maybe he'll even have a shot at marrying Juliana. Poor thing. If he marries her, he'll drive her crazy, because he really doesn't seem like her type. And after that, he looks at Kanghan to observe him. And there he is, Kanghan, with his hands tied, the redhead on one side, and Alice and little Edna on the other, and he notices that the protagonist is really calm, yawning quietly, while the two women in the back are just seething with anger, since he had told them not to do anything. And not knowing what's going on, they're filled with anger. But little Edna trusts her master with all her heart, and just stands there, watching everything, and admiring him. Fujimoto Ryoma knows that one day isn't enough time for Kanghan to do anything, and he thinks to himself that he's already done his part, since he bribed the judge to rule against Kanghan. And so he looks at the judge who's sitting there, with his head down, presiding over the trial. Fujimoto Ryoma knows that this judge has helped him a lot in the past, since Fujimoto has bribed this judge many times to rule in his favor. And the judge is there, trembling and sweating. A lot, actually. The judge starts the trial, and Fujimoto, who's watching everything around him, keeps wondering, why is the judge shaking so much, huh? This guy doesn't look so good. Something must have happened. And he thinks it's because the trial is happening so late. At that moment, the prosecutor stands up to accuse the protagonist, and the prosecutor says that the defendant is a South Korean who took part in rescuing the damsel. Adjusting his glasses, he says that during the rescue, the defendant went against the strategy they had planned, and after that, he took sole responsibility for going underground without authorization. He went to the place where the demon summoning was happening. The prosecutor continues reading his accusation, saying that after Fujimoto Ryoma went down to the basement and defeated the demon cult, he realized that Kanghan was trying to escape with Princess Juliana. Suddenly, someone shouts, "You bastard! What nonsense are you talking about?" Of course, it's the redhead, right? She couldn't stand to listen in silence, and with a furious look, she says, Kanghan is definitely innocent, so stop this nonsense. The redhead looks just like a lion, ready to kill someone. And before the redhead could jump on someone to kill them, Bianca and Captain William hold her back, so she can't go around killing anyone. Suddenly, the judge says, "Well, it looks like the defendant doesn't have a lawyer, right?" And sweet little Edna says, "Hey, can I be his lawyer?" Little do they know that Edna has hundreds of years of study. And the protagonist is still standing there looking clueless, and asks Kanghan if he has anything to say, and Kanghan, looking all innocent, says, "Hey, I'm not part of the demonic cult, okay?" Meanwhile, Alice in the back tells Edna to stay quiet, okay? That she can't say anything. And the judge asks if that's all he has to say. And Kanghan says yes, that's all, while Fujimoto Ryoma starts to smile because if that's all Kanghan has to say, then he must be even dumber than he thought. So, full of malice and wickedness, Fujimoto Ryoma can't hide his grin, and as he takes his hand away from his face, you can see he's got a really sly smile, and he says, so, it's the witness's turn, right? The witness can go up and start talking, but inside, he's already thinking that he's won this trial, that there's no way he can lose, because he knows the witness he has is someone very important and highly respected by society. One of the first people who arrived down there in the underground was one of the most influential people in Japan, and that's when we're shown the Prime Minister Yamada. We'll call him either the Prime Minister or Yamada, but Yamada sounds a lot like Amada. So, let's just stick with Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister is there, shaking like a leaf. And when Fujimoto Ryoma sees him, he wonders why he looks so pale. And why is he trembling like that? He's just like the judge. Could something be wrong? So, Fujimoto Ryoma thinks to himself that it must be because they're old, right? Both of them are old. It must be an old age thing. While Fujimoto Ryoma is thinking this, Prime Minister Yamada starts to speak, saying that today, he will reveal the truth. He has been hiding for a long time, and the little guy in purple starts to get suspicious and says, huh, that's not what we agreed on. Something's off. The Prime Minister, sweating a lot and shaking, says, look, all this time, I've been hiding something. That Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma has been threatening me all this time. And when Fujimoto Ryoma hears this, his eyes go wide, and he thinks, what is this old man talking about? This has nothing to do with me. The reporters who were there all start asking themselves, huh, this is definitely a scoop, and so the Prime Minister keeps talking. Oh, Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma is accusing the defendant of being a demonic occultist, but that's all just to cover up his own motives, okay? And the Prime Minister says that he, and also Mr. Kanhan, who is being falsely accused, are both victims of Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma's evil schemes. And at that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma slams the table and says, hey old man, are you crazy? What are you even talking about? And Fujimoto Ryoma completely loses his composure, not treating the Prime Minister as...
He gives him the respect he deserves and says, hey Prime Minister, what are you talking about? Say it. What is this? What do you mean? Hiding my motives? What are you trying to say with that? And the Prime Minister, shaking like a leaf, says, well, what I mean by that, it's simple. You, Fujimoto Ryoma, you're a demonic occultist and you're accusing Mr. Kanro for no reason. And Fujimoto Ryoma is left frozen and says, huh? I'm an occultist? I don't get it at all. And the crowd, really worked up, says, Prime Minister, is that true? Huh? Wait, wasn't it Fujimoto Ryoma who saved the damsel? What do you mean, demonic occultist? And the Prime Minister says firmly, yes, Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma is the one behind her kidnapping. He was the one responsible for everything. And I only hid the truth because he said he would kill my family, okay? And since I was really scared, I supported him because I know he has a lot of power and he's very evil. And Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma said that not only would he kill my family, but he would sacrifice them as an offering to the demons. And pointing to the proto, he says, oh, that gentleman sitting over there, Mr. Kanro, he was the one who actually saved Princess Juliana. And everyone knows it was Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma who gave false information, trying to hide where the real summoning was taking place. And the proto was there, all beaming with his hands tied. Suddenly, Fujimoto Ryoma shouts and tells him to stop talking nonsense, saying if the Prime Minister is trying to frame him, he's definitely not in his right mind. This old man is just gone senile because there's no one who works harder for this country than I do. So, there's no way I could be a demon cultist. And so, Fujimoto Ryoma says to the Prime Minister, you definitely don't have any evidence for what you're saying. And the Prime Minister says, evidence? Of course I have evidence. And then, Fujimoto Ryoma opens his eyes wider and starts thinking, huh, this old man has evidence? What do you mean? Suddenly, the Prime Minister pulls out a bag with a demon crystal inside and says that this jewel, inside the bag, is known as a condensed demonic energy crystal. And Prime Minister Yamada, holding it up and showing everyone, says that this demonic energy stone belongs to Fujimoto Ryoma. And the Prime Minister continues with his accusation, saying that this condensed demonic energy stone can only be made by a demonic occultist and that this stone was found in Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma's residence. And Fujimoto Ryoma is really puzzled because he knows that those demonic energy stones are extremely hard to find, and he thinks to himself, if he had a stone like that, everything would have been solved a long time ago, since he would have just taken that stone and said he found it in Proto's pocket. And so, turning to the Prime Minister, he starts speaking out loud, hey, Prime Minister, I'm going to make things tough for you, okay? For searching my house without a warrant, but you definitely can't prove that this demonic stone was inside my house. At that moment, someone enters the courtroom and says, of course the Prime Minister can prove that. Your Honor, please, let me approach. And so, that person starts walking into the courtroom. And it's Shulene, Chamijin's daughter. Man, what a beautiful woman. My mouth is watering. If I could get with her. She introduces herself, saying her name is Shulene, and she's from the Guild of 1,000 Swords. And she's the one who was assigned to investigate whether Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma is a demonic cultist. And everyone is wondering why she's there. But she's already said why she's there, right? And the beauty, very seriously, looks at everyone and says, oh, the Prime Minister asked the Gate of 1,000 Swords for help and told us you wanted to reveal the truth about Fujimoto Ryoma. And she said that before coming here, she interrogated the people who were at Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma's residence. And then, she opens the suitcase and shows the results of the interrogation. And when the suitcase is opened, a purple glow starts coming out of it. And we can see that inside that suitcase, there is a ritual knife and dagger along with several stones condensed with demonic energy. And Shulin explains that she found all those items inside Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma's residence, and inside his residence, there were also 15 demonic occultists. And she tells the judge that all these items are imbued with demonic energy and were all found inside his residence. And then she looks at Fujimoto Ryoma and says, "Oh, I swear, in the name of the Gate of 1,000 Swords, that I am telling the truth, that all this equipment was found in his house, and that Fujimoto Ryoma is definitely a member of the demonic club." And at that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma stands up and starts smiling a lot. After that, he lets out an even louder laugh and says that this is really funny. This situation is funnier than he imagined, but inside he's thinking, damn, what's going on? If this keeps up, everyone is going to believe that I'm a demonic occultist, and the way things are going, I'm not able to defend myself. And after that, he stops smiling, looks at Shulin, and says, "Hey, what's your goal?" And Fujimoto Ryoma starts to release his aura and says that this is definitely a plan by the Gate of 1,000 Swords to take over Japan. And of course, Fujimoto Ryoma is doing this to buy himself some time so he can escape safely, because he knows things are looking bad for him. Not only are influential people accusing him, but they've also presented a lot of solid evidence against him. But suddenly, the hooded woman next to Shulin starts to take off her hood and says, "Mr. Fujimoto." And so, after she takes off her hood, we can see that it's Princess Juliana. And she says, "Mr. Fujimoto, please, stop what you're doing. The systems inform us that this is the Maiden of the Heavens, Kurosaki Ryu, whom we are calling Juliana." And when people realize that the princess is there, they're very surprised and say, "Huh? Lady Juliana?" And one person says to another that they heard she was hospitalized. So what is she doing here? And she says that she couldn't stay out of this, because since she's at the center of this whole trial, she's there to give her testimony. And so, she heads toward the center of the trial. And she says that although she's not sure about everything that happened that day, there's one thing she's absolutely certain of. It wasn't Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma who saved her. She remembers that she regained a bit of consciousness, and when she opened her eyes, she realized that the one saving her was Mr. Kanro, the Korean gentleman. And so, she turns to the audience and asks for forgiveness for having been kidnapped. And so, the princess bows, asking forgiveness from all the citizens for having been kidnapped. And of course, everyone says, "No, no, it's not like that, princess. It wasn't your fault. You don't need to apologize." They say that the ones to blame for all of this were the demonic cultists and Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma. And so, Shulin says her part and says, "Your Excellency, please. Yeah, things are definitely clear now, right? So, why don't you order the arrest of Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma?" And the judge says, "Yeah, I understand that. I think I'll do that." At that moment, Fujimoto Ryoma starts to smile because the judge accepts the defendant's awareness and orders that Mr. Fujimoto Ryoma be investigated. And so, Fujimoto Ryoma, sweating heavily, knows that what he feared most has just happened. He keeps thinking that this can't be a coincidence, since the Prime Minister, Princess Juliana, and the Bearer of 1,000 Swords, all of them are together. And this definitely isn't just a coincidence. And he knows that these people are very important, and all of them are accusing him of being a demonic occultist. So, there's no way he can argue back against so many people. And so, he looks over at the defendant and keeps thinking that all of this can't be a coincidence, because there must definitely be someone behind it. And so, he looks at Proto, and Proto looks back at him. He notices that Proto keeps staring at him and smiling with that devilish look on his face. And so, Fujimoto Ryoma realizes that all of this was planned and carried out by that South Korean man, Mr. Kanro. And Proto, who has been smiling from the very beginning, keeps smiling even more because his plan to accuse Fujimoto Ryoma definitely worked 100%. At that moment, the wind starts blowing inside the courtroom and Fujimoto Ryoma begins to use his ability right there, floating in the middle of everyone. And everyone is completely shocked because they know that using any ability inside the courtroom is strictly forbidden. And then Fujimoto Ryoma says, "Oh, don't make me laugh, okay? I'm out. I'm just going out to buy cigarettes. I'll be right back." And with that, he flies out at incredible speed and makes a hole in the wall, saying he really needs a smoke. But of course, no one there is stupid, right? And the redhead says, "Get him, guys. He's trying to escape." And little Edna, acting all fake, pretends to be scared. And Alice, with her motherly instincts, shields with her own body the strongest being in that place, a rank SSS dragon who is just pretending to be scared. Meanwhile, as Bianca is running after Fujimoto Ryoma, the redhead turns to Kanro and says, "Hey, Kanro, we need to go after that guy too." "Huh? Kanro? What? Where did he go?" She looks down and notices that the handcuffs that were holding Proto are all shattered on the floor. And so, outside, blue sky with a few clouds. Blue sky? It's nighttime, you dummy. Start over. And so, outside, dark sky, a few clouds, and lots of stars above. The night is calm and peaceful. All the houses in the middle of the night, some people sleeping, others not. Suddenly, something flies by at an incredibly high speed, cutting through all that silence. And it's Fujimoto Ryoma speeding by, saying, "Crap, crap, crap." Everything went wrong. I think I messed everything up. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, he hears a voice speaking very softly. The bridge cake, one more general. What? Didn't you get it? Fujimoto Ryoma notices something coming closer to him. He hears a little tune, fireball that wipes everyone out. Pow! Boom! Bye! His eyes go wide, and he realizes there's a gigantic fireball coming right at him. The fireball hits Shinchi, and he falls to the ground at an incredibly high speed, even bouncing when he lands. And before he even hits the ground, the protagonist is already there, right next to him, just watching him bounce on the ground. And there he is, all covered in burnt oil, lying on the ground. He didn't even see the truck that ran him over and asks, "Who dared to hit me? I'm so strong. Who dared to do this?" And then, he hears a very familiar voice and says, "Huh? So you finally got it, huh? Lift your head up, idiot. Look straight ahead." And so, Fujimoto Ryoma realizes that Kanhan is there and says, "You bastard." And the protagonist, making an incantation with his hands, says, "Hey, I told you that you made 5 mistakes, didn't I?" Kanhan, holding the fireball without chanting any spell, and still with his hands in his pockets, looking really cool, says to Fujimoto Ryoma again, "So, do you want to know what those 5 mistakes are?" And Fujimoto Ryoma gets really angry and says, "Don't make me laugh. I didn't make any mistakes. Maybe I was a little hasty with my plan, but I didn't make 5 mistakes." And Fujimoto Ryoma, who even lost his hair after being caught off guard, insists that he made an excellent plan. At that moment, Kanghun interrupts him and says, "Your first mistake." And so Kanghun, laughing a lot, said that his first mistake was using a magical power restriction device on him. However, Kanghun tells him that this doesn't work on him. And then Kanghun says to him, "That was your first failure, because you tried to seal a power that I don't have." And the protagonist, extinguishing the small fireball that was in his hand, says to Fujimoto, "Second mistake." Right then, the protagonist creates a condensed demonic energy stone in his hands and tells Fujimoto Ryoma that his second mistake was thinking that only the demon cult could make condensed demonic energy stones, and says to Fujimoto Ryoma, "As you can see, I can do it too." And then the idiot Fujimoto Ryoma, lying on the ground, says to Kanhan, "So you're saying that the stone that was found in my house was..." And the protagonist interrupts him and says, "Of course it was, you fool. I made it myself and framed you, dumbass. Your third mistake was choosing ordinary people as judges and witnesses to try to frame me." And so the protagonist tells Fujimoto Ryoma that ordinary people have no way to resist his ability. And we know exactly which ability he used. With that, Fujimoto Ryoma starts to remember that those old men couldn't stop shaking. They were all scared. So, still on the ground, Fujimoto Ryoma asks Kanhan what he did to the Prime Minister and the judge. And after that, Kanhan starts walking toward him and says, "Man, you're really stupid. You trusted ordinary people. And you know, a lot of people these days have all kinds of abilities." And of course, the protagonist isn't going to tell him that he used the authority of fear, but we know that's exactly what he did. And so, the protagonist goes on, saying that his fourth mistake was believing that he was a player without any connections. Then he remembers Shinmujin saying that if he ever needed him in the future, he could help him at least once. So, the protagonist used that favor and asked for help from the gates of 1,000 swords. And that's why Chunin went to his house and searched the whole place. And Kanhan, grabbing Fujimoto Ryoma by the shoulder, says to him, "Hey, your 5th mistake was thinking you could use me." Then, the protagonist, with a wicked look on his face, gets really close to his ear and says, "Hey, you idiot, you should have realized the difference between a dog and a demon." And so the Lord of the Nine Hells, Kanhan, just laughs in his face. And while Fujimoto Ryoma is seething with rage, Kanhan says to him, "So, did you like that? Those were your 5 mistakes." But Fujimoto Ryoma doesn't give up. He makes a huge leap with his ability and starts floating. In a fit of rage, he casts a spell and tells the protagonist he's going to kill him immediately. As he unleashes his whirlwind at the protagonist, he tells Kanhan he can't escape at this range. But the protagonist just stands there, his hand in his pocket. As that deadly whirlwind approaches Kanhan, he's just standing there with a slight smile on his face, because this world ranking opponent has now become his prey. And after that, a huge explosion is heard in that place, because the power that Fujimoto Ryoma unleashed on the protagonist was no small thing. It would have instantly killed any S-class player, and Fujimoto Ryoma, full of himself, keeps smiling a lot because he knows there's no way anyone could escape from his power. And he says to no one in particular that he should have done this a long time ago, killed that bastard with his own hands. But then, all of a sudden, he realizes something's not right. And after the dust settles, the protagonist is still there, with a little smirk on his face, and says to him, "I had high expectations for you, but you're really annoying, pretty exhausting, you didn't surprise me even once." And we can see that Kanhan wasn't really bothered, because he used another one of his authorities to defend himself. He activated the authority of defense, which increases his defense hundreds of times. Kanhan keeps teasing him and says, "Disappointing, huh? Your plan wasn't that bad. It was a SOSO plan." Fujimoto Ryoma says to him, "What are you talking about? I don't get you right now, not at all." Kanhan deactivates the authority of defense and starts stretching. And he explains to Fujimoto Ryoma that he knows people like him, because he seems like a really nice guy on the outside, but in reality, he manipulates people from the shadows. And Kanhan tells him that he usually keeps people like him around. However, the disappointment he's feeling now is that his mask fell off way too quickly. It was way too easy to beat him. He thought he would be smarter, and the protagonist is there talking. Meanwhile, Fujimoto Ryoma starts casting a spell, and Kanghan, channeling the nagging woman's chatter, keeps talking in his head. Look, I already told you, right? Your ideas, your intentions, they were really good, but you're really dumb, man. You're super dumb. If you hadn't made so many mistakes, maybe you would have won. But you really are a little donkey, aren't you? I'm disappointed. And Fujimoto Ryoma, powering up his magic even more, yells at Kanghan. You're disappointed? You think I'm stupid? Then I'll show you what real power is. Get ready to be completely crushed. Cursing Kanghan and calling him a bastard, Fujimoto Ryoma changes his aura, because now Kanghan has pissed him off so much that the only thing on his mind is killing him. And after that, he throws that massive cyclone right at Kanghan's head and says to him, then take this skill. And so, Fujimoto Ryoma activates the celestial majestic cyclone and unleashes it with full force at Kanghan. However, something's not right because he didn't feel like Kanghan was actually hit. And Kanghan, still running his mouth nonstop, keeps up his endless annoying chatter. And Kanghan says to him, hey, your habit of cursing all the time is really annoying. You need to stop cursing. If you cursed and actually hit me, that would be something, at least for a week. And another thing, the only insult you ever use is bastard. Can't you try a different insult? Look, I'm the king of insults. I could insult you thousands and thousands of times without ever repeating the same insult. Fujimoto Ryoma, furious, clenches his fist and gets ready to fight the protagonist because if magic isn't working, hand-to-hand combat will do the trick. Screaming like a gazelle giving birth, he charges at the protagonist. However, Kanghan, demon king of the 9 hells, starts channeling authority of the blade into his hand because if he wants melee, let's do melee. And while Kanghan is flying at top speed toward Fujimoto Ryoma, Lilith does the same. But man, the protagonist, really knows how to be annoying, huh? Still flying at incredible speed, he keeps on talking nonstop, saying that this attempt to go melee actually seems pretty cool. So let's see how this turns out. The clash between the two sends out a shockwave that travels for miles, and if there were any windows still intact around there, they definitely got shattered now. The two of them start flying upward in a truly beautiful battle to watch, and every time they collide, a bunch of explosions can be heard. So they throw a punch one way, a punch the other, fly to the side, throw another punch, and keep climbing that massive tower in front of them. When they reach the top, they meet one last time, where a final clash between the two ends with another punch. But the protagonist is there, acting all cocky, arms crossed, smiling at him and saying, hey, you live in Tokyo, right? Do you know any good sushi restaurants? I'm in the mood for some sushi. Since I came all the way here to Japan, I at least want to go to the best restaurant. Do you know any? On the other side, Fujimoto Ryoma, completely worn out, broken tooth, split lip, bruised cheek, sagging old man chest, sore but can barely catch his breath to say to the protagonist, I'll show you what real sushi is. Now I'm going to fight with everything I've got. And so, Fujimoto Ryoma asks Kanghan how long he's going to keep mocking him. Meanwhile, the tornadoes keep multiplying in the sky. Once again, he yells at the protagonist with more than a dozen tornadoes swirling behind him. And he says, hey, Kanghan, how long are you going to keep making fun of me? Let me show you what real power is. And this time, the protagonist just stands in front of him, because if he keeps going, this guy is going to die of a heart attack instead of from a punch. And now, Fujimoto Ryoma, filled with rage, tells Kanghan to forget about a slow and painful death, because he's so angry that he's going to finish him off in one go. And with that, he unleashes all his tornadoes at the protagonist at once. While those deadly tornadoes rush toward the protagonist, the badass keeps his cool and says, Ha, are you mad now? Wow, that's cool. So, is that why you're throwing all this at me, trying to kill me? This is how I'm going to talk to him. He made a mistake. Oops, you missed again. Oops, miss one more time. Wow, your breeze is so slow. I like it, huh? It's even giving me a little breeze. It was hot, but now the heat is going away. Thanks, okay? At least you're good for something. You're a great fan. Oh, you're the best enemy I've faced so far. I really like you. You're such a cool guy. Oh, I like you so much. Then I'm going to take you to the restaurant with me. I'm going to beat you up, and then I'll take you to the restaurant so we can eat together. No. After that I'll take you with me to the restaurant so we can eat sushi. And Kangwoo appeared so quickly behind Fujimoto Ryoma that he didn't have any time to react. But that's what Kangwoo was thinking. Because this time Fujimoto Ryoma used his secret weapon, and then Susanu's eye started to glow, and at that very moment Kangwoo sensed something coming from behind. Oh, here it comes! Kangwoo was hit by a colossal spell that slammed him hard into the ground, and the protagonist really felt that one, huh? Because there's a bit of ketchup spread all over his clothes, and he's standing there thinking, wow, that's interesting. Man, you really are a great friend. And Kangwoo says, I never thought I'd see a god. And that's when we see that Fujimoto Ryoma has just summoned Susanu. We can see that this god is gigantic, and he just stands there in front of the protagonist with all his imposing presence. However, Fujimoto Ryoma is in a lot of pain and thinks, what is this pain I'm feeling? I can only keep this up for 1 minute, at most. So he knows he has to kill the protagonist before that 1 minute is up. And so, with the deadly Helio and his lilac hair, Fujimoto Ryoma gives an order to the god Susanu, saying, hey, kill that bastard over there. And the god Susanu starts speaking in another language and says, huh, that guy? I can feel the energy inside him. That energy inside him is definitely it. And Kangwoo can't understand the language that God is using. And the god Susanu, looking at Kangwoo, says that he can see that the one in front of him is the one everyone has been talking about. And the protagonist says, "This guy is talking to me, but he's speaking a language I don't know. What kind of crazy god is this? Does he think I understand him?" But the protagonist keeps his cool, with his hands in his pockets, because fear is something he just doesn't have. So the protagonist starts wondering if he should use his translator group authority to understand what that god is saying. But while Fujimoto Ryoma is struggling to maintain the presence of that god on Earth, the god gets ready to attack Kangwoo and says to the protagonist, "I can see the power that the demonic sea has granted you." But the protagonist still doesn't understand a thing. And then, a gigantic sword starts to cut through the skies. And Susanoo says he's going to test it on this being. So we see that a divine sword has just appeared in the sky. And Kangwoo is still standing right in front of him, not showing any reaction. But one thing the protagonist knows for sure is that this guy definitely wants to attack him. So, it's not a good idea to just stand there, right? And he starts using his authorities. First, he uses the authority of Infernal Fire, combined with the authority of the Spear, because he knows he doesn't need to use the authority of the translator group, since this god's actions in front of him are pretty clear. And so, the protagonist creates the bident. However, he knows that the bident won't be enough, so he uses the authorities in sequence, because by combining these three powers, he intends to create the unparalleled sword, Gram, the Dragon Slayer. But he knows that not even Gram, the Dragon Slayer, has enough power to face this god. And so, Kangwoo, fighting in serious mode, unleashes a tremendous amount of power at the top of that tower and thinks that he needs to use even more strength, because if he wants to face this god, he has to give it everything he's got. So Kangwoo uses his extreme demon body, because to withstand so much power, he needs to combine everything he has. And with that, the protagonist's physique is strengthened hundreds of times over. At that very moment, a massive hurricane starts to form, where the protagonist is, and Fujimoto Ryoma, who has his hands outstretched and is laughing a lot at the situation Kangwoo is in, gets quite intrigued by that hurricane and tells Kangwoo that this hurricane he's making is just a little breeze, that it won't even be able to push them away from there, and that soon he'll be crushed and trampled. And so, feeling very full of himself, Fujimoto Ryoma shouts at the protagonist that he will be the only one to die there, and that for sure he won't be eating sushi. But something happened. That hurricane started to grow stronger, and Fujimoto Ryoma keeps watching it. Why isn't this hurricane stopping? It's just getting bigger. Could this be an ace up his sleeve? That's when he realizes that the wind is getting more and more intense, and the top of that tower starts to feel the power, because that hurricane, with winds of over 2,000 kilometers per hour, starts to form at the top of the tower. And with that, Fujimoto Ryoma started thinking, is this Kangwoo really that strong to create such a powerful wind? But inside that hurricane, the protagonist activates yet another ability, the authority of the storm. And we can see that the storm is changing everything inside, but the protagonist explains very clearly to us what he's doing. He used the authority of Hellfire. He used the authority of the Black Spear. He used the authority of explanation. And he combined all of that with the authority of the storm. So Kangwoo, using the supreme demon body, keeps smiling a lot, because combining all of that with the storm ability was truly surprising. And that's when we're told that Kangwoo created the mythical or divine weapon, Dumnir. And for those who don't know what weapon that is, it's the weapon used by Zeus, the strongest weapon in Olympus. And this weapon, if it's not in the mythical category, it's definitely in the divine category. And with that, we wrap up part 15. Well, I was really anxious and couldn't wait for them to combine two chapters, because this chapter is honestly insane. We left off at the part where Kamhan had just made his newest weapon, Gangnil, which I had said was Zeus's weapon. However, several knowledgeable commenters pointed out that I was wrong, that this is actually Odin's weapon. So, forget what I said about this weapon being Zeus's. Zeus, 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 Zeus. Yes, this is actually Odin's spear. And Kanhan is fully prepared, activating everything he has to face their god. And the god Susanoo, watching from above, realizes that the power Kanhan is using is the power of the demonic sea, and he finds that very interesting. So, Susanoo, realizing that Kanhan is very determined, grips his sword even tighter. Right after that, he charges at Kanhan because he intends to fulfill what Fushimudo Heian asked him to do, put an end to Kanhan. However, Kanhan isn't just going to stand there waiting to be struck. He makes a lightning-fast leap toward that god. While he's in the air, Kanhan shouts at that god, "Hey, you idiot, you keep talking and talking, but I have no idea what you're saying. Stop talking, shut your mouth, and come fight me." And Kanhan bravely stands face to face with that colossal attack the god is unleashing on him. And so, the two blades draw closer, a gigantic divine blade, and Gangnil, the spear made by the protagonist. When these two weapons collide, they create an incredibly blinding light, like the flash of a nuclear explosion. And the red-haired girl, watching from below, realizes that something very important is happening, and she knows the protagonist is taking action. And she, who had been looking for Kanhan, when she sees all that light, keeps staring at the sky, because the explosion is so massive that even the clouds are being pushed away, just like in a nuclear blast. And she, very worried, keeps thinking about that light. Next to her is little Edina, together with her mom, Alice. And Alice is very worried about Kanhan, because she senses that he's up there. And Kanhan, going head-to-head with that god, realizes that the power he has isn't enough to face him, because this god is much stronger than he thought. And so we see that sharp wind start to sweep past Kanhan and tear a piece of his arm. And he realizes he can't hold out much longer, that he's going to lose this fight. But he notices that his blood has changed, because now his blood is black. He's really puzzled and says, huh? Black blood? And he starts wondering, did his body change when he reached the extreme demonic body? And he wonders if the demonic energy he had got into his blood. But Kangwoo realizes that the energy inside his blood is completely different, as if his own blood had turned into condensed demonic crystal. Then he realizes that his own blood has become condensed demonic crystal. So, since that's the case, he looks to the side and sees his blood flowing out and starts to smile. Because his blood has demonic energy, he'll be able to manipulate it however he wants. And so, looking at that great god in front of him, trying to kill him, Kangwoo uses all the blood that is already drained from his body and gives an order to that blood, explode. And so, Kangwoo, who was being pressured by that god, charges at Susanoo with even greater power. And Susanoo, noticing that this being has gotten a bit stronger, is quite intrigued and says, huh? What's going on? But it's already too late. For the first time in that fight, Susanoo actually seems scared because Kangwoo completely shattered his sword and comes at him even harder. And then, right, that god lets out a shout, lie down, God. And amid the screams, Susanoo said to the protagonist, in a language he couldn't understand, that the prophecies about this being were not wrong. And so we can see that something quite forceful is trying to break out from the back of Susanoo's head. After that, Kangwoo shoots past Susanoo's head like a rocket, because in his fight against the god, he was the one who came out victorious. And after that, Susanoo's gigantic body starts to fall apart, and someone who is completely exhausted from that fight crashes down onto a building like a meteor, because he used everything he had to win that battle. Lying on the ground, with almost all his strength fading away, he starts shouting for someone to save him, because if things keep going like this, he's going to die. That person's body was severely damaged, because that clash was truly godlike. So, you guys think it's the protagonist? Of course not, right? It's our buddy Lilisinho, who's now lost all his color, and Fujimadami Hayoma is there like, ow, 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 everything hurts. Where's my nose? Ow. We were told that Susanoo disappeared, right after consuming all of Fujimadami Hayoma's life force and magical power. After completely draining the summoner, he vanished and left. And Fujimadami Hayoma, lying there on the ground, thinks that thanks to Susanoo's eye, that he hasn't died yet and was able to hold on until now. So he knows that he just needs to get a little bit of energy from Lady Juliana so he can be like he was before. But at that moment, someone comes flying up to him and says, HN? How interesting. You're crawling around like a worm. Huh, go on worm, keep crawling. And Fujimadami Hayoma, looking up, realizes that the person talking to him is the Korean Kangwoo. And Kangwoo has that happy look on his face, smiling like a demon. And the protagonist says to Fujimadami Hayoma, wow, how interesting. So this is the price you pay to summon a god? Man, you've been completely drained, huh? And Fujimadami Hayoma, even on the ground, almost powerless, exhausted, still manages to open his mouth to call Kangwoo a son of a gun. But before he can even finish, Kangwoo says to him, hold on, and throws a modified hellfire right onto Fujimadami Hayoma's hand. And Fujimadami Hayoma, who was cursing out the protagonist, immediately stops cursing and starts looking at his hand, because just a moment ago, there were several fingers there. Look at the scene here. You can see there are several fingers. See, all the fingers are there, but now there aren't any left because that fire from the protagonist is just like hellfire. It keeps burning and burning and doesn't stop. And just like that, Fujimadami Hayoma's hand was completely burned, and Kangwoo says to him, hey, you son of a bonbon or whatever, you're lying there all messed up on the ground and you're still cursing me out. Another thing, aren't you feeling any pain? And Fujimadami Hayoma thinks, ha, pain? Fujimadami Hayoma let out such a loud scream that it could be heard all the way down at the bottom of the tower, because only now did he realize he was being burned alive and that this burn just wouldn't stop no matter what. And so, the very picture of kindness, Kangwoo, folds his little wings and lands near his friend Fujimadami Hayoma, and the protagonist says to him, see, that's what happens when you try to kill an innocent person. Oh, if you hadn't tried to do that to me, I would have saved Juliana, I would have gotten my mythical item, and you would definitely be the hero of all Japan. But no, right? You didn't do that, did you? And after that, Kangwoo gets even closer to him, crouches down right next to Fujimadami Hayoma, and says to him, hey, shouldn't I get a mythical item as compensation? What do you think? Fujimadami Hayoma, whose arm is being burned like a lit cigarette, is writhing in pain and looks at the protagonist, trying to see if the demon king of the 9 hells has any mercy for him. And when he realizes that Kangwoo really wants to take his eye, he screams at the protagonist, oh, don't do that! If you take my eye, I really will die. I can't live without this eye. It's what's keeping me alive. And so, the guy who's on the verge of death starts making all sorts of promises and says to the protagonist, oh, if you don't take my eye, I'll get you a mythical item, okay? Not just 1, 2, 3, as many as you want. But just let me talk to Miss Juliana, and she'll get you a mythical rank item. Meanwhile, Kangwoo's hand gets even closer to his eye, and then Fujimadami Hayoma says to the protagonist, well, if you need an eye, I'll get you an eye. Leave my eye here, and I promise you, Mr. Kangwoo, I will never show up in front of you again, so please don't take my eye. And the protagonist, who isn't the king of the new hell for nothing, gets even closer to Susanoo's eye, which is of mythical class. And Lilisinho, now drained of color, has just one more thing to say to Kangwoo. No, please don't, not that. And Kangwoo says to him, alright, I'm not going to take your eye, okay? but I am going to use your item, alright? Oh, you only had one eye. This one was a relic. So I didn't take your eye. I just took the relic. And so, the king of evil just stands there, smiling at him. See? I didn't take your eye. And while Fujimadami Hyoma is falling apart, since his life was being sustained by that mythical item, Kanho says to him, "Oh yeah, Hyoma, I forgot to tell you something. Oh, unfortunately, I won't be able to take you out for sushi, okay?" Fujimadami Hyoma says to him, "Humph, you're a bastard, you know that?" And before he completely falls apart, he still says to the protagonist, "Oh, ways a few futied. Humph, don't you feel sorry for me at all? Even now, when I'm dying, you won't stop making fun of me. Cut it out, you jerk." Fujimadami Hyoma turns into a pile of ashes, and then the system informs the protagonist that he can't use that equipment because it's already been linked to another player, so it's impossible to use it, and the protagonist just stands there watching. Oh, what a shame. Man, I got an item I can't even use. Meanwhile, Fujimadami Hyoma lets out his final groans and finishes dying in agony. Because now, screw Fujimadami Hyoma. So write in the comments, screw Fujimadami Hyoma, or screw Fujimoto, or screw Lila Sinho. After that, the protagonist starts thinking about the god Susanoo, wondering if beings like him will be able to cross over to the Palinta land once the Gaia system gets weakened. And this makes the protagonist very worried, because he knows for sure that wasn't the full form of a god. He knows that the real Susanoo is much stronger than that, since that one had his power severely limited. Because of this, Kanhu became very concerned and keeps thinking, how am I supposed to stop a god when they actually come to Earth with all their power? At that moment, the system appears to the protagonist. He looks to the side, and after reading what's written, he says, "Huh, what is this?" And so, the trusty system tells the protagonist, but there's another hack for him. And just like with the extreme demonic body, there are also conditions that aren't revealed to the protagonist. And this time there aren't 3, but 2 conditions. The system tells the protagonist that in order for him to have a demonic spirit, he needs to fulfill these 2 conditions, and that this is the second requirement for him to become a demon god. And Kangwoo looks at all that information and thinks, huh, demonic spirit, demon god? And the protagonist starts wondering, wait, if this message showed up for me, does that mean I'll have to become a god myself to be able to block the other gods? And after honestly stashing his newly acquired item in his pocket, Kangwoo looks to the side. Well, we'll have to head back for now. Bye. And climbing up onto that protective railing, Kangwoo looks back and says, hey, you two over there, thank you so much, okay? And as he jumps off the building, he tells them to leave the rest to him. And so, Kangwoo falls in free fall, thanking them for their help. And the person says, wow, I thought he was going to stay longer. And so, we're told that Cho Mungjin and his daughter Chulin are there. They were watching the protagonist fight up close. And Cho Mungjin says to his daughter, yeah, looks like when I fought him, he didn't show his full power, huh? This guy is way stronger than I thought. And Chulin is back there, all smiles and beaming. And so, the two of them move on. And Cho Mungjin says to his daughter, daughter, look, that guy doesn't know anything about martial arts. Did you notice? But he's that strong because it seems like he has a lot of battle experience. Another thing, daughter, we're a martial arts clan. But if you want him, I can find a way for you to marry him, okay? And so we can see, Bachimi has been left behind, right? Because now, Kangwoo has just won over his future father-in-law, since he showed that he has much more power than his father-in-law ever imagined. And then, Chulin says to her father, Dad, you can go on ahead, okay? I'm not going back to Shinagawa. And he says, huh, you're not coming back with me? No, I'm not. She leans on a railing, looks down, and says she's going to stay there for a bit to train. And all radiant, looking down, she says to her father, look, if Kangwoo doesn't have talent for martial arts, I can do this for him. And so, she thinks about forming a duo with our protagonist, since he just won over another girl for his harem. And the beautiful Chulin, looking down from that building, realizes she can't get close to the protagonist right now. But as she looks at her rivals, she sees it won't be hard to become part of her beloved's life. And down there are the blonde guy, William, Bianca, Alice, little Edna, and a very angry redhead pointing at the protagonist. And she says, hey, Kangwoo, where did you go? Kangwoo. Meanwhile, the protagonist folds his wings away and, acting all innocent, says to her, what? I just went over there. I had to finish something. The redhead, pissed off, demands, huh? Finish something? Hey, Kangwoo, if you were coming here, you should have told us, okay? You made me really nervous. And the redhead is practically bouncing with anger. And she starts yelling at Kangwoo and says, look here, if you knew that Fujimoto Ryoma was the demon body, you should have told us. Hey, why didn't you tell us anything? And the protagonist, looking back, says, well, I only found out. When I went down to the basement, I didn't even know. Meanwhile, Alice keeps staring seriously at the protagonist, and our protagonist is thinking that this is all a lie, that he's making it up, because Fujimoto Ryoma was never part of the demon body. So he says, to the redhead, hey, Red, don't get upset. Look, in the end, everything turned out fine, didn't it? You know how it is, right? Telling a woman not to get upset just makes her even more upset. The redhead started bouncing with anger and said, what? In the end, the redhead starts powering up with rage and says, Kangwoo, there's no way. I'm about to lay the smackdown on you, okay? I seriously doubt that. As mad as I am right now, I could lose to you in a fight. I'm going to punch you so much. Just stand right there, because now you're going to see what's going to happen to you. And Alice says to the redhead, calm down, Red, calm down. Well, like Kangwoo said, things turned out fine, didn't they? Meanwhile, Kangwoo is sweating, because that woman is so furious that if she hits him, it really will be the end of him. And Alice, who is very serious, knows exactly how to tug at someone's heartstrings. And as she stares off into space, she says to Kangwoo, "Well, we were just worried about you, because we thought something bad might have happened to you, that's all." And Kangwoo, noticing that look, realizes that Alice has switched to serious mode, and that really scares him, because Alice rarely talks to him like that. So, seeing how sad Alice is, Kangwoo knows he needs to do the right thing now, because if he messes up at this moment, he will definitely lose Alice's heart. And little Edna looks at her mom and says, "Alice, are you okay?" At that moment, the protagonist uses his ultimate weapon. He runs over and hugs Alice, saying, "My dear Alice," and he gives her a really warm and comforting hug. And so, the tough Kangwoo, hugging Alice with all his affection, whispers close to her ear, "My dear, I'm back, okay? I'm back in your arms." And she, who wasn't expecting that at all, gets completely embarrassed and says, "Kangwoo, are you hugging me?" Meanwhile, little Edna's innocence is right there, between the two of them, getting squished by that warm hug. And she says, "Hey, Kangwoo!" "Alice, I'm right here in the middle. You guys are suffocating me. Stop." And the main guy says to Alice, "Hey honey, shall we go back home? I'm dying to eat some kimchi soup. Will you make it for me?" And Alice, whose expression has already changed, says, "Kangwoo, of course I'll make it. We can finally go back home." And then the main guy says, "Hey Alice, can you add more pork? And more sausage, okay? Because I want a really tasty kimchi stew, just the way you know how to make it." And Alice says, "Of course honey, do whatever you want. We can go back home now then. And you guys know, right? There's someone standing nearby, who is not happy at all with what she's hearing, because those two are hugging right in front of her, and the redhead, bouncing with jealousy, is thinking, how much longer is this brat going to keep hugging her in front of me? While the two are hugging, little cute Edna Zinha is stuck right between them. "Help. Help. I can't breathe." You two move apart. While Kangwoo is hugging Alice, he starts to reflect on everything that happened before and thinks, there's something that doesn't add up, because out of all the plans I made, there's one thing that just doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, Alice says to him, "Kangwoo, you can stop hugging me now. I'm getting embarrassed." Kangwoo keeps thinking, why did Miss Juliana come to help him? Because he knows. He didn't use his power on her, didn't brainwash her, and definitely didn't threaten her. So, why did she come to help me of her own free will? I don't get it at all. Kangwoo knows that when he saved her, she was unconscious and back in court. She said she regained consciousness and saw that it was him saving her. But Kangwoo knows that can't be true, because he would definitely have noticed if she had woken up. So he keeps wondering, did she come to help me because she really didn't like Fujimoto Ryoma? Or did the two of them have some kind of rivalry? At that moment, someone grabs Kangwoo's cheek and says, "Come here." "Hey, you're not having kimchi soup." "No way. We're in Japan. I'm going to take you to a place so we can eat sushi." And so, the jealous redhead pulls Kangwoo by the cheek and breaks up that warm hug. Because if there's anyone who wants to be hugged there, it's her. But that's just what she's thinking, right? Don't talk to him like that. And at that moment, the little redhead is thinking to herself, hugging her right in front of me. And with that, sweet and see you cute little Edna is saved from being smothered by the warm hug, because now she can finally breathe. And it's only now that Alice realizes. Edna was between the two of them, and Kangwoo has only one thing to say. "Al, don't pinch my cheek, it hurts." "Hey, redhead, let me go." While redhead is dragging her man by the cheek, Bianca keeps smiling and says, "Wow, I never come to your side, redhead." And while Kangwoo is asking redhead to let him go, she tells him, "Shut your mouth and just follow me, okay? Come on. I'm going to drag you by the cheek all the way to the restaurant." And the shaman Juliana is just watching the whole scene from a distance. At that moment, someone calls her, "Miss Juliana," and she, smiling brightly as she looks back, realizes it's her bodyguard. And he says to her, "Well, I'll take you back to your residence now, won't I, miss?" And she, still smiling, nods yes, and says, "Thank you very much." And so, as she's leaving to go home, she glances over at Kangwoo and her eyes light up when she looks at her savior. But she decides that for now, she'll just watch from afar. She notices that Kangwoo is still being dragged by the cheek by the redhead, and after the protagonist disappears from her sight, Miss Juliana also leaves the place, thinking to herself that soon she'll meet Kangwoo again, my beloved Demon King. Yeah, if Kangwoo thought he had managed to stop Lilith from crossing over into this world, he was really mistaken, because Miss Juliana was definitely possessed by the fiery one herself, and so, the Demon Queen has finally come to our world. So, subscriber, what do you think is going to happen? And for those of you who have been watching up to now and haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe, okay? Leave a thumbs up, like.
You asked for the next part, so here's part 16. So the scene shifts to a week later at the building where Kanghan lives. He and little Adina are really happy because they're finally getting home. Home sweet home, and the redhead is completely worn out, dying to get back to her apartment and rest. And Kanghan and little Adina pause their celebration and notice that the redhead is totally exhausted, even with dark circles under her eyes. And sweet Alice, worried about her friend, says to her, "Hey Red, be careful when you get back to your place, okay?" I think Alice forgot that the redhead is one of the strongest people in Korea. After that, Alice commented to Kanghan, "Hey Kanghan, Red looks extremely tired, doesn't she?" And the protagonist says, well, after everything she went through, that would wear anyone out. Because he remembers what it was like to be Red's mom back in Japan. It was really stressful, because at the press conference held in Japan, it was announced that Cheon Mujin and Red were the ones who put an end to the demon cult in Japan. And because of that, the reporters didn't leave her alone for even a second, bombarding her with questions and repeating things that had already been asked. Because regardless of whether Fujimoto Kuma was a cultist or not, he was Japan's #1 hero and everyone loved him. So, journalists from all over the world directed their hatred toward Red, who represents Korea, and toward Japan itself, for allowing a cultist to become its main hero. And you know how it is, right? People start talking from here, start talking from there, and Red has a lot of patience, right? So, the fiery woman starts to growl, because if there's one thing she can't stand, it's weak people trying to interrogate her. Kamhan knows that he should be the one there instead of Red, because he was the focal point of all this mess. But since Red is the representative of a guild, she was the one who had to stay there, listening to those annoying reporters ask a bunch of pointless questions. And that made her really pissed off, to the point where she wanted to go after them, and punch those reporters. And if it weren't for Cheon Mujin holding her back, she definitely would have punched a few of them right there. And Red only stayed in that position, out of consideration for Kamhan, but I think she did it for him, you know, just because she likes him. But the pressure was way more than she expected, and Kamhan is happy, because he knows that Red is really thoughtful in that way. She takes care of him, without him even asking. While Kamhan is thinking about Red, Sweet Alice talks to him, hey Kamhan, let's go up to our apartment, because we've already been out here for like 3 minutes. And the tough guy answers Alice, asking her to go in first, because there's something he needs to take care of before. And she says, what? Where are you going? And little Edina, tugging at the protagonist's clothes, says, hey, Kanghan, look, I want to go with you, okay? Take me with you. So the tough guy, looking at the beautiful, cute Edina, says to her, look, you can come, okay? Because we're going to a really peaceful place. And little Edina, who's not used to this, says, huh, a peaceful place? Okay. And putting his hand inside his jacket, Kamhan takes something out of his pocket and says that the place they're going to doesn't have anything important there. But as he looks at the mythical equipment in his hand, the old Susanoo, he grins from ear to ear and says that at this place, he plans to make some equipment for himself. And so, the scene shifts to inside an S-rank dungeon, the place where the Quayo is. And there's the nest of the day, with sunny weather and clear skies. And Kamhan finally arrives at that place, because he's in a hurry, to make his new equipment. And so, as usual, Kamhan doesn't walk anywhere anymore. Wherever he goes, he flies. And since Edna Zina flies much faster than he does, she arrives at the place together with her master. And after moving more than a kilometer away from the portal entrance, Kamhan notices that it's really peaceful there, with no one else around. And Edna Zina, imitating her master, puts her hand over her eyes, even though she doesn't need to. So, our protagonist opens his system window again to take a closer look at his new skill. Then, he starts reading. And on his 6th awakening, Kamhan gains the skill, Demonic Art of Creation, which is an SS rank ability. And with this skill, he can create equipment with the power of an authority. You might say, wait, but he already creates things. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but when Kamhan creates a weapon with the power of an authority, it's single use only, except for the authority of the blade, which stays in his hands. But when he creates any of the spears, after that one use, it disappears. That's what happened when he killed that big ogre, and when he threw Gran onto that portal, where the chubby guy jumped in front, and right after he killed the chubby guy, the leader of the demon cult in Japan, the weapon disappeared. So, by using this skill, the weapon Kamhan creates won't disappear. And the more authorities he uses in this process, the stronger the item will be. However, for him to create equipment of mythical rank or higher, he needs to have an ingredient. And the system also warns the protagonist that if he creates an item using an ingredient, and that item ends up being superior to the ingredient will disappear in the process. And Kamhan, with a shell-shocked look on his face, starts thinking, so the more I use, the stronger it gets? So, I'll use as much as I can. Then he remembers the last weapon he used, Gumir, which is known as Odin's Spear. And after that single use, it completely fell apart. Kamhan knows that right now, he can only use 4 authorities, since that's been his limit, because to forge that weapon, he used up almost all of his demonic energy. And Kamhan explains to us that every time he uses one more authority to create a stronger weapon, he basically spends double the demonic energy he used on the previous weapon. So, if he used a lot of demonic energy on the first spear, on the second spear, the Bident, he used 4 times more. On the third spear, Gibald, he used 8 times more than on the second. And to create that spear, the one he used to face Susanoo, he spent 16 times more demonic energy than he did on the previous spear. And that's why these spears are so powerful. So, Kamhan says that for each spear, you have to use GP, geometric progression, and not AP, arithmetic progression. Then you say, man, uncle, I skipped school. I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know? That's basic math, okay? Uncle's not going to explain it. And since Kamhan needs to use a lot of demonic energy, he knows that to create good equipment, he needs to be totally focused. And that's why he brought little Edina, because she has a very important role. And so, while he's lost in his thoughts, little Edina calls out to him, hey Kamhan, hey, Kamhan. And the tough guy, looking down, loses all his focus because a child's persistent calling will always break anyone's concentration. So, he gives his little one some attention, and he says to her, Yadina, I need you, okay? Look, I need you to protect me. So, you can't talk to me while I'm doing this. And another thing, don't let anyone get close to me or bother me, alright? Because what the guy really needs is to focus on that. And another thing, by asking Adina to protect him from anyone, she definitely won't interrupt him like she just did. And so, sweet little Adina, so innocent, says to the main character, okay, master, I'll do whatever you say, bye. And the mighty Adina walks away all smiles, happy and singing. Master, I'm going to put up such a powerful barrier that not even a thought will get through it. You can relax, okay, master? I'll protect you. And so, Kangwoo begins his first test, because he, who has never used this skill before, knows that he needs to practice first. And the tough guy, stretching out his hand, thinks to himself that the first thing he needs to make is a weapon that's relatively easy for him to make in his daily life. And so, the tough guy extends his hand, and with that, he says, demonic art of creation. And after he says that, a purple aura spreads out for several meters from where the protagonist is. And then the system states the obvious, hey, you're using the demonic art of creation. And after the protagonist does this, a dense demonic energy starts to rise from the ground. All of this happens within that circle the protagonist just made. After a short while, all that energy starts to encapsulate the protagonist, and that dense demonic energy converges in one spot. Then, the system informs him that what's in front of him is the creation furnace. And after that, the system also tells him that to create a high-level piece of equipment, he needs to insert ingredients of similar quality. And Kangwoo, since he's just testing, isn't going to use any ingredients, because for this first test, he plans to use only authorities. So, he places his hand on the demonic creation furnace, and the system, Captain Obvious, notifies him that Kangwoo isn't using any ingredients. Because of that, it tells the protagonist that the highest rank of equipment he can create will only be legendary. And just a reminder, subscribers, the only legendary equipment the protagonist has is his Kraken overcoat, since the rest are just regular pieces of clothing. In other words, the protagonist can create several legendary pieces of equipment using only the power of authorities. But the badass wants to create a weapon, so he starts by using the authority of the Black Spear, then the authority of Hellfire, and finally, the authority of Splitting. And all these authorities combined are the ingredients needed to create the protagonist's level 3 spear, Gi Balg. With that, the demonic creation furnace starts to crack. And Kangwoo, squeezing it with his hand, realizes that all those ingredients are taking on a solid form. Right after that, the system notifies the protagonist that he has just created Gi Balg, and that this is a unique item that was successfully crafted. And now Gi Balg takes on a new appearance. And Kangwoo says, oh, this demonic creation art really is amazing, because now your Gi Balg is no longer just pure energy, it can actually be touched physically, and it's no longer a single-use item. Proto realizes that this Gi Balg isn't as strong as the ones made from pure demonic energy, but he notices that this weapon definitely contains the power of the authorities used. So, right? Let's test it out. Kangwoo goes, looks back, and standing there near him, watching, is the famous Unwritten Stone. So, let's help this Unwritten One take a dump. And so, that rock starts to crack open, because a monstrous force is trying to break out from inside it. And after that, Kangwoo makes a new hole in the Unwritten Stone, showing that this spear is truly very powerful. After smashing through the Unwritten One with a lot of force, Kangwoo looks back and realizes that this spear is even more powerful than he thought, because he was only planning to make a new hole in the Unwritten, but that stone was completely destroyed by the power of Gi Balg. And what's more, the spear stays in the protagonist's hand, so he can use it as many times as he wants, and Kangwoo realizes that this spear only contains at most about 20% of the original spear's power, but Kangwoo is the king of hacks, and he already knows how to make that 20% grow a lot more. He's going to use this spear and several authorities within his body so he can become much stronger and make up for that missing 80%. And the narrator is already thinking about the authority of divine power and the authority of Baphomet. If Kangwoo were to use both authorities while holding Gi Balg in his hand, for sure, it would easily surpass 100% of the original spear's power. After that, he looks to the side and sees Denizinya coughing a lot because the Unwritten, before dying, let out a really loud fart in that spot. And, still choking, she says to Kangwoo, Master, what kind of weapon are you trying to create? And Kangwoo replies, my dear, I still don't know what kind of weapon I want. After that, he remembers Kimmy, since he only uses one weapon, a sword. However, the protagonist quickly changes his mind, because he likes being versatile and using different weapons. And if he chooses a main weapon, that will really mess up his fighting style. And Denizinya, a child dragon who's actually hundreds of years old, says to her master Kangwoo, hey, Kangwoo, why don't you make a weapon that can change its shape? What do you think? Kangwoo was just thinking, but Denizinya gave him an excellent idea. And that makes Kangwoo start thinking deeply about a weapon that can change its shape. With that, the beautiful day comes to an end and a lovely night begins in those S-rank dungeons. But now, Kangwoo has brought reinforcements. He went home and switched to Alice because this healer has a buff that Kangwoo really likes. So he says, Alice, you can start now. And she, with a serious look on her face, says, yes. Then, pointing her staff at Kangwoo, sweet Alice begins her incantation and says, "Gracious light, fill everything." After that, the protagonist's body is buffed, and Kangwoo plans to put everything into this creation, because besides being buffed by Alice, he's also using the Kraken's Fury. So, the protagonist's demonic energy rises to 116, which normally, with this buff and without using the Kraken's Fury, would only reach 106. This time, he'll use the Eye of Susanoo as an ingredient, which is a mythical item, and it will be used as an ingredient. And so, after getting heavily buffed, Kangwoo activates his skill, the demonic art of creation, and the system immediately notifies that Kangwoo is using the mythical equipment as an ingredient, which means he can also create a mythical weapon. However, the protagonist, who had already used 3 authorities before and created the legendary spear Gibald, adds one more authority, the authority of the storm, because it was by using these 4 authorities that he created his mythical spear, the spear of Ningaljan, Dumnir. But the protagonist is the protagonist, right? King of Hacks. And he remembers Denizinya, super excited talking to him. "Hey, master, make a weapon that can change its shape, because if you do that, you'll be able to freely switch from one weapon to another without using up demonic energy." And Kangwoo, in a lot of pain, pushes himself to the limit. And so, for the first time, he uses a 5th authority, the authority of transformation, because he wants this weapon to be able to transform into any weapon he wants. And so, the great obvious system warns him again, "Hey, you're using 5 authorities," and tells Kangwoo that he has met all the conditions. So, a mythical weapon will be created. However, he has to endure that pain for 10 seconds, and during those 10 seconds, the Proto's demonic energy will also be drained. So, Kangwoo keeps thinking that he needs to hold on for those 10 seconds, and after that, those 10 seconds, which feel more like 10 days, start to pass. And the protagonist, using everything he has, keeps holding on to the creation furnace sphere. Then, the system starts its countdown. 9, 8.9, 8.8, 8.7, 8.6, 8.3, 8.10, 8. And Kangwoo, in the middle of that countdown, keeps thinking, I'm in so much pain, but is a mythical weapon really the peak? Because that god Susanoo definitely wasn't using a mythical weapon. And so, the system's countdown kept going. 7, 6.9, 6.8, 6.666, 6.5, 6.402, 6.1, 6. Kangwoo knows that mythical items are truly incredibly powerful, and they can even summon a god, like in the case of Fujimoto Kyoma. It was through a mythical item that he summoned the god Susanoo. But the protagonist remembers when he was in hell, at the peak of his power. He remembers the demonic gods and how he opened a dimensional rift, using the equipment of the infernal archdukes. The power of that equipment was so great that it allowed him to cross through dimensions. And so, the countdown continues. 5, 4, 3, 2, but Kangwoo is the king of hacks, and keeps thinking, what if, in this last second, I give more than 100% of myself? And the badass, knowing that the mythical equipment isn't enough, puts his other hand on top of the creation furnace and tries to create yet another new hack. Using the authority he resonates with the most, Kangwoo pours out the rest of his demonic power with the authority of predation, and, miraculously, in that brief moment, Kangwoo manages to sustain 6 authorities at the same time. And then, Mr. Obvious System speaks to him, "Hey, you just added the authority of predation, right?" By doing this, the conditions were changed, and Kangwoo, using everything he has, keeps that furnace running. However, since the conditions have changed, the environment inside the furnace also starts to shift, and Alice and little Dina stay alert, because something even stranger is happening. And so, the system informs us that a transcendent rank piece of equipment is being created. And transcendent, Naruto thinks, is the same as divine. Alice shouts for Kangwoo, because the light from that furnace is almost blinding. So she covers her eyes, because she can't stand that intense light. Denizinya, the SSS rank dragon, also calls out for her master, because even from that distance, she can't handle that intense brightness, let alone her master. And it looks like Kangwoo created the sun in that place, because a light even brighter than the sun starts to fill the entire dungeon. A short time later, that light gradually starts to fade, and the dungeon goes back to being as dark as before, with only a very strong glow still remaining at the spot where it was created. Denizinya and Alice are left speechless, because what's in front of them is truly astonishing. And Kangwoo is completely wiped out, totally spent, he can't even lift his hand. However, the smile doesn't leave his face, because he achieved much more than he ever wanted. And so, we're shown a transcendent rank item, and Kangwoo, the brave, knows that he's finally made the ultimate weapon for himself. And then, the great and obvious system notifies Kangwoo that he has successfully created the demonic energy C key, and its rank is transcendent. After that, the system speaks to Kangwoo, "Oh, you've reached the peak of the creation system, and your demonic energy will increase by 2 more. And one more thing, you basically created a cheat, so you won't be able to use this skill anymore, otherwise, the story would be over." So, Kangwoo, who was really excited, stays excited, because even though the system took away his demonic creation art skill, the guy still managed, with a lot of effort, to create something divine. And so he keeps wondering, was the art of creation given to me just so I could make this item? Because I made it and then it was taken away right after, that's kind of weird. And so, by touching that item, Kangwoo successfully completes the creation of that item. And with that touch, the item becomes bound to the protagonist. Right after that, Kangwoo opens the system to check the information about that equipment. And the name of that equipment is the key to the sea of demonic energy. And its classification is transcendent. Now, the system also says that the type of that weapon is growth type, meaning that if a certain condition is met, the weapon levels up and becomes stronger. And the effect of Kangwoo using that weapon is that every time he wields it, he gains 3 more status points. That weapon also has the characteristic of being indomitable, in other words, indestructible. And it's a transformation weapon. Transform into what? The system doesn't say, it just puts 3 question marks. And the system also says that Kangwoo hasn't unlocked all the effects of this transcended equipment yet. And what's more, this weapon is full of hacks and its special effect hasn't been revealed to the protagonist yet, meaning he'll have to level up the weapon to unlock its special effect. After reading this, the protagonist is more than surprised, because not only is this a divine weapon, it's also a growth weapon, so it's way more overpowered than the hacks he's had so far. So, Kangwoo clicks on the question mark to read the explanation of the effects. And there it is. Effect 1. Unbreakable. This weapon can't be destroyed by physical, magical, or spiritual attacks. Explanation 2. After this weapon transforms into any weapon the protagonist wants, it will retain 34% of the original weapon's power. So this transcended weapon is much stronger than the unique weapon he made before, since that one had at most 20% of the original weapon's power. And now this transcended weapon has 34% of the original power, and can grow even more. But then the protagonist starts laughing at me and says, "Hey, Nardu, you forgot the most important part. This weapon is registered as a skill, which means he doesn't even need to carry it around. He just has to cast the skill and it appears." So then, Kangwoo, who still has his hand on that weapon, commands it to transform, and right away, its light starts changing to a pink glow and a strong wind begins to blow from the weapon. And just like that, with a simple thought, Kangwoo turns that giant sphere into a well-known weapon, the bident, because he just thought about it turning into a bident and it transformed instantly. And seeing that this bident is truly powerful, Kangwoo is really pleased, because this bident, which used to be weaker than Gaybolt, now has its power increased, making it comparable to the Gaybolt he perfected earlier. And at that very moment, Kangwoo just thinks about it, and the weapon begins to transform into a new form. Kangwoo notices that its transformation is very fast, and that this transformation matches the same speed at which he can use the demonic energy stone. And so we see that Kangwoo has just created Graham, the Dragon Slayer, in a matter of seconds. And so, right, Kangwoo, who is the king of hacks, says, now the weapon transforms into Gunmi. And so, the protagonist, full of hacks, extends his transcended weapon forward, which is currently in the form of Bram, and just waits there. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And then the system notifies him, hey, dude, in the current state of this weapon, it can only transform into a weapon created with up to 4 authorities. In other words, it was supposed to transform into Gunmi, but I guess someone wasn't very good at math. But Kangwoo was already expecting this, because Gunmi is a very powerful weapon, but he knows that this weapon can't transform into Gunmi just yet. Since this weapon is a growth type weapon, the protagonist knows that soon he'll be able to meet the conditions to upgrade it, and then he'll be able to transform it into Gunmi whenever he wants. And the badass is thinking about how much more this weapon can grow, and that gets him really excited. But then, someone snaps Kangwoo back to reality and says, Kangwoo, hey, Kangwoo, are you listening to me? The badass looks back and realizes that Alice is calling him and says, hey, Kangwoo, did the weapon creation work out? And at the very moment, the protagonist is answering her question. He starts transforming that weapon into a new form, and he says to Alice, hey, Alice, as you can see, everything worked out, look, tada. With a little grin on his face, he says, look, I can change it into whatever form I want. See? Pretty cool, right? And Alice, who's crazy about the protagonist, starts thinking, a ring. Why did he turn that into a ring? And Jaya Zenho is in the back, jumping up and down, trying to get a look at her master's new weapon. And so, Kangwoo is happy with the weapon in that form, because carrying it around as a ring is really convenient for him. And then he says, alright guys, we're all done here. Shall we head back home? And so, that night passes and another beautiful day begins. And with that, the scene shifts to a week later where we see the penthouse where the protagonist lives. And then the system talks to him, hey, Kangwoo, didn't you level up and unlock the 6th awakening? So, I lied to you, okay? You're going to keep your level restricted. And so, Kangwoo got really upset since his level is still restricted, and he keeps thinking, crazy system doesn't even know what it's doing. Last time, Kangwoo had used several authorities, and that was one of the requirements for him to reach the extreme demonic energy body, which is one of the stages in the creation of the demon god. That's why he gave it his all, to the point of using an absurd 6 authorities at the same time. However, that still wasn't enough to unlock his level restriction. Lying on his bed, totally relaxed, Kangwoo gets lost in his thoughts, because he knows that to become someone truly unmatched, what he needs to do is level up. Every time he goes up 10 levels, he always gets a hack, and this hack for the demonic creation weapon was really surprising. The goal of our protagonist has been the same, since the beginning of the story, to weaken the seal on the sea of demonic energy and take back all his former power, since Gaia, being super shameless, sealed away almost all his power, right when he was transmigrating to Earth. And so, the protagonist kept looking at his beautiful ring, so pretty and cute. And so, lost in so many thoughts, Kangwoo comes to a conclusion because from the very beginning he's been trying to break through this level restriction, and so far it's been fruitless. He's put in a ton of effort and hasn't gotten anything out of it. So, Kangwoo, the king of hacks, starts thinking about another way to get new hacks, because what really matters is getting stronger every day, and that's when he remembers what he talked about with the redhead. She said she had information that there were traces of the demonic cult somewhere in Russia, but they didn't know exactly where, and since Russia is the largest country in the world, that's pretty much an impossible task. After that, the protagonist really sits down on his bed, because ever since he got back from Japan, he's just been focused on leveling up and forgot to eat, and now he's starving. So, let's head to the kitchen to see what sweet Alice made for him, and with that, the protagonist is super excited, even licking his lips.
What?
Kangwoo got a huge scare because Alice made kimchi with octopus for him, and our tough protagonist hates octopus. So what did he do? He let out a loud scream because his mind made him imagine that Lilith's tentacles were there, and he's still traumatized by tentacles to this day. And little Edna yells out too, "Hey Kanho, what happened?" And feeling a bit awkward, he says, "No, nothing happened, Edna. I just saw it wrong, okay?" But he keeps thinking, doesn't like octopus? Why did Alice make an octopus quiche soup? I'm not into that. Nope, Kangwoo didn't tell Alice that he doesn't like octopus. That's why Alice, who was his angel, made a wonderful quiche soup with octopus as the main ingredient. But every time Kangwoo sees octopus, all he can think about are Lilith's sticky tentacles, trying to grab him at any cost. And so, sitting in front of the quiche soup, Kangwoo says he just can't do it, that he can't eat anything with octopus in it. And after that, he gets up, gives up on lunch, and says, Alice. Hey, Alice, little Edna, have you seen Alice? And another thing, whose suitcases are these here? The sweet and cute Edna Zenha comes running and says to him, "Oh, Alice? She went to the portal to rank up, along with Taze, Kimmy, and Cleo. And another thing, Kangwoo. That luggage where the octopus was, it was brought here by Ruivana last night. You were so tired, you were sleeping, so you didn't even see her come in." And Kangwoo says, "Ruivana? Yeah, just last night. In the evening, she showed up here carrying a bunch of suitcases. And she told Mama Alice that it was Miss Juliana from Japan, who said all this. And all the items, there, are really rare. They're worth about $30 million. And so Ruivana says that Miss Juliana sent those gifts to apologize for the incident that happened in Japan. And that if they ever need her help, they can count on her anytime. She'll be there for them. She also said that she will help Kangwoo with whatever he needs. All he has to do is call her and she'll come running." So Ruivana, really pissed off, is there delivering that message. And after that, Ruivana gets even angrier and tells Alice that it seems like that Juliana likes Kangwoo because that bastard is really lucky with women. Who would have thought that a princess would like him? And Alice also gets really mad, to the point that Edna Zenha says to her, "Hey, Alice, why does your face look like that? You look so angry. What happened?" And Alice says, Me? Oh, it's nothing." But without realizing it, Alice squeezed sweet little Edna Zenha's hand so hard that if that dragon weren't powerful, she would have felt pain if she were just a child. And Kangwoo, hearing all that narration, looks back and starts thinking, $30 million? Wow, I only see a princess, but $30 million? Isn't that way too much money? I think princess was exaggerating. After, the protagonist starts thinking, where did she send the octopus? I don't get it. An octopus isn't that expensive. But Lilith, the queen of hell, has her charms and enchantments, because what she really wants is to mess with her man's head, and that, for sure, leaves the protagonist scared. But suddenly, the protagonist focuses on the TV, where there's news about yet another world-ranked person visiting Korea, and his nickname is the Sword of Justice. And we're also told that his name is Alec Osborne. And Kangwoo, who has the TV turned off, talks to the narrator, "Hey, crazy narrator, I'm on my phone, read that properly." Then the narrator talks to Kangwoo, "I'm going to change the name of this new rank guy. I'm not going to call him Alec Osborne. His name will be Alex. So, from now on, this rank guy's name will be Alex." And in the YouTube announcement that's on the uncle's channel, it's stated that Alex is coming to South Korea just to meet Kimmy and thank him for his huge help during the Ginsu Station incident, where a dimensional rift opened and several demons came out of it. And then, sweet little Edna, who really likes the narrator, says, "Hey, Kangwoo, the narrator said the TV was turned off. Can I watch TV?" And without answering Edna, Kangwoo keeps browsing YouTube, trying to find out everything about Alex, the Sword of Justice. And there it is, the guy's picture, his full name, that he's 29 years old, and that he lives in England. And that, besides being ranked worldwide, he's actually very strong and powerful, and he's known all over the world as a great hero, because he's always ready to draw his sword to protect the weak. He also says that while they were fighting against the demonic cult at Ginsu Station, he was also fighting against the demonic cult somewhere in Europe. And he also says that about a month ago he found out where there was a major headquarters of the demonic cult, and he went in there and took everyone out with his blade. However, this rank is so vain that he doesn't kill anyone. He wounded all the members of the demonic cult but didn't kill a single one of them. And so, looking at that scene, Kangwoo is sure of one thing. Well, this guy might be strong, but in my opinion, he's weak because he lets his enemies live. Kangwoo keeps thinking that before killing the enemy, you also have to break them psychologically so they don't even have the will to fight anymore. Kangwoo thinks that this whole being nice thing isn't for him, because if you just lock up the enemy today, they can easily escape, since there are so many ways and so many powerful people who can get them out of prison, like judges, appellate judges, and the folks at the Supreme Court. Kangwoo says he never had any problems with his enemies because he only faced them once, and never heard from them again, since a dead enemy doesn't come back to try to kill you. Kangwoo realizes that this guy acts like he's some kind of hero, just like Kimmy, and he thinks that's why he came to Korea to meet Kimmy, because not only is he a very strong world-ranked fighter, he also uses swords. And Proto starts imagining his pet Kimmy, liking this side of Alex, who is a very famous hero. And that makes our Proto really pissed off. So, he puts on his clothes and says, Edna, I'm heading out. I'm leaving, okay? And little Edna asks him, hey, Kangwoo, where are you going? He looks back very seriously and says to her, I'm going to hunt the golden sun. And Edna starts smiling a lot and says, wow, that sounds like so much fun. I want to go too, okay? And then, the scene shifts to Cafe Place B, a beautiful spot to meet up with friends. And inside, the great Taze is saying, hey, Kangwoo, come here. We all the yeah, come on. And Taze is beaming, because his hero has just arrived. Kangwoo walks in saying, hey, Taze, you guys could have kept hunting. You didn't have to leave the portal. And Taze says, what, you said you were coming here? It's only natural for us to meet up with our benefactor. And little Edna runs off, because she only has eyes for her mom, Alice. Taze says they were already planning to leave that dungeon. And Proto pulled up a chair and says, why is that? Is it because of Alex Osborne? And Taze says, yeah, it's because of him. Did you already know? Taze says that some players recognized Kimmy, and said that this Alex guy was after him. And that was also one of the reasons they decided to leave the dungeon. And so, Proto looks to the side to see how his patch is doing. And Kimmy is absolutely beaming, because he's on his phone, really happy with the news he's seeing. And Kangwoo says, hey, Kimmy, what's with that goofy happy face? What happened? And Kimmy, really moved, says that he never imagined the world ranking would come to Korea just to see him. And that's why he's so emotional. And Kangwoo, apparently a bit jealous, says, wow, do you like him that much? And Kimmy says, of course. He's the sword of justice, the protector of the innocent, the greatest hero in the world, because he manages to capture his enemies without killing them. And another thing, everyone knows him as the sword of the weak. So, just look at that beautiful name, the sword of justice. It's really cool, isn't it, Kangwoo? And Kimmy says this even more radiant than before. And Proto, pouting, looks to the side and starts thinking, sword of justice. Sword of justice is the left Musuvo. That's not cool at all. And Kangwoo, who was just thinking about that and didn't want to leave Kimmy without an answer, asks Kimmy a question. Hey Kimmy, what's your level now? Tell me. And Kimmy says, oh right, I even forgot to mention it. Look, I'm level 60. Proto hears that. His eyes go wide and he says, what? Level 60? What do you mean level 60? I couldn't get to level 60. And Kimmy explains to Kangwoo, yeah, right? I was there fighting, and suddenly I tripped and leveled up. I did it at 59. When 59 filled up, I went to 60. It was just that simple, at that moment. And right then, the lady looks at them and says, yeah, Kangwoo, Kimmy didn't have a level cap, which is really strange. He got to 59, and went up to 60 just like that. But me, Taisu, and Cleo, we got stuck at 59. We couldn't level up. And Cleo, the very picture of happiness, is standing there thinking, that jerk, man. What a bastard. I struggled so much and he just leveled up without a care. What a shameless guy. Just look at how shameless he is. Kangwoo has the same happy look on his face as Cleo, because if envy could kill, those two would have died twice over. While Kimmy feels awkward, Cleo keeps talking, and that's not even the worst part. I can't even get close to the monsters anymore. This guy is so strong that by the time I even think about casting a spell, he's already killed everything. After that, she says outright, look, out of the four of us, he's the only one at level 60 because he didn't have any restrictions. Kangwoo knows that Kimmy is the hero from Earth and that he has SSS rank stats because he carries within him the spirit of a martial god. Kimmy is destined for greatness since in this story, he's the true protagonist. So, Kangwoo was dying of envy when he saw his own pet surpass him in level. He keeps thinking, what a talented bastard, if this guy sneezes, he levels up. After that, Kimmy says to Kangwoo, hey Kangwoo, what do you think I should do now? Do you think I should go to the airport to pick up Alex? Kangwoo, arms crossed and using his detection ability, answers Kimmy, no, Kimmy, there's no need for that. And then, a shadow appears at the door behind Kangwoo. Suddenly, the door opens and sunlight starts to flood the place, because someone very important has just arrived, and Kimmy gives us a big spoiler. He quickly stands up and says, oh, the Sword of Justice is here. And then, Mr. Alex, the Sword of Justice, replies, so you're Kimmy, right? I came here just to meet you. And Kimmy says, yes, I'm Kimmy. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you too, okay? And Kangwoo, looking back, senses this guy's aura, and realizes he really lives up to being called a world ranker, because his aura is incredibly strong. The tough Kangwoo, looking at Alex, notices that he has a very intense aura, and also realizes that this guy has an enormous amount of magical power. So our protagonist continues his analysis and looks at the sword Alex is using, noticing that he uses high-rank items. But the protagonist is used to everyone hiding their true power, so he's sure that Alex must be hiding something too, because the power he's sensing from him can't possibly be all that he has. And so, Alex, like a true hero, greets everyone and says, "Nice to meet you all." And he says, "My name is Alec Osborne, or Alex Osborne." And that's where we'll stop for now. If you enjoyed it, ask for part 17, and I'll bring you part 17. And this week, the story keeps getting more intense, because Kangwoo realizes that this guy Alex is way stronger than the late Fujimoto Ryona. And Alex, being polite, greets Kimmy and says it's an honor to meet Korea's hero in person. And Alex totally ignores the protagonist, because if you look closely, Alex steps right in front of him, without caring about his presence, only having eyes for Kimmy. And the badass Kimmy says the honor is all his. And Kangwoo is even pouting like a parrot, from jealousy, because Kimmy, even though he's his pet, has never talked to him like that. Kangwoo is practically bouncing with anger, because Kimmy is acting, more like a puppy wagging its tail for its owner, the way he's fawning over. The world-ranked Alex would make anyone jealous, and the king of the 9 hells is completely consumed by envy. Right after that, the protagonist decides to speak, and without even looking at Alex, he says, "Hey, what's the world ranker doing here? What do you want?" And Alex finally, noticing Kangwoo's presence, says to him, "Hey, who are you? I didn't even see you there." Kimmy doesn't even wait for the protagonist to answer, and comes over all excited and says, "This guy? This is my older brother, and his name is Kangwoo." And the protagonist even pouts a little, because he's annoyed that his pet is fawning over someone else instead of him. So Alex says, "Oh right, now I remember. Yeah, in the article I read about you, it said you had a brother, so this must be the guy, right?" And so, the dead man walking, looks at the women nearby, especially at Alice, and says, "Sword Dragon, you're really in good company, huh?" These women are really beautiful, and Cleo seems pretty tired, and doesn't even notice the compliment that the world-ranked guy just gave them. And sweet little Edna is immune to any compliment that doesn't come from her master. But sweet Alice gets all flustered, and Alex doesn't stop there, he goes on, "Hey Kimmy, if it's not too much trouble, couldn't you introduce me to these beauties?" And Kangwoo looks at him with a serious face and says, "It is a problem, actually. So, just tell us why you came all the way to Korea to meet Kimmy." And Alex, still smiling broadly, turns to the two of them and says, That's a shame. I wanted to make some connections here in Korea, but I get why you're still on guard, Kangwoo. It's because I haven't said why I came here yet, right? I even forgot about that." And Kangwoo, full of jealousy, is really pissed off, because that blonde bastard hit on Alice right in front of him. After that, Alex stops smiling and, looking at Kimmy, says to him, "Well, I have a question for you, Kimmy. Do you know anything about the existence of the protectors?" And Kimmy is shocked, since it's the first time he's ever heard about that. Meanwhile, the protagonist stays alert. Kangwoo, who's very smart, notices that this bastard just said protectors in the plural. So he realizes he was mistaken, because he had thought that the Gaia system had only one protector of Earth, but it seems there are several people on the planet like Kimmy, whose role is to make up for the damage the Gaia system had suffered. And the protagonist realizes that the Gaia system is much more cunning than he thought, since the system chose several people to save the world, not just one. And Kimmy, knowing that he is a protector, says to Alex, "Hey Alex, are you a protector too?" And Alex replies, "Yes, I'm a protector too, just like you." And after hearing this, Kangwoo is certain that this Alex has Gaia's full support, and is an immensely powerful person, and so Kangwoo finally has absolute certainty that Kimmy is not the only hero on Earth. And so, the wise Kangwoo, looking in Alex's direction, says to him, "Hey Alex, setting aside the fact that you know Kimmy is a protector, what do you want? Do you want him to join the other protectors to defend the Earth?" And Alex answers yes, that's exactly what he wants, that he came to Korea with the sole purpose of recruiting Kimmy for their group, and their group is called the Guardians. And Kangwoo, hearing such a cliché name, says to him, "Guardians? I've heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Guardians of the Universe, the Avengers, but I've never heard of your group, the Guardians." So Alex explains that his group isn't famous, but that his group is definitely humanity's only hope. Then he makes the offer to Kimmy, "Hey Kimmy, if you join the Guardians, you'll be able to save the world. And another thing, you'll never be like that again. Do you remember how desperate you were back then?" And Kimmy widens his eyes, because he remembers the desperate situation he went through some time ago. After that dimensional rift opened at the South Station, he had to kill several monsters, and Alex says he saw in Kimmy's eyes that he was scared, powerless, and sad. He says he understands everything Kimmy went through back then, because he knew that every demon Kimmy killed was actually just an innocent civilian who had been turned into a demon. And so, clenching his fist, he promises Kimmy that if he gets even stronger, he'll be able to save everyone without losing a single person. Still with his fist clenched and looking straight at Kimmy, Alex says, "You need to become strong enough to be able to restrain anyone and any creature without even hurting them. That way, we and the protectors can capture and protect everyone, even those who have been turned into demons, at least until we find a way to turn them back to normal." And then Kimmy says, "What do you mean, get that strong? I don't get it. Strong enough to restrain any enemy without even hurting them? How do you even do that?" Alex explains that his group, the Guardians, has a very special method to increase their power. Then we see Alex kneeling in front of a person in a wheelchair, and this person is greatly amplifying Alex's power. And this girl, for now we'll call her Girl X, or Xavier's daughter, and Alex says that he was also pretty weak, but with this method they use, he became much stronger, strong enough to become a world-ranked fighter. It was thanks to this that he was able to single-handedly drive the demonic order out of the United Kingdom. Then Kangwoo remembers Fujimoto Ryoma, who was also world-ranked, but didn't have enough power to take on the world order of Japan all by himself. And that's when we see the chubby mischievous guy, who just wanted a succubus all to himself to enjoy life to the fullest. So, leave an F in the comments for the mischievous chubby guy, and Kangwoo realizes that everything Alex is saying seems to be the absolute truth, because being world-ranked alone wouldn't be enough to take on the demonic cult of an entire country by yourself. Looking at his pet, Kangwoo realizes it would be really good for him if Kimmy got even stronger. But at that moment, Alex makes his proposal for the third time and says, "Oh Kimmy, we protectors need you, and we need you to protect everyone from despair." Then, looking at Kimmy, who is sweating, he asks her directly, "So, Kimmy, do you want to join us?" And Kimmy, looking very serious, starts to speak and stutter, I. Then the scene shifts to someone in a deserted alley, smiling a lot, but this person looks pretty down, hunched over with their head down, laughing a lot at the situation. That person is Alex, and he thinks to himself, "Wow, I never thought I'd be rejected. This is the first time that's ever happened. He said no to our group, right to my face." We can also see that someone pretty lively is in the background, just watching as the world-ranked guy walks away, and of course, that's Kangwoo. While the tough guy is watching Alex leave, he notices Alex talking to himself, and Alex says he won't give up, that he'll do everything possible and impossible to bring Kimmy over to their side. Meanwhile, Kangwoo thinks this guy is really stubborn and hard-headed. Then, the scene flashes back to the past, still in the cafe, at the exact moment when Alex Osborne asks Kimmy, "Hey Kimmy, do you want to join the Protectors?" While Kimmy was stuttering to answer, the protagonist starts to release his demonic energy toward Kimmy, which leaves his own body and enters Kimmy's body. And so, just as Kimmy was really excited and ready to give his answer, he says, "So you want me to join the Protectors, right?" "Oh, I." My answer, that skill that had taken over Kimmy's heart, turning him into the protagonist's pet, kicks in and starts to influence Kimmy, saying to him, "Why do you want to join the Guardians? Do you really think they're going to save everyone?" And so, we can see that those are the protagonist's thoughts getting into his head, trying to change his heart, so he won't join the Protectors. And that skill, used by the protagonist, completely takes over Kimmy's heart, and Kimmy, the hero of Korea, has a seed of doubt planted in his heart by the protagonist, making him question Alex. So, Kimmy starts thinking that maybe Alex might be trying to trick him. And once again, Kimmy, the hero of Earth, repeats the question that Alex asked him. "Join you, right?" "Yeah, let me see." At that moment, the system notifies that the power of the skill, subordination, has just been activated, and that Kangwoo has successfully taken complete control over his subordinate's actions. And so, the tough Kimmy gives his answer and says, "Look, I'm sorry, okay? But I can't make that decision right now. So, I'm really grateful, but this is a very important matter that I can't just decide like that." And so, the world ranker, the Sword of Justice, nods and says, "Yeah, right? Since you don't want to join, there's nothing I can do. Look, but just letting you know, Kimmy, I'm going to stay in Korea for a few days, okay? If you change your mind, talk to me, alright? Please." And Kangwoo, upon hearing Kimmy's answer, feels really relieved, because he had been very clever. Before Kimmy got strong, he implanted the domination ability in his heart, and now he doesn't have to worry about this hero from Earth. And so, the scene shifts back to that alley, where Alex Bourne is walking alone, lost in thought. And Kangwoo, the 007 spy, keeps thinking that Kimmy might respect Alex because he's such a strong world-ranked player. However, that belief of his is pretty much irrational. What a stupid thing, he even looks like Batman. And Kangwoo is against Alex's belief of becoming a white sword who doesn't kill his enemies and wants to save everyone at any cost. The King of the Nine Hells knows one thing: if John wants to survive, he can't hold on to that belief in his heart. So he's certain that he needs to keep Kimmy as far away from this group of protectors as possible. At that moment, Alex starts shouting, "Hey, who's there? Show yourself. I know you're there. I can feel your presence." And Kangwoo, with a shell-shocked look on his face, thinks to himself, "Wow, did I get found out? I suppressed my presence, and I'm moving, without making a sound, and this guy still managed to sense me?" Suddenly, he jumps off the building and goes straight for Alex. And then, the masked cultist says, "Alex, today you're going to die." But hey, did you think it was Kangwoo? Of course not, he didn't find Kangwoo at all. And Alex, realizing that a demonic cultist is coming his way, immediately gets ready for battle. And the cultist, with fingernails that haven't been washed in over a week, gets ready to deliver his infectious attack, trying to scratch him with the dirtiest nails in the world. And there's one nail that's especially good at picking noses. But on the other side, the hero, the Sword of Justice, world ranker Alex, starts to draw his sword, ready to prove that he's not a world ranker for nothing. And after that, shouting loudly, the very angry demonic cultist says he's going to finish Alex off for being so nosy and for interrupting the demon cult's plans. And it seems like Alex recognizes the guy and says, "Wait, you again? You've been following me since the United Kingdom, huh? You really are pretty persistent." And so, in the middle of that fight, Alex said to the cultist, "Hey, you demonic cultist, you'd better give up, okay? stop doing evil and become a good person. And the cultist, in turn, gets even angrier, saying that this time he's going to finish him off and send Alex to hell once and for all. And so, the fight is a sight to behold. Alex on one side, swinging his sword over and over, while on the other side, the cultist, dressed like a striking drag queen, fights furiously, because this time, he's going to finish off his archenemy. And meanwhile, our 007 spy is back there. Fiend. This time? What do you mean? This isn't the first time these guys have faced off, is it? How strange. And of course, right? Since they're fighting each other, Kangwoo has no intention of getting involved. He's just going to stand there and watch. Kangwoo notices that this guy is wearing the same mask as the demonic order, so he must definitely be a cultist from the European demonic order, which Alex attacked about a month ago. And he realizes that Alex is pretty calm in that situation, because apparently, he's probably been attacked by the demonic order, over and over again. And so, 4.5 minutes later, that battle finally comes to an end, and a bit of blood was spilled there. And that's how we see that Alex Born, the Sword of Justice, is really strong, because from Kangwoo's perspective, that didn't even look like a fight, it was basically a massacre. It was just Alex beating up the cultist, and so, Kangwoo starts wondering if these protectors are really that strong. Meanwhile, the cultist is there like, just kill me, go on, kill me, just get it over with, I'm tired of living already. And seeing that, Kangwoo realizes that this cultist's end was even more pathetic than that pervy fat guy who threw himself in front of the sword. But suddenly Alex says, of course not, of course I'm not going to kill you. Are you crazy? Kangwoo's eyes go wide when he hears that. And so, Kangwoo, who was already in shock, stays in shock when he hears Alex tell the cultist that every life is important, that his life matters, and that he's no different from anyone else. And our tough guy protagonist is there thinking, what is this lunatic doing? What do you mean, he's not going to kill the enemy? He's right in front of him, practically asking to be killed. This guy is nuts, he's just like Batman, who lets people go so they can escape and then come back to kill his loved ones. And so, Alex Born, all tough, pointing his weapon at the cultist, says, hey, I already told you, right? This isn't the first time. You need to leave the demonic order, okay? Drop everything you're doing, go live a peaceful life, become a different person, get a regular job, become an Uber driver. Hey, there are so many jobs out there, why do you want to keep being a cultist? I've told you, man, being evil is a really ugly thing, you can stop with that, alright? For your own good, for your own good. And then the cultist says to him, huh? You're going to let me go again? You just can't stop talking nonsense, can you, Alex? And our guy in the back with his head down just watches, thinking the cultist is right, but this guy must be crazy to let him go like that. And that's when Kangwoo realizes that Alex, the embodiment of kindness, hasn't killed anyone from the demonic order so far. He only injured them and incapacitated them, then locked each one up in a very comfortable cell, from which most of them escaped. But that cultist already knew how Alex operates. So, pulling a grenade out of his pocket, he thinks that Alex is going to capture me again, isn't he? At that moment, he pulls the pin from the grenade, and Kangwoo, watching the scene from afar, thinks, I've never seen anything so absurd. A world-renowned hero letting a dangerous terrorist like that go free. And even worse, he just gave him a warning. Hey, don't do that anymore, okay? Be nice, become a good person, alright? For real. And the cultist, throwing a smoke bomb on the ground, makes Alex lose sight of him. And Kangwoo, furious, watching the whole scene, is still shocked that Alex let that cultist go with just a warning, telling him to live a new and honest life and not commit any more crimes. And so, a voice fading into the distance calls out to Alex, hey, I'm going to make you regret the humiliation you put me through today, alright? And the tough Alex Born opens one eye to see what's going on. He realizes that the cultist is leaving the place at an incredibly high speed. So Alex calls out to him, hey, stop right there, I'm not done yet, okay? And the cultist, looking back, yells at Alex, hey, loser, do you really think I'm going to become a good person? Just because you suggested it? See you later, baby. Meanwhile, a sweet, innocent soul is walking by, completely distracted, not realizing that a fierce confrontation had just taken place there. So, when the distracted girl realizes that something is coming toward her at an incredibly high speed, she doesn't even have time to blink. At that moment, Alex calls out to her, hey, miss, watch out. That demonic cultist, who has the strength of an S rank, punches the girl so hard that she goes flying at an incredible speed and crashes with full force into a nearby wall. And so, the cultist just looks at the girl and thinks, man, what bad luck I had. A woman got in my way, but lucky for me, I took care of her. Who told her to show up out of nowhere like that? Right after that, he looks back and realizes that Alex, the Sword of Justice, is already coming up right behind him. And so, running away like Batman, the cultist says, Alex, just wait, okay? Next time, I'll finish you off. Meanwhile, Alex heads toward the young woman, who had just been hit with full force by the cultist. And Alex, shaking, gets close to her and says, no, it can't be, she's already dead. What a terrible guy, how awful, why did he do that? He could have just dodged her, she was so weak. Why did he punch her so hard like that? He killed her almost instantly. And then, Alex lets out a loud cry, no, please, don't die. But it's already too late. That simple girl met a tragic end in an empty, completely desolate alley. But Alex keeps saying, miss, please, don't die, don't die. While Alex Born is breaking down in tears, he hears a voice coming from behind him saying, hey, what are you doing? At that moment, Alex Born realizes he's not alone in that alley. So, looking to the side, he says, huh, Kangwoo, what are you doing here? The tough guy doesn't even answer him and says, "Hey, why didn't you kill that cultist? From the looks of it, it seems like you two have faced off before. So tell me, when did you arrest that guy?" The guy gets even closer to Alex, Born, and says, "You see this woman here? She died because of you, got it? Because if you had killed that guy, she wouldn't have died. So, her death is your fault. In other words, you're the one who killed this woman, since you didn't want to kill that psychopathic terrorist. He's looking for me." After that, Alex answers the protagonist, "Well, I didn't kill him, because every life is precious. Even if he's a member of the demonic order, his life is still precious. I can't take his life." And Kanho puts his hand on his face and says, "You must be really stupid. It just can. Oh, this belief of yours about not killing anyone is completely absurd. And another thing, people with that belief always end up causing the deaths of innocent people, and this is just one more example. So Alex, stop talking nonsense." And then Alex replies to him, "I didn't understand a thing. Kanho, you said an innocent person died, right? Who was it? Who died? I have no idea."
Do you really not remember? I've never seen that. When did it happen?
And the protagonist widens his eyes, and, looking in Alex's direction, he asks, "Huh? What are you doing?" Alex says, "Kanho, do you see anyone dead here?" And Kanho notices that the woman's body is dissolving, turning into a golden energy that fades into the air. And then, Alex Osborne says to him, "See? Look over here. There's no one here. No one died today. You see? My work is very well done. There's no one here." And so we can see that the woman's body has completely evaporated, and Alex Osborne, with a psychopathic look on his face, keeps smiling at Kanho. And our protagonist thinks, "You've got to be kidding me. Another lunatic? What is this guy thinking about life?" So, what did you all think of this chapter, subscribers? If you liked it, ask for part 18, because next week, I'll bring the next chapter.
And so, we begin a new part. And Alex is over there, all down in the dumps, sighing, and he says, "Man, I lost again. To a member of the demonic order. I'm actually embarrassed." The guy ignores Kangho's questions, but the tough guy is persistent. He gets close to him and says, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?" And so, Alex Osborne stops looking down and looks toward the protagonist and says, "Yeah, go ahead. What do you want?" "Hey, it seems like you don't plan on giving up on Chimi." And Kangho says this to him, in a really serious way. But Alex seems to be off in his own world and starts to smile and says, "Well, of course not. I'm not going to give up on him. There are very few protectors, and I can't just give up on him like that." And so, Alex Osborne starts getting philosophical, telling the protagonist that even though he sees Chimi as his younger brother, he's also someone essential for the good of humanity. And Kangho looks to the side and says, Yeah, I get it. Sure." Alex Osborne is really excited and tells Kangho that Chimi has a bright future ahead of him, because he needs to grow up, and fast, since he's destined to save countless lives. Meanwhile, Kangho just kept listening to all that nonsense, and before leaving that place, Alex, as if nothing had happened, turns to his right and starts walking away, even walking backwards, and says to the protagonist, "Hey, Kangho, do me a favor. You try convincing Chimi to join the Protectors too." And as he's leaving, Kangho keeps thinking about what he said regarding Chimi being destined to save many lives, and that those lives also include their enemies. So, our protagonist starts thinking, what a load of nonsense he's talking, because right in front of me are just the clothes of that woman who disappeared, and that lunatic did this to me, as if that woman never even existed. Is he trying to make Chimi become just like him? He must be out of his mind. And so, the tough Kangho keeps staring at the clothes, left behind by the missing woman. The protagonist knows it was through the authority of subordination that he forced Chimi to turn down that offer. However, as long as Chimi keeps admiring this guy, Kangho knows he can't stop them from being together. So he starts imagining Chimi by the side of that lunatic Alex. But the king of the nine hells, Kangho, is sure of one thing. This is a huge opportunity that he's going to take advantage of. And so, the king of evil starts to smile, because since Alex said that Chimi needs to keep growing, he knows an excellent way to make Chimi keep growing. With a wicked look in his eyes, he thinks to himself, "What a great idea I just had." This is going to be seriously wicked. While Kangho is planning to help Chimi grow, he clearly knows where that guy is, because the trail of demonic energy he left behind is very obvious to our protagonist. And so, our protagonist thinks to himself, it's going to be so much fun helping Chimi grow like this. It's time for some mischief. Then, the scene shifts to a building with several apartments. It's already late at night, but there are still people awake, and we can see that it's Alex. It seems like he has insomnia. He can't fall back asleep after everything that happened, and he's in his hotel room, reflecting on it all. He keeps thinking about what the protagonist said to him and what Kangho said to him. "Hey, why didn't you kill that member of the demonic order? Because if you had killed him, that woman wouldn't have died." And he starts sweating as he thinks about all of this. But right after that, Alex Osborne begins to smile and says to himself, Our belief is really hard for someone to understand, and Kangwoo definitely didn't get it, because the duty of a protector is to save everyone, even if it's a member of the demonic order. And Alex, in a great mood, says to himself, I'm sure Kangwoo will come to understand our belief, and I'm going to put all my energy into that. And still talking to himself out loud, Alex says that he'll keep trying, until he convinces Kangwoo himself about his belief. Suddenly, a very loud scream interrupts Alex Osborne's thoughts and words. And as he looks toward the window, he thinks, did I just hear a woman scream? Where did that come from? And the woman keeps screaming, please, please, somebody save me. Help me. If you laughed at my impression, you have a small willy. And Alex realizes that the scream is coming from the roof. So, right? Like the great hero he is, he looks at the roof and immediately heads over there because he's a protector and has to save someone. And so, dropping in like a superhero, he says, stop what you're doing right now because justice has just arrived. But when Alex looks ahead, he realizes that nothing bad is happening there because there's no woman there, just someone dressed like a member of the demonic cult. So he asks, hey, who are you? And the cultist very politely answers him, I started screaming less than a minute ago and you're already here? Yeah, sword of justice, you're fast, huh? And after that, the member of the demonic cult says to him, wow, we just saw each other a little while ago and you're still asking who I am? Aren't you happy to see me? Hey, why do you have that serious look on your face? And the ever-cheerful Alex Osborne says to him, I didn't come here to chat with you. Where is the woman who was screaming? There's no point hiding her from me. I'll find her and save her. Then the cultist puts his hand on his face and says, the woman? You want to find her? Hold on a second. The cultist perfectly imitates that woman because, in reality, the one who was screaming was actually him, not a woman. And the cultist puts on a show, saying, please, please, save me. I'm all alone. Help. Please, save me. Someone is trying to kill the sword of justice. Come, please. And the sword of justice says to him, wait, so you tricked me? It was all fake? The cultist says to him, man, you fell for the oldest trick in the book. You look like an idiot. Oh, I heard that only idiots get fooled. So you must be one. But there's something I want to ask you. And Alex Osborne says to him, you want to ask me something? What do you want to ask me? And the demonic cultist asks him, hey, I remember I killed a woman while I was escaping. Do you remember? And Alex Osborne's expression hardens because he doesn't understand what this cultist is getting at. But of course he remembers that ordinary woman covered in blood and losing her life in that dark alley while he was powerless, unable to do anything. And while Alex is pouting in frustration, the cultist says to him, hey, even though I killed that woman, you're not going to kill me, are you? Tell me. And Alex says to him, man, I don't know what you're talking about. It was just you and me in that alley. There was no one in there. You must be crazy. At that moment, the cultist starts to smile. You must be crazy, man. Are you messing with me? Hey, protector, you passed judgment for justice. And now you're ignoring the death of a woman? I don't get it at all. What kind of protector are you? But Alex is already really pissed off with all that talk, and grabbing his sword, he starts to draw it. But meanwhile, the taunting continues, and the cultist says, and people call you a hero. You're ridiculous. And so, Alex says to the cultist, well, if what you told your cultist is true, I'm going to make you atone for this sin for the rest of your days because I am definitely going to arrest you. And so, Alex draws his sword even further, and the cultist, realizing that Alex Osborne is getting ready to attack him, immediately shows off his nails bought on Shopee, and then says to Alex, oh little hero, so you're saying that even if I kill someone, you won't kill me? How interesting. I like you. And after fully drawing his sword, Alex Osborne starts to surround him with his aura, but the cultist doesn't stop teasing and says to him, so not killing someone is really important to you? That's cool. It's really good to know that. And then Alex Osborne replies to him, you're a demonic cultist, you would never understand this, because our belief is very noble and it's all about saving everything and everyone. With that, Alex Osborne, the sword of justice, starts to intensify his aura, because another battle against that demonic cultist is about to begin now. And then the cultist says to him, belief my ass. HM. Stop talking nonsense and bring it on. After hearing that, Alex Osborne stomps down with such force that he cracks the ground beneath him, because he intends to go all out against the cultist. Immediately, he charges at full speed toward the cultist, telling him that he has no choice, that he must stop evil with his justice. And so, Alex Osborne, in a violent sprint, gets really close to that demonic cultist stand, says, sword of justice, and charges at the cultist, at full speed with his sword. But then he notices something strange. The cultist shifts his position and moves his neck right in front of Alex's sword and says, hey, hit me right here. Alex Osborne swings his sword past the cultist at extremely high speed and then also lands on the ground. Alecastborn uses a lot of strength to change the direction of his attack, because if he continued in that direction, he would certainly kill that cultist. However, by doing this, he put a lot of strain on his arm, and so the hero of justice feels a lot of pain from having to redirect that blow. And Alex gets really pissed and says, "Hey, cultist, are you messing with me? Why did you do that? Are you out of your mind? I almost killed you." And the cultist answers him, saying, "Well, I knew you would dodge, that's why I did it. But now, it's my turn. Get ready. Rib break a punch, move one." So, the cultist lands a really hard punch on Alex, definitely, breaking 1 or 2 ribs. And just like that, Ilkasborn is thrown backward because this guy's punch is way stronger than he expected. While he's being thrown back, the cultist says to him, "Hey, the one acting like an idiot here is you. You could have killed me?" He didn't kill him, but Alex is a battle-hardened warrior. He knows he can't let his guard down for a second, and as he's still being thrown back, he keeps his eyes forward and realizes that nothing good is coming his way. At that very moment, the cultist says, "Simple fireballs attack." And with that, those simple fireballs hit Alex Born head-on and cause a huge explosion in that spot. They didn't have the little song enchantment, but that attack power was enough to send Alex Born flying far away. And as he comes out of that explosion, he takes several steps back and starts thinking, since when does this guy have that ability? I fought him many times, and he never used the fireball ability. That's really strange. And even worse, these fireballs are pretty strong. They burn me a bit. But Alex doesn't even have time to think straight, because the cultist has come out of that cloud of smoke and is already right above him, getting ready to deliver another devastating blow. But Alex keeps thinking, "That's weird. This is definitely the same guy I fought before, but now he's way stronger. That's really strange. How did this guy get so much stronger in just one day? What could he have done?" And so, Aelcastborn gets ready to defend himself from the cultist's sword, and of course, he's going to do the basics, right? Deflect the cultist's sword to the side, because his intention isn't to kill the cultist while he's up in the air, but suddenly, he realizes that the cultist's attack pattern has completely changed, because something is wrong, something's not right. And so he opens his eyes even wider, because the cultist's axe, which was coming toward him, has completely disappeared. And only Aelcastborn's strike keeps moving toward the cultist. And so he starts thinking, wait, where's his weapon? Did it disappear? And with that, the hero of justice, Aelcastborn, uses all his strength to change the direction of his attack once again. Because if he keeps going like this, he's going to cut that cultist in half. And that's not what he wants, because he has a duty to save everyone. And so, with great effort, Aelcastborn changed the direction of his attack once again, and the demonic cultist gets ready to throw a simple punch and says to Alex, "Hey, you did that again. You redirected your sword. So take this punch. Let's see if you like this. A simple punch to the face. Move one." And so, the demonic cultist lands a big punch right in Aelcastborn's face, and says to him, "Man, you really are a joke, huh?" And the tough guy, Sword of Justice, is thrown back with great force, because even though it was just a simple punch, it was enough to send Alex flying far away. And so, the hero of justice falls with his legs spread out, writhing in pain from the punch to the face. Aelcastborn puts his hand on his face, because that really hurt a lot. And while he's in agony, Aelcastborn keeps thinking, this seems like a completely different person from the one he fought yesterday. And so he thinks, a different person? Wait a second, I'm not fighting the same guy. And just like that, Aelcastborn has an insight. And with that, he keeps thinking, there's only one way for someone to get this strong, overnight. I already know what happened. The one in front of me is no longer a member of the demonic order. He's definitely a demon that has possessed his body. And so, sitting down, Aelcastborn says to him, "You bastard, I already know who you are." And now, after being beaten twice, the fierce Sword of Justice looks straight at his enemy and says to him, "You're a demon, you're not the cultist I fought before." And so, that demonic cultist stands in front of Aelcastborn, staring at him with his red eyes. But Alex isn't defeated. He immediately gets up and charges at the protagonist, and so the fight between the two becomes really cool to watch. However, all you can see is the flash of their clash, because the demonic cultist starts blocking all of Alex's attacks. But Alex seems like a machine and goes all out against that cultist. Remember, every blow he lands isn't meant to kill. Meanwhile, the cultist, with his forearm completely transformed, defends himself from every sword strike Alex throws at him. But the Sword of Justice, Aelcastborn, charges forward shouting, "You demon, I'm going to take you down. Stand still, and let me arrest you. Come on, stop running from me." But the big bad guy from the demonic cult says to him, "Are you messing with me? You think I'm just going to stand here and let you arrest me? Keep dreaming." And with that, the demonic cultist now has both of his hands completely transformed, and those gloves are so tough that he's able to block every attack that the world-ranked Aelcastborn throws at them. But that cultist starts getting really fed up with the situation, because even though Aelcastborn knows he's up against a demon, none of his attacks are meant to kill. He just keeps yelling that he's going to arrest him no matter what. So, that super evil demonic cultist starts thinking that this bastard in front of him doesn't deserve to be called the Protector of Earth. And with that, the scene shifts to a flashback from a few hours earlier, as the day is ending. We see a partially destroyed warehouse, and inside is the cultist who had previously faced Aelcastborn and killed that girl who got in his way. He's saying, "Man, I barely managed to escape. Lucky for me that guy is such a sucker, and now that I'm far away from that place, I'm sure that where I'm hiding now is totally safe." With that, the cultist sits down and relaxes there, But suddenly, the door to that place explodes. The cultist who was previously sitting stands up and starts to speak. Is that you, Alex? You're really persistent today, huh? You hunted me all the way here. Are you trying to arrest me for the 5th time? But then, as the smoke starts to clear, that cultist, staring straight ahead, looks very puzzled by what he's seeing and says, Who are you? And then we see that the one who blew up the door isn't the hero, but actually the protagonist of this story, and he's there coughing a lot. Well, so much dust. What a filthy place you picked, huh? You really could have chosen a cleaner spot to hide, you know? Now I ended up getting my clothes dirty. And then the cultist says to our protagonist, I thought you were Alex, but you must be a member of the Guardians, right? I bet. And Kangwoo looks at him and says, Protectors? Kangwoo, with his hand in his pocket, calmly walks up to that cultist and says, Hey, what do you know about the Guardians? Tell me, because from the looks of it, you know a lot more than I do, so it's going to be great talking to you. And at that moment the cultist says to him, Son of a tramp and a soldier, you really think I'm going to tell you everything I know? Of course not, are you crazy? At that moment, Kangwoo activates his ring and says, Transformation, and his gaze turns into one of pure malice. And so the protagonist says to him, Well, of course I didn't think you were just going to talk like that. So, let's get things started, shall we? And with that, Kangwoo transforms his hand and uses the power of blocking, or the authority of blocking. And you guys know what power that is, right? It's the power Carlos used against him to block his abilities. And by the way, it's the only authority he didn't have. And after that, Kangwoo charges at the cultist at full speed, and as he rushes in, he says to him, Hey, don't worry, I'll make you tell me. And with that, the protagonist activates another one of his hacks and uses the authority of speed, boosting his speed dozens of times over. And the cultist, without even blinking, takes a punch straight to the chest so hard he spits out ketchup. And that's when he realizes that the guy in front of him is a really strong person. But the cultist is the king of evil and starts to smile, because this bastard in front of him fell right into his trap and ended up exactly where he wanted. His smile gets even wider, and then he raises his hand and says, Humph, you idiot. You might be fast, but now you've lost. And then he says, Get ready to die. Claws of destruction. Because this demonic cultist knows that his trump card has never failed. Everyone who got close enough suffered a horrible death. Their bodies torn apart by these claws, since each of those nails is like a tiny scalpel. Then, suddenly, poof, he says, Oh, the skin I was using just disappeared. Where are my drag queen nails? How am I supposed to strut at carnival like this? And that's when he realizes that his demonic energy is being completely suppressed. And as he looks at the claw stuck in his chest, he wonders, What is this? It feels like this thing is sucking out my demonic energy, and so our protagonist, with his nails dug into the guy's chest, squeezes a little harder. That's when he screams in pain. But Kang isn't there to mess around, because 2 of his fingers are pinching the cultist's nipple, and he squeezes with all his might. And then, the cultist, with his nipple being pinched, screams like this. Go on, scream, cultist. So, are you going to talk now or not? But the cultist shows he's really tough. And looking straight ahead, he says to Kangwoo, Come on, don't make me laugh. Do you really think that by pinching and twisting my nipple as hard as you can, you're going to make me spill everything I know? You're innocent, right? I doubt that. With your little power, you could break me enough to make me tell you everything you want. You must be out of your mind. And you. Since this cultist was talking too much, Kangwoo doesn't punch him in the mouth. On the contrary, our protagonist, the king of cruelty, shoves his whole hand into the guy's mouth and pushes it in hard. There he goes. And so, the cultist starts talking like this. Look, and then Kangwoo says to him, No man, you don't need to worry. I'm going to make you talk. With that, our protagonist uses his subordination hack once again, and with his hand, inside that demonic cultist's mouth, the hack starts to take effect. A red mist begins to seep into the cultist's body. So there he is, with both hands, really going all in. But the system informs the protagonist that the cultist's soul resisted the subordination. So, that skill isn't going to work. Kangwoo, annoyed by the system's message, says to the cultist, Yeah, I wanted to do this the easy way, but I see, you don't want to cooperate, huh? So, now you're going to suffer. But the cultist, who had the protagonist's whole hand shoved down his throat, realizes that this violator in front of him has completely changed his approach, because Kangwoo's arm starts to catch fire. And then, right, he definitely felt that one, because the protagonist pushes his hand even deeper down the cultist's throat. And just like that, Kangwoo uses another one of his hacks against that cultist. With that, the hellfire is activated inside the cultist, burning his organs from the inside out. And he definitely felt that one. And since Kangwoo had just thrown something inside the cultist, he says to him, Hey, it went in hard, and it'll come out hard. And Kang pulls his hand out with such force that he rips out several of the cultist's teeth, and so the ketchup flies everywhere. Kangwoo, seeing the damage done, starts smiling at the cultist and says, Oh, that doesn't even hurt. I bet it doesn't hurt. Being burned from the inside by hellfire, it doesn't hurt. Hey, you got my hand all dirty, okay? With that, Kangwoo shakes his hand to get rid of the ketchup that got slobbered all over it. This time, the cultist can't even talk properly anymore. He's just lying on the ground, howling in pain. And so the protagonist says to him, "So, can you talk now? Or do you want it again? Because if you do, it's going in hard and coming out hard." And when the cultist hears that, he looks up and says, "No, please, no. Not again, please." He says this even while crying, because he expected anything but to be violated in such a cruel way. So he says, "No, not again. I'll tell you everything you want." And so, Kangwoo, the king of evil, shows that he can be nice. He kneels down next to him and starts speaking softly. "Well, that's great. Now, tell me everything you know about the protectors. Go on. You can start talking." And so, the cultist says to him, "Well, as a guardian, you shouldn't be this cruel. You're really evil. You're even worse than a demonic cultist. You're not fit to be a guardian." And so, our protagonist, who's just a sweetheart, lights a flame in his hand and says, "Oh, do you want me to stick my hand inside you and set you on fire again? Do you want to be violated again? It's up to you." And the toothless demon cultist says to Kang, "No, please, no. Not that again, please. I'll tell you everything you want." And then Kangwoo tells him, "If you try to trick me one more time, I've got so many ways to make you suffer that you'll definitely go insane." And with just those few words, that cultist starts spilling everything. He says, "Oh, from what I know, the guardians are several people who are called protectors. And as far as I know, there are at most 10 of them in total. And their leader is a woman." And then we're shown a very beautiful woman with her eyes closed, who for now we'll call Xavier's sister. And the demonic cultist tells Kangwoo that this woman's ability is to find other protectors. And that's all he knows about her. Quite a coincidence with Xavier, right? Even her abilities are similar to Xavier's. Hearing this, Kangwoo realizes that it was through this ability that Alex Bourne was able to locate Kim Mi-hyuk so easily. And with that, our protagonist knows he has to be careful with this woman, since she's still a mystery to him, and clearly has a power he doesn't understand yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, our protagonist, being the good guy, asks the cultist, "Hey, and what about the other guardians? What do you know about them?" Toothless says he doesn't know anything, since the only one he knows personally is Alex, and it was through Alex that he heard about this woman. And so, the cultist says to Kangwoo, "Well, that's all I know, okay? Are you going to let me go?" "Huh, I've told you everything I know about the guardians. Can I go?" And Kangwoo says, "You can." And at that moment, the cultist gets all happy. But then Kangwoo says to him, "You can, but there's a catch. For a trade to be fair, you have to give me something, and I give you something. So, for me to set you free, I'm giving you your life. And what are you going to give me in return?" Because that information meant nothing to me. And the cultist, covered in ketchup, seems like he doesn't get it. And looking straight ahead, he says to Kangwoo, "Ha, what did you say?" Kangwoo changes his tone and says to him, "I said, what do you have to give me? Go ahead, tell me." And since that cultist seems really slow to catch on, Kangwoo spells it out for him. "Well, if you don't have anything else to tell me that's actually useful, I'm going to kill you right now." And with that, the cultist starts to smile, because he realizes that the guy standing in front of him is way more of a psychopath than he thought. So he says to Kangwoo, "Well, I've told you everything I know. I don't know anything else." But the protagonist, the king of the new hell, tells him, "My patience just ran out." And with that, the demonic cultist starts telling Kangwoo a bunch of things that aren't explained to us. And the protagonist grins widely, but the cultist turns into a talking machine. And finally, Kangwoo's face starts to light up, because now, yes, the cultist is saying exactly what he wants to hear. And after the cultist talks for quite a while, he finally finishes his speech. Then, our protagonist says to him, "Look, you didn't really tell me much new, okay? But your information was pretty good. I liked it." And so, the demonic cultist puts on a happy face and says to Kangwoo, "So, sir, can I go now?" And he says this, with the happiest face in the world, even though his teeth are scattered all over the floor. And then the protagonist says to him, "Huh, are you talking again? Do you have more information to give me? Then you can keep talking. Go ahead, go on. You can talk." And the cultist, completely confused, says, "Huh, I don't get it. Why are you saying that, sir? I've already told you all I know." And then Kangwoo says to him, "Yes, I already thanked you for what you told me, but since you kept talking, I thought there was more you wanted to tell me." And with that, finally, our cultist wises up and says, "Ha ha ha ha. Looks like you were planning this from the start, huh? I know what you want now. You're definitely not a protector. You're a demon." And so, our protagonist activates Hellfire in his hands, and with a look of pure happiness says to the cultist, "Hey, you've already been burned to the bone. The sound it makes is really cool. Well, thanks for your contribution." But our protagonist wouldn't just burn him like that. Kangwoo took off all his clothes, left him completely naked, and then set him on fire, along with the whole warehouse. And so, the Hellfire started to consume the entire warehouse, and our protagonist, holding the cultist's mask in his hand, thinks, "I'm so evil. I got what I wanted. The full outfit of the demonic cultist. Time to do some evil." And with that, our protagonist looks at you, the viewer, and says, "Let the games begin." Then, the scene shifts back, leaving that flashback, where Alex Bourne is charging full force at the cultist. And now we know that this cultist is the king of evil, Kangwoo, our protagonist, because after all the information he gathered from that cultist, he knows very well what he can and cannot do with Alex, since now he knows exactly what kind of guy he is. And with that, Kangwoo, very angry, says to him, "Hey, I surrender. Please, stop attacking me. Give me a break, okay?" And Alex, Thorn, does just that. He stops attacking the cultist. And here, on Kang's hand, that's not blood, okay? It's his gloves, with blocking power, being dissipated by him. But Alex blinked, right? And since he blinked, he lost. Kangwoo slaps Alex Bowen's hand, which makes him drop his sword completely. And then Alex says to him, "Wait, didn't you ask me to stop? I thought you were going to surrender." And Kangwoo, being a badass, replies, "Man, you're such an idiot. You're annoying me so much that I'm sick of fighting you." While Alex was looking at his sword, Kangwoo's other hand grabs his throat pretty hard, since our protagonist has a really high strength stat. So Kangwoo shows just how strong his grip is, and starts squeezing Alex's throat. And then Alex says to him, "You're choking me. Let me go, please. Let me go. Let me go." And the badass says to him, "Man, I'm not an idiot like you. I'm not letting you go. So, stop talking nonsense." Kangwoo remembers Cho Eun-jin because to him, that guy is the only one in the world ranking who seems like a normal person, who isn't a complete idiot, and this guy in front of him must be in 15th place in the idiot ranking. And so, while lightly squeezing Alex Bowen's throat, Kangwoo says to him, "Well, I'm sure you have a really interesting reason for not killing anyone. And if that ever gets made into a movie, it'll make everyone cry. But look, I couldn't care less about that. I'm not here to do good deeds. So let me tell you something. If you close your eyes, the world pretty much disappears for you, right? Well, that's exactly what happened to that girl. It's like, for you, she never even existed. You just turn your head away, walk off, and forget about people as if they were nothing, and go on with your life peacefully, like a true psychopath." And so, our protagonist squeezes his hand even tighter, and Alex realizes that he won't be able to get out of that grip on his own. Meanwhile, our protagonist keeps talking and says to Alex Bourne, "So, you used your ability to make that innocent girl's body disappear, and now her family doesn't even have a body to bury, because she'll be considered missing forever. And that's much worse than knowing for sure that she died, because when someone disappears forever, it leaves a bitter hope that one day she'll walk through the door and her family will rejoice to see her. But you and I both know that's never going to happen, because you act way worse than a demonic cultist." And so, our protagonist, the king of evil, says to him, "So, you idiot." But Alex shows he still has the strength to speak and says to the cultist, "Hey, shut up, I don't want to hear that." And the angry Kangwoo starts to smile and says to him, "Hey, daughter of Nasoya, do you still have the strength to speak? Well, I'm going to stop using physical force, okay? I'm going to use other tricks on you. You're going to love it. You, a while back, looked like a Telor, and now, you just insulted me. Look at the big sin you just committed. You insulted me. Well, go on, pull yourself together. Show that you're the perfect protector. A guy who doesn't insult people." But Kangwoo continues his psychological torture and talks to Leia Svorn. "So, everything you do is for your own interest. You're so selfish. It's like people don't matter to you. In your eyes, they're the lowest of the low." Alex Bourne, shouting, talks to Kangwoo, not knowing that he is Kangwoo, of course. "Cultist, what do you know about this? You don't know anything about the protectors." And so, our tough guy, with his divine weapon equipped on his finger, says to Alex Bourne, "Hey, let's cut the nonsense, because a real protagonist is about to show up any minute now. Want to bet?" Right after he says that, the door to that rooftop goes flying off, and then Alex Bourne says, "Huh? How did you know that? Who are you?" And, of course, our tough guy Kimmy shows up there, and the first thing he says is, "Alex, are you okay?" With his sword in hand, he's there, looking fierce, ready to attack the powerful demon standing in front of him. And so, Chao Ru, disguised as a demonic cultist, he looks at the guy who just showed up and says to him, "Well, you're interrupting me, okay? Just one more minute, and this will be over." And our Kimmy, all sweaty, talks to the disguised Kangwoo. "Hey, cultist, who are you?" And Kangwoo, using another hack to change his voice, says to Kimmy, "What? You want to know who I am? I am death, I am the apocalypse, I am the father of all, with hatred in my heart and full of wrath. You ask who I am? I am fury itself." And as he says this, Kangwoo raises the terminal even more electrically and tightens it a bit more around his neck. And so, finally, Kangwoo, he beats his hand on his chest and says, "I am Satan." Ha 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 ha. And with that, Kimmy says, "Huh, Satan. So, does that mean you're a demon?" And Kangwoo, still disguising his voice, says to him, "Yes, I came to collapse your world and I will destroy everything in my path. But who am I? It's not important. Is it now?" And so, the tension with the Neckersworn grows even more intense, and Kimmy realizes that his friend is about to die and speaks to that demon. And so, our protagonist was still disguising his voice to talk to Kimmy. "Ha ha 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 ha. You seem pretty anxious. Is this guy important to you?" "It seems like he is, huh." But Kimmy, bravely holding his sword, answers the cultist, "I'm not going to tell you anything." But at that moment, he starts thinking about what Kangwoo had said to him.
And so we get a flashback of what happened earlier. Kangwoo picked up his phone and called, "Kimmy, is that you? I need your help. Look, the demonic cult is attacking Lekisborn. And they managed to catch me and tie me up, and by some miracle, I was able to grab the phone and call you. So, come help with the rank. Him, okay." And Kimmy, believing everything Kangwoo is telling him, gets really worried about his older brother, and says, "Kangwoo, are you okay?" And our actor, Kangwoo, says he's fine, but that it won't last long, that he needs to hurry. And at that moment, our protagonist hangs up the phone on him. And that's how we can understand why Kimmy showed up at that place. Because it was Kangwoo himself who had called him and given him the exact location where he could find the demonic cutis, as well as Electra's born. And Kimmy knows that now he's alone because his brother, Kangwoo, was also attacked by the demon horde. He won't be able to help him, so now what? Everything depends on him. Kimmy, looking in the direction of the protagonist, realizes he's facing a very complicated situation because of the global resentment. Alexisborn was defeated by this demon, who's standing right in front of him, and now he has an impossible mission to defeat it. The being that completely overpowered Alexisborn is much stronger than he is. But Kimmy is holding the high ground and charges forward at incredible speed, even knowing that the being he's about to face is much stronger than he is. And so, realizing he'll have to give everything he's got to stop this demon, Kimmy starts off with one of his strongest techniques. With that, Kimmy activates the Blue Dragon Sword technique. And in no time, he's right in front of Kangwoo, using the Blue Dragon's Roar. But our protagonist is just too badass, right? He already put on the glove and easily blocks Kimmy's attack. And then, our disguised protagonist speaks to him. "Huh, what do you think you're doing? Is that all you've got, you little bub? Are you really that weak? I'm disappointed. You're so insignificant with that little snout of yours, you're not going to save anyone." And Kimmy, seething with rage from that attack, gave it his all, and after that, Kimmy speaks to that demon. "So you think I'm weak? Now, on the next attack, I use everything I have, which tells that demon that he knows he is weak. But he's going to show that demon something he'll never forget. Which is a person attacking with everything they have, fighting with total desperation, and not backing down an inch. And so Kimmy, the hero of Earth, the one who has the spirit of the martial god within him, activates it. Once again, he uses the Blue Dragon Sword technique and lets out a loud shout. He charges forward with all his strength to launch a frontal attack at that demon standing in front of him, the one who killed his friend Alexborn. And so, Kimmy shouts, "Blue Dragon's mortal roar," and Kangwoo doesn't even let him finish speaking. And just gives him a light slap. Kimmy, one of Earth's protectors, is thrown backward with great force. Because Kangwoo, without even using his hands, managed to stop Kimmy's strongest attack, with a simple movement of his demonic energy. And so Kangwoo, still in disguise, speaks to him. "That's it, little fly. I don't get it. What are you trying to do with that strength of yours? Pathetic. A cockroach is way stronger than you. Do you realize how much stronger I am than you? I didn't even have to punch you. And you're already there, completely wiped out on the ground. You're weak and useless. And if you keep this up, I'm going to kill your friend right in front of you." Kimmy, after hearing this, leaps at that demon with all his fury. Because he's not going to just stand by and watch his friend die in front of him without doing anything. And so, we can talk to Kimmy. "Huh, are you desperate? That attack of yours won't even hit me," even as Kimmy swings his legendary sword in every direction. Compared to the demonic cultivator, that cultivator just stands there, only defending himself with his demonic energy. And so, our chatterbox keeps tormenting poor Kimmy and says to him, "Well, judging by how you're overanalyzing things so desperately, this pathetic guy, this so-called Lucas, born, must mean something to you, right? I'm going to love killing him right in front of you. And you'll feel what it's like to experience the despair of being weak." Ikumi, extremely desperate, keeps talking to that demon, searching deep within himself to try to free his friend, and tells the demon that fighting for someone who isn't your family isn't something strange. And Kangwoo just keeps smiling because Ikumi's rage has reached an extremely intense level. And so, our protagonist Kangwoo, disguised as a demon, keeps going, tormenting Ikumi even more and speaks to him. "You're pathetic, you know that, because everything you're doing is just pure stupidity. You're weak. You're not going to be able to save him. You haven't managed to scratch me even once, and I haven't even had to lift my hands." But on the inside, our protagonist is actually really proud because Kimmy is showing a fighting spirit he's never shown before. So, Kangwoo is sure that Kimmy is doing a great job. And with that, our protagonist feels very proud of his younger brother. Kangwoo, while defending against all of Kimmy's attacks, keeps thinking that Kimmy is much better than Lekisborn because his battle fury just keeps getting stronger. And the power behind his attacks now is way stronger than Lekisborn's. What's more, every one of Kimmy's attacks clearly has the intent to kill. That's how it is. Kangwoo defends himself. He easily blocks all of Kimmy's attacks, even the ones aimed right at his vital points. But then our protagonist blinked. When he blinked, a sword strike coming at his neck made our protagonist, for the first time, turn his face away. And that sword drew a little bit of ketchup from our protagonist's face, making him bleed. And Kangwoo is impressed, because that's exactly how someone should fight. Instead of just using her sword to subdue her opponent without really hurting them, Kimmy is using her sword to completely finish off her enemy at the slightest slip-up. but Kangwoo isn't there to get hurt. So, our protagonist stepped on the ground, because he knows that even if he fought Lekisborn in his current state, he would definitely lose. Because when it comes to brute strength and sword technique, Lekisborn is way superior to him. And with that thought, a dense demonic energy starts to flow from the protagonist's feet. And, while doing this, our protagonist keeps thinking that the difference between Lekisborn and Kimmy is actually pretty small. Because if Kimmy levels up a bit more and trains even harder, he'll end up way stronger than that bastard Lekisborn. Kangwoo knows that Kimmy is at level 60. Even so, he's almost on par with Lekisborn, who's at level 100. But our protagonist is really good at pretending. He charges forward with several sharp spikes of demonic energy, and all of them are aimed at Kimmy, targeting his vital points. But while he's attacking Kimmy, Kimmy vanishes from the path of the attack, and the blades of demonic energy slice through the air, hitting nothing. But our protagonist keeps thinking that both Alex and Kimmy seem to be moving in slow motion. So, he starts wondering if all these world-ranked fighters are really this weak, or if he's just gotten way too strong. And at that moment, Kimmy appears right behind that demon. However, without even turning around, the demon easily defends himself from the back attack Kimmy is trying to land on him. Kangwoo is certain that from this day on, Kimmy is going to become a very powerful person. Kimmy, that movement is so fast, it looks like there are two people attacking at the same time. But that's just a residual image of Kimmy, because he attacked from behind and is already coming at the front, at incredible speed, trying to kill this demon with just one more powerful blow. And our protagonist keeps thinking that Kimmy was blessed by the heavens, both with strength and skill. And on top of that, the soul of a martial artist that resides within him. That will make him grow even more. While Kimmy desperately tries to save his idol, the world-ranked Lekisborn, our protagonist handles things with ease. He keeps thinking that if Kimmy trains even harder with Shamijin, his swordsmanship and strength will increase a lot more. But then, our protagonist, who's already fed up with this girl who keeps attacking, thinks to himself, yeah, the time has come. I'm going to give Kimmy a good reason to get stronger, and so, our protagonist lets Kimmy get closer and come a little nearer. And Kimmy is fueled by pure hatred, ready to swing his sword and decapitate this demon standing in front of him. But Kimmy is startled because while he was focused only on attacking, he suddenly realizes that something is coming his way. And our protagonist, using his hand to attack for the first time, charges at Kimmy with incredible speed. Kimmy, in the blink of an eye, and definitely caught off guard, gets grabbed by the face by Kangwoo, disguised as a demon, with ease. And just like that, Kangwoo knows there's only one more thing left to do. For him, it's just one last act to make Kimmy completely focused on growing stronger and stronger. Kangwoo throws Kimmy against the wall as if he were nothing, and with his other hand, he keeps holding on to Alex. But Alex is already out of strength and can't even keep holding on to Kangwoo's arms anymore. And the king of the 9 hells, Kangwoo, shows just how unbelievably strong he is. With a simple shove, he sends Kimmy flying backward with so much force that a lot of ketchup comes out of his mouth. If the protagonist used all his strength, Kimmy would definitely be done for right then and there. And so, our protagonist, still in disguise, speaks to Kimmy. That's it, the fly. You know, that attempt of yours actually wasn't bad. I like you. Oh, but you're weak. It doesn't matter. No matter how much you attack me, you won't be able to do anything. You didn't even make me break a sweat. And this little scratch here healed instantly. But I like that. You did your best to try to save your friend. But is that really the best you can do? Because I only used my hands once. And Kangwoo, messing with Kimmy's head, talks to him. Hey, are you mad? Huh. I'm looking at you and I think you're about to lose it. Know your place. A weak guy like you won't be able to do anything to me. No miracle is going to save your friend. And Kimmy, really pissed off, answers that cultist. Shut your mouth, you disgusting creep. I'm going to get up and take you down. And so, our guy disguised as a demon says to him, well, I'm done playing with you. It's over, okay? And then, Kangwoo starts to squeeze Alex's neck really hard, and along with that, he channels a really sinister energy into Alex's neck, and a lot of creepy things start to come out from that grip. Our guy says to Kimmy, hey, I'm going to show you something really interesting, and bearable Kimmy says, what are you doing? Kangwoo, disguised as a demon, says to Kimmy, hey, weakling, I really liked you, okay? Because your rage and your anger made me tremble, and I like that. And this little friend of yours here, he's done for. Because, with this power of darkness that I'm using on him, there's only one thing left for him. Now, death is staring at him, his eyes are lifeless. You couldn't save your friend, you're weak, and Lekisborn, barely alive, says this. Kimmy, please, help me, and Kangwoo, using more of that ability. And Lekisborn keeps talking to Kimmy, hey, you're really interesting. And very promising, you know. Your fighting spirit and your rage made me like you. There you go. I'm not going to kill you, I like you. But hey, as for your little friend here, watch what I'm going to do to him now. Kimmy, who was falling and recovering, sees his friend Lekisborn's neck get completely shattered. And then, the ketchup splattered everywhere. And Kimmy, who was thinking about saving his friend, just stands there in shock, watching that demon kill his friend right in front of him. And he can't do anything because he's too weak. And just like that, all hope leaves Kimmy's eyes, because, yeah, I have all your strength and it was useless. Because the world ranking, or rather, Born was killed right in front of him, like a chicken having its neck snapped. And so, Kimmy, shaking with rage and gathering up all the strength he has left, stands up and starts saying the name of that demon standing in front of him. But Kimmy charges at that demon with his fists and shouts his name, Satan. I'm going to kill you, you bastard, son of a gun, I'm going to kill you right now. Poof. But nope. He short-circuited, blacked out, fell flat on his face, and fainted, because Kimmy is Kimmy, and he was almost out of strength. Oops. He's passed out, not just out of strength. Kimmy, seething with hatred and his eyes darkening, keeps thinking that he can't do anything else, because that attack he suffered was really powerful. So, all of Kimmy's dignity starts to shut down completely, and our protagonist keeps mocking him and says, I'm really liking that look in your eyes, huh? Pure hatred, I can see the hate and fury in your heart. How delightful is that? That's the desire of someone who wants to live. So, you weakling, get stronger, okay? Because this fight between you and me wasn't even enough for me to have fun. Just having fury and hatred in your heart won't make you any stronger. But, for sure, they'll be a great fuel for you to want to become stronger. Just so you know, you're just a cheap thrill, stupid. Hey, are you passing out? Look me right in the face, and I want you to remember me. Because I'm the one who killed your friend right in front of you, and you couldn't do anything. Because you're weak. And let me tell you, I am death. I am the apocalypse. I am also fury and hatred. My name is Satan. Remember me. So, human, let your rage grow. And get stronger, and use that hatred and that fury to grow even more, because I'll be waiting for you to get stronger so you can try to kill me. Man, grow up and kill me if you can. And so Kimmy finally faints. Puff. And Kanho say, wow, he finally passed out. Took him long enough, that's it. Kimmy is really promising, but our protagonist puts his hand on his stomach and almost throws up. Because he remembers that he was just imitating that bastard Satan, since that guy always talked like that. And since Kanho tried to imitate exactly how Satan acted, he ended up feeling completely disgusted. Because if you didn't know, Kanho killed all the lords of hell. And Satan was one of them. To become the lord of the 9 hells, Kanho had to massacre everything and everyone in his way, including Satan. Because he's much stronger than Satan himself. And so, Kanho looks at his pet and thinks, well, what's done is done. I think with this, Kimmy will want to grow more and more to be able to fight Satan. Wow, this Kimmy is really promising. I really like him. Well, now there's just one more thing left to do, so that Kimmy turns out exactly the way I want, and this needs to be done urgently. And then, our protagonist. Remember that after Kimmy's brother, as well as his father, were arrested, Kimmy no longer had any reason to get stronger, since everyone who was an obstacle for him had been removed from his life. And that was a setback. It really hindered Kimmy's growth, and Kangho keeps thinking about the Guardians, because they are definitely stronger than Kimmy. But since Kangho doesn't know if these Guardians are friends or enemies, making Kimmy stronger has become his #1 priority. Kangho's goal is to protect Earth against everything and everyone, because he doesn't want hell to break loose on Earth. After all, this is the place where he can eat hot food, where he can live peacefully, and it's a really pleasant place to live, especially since our protagonist suffered for 10,000 years in hell, eating demon meat every day just to survive. And so, Kung Fu intends to fight against everything and everyone. Against gods, against the Guardians, against demons, because Earth is the place where he wants to live now. And he will do everything possible and impossible to defend his home. He keeps thinking that if all the Guardians are like Lekisborn, who don't kill anyone, then these guys are useless to him. Because having allies who don't kill your enemies is useless. And so, our protagonist looks at Lekisborn's body on the ground, because this guy is just another useless one. That does not serve to protect the land, so, if things stay like this, he'll have to do it alone. And that's why Kangho wants Kimmy to become strong, to help him defend the Earth from everything that's coming. Kangho keeps thinking that he needs to get rid of this damn restriction that's stopping him from leveling up as soon as possible. But suddenly, the system window pops up in front of him. And Kangwoo is surprised and says, why did this thing show up for me? And so, the system informs our protagonist, hey, you defeated a protector. The energy that was blocking you from leveling up has gotten weaker, okay? And with that, you leveled up. You, who were stuck at a lower level, can now go up to level 69, okay? And so, the system tells the protagonist that the energy he accumulated made him jump 10 levels. And with that, our protagonist has just reached his 7th awakening. Do you want to awaken? Now it will happen at level 69, 79, 89, 99. And with that, our protagonist's stats, which were already high, go up even more, because Kangwoo gains 11 strength, 9 dexterity, 8 stamina or endurance, and 4 intelligence or wisdom, and Kangwoo is left speechless and says, I leveled up. Did I remove the system's resistance? What's going on? So, the condition for me to level up was just to kill a protector. Man, I worked non-stop, I killed everything that was in my way. I killed demons, I mean it, hordes and hordes of demons. And I didn't even level up. and now that I killed a protector, I leveled up. Wow, that's great, and just like that, our protagonist gets euphoric and his eyes go wide. And he keeps thinking, I don't get any of this. Why am I restricted at level 69? As far as I know, the next restriction should be at level 89. Man, that's so unfair, because the first restriction is at level 59 and the second one should be at 89. Why am I restricted at 69? And then, something crosses our protagonist's mind. He says, if the condition for me to go from 59 to 69 was to kill a protector, then I guess I'll have to kill another protector, right? And so, the King of Evil looks at a protector who's fallen in front of him and says, well, I just have to kill him to level up, right? My pet, I think I'm going to sacrifice you for a very noble cause. And Kang, looking at Kimmy unconscious on the ground, starts wondering if killing one protector at a time will solve his level cap problem. That's our own. He sees Kimmy as his younger brother, and of course, he's not going to do that to him, because Kimmy, even though he's a protector, is his friend, right? So, Kangwoo, get that idea out of your head, because he knows that's not right. He's not going to kill his friend just to gain more power. And after that, Kangwoo takes off that cultist outfit. He knows that kind of thinking is just plain stupidity, because Kimmy is someone very important to him. And what's more, Kangwoo keeps thinking about Susanoo, and because of that, he doesn't know what kind of beings will invade Earth from now on, since there might be beings that these protectors can handle on their own. So, there's no reason for him to go around killing protectors left and right, because the goal of the protectors, just like his, is the same, to defend the Earth. And Kangwoo keeps thinking that he only killed Alex Bourne, because his idea of protecting without killing anyone is completely harmful. At least for Kimmy, since a good enemy is a dead enemy. Because only the big shots, like Satan and Superman, lock up their enemies just for them to escape later and kill their families. Kangwoo knows that this won't happen to him. Kangwoo, the Lord of the Nine Hells, isn't known for being nice. He's known for massacring and gutting all his enemies. Not even Satan himself can escape his slaughter. And so, our protagonist stares at his status window and starts to read. What was the stolen ability he just gained with his 7th awakening? And so, he starts flipping through it. Kangwoo, level 69, 7th awakening. And there it is. And the first thing that surprises Kangwoo is that it's an SS rank ability, and the ability's description says it's called Soul Reaper. And that gets the whole world excited. So, he clicks to see more details, and there it is. Special ability of the 7th awakening. Soul Reaper. SS rank. And this is an ability that's connected to the power of gluttony, because this ability completely absorbs the souls of demons. By doing this, it further increases the strength that Kangwoo has. And the stronger the demon soul that's absorbed, the stronger the effect on Kangwoo will be. And as he reads that, Kangwoo starts thinking, connected to the power of gluttony. Kangwoo starts thinking about his gluttony power. Before, it only absorbed demonic energy. But now, it absorbs strength, life energy, and also the opponent's soul. So, this hack is on another level because gluttony, which was already a hack, has now become the hack of all hacks. And so he keeps thinking, interesting. Because those demons I killed, I only sucked out their demonic energy, but their souls stayed alive. Because Kang knows he wasn't able to completely destroy the souls of the demon lords. He only took all the demonic energy they had for himself. And so, he starts reflecting on everything he can do to become even stronger. And so, he clicks on another part of his status journey. And there it is. For him to become a demon god, he needs the demonic spirit. And there are 2 conditions he doesn't know about, but one thing Kanghan is sure of is that these 2 conditions have everything to do with the skill he just acquired. Because he knows that the first condition to become a demon god was reaching the level of an extreme demonic body. Having a strong demonic body was the main condition for him to be able to withstand the enormous pressure of creating this divine item, which is the key to the demon sea. If he didn't have such a strong body, he wouldn't be able to endure the creation of this weapon. So, if the first step was that he needed a strong body, the second step must be that he needs a very strong spirit. So, Kanghan starts hunting demons, because he knows the way to make his spirit very strong is by hunting real demons. And so, our protagonist already knows what his next goal is, because by hunting real demons, he knows he'll level up his next condition. And with that, he keeps thinking about Lavinha, since she's the woman with the connections, and through her, he'll be able to find out where the demons are. And at that moment, the redhead even gets chills, and she thinks it's because she overdid it in training today. She doesn't know that it's actually the protagonist who's thinking about her. And so, Kangwoo closes his eyes and starts using his new ability. And of course, now that gluttony can absorb even more demonic energy, as well as demon souls, Kanghan knows a place where there's infinite demonic energy, which is inside himself, since a sea of demonic energy is sealed within his consciousness. And so, Kanghan realizes that the seal on the sea of demonic energy inside him has weakened even more after his 7th awakening. With that, our protagonist decides to use the skill he learned from Kimmy, which is to accumulate energy inside his Dantian. So, Kanghan starts putting his plan into action. And so, He starts to absorb the demonic energy that is contained within the sea of demonic energy. But Kanghan isn't putting this demonic energy into his dantian. Because now that he has an extreme demonic body, Kanghan's dantian is his entire body. It's not just that tiny point within him anymore. And if you remember, the protagonist used to create a crystal of demonic energy inside his dantian. And now he's not just using a small point within himself, because now he can use his entire body. So, the demonic energy starts to be absorbed throughout the protagonist's whole body, and it spreads through his neck, legs, and arms. But the protagonist realizes that the quality of the energy he's absorbing is still low, and all of this is definitely because he hasn't fully released the sea of demonic energy yet, since it's still sealed. But the protagonist doesn't stop, right? He keeps watching that energy, and only those little angry mouths keep moving around that endless sea, sucking up a vast amount of low-quality energy. But Kangwoo knows that if he keeps absorbing that energy the way he's doing, his body will definitely become a palace of demonic energy. And the protagonist realizes that this ability he just gained is actually really overpowered, because he knows that with this ability, even if he's inside the abyss, which is inside one of those doors, he can still absorb Monique's energy. And so, Kangwoo keeps absorbing the energy that's inside the sea of demonic energy. But this is outside the abyss, and our protagonist doesn't stop absorbing that energy, because right in front of him is an endless sea of energy. So, what else can he do, right? Sugar and sugar. But at that moment, Kangwoo opens his eyes, because he knows that if he keeps doing this, he'll fill himself with demonic energy, which is much lower quality than the pure demonic energy that's inside this sea. Because after he completed the 7th seal, the demonic energy he's absorbing is much purer than before. However, it's still not enough, and since Kangwoo is not commanded by gluttony, he immediately gave birth to that ability, putting an end to it. The absorption of demonic energy from the demonic sea, because he knows that if he keeps going like this, he could get sucked into the demonic abyss. And our protagonist would never do that now, because he knows he's still weak compared to what he used to be.